Chapter 1. The Calamity of Galan. Upon regaining consciousness, Lu Ming found himself standing on a dilapidated street. His gaze traversed the buildings and shops, overgrown with weeds and moss, as well as vehicles whose status abandoned or otherwise remained a mystery. Removing the sweat-soaked headphones, Lu Ming regarded the unfamiliar street with a blend of bewilderment and suspicion. If his memory served him correctly, he had been engaged in his daily morning exercise beneath the dormitory, when suddenly darkness enveloped him, transporting him to this place. He refrained from pinching his own cheek, for the soreness radiating from his legs had already confirmed this was no mere dream. Instinctively, he attempted to take a few steps when a faint yellow barrier suddenly obstructed his path. The pain from the collision with his forehead further validated the reality of his situation. Gently awaken the slumbering soul. Slowly open your eyes. Abruptly, a tune that was hauntingly familiar filled his ears, as a lively and cheerful AI-synthesized voice began to address him. Harmonizing with the background music of Tomorrow will be better. Welcome you our honored guest residents from the Blue Star. Congratulations on becoming the protagonists of the 66,666 strategy of the Calamity of Galan. I sincerely hope you enjoy this carefully selected piece of pop music from your homeland. The Calamity of Galan? Protagonists of a strategy? What in the world? Transmigration? An alternate realm? Or perhaps a mysterious black experiment? As a somewhat pretentious amateur writer, he had often fantasized about traversing to another world, gaining an aura of power, transforming into a hero who would vanquish the Demon King, marry multiple wives, and ascend to the pinnacle of life. However, this scenario was clearly not among his imaginings. An apocalypse, no less, one that required strategizing. It was unmistakably not a state in which Tomorrow will be better could apply. What the hell is this apocalypse? What the hell is this strategy? I'm a businessman dealing in millions. Do I need to play your protagonist? Get me back. Lost in contemplation, a sudden ruckus erupted behind him. Lu Ming turned to the source of the noise and saw a middle-aged man in a denim vest, flip-flops, and half-dragging beach shorts, cursing at the heavens. He appeared to have been transported here mid-relief, prompting Lu Ming to silently lament the peculiar summoning methods of the wealthy, clearly beyond the reach of ordinary folk like himself. At that moment, the man, cigarette in mouth, scanned his surroundings as if trying to locate the source of the noise, while Lu Ming found himself losing interest in him. Surveying the area, he noted that aside from the bespectacled man, there were dozens of other unfamiliar faces, similarly engulfed in the glowing barrier, some frozen in fear, others lost in confusion, exchanging bewildered glances. Feeling lost? He too was grappling with the same sentiment. It was merely his unfortunate fate as a heavenly scourge that compelled him to maintain a habitual calmness. This is Planet 618 of the Galan Star System, boasting an ecological environment highly similar to that of the Blue Star. Due to an unknown cataclysm of mysterious origin, the entire planet has been eroded by aberrant energy, rendering the current world a haven for ferocious alien creatures. And you, dear participants, are the chosen ones. You may either annihilate them completely, survive until the end, and reap all honors and wealth, or you may be hunted down and devoured, becoming sustenance for their continued evolution. Whether prompted by the man's outburst or as a matter of course, the electronic voice solemnly began detailing the local background. The Galan Star System. If this were true, it would signify a transfer operation beyond the civilization of the Blue Star, essentially severing any hope of returning on one's own. If false, it could merely be a ruse to veil a clandestine experiment, yet proof was required before drawing any conclusions. The immediate priority was to remain calm, gather information, and commit every word to memory. Those who have suddenly arrived are undoubtedly feeling bewildered and anxious. However, do not fret. To alleviate your concerns, we have thoughtfully prepared 7 survival guidelines for you to remember. First, destruction heralds rebirth. As the world is being eroded, it simultaneously undergoes evolution, giving birth to an entirely new energy system. Understand it, master it, wield it, and you shall become immensely powerful. Second, ignorance leads to demise. Under the influence of the corrosive powers, water sources have been contaminated. Until you possess means of resistance, exercise caution with all external water sources, except for those with a strong taste who regard life as expendable. Third, amidst despair there is hope. You need not feel anxious to ease your survival burden. Countless supply crates of various specifications are scattered across the globe, with occasional airdrops containing precious survival resources such as life-saving food, useful tools, strengthening potions, and critically important regional maps for navigating this post-apocalyptic world. Do not worry about missing them, for they are remarkably conspicuous and will draw your attention. Whether you can claim them as your own depends on your strength and luck. Fourth, disasters do not come alone. In the absence of fire, night is a far more terrifying presence than wild beasts, and in the Galan Star System, this terror is magnified infinitely, as night is when aberrant creatures are most active. Cloaked in darkness, they become increasingly savage, and even higher-tier beings might emerge at night seeking amusement. Thus, exercise utmost caution if you lack the power to dominate the area. Do not dare to venture out at night. Fifth, survival begins. Each individual will acquire 4 universal functions to address various life deficiencies, providing you with a range of conveniences. Please familiarize yourself with them and use them flexibly. Sixth, survival is akin to rowing upstream. Do not foolishly attempt to hide and endure indefinitely. While caution is vital, strength is the essence of survival. To grant you an adaptation period, the aberration levels of the current world have been temporarily suppressed. This suppression will not last indefinitely. Every 30 days it will diminish, with each reduction increasing the aberration level of the current area by 1. Remain vigilant and forge ahead courageously, for that is the key to survival. Seventh, civilization is lost, order is chaotic. In a world devoid of rules, you are all embodiments of freedom. Your choices, your actions, and all your intentions are driven by the will to survive, whether to retain humanity or succumb to depravity, whether to assist one another or act solely for selfish gain, whether to establish new rules or become the sovereign of chaos. All rests upon your desires. As long as you possess sufficient strength and wealth, none shall dare condemn you, none shall dare judge you, none shall dare sanction you. You are the world. You are the deities of this world. So, dear participants, survive, explore, grow strong. You shall possess everything. You shall. Bang! Before the proclamation could finish, the voice was abruptly cut off. The cheerful and somewhat manic survival prompt ceased, plunging the world into an eerie silence. However, this silence did not linger long. The background music of Tomorrow Will Be Better began to play once more, though this time it was accompanied by cold, rigid, and emotionless subtitles projected before him. Survival prompts concluded, commencing the reboot of the Galan world. Integrating civilization progress. Civilization progress integrated. Standardizing language system. Language system standardized. Constructing world channel. World channel constructed. Establishing trade space. Trade space established. Restoring city functions. City functions restored. Galan world reboot complete. The biological force field will soon be lifted, and the countdown for the apocalypse strategy begins. 3 o'clock. 2:59. With a flourish, the projected subtitles transformed into a striking white countdown, and the faint yellow barriers swiftly dissipated. Chapter 2. Physical Assessment, Junior Soldier. Lu Ming was momentarily stunned before regaining his senses in an instant, not due to formidable will, but from the overwhelming stench assaulting his nostrils. It was a nauseating, putrid odor. Instinctively, he held his breath, only to be astounded by the scene before him. Why? Because everything he had glimpsed through the biological force field had undergone a cataclysmic transformation. The once desolate and tranquil street was now infested with enormous maggots. They were grotesquely large, comparable in size to full-grown wild boars. Through their translucent skin, one could clearly see the viscous liquid roiling within and the vibrant, twisted innards of red, blue, and green. They writhed frantically, oozing thick, yellow-green slime from their abdomens, corroding and decomposing the weeds and dead wood strewn along the street. A gentle breeze swept through, delivering an unforgettable assault on the senses, which was the source of the foul stench. Ugh! What on earth are these things? As onlookers gazed at the monstrous maggots, some retched, others recoiled in terror. But Lu Ming did not linger any longer. He darted forward. Despite the giant maggots writhing all around, they seemed oblivious to his presence, suggesting they were either suppressed or restrained. Considering the biological force field that had previously contained him, filtering out external aberrant creatures, Lu Ming surmised it was highly likely they were of the same ilk. The countdown for the survivors had simply yet to conclude, leaving the aberrant beings temporarily immobilized. Thus, the primary task at hand was clear: to seek out a refuge for temporary shelter. Hey! Noticing Lu Ming's sudden dash, the stunned crowd reacted, scattering in all directions. Meanwhile, Lu Ming had already distanced himself from them, scanning the surroundings for a safe haven. It could not be deemed sheer luck, nor misfortune. They found themselves located in a rather old commercial street. No, rather than a commercial street, it was more akin to a commercial alley, a typical street with shops on the first floor and residential units above. Lifting his gaze to the residential community, overrun with creeping vines, Lu Ming felt an overwhelming urge. Firstly, the community comprised residential buildings, likely harboring remnants of survival supplies, everyday necessities, and at the very least, a few handy tools could be located. Secondly, the community boasted a vantage point, enabling the observation of a broader and more distant expanse, thus procuring an abundance of geographical information, presenting a clear advantage. Regrettably, the preparation time was limited. The prospect of entering the area seemed like a fanciful dream, not to mention the uncertainty of whether he could navigate through the alleys into the community. Even if he managed to get inside, it was far from guaranteed that he would find an unlocked and secure room within. With the primary option already deemed unattainable, he had no choice but to focus on the present, specifically the shops on either side. Private supermarkets, dining establishments for breakfast, lunch, and dinner, and hardware stores were undoubtedly appealing. The first two options provided both supplies and tools, while the latter assured a comprehensive selection of tools. On the contrary, stationery stores, photo studios, barbershops, and real estate agencies represented the least favorable choices, offering little more than a temporary refuge from the threats of otherworldly entities, with nothing else to be hoped for. Lastly, there were reasonably acceptable mobile phone outlets including repairs, home appliance repair shops, and budget pharmacies. The former offered repair tools, while the latter stocked medications never in excess, unless they were all expired, in which case fate would be unkind, leaving him to lament his misfortune. However, after sprinting several hundred meters and scanning dozens of stores, any shop related to food, tools, or medicine was either closed, infested with colossal maggots, or completely stuffed, as if deliberately withholding the best options. Thus, the top choices were utterly extinguished. There were a few safe stationery stores, real estate agencies, and barbershops, which Lu Ming diligently noted as potential last resorts. He glanced at the countdown timer. Only 2 minutes remained, leaving him a final chance to tempt fate. As seconds slipped away, fortune smiled upon him. With 1 minute and 20 seconds left on the countdown, he spotted a mobile repair shop with a partially rolled-up shutter, the glass door firmly shut, yet the chain lock hung loosely. Aside from 3 gigantic maggots lurking at the entrance, there were no signs of otherworldly creatures within. This was it. Fixing his target, Lu Ming surged forward, removed the chain lock, squeezed through the glass door, and crouched low, half his body inside. He refrained from rushing in, instead surveying his surroundings for any signs of life, ensuring that every corner, including the ceiling, harbored no lurking threats before finally pushing open the glass door, leaping inside, and pulling down the shutter to isolate himself from the outside world. He then swiftly closed the door behind him, securing the chain lock around the handle, binding it tightly. Phew. Having completed these actions, Lu Ming found himself drenched in sweat, as though he had just sprinted 10 kilometers, collapsing onto the ground in exhaustion. His temples throbbed rapidly, and his breathing quickened, yet his eyes remained fixed, unwavering, on the countdown timer. 30 2010. 5 4 3 2 1. Time's up. The alien life forms field has been deactivated. May all your endeavors be fruitful, and your path unobstructed. The subtitles gradually faded, only to reappear, this time presenting an attribute panel instead of a countdown. However, he had no time to examine it closely. Outside, a tumultuous writhing commenced, accompanied by the putrid stench that penetrated through 2 layers of doors, alongside a wailing sound reminiscent of a crying infant. Chilled to the bone, his spirit shaken, Lu Ming felt a prickling sensation at the back of his head, involuntarily inching away. Only when his back pressed against the repair counter did he finally feel a semblance of safety. Clearly, the giant maggots had breached the barricade. There was no longer any sanctuary outside, the only consolation being that he was currently safe from demise. Taking several deep breaths to steady himself, Lu Ming refocused his attention on the attribute panel before him. It bore a striking resemblance to character panels in games. At the top was a photo of himself, identical to his identification picture and remarkably clear. Clicking on it revealed a full-body reflection, quite astonishing, beneath which lay his personal information. Name, Lu Ming. Gender, male. ID number, 66666. Age, 24. Specialization level, not detected. Click to begin scanning. Universal functions, gathering world channel marketplace spatial bag. The information was scanned, yet it raised numerous questions. Most concerning was the not detected behind the specialization level. Click to scan the subject. It was increasingly resembling a game, yet reality felt so palpable, rendering him at a loss for words. With no time to ponder these taxing matters, and with a sense of cautious optimism, Lu Ming clicked on Not Detected. To his astonishment, there was indeed a tactile feedback, akin to tapping on a smartphone screen, the sensation remarkably real. Commencing physical data scan, a beam of blue light emanated from the panel, scanning Lu Ming from head to toe. Data scan complete. Level assessment, Novice Soldier. Instantly, the status next to his strength level shifted from Not Detected to Novice Soldier. It appeared this was the hierarchy of strength within the realm of the Galan apocalypse. Clicking to view details. Novice Soldier. Possesses preliminary qualifications to become a hunting warrior's strength slightly exceeds that of an average person. Consuming specialized crystallized energy can elevate one's rank. Current progress 0-10. Specialized crystals. Precious energy forms that emerge after purifying alien life forms, containing vast reserves of energy. In addition to enhancing specialization levels, they can serve as consumables, substituting for most energy expenditures. Upon learning of the level and the means to enhance it, Lu Ming's expression darkened. This revelation only exacerbated the already pressing survival predicament, as the sole known path to gaining strength lay in directly confronting the alien entities.
Chapter 3. The Mysterious Gift Box. Well, since avoidance is not an option, one must learn to accept fate. Acquiring information is indeed the key. Abandoning fantasies, Lu Ming activated the universal function and began to browse through the options one by one. Collection. Universal function that allows for the rapid disassembly of biological corpses to extract the essence of their materials. TO use. Select the target for collection and simply recite the command in thought. The effective range is 1 meter. IT can only be applied to biological corpses, and the restrictions are quite clear. Nevertheless, he attempted to use it on the repair counter and mobile phone accessories with a sense of luck. As expected, a prompt indicated that the collection type could not be applied, revealing that there were no exceptions to be found. With no other choice, he moved on to the next option. World Channel. Universal function that opens communication channels for interaction with all survivors. The method of activation is the same. Simply recite the command in thought. It serves as a large-scale communication platform. Lu Ming recited the command, and a blue chat box appeared beside the attribute panel. Listing 4 sections: World, Country, Region, Private Chat. Information in the World section scrolled rapidly, with countless languages engaged in fervent exchange. Although he could not comprehend all the words, he was able to catch a few individual terms. Curiously, regardless of the language of the words he captured, he could understand their meanings with remarkable localization, likely due to the unified language system. The interface also kindly provided a prompt, informing him that clicking the message box would pause the automatic scrolling for manual browsing. To familiarize himself with the operation, Lu Ming followed the instructions and paused the information flow. It was at this moment that he noticed a detail that was not particularly minute. Each individual sending messages was verified with real name authentication, with both their avatars and names representing their true selves. This arrangement offered numerous advantages, yet also bore its share of drawbacks. Fortunately, everyone was barefoot, which alleviated concerns about information exposure. If one was truly uneasy, they could simply choose not to reveal their identity. After all, many readers of novels opt not to comment, so what harm is there in being a silent observer? As for the exchanges occurring within the channel, Lu Ming gave it a cursory glance before deciding to ignore it. The discussions were either boasting about their own country or disparaging others, indulging in utterly meaningless verbal bombardments. It was possible that someone had deliberately stoked discord. Igniting chaos. To be candid, it was rather dull. While mundane life could be tolerated, maintaining the nature of trolls in such circumstances was indeed a rarity. However, it was also indicative that a significant number of individuals had secured shelters at the outset, further confirming the tenacity of humanity's survival instinct in the face of peril. Switching templates, he transitioned to the country module. The atmosphere here was instantly more comfortable, not due to the quality of discourse, but rather because of the uniformity of language. which appeared orderly and coherent. He did not delve deeply into the chat content, which was primarily an outpouring of negative emotions, existing in a state of chaotic disarray. Offering little in the way of useful information, moving to the region section, the frequency of messages improved significantly. Although the messages still surged upward one by one, at least the reading pace could keep up. Chunhai, how is everyone faring? Wang Yang. In the last few seconds, I found a real estate agency. Aside from lacking supplies and tools, it's relatively safe. However, the sounds of monsters outside are quite unsettling, and I'm a bit scared that I don't know what to do next. Bao Zhengcheng. We're all about the same. I was hoping to sneak into a bakery or restaurant, but they were all infested with those monsters. In the end, I had to settle for a barbershop, but luck was on my side. The owner seems to live here, and there's a box of uneaten instant noodles and a few unopened bottles of mineral water in the storage room. If anyone needs them later, just let me know. I'd be happy to contribute. Fong Pong. Is that true? Uncle, you're amazing. How about giving me 2 packs now? I have a big appetite. Jin Chi. I want some too. Uncle, can you spare me a few packs? Me too. Uncle, look at me. Uncle. Chen Hai. Each person's space bag contains a 500 milliliters bottle of purified water and 2 compressed biscuits. In extreme circumstances, this can sustain survival for 3 days. Considering urine and all means of satiation, one could barely survive for 5 days, and at that point, seeking help would be reasonable. Fong Pong. Who do you think you are? My dad doesn't even care about me. Why would I need your guidance? Exactly, anyone can spout grand principles. Is it wrong to want to stockpile supplies? A dog catching a rat. Understand. Brother, the verdict is in. Chun Hai, this is the end of the world, not a natural disaster. There are no rescue teams coming to save you. Everyone wants to survive. If you do not rely on yourselves, but instead seek to fill your greed with the goodwill of others, what kind of worldview is that? That is called exploitation. Uncle Bao, don't be so earnest. In these special times, who knows what kind of scoundrels are on the other side? If you give them your things, what will you do for yourself? Wealth should not be flaunted. Fong Pong. Who are you calling scoundrels? If it weren't for the special situation, do you think I wouldn't go over and teach you a lesson? Jin Shi. You call our worldview problematic. Are you afraid that Uncle Bao will distribute his things, and you won't get any? You're just trying to win goodwill to ask for more later. I've seen many like you. Each one more scheming than the last. If it is truly so, that would be disgusting, opening the door to disgust. It's revolting. Chun Hai, I am different from you. I have my own principles. Principles? Can that be eaten? Such grandstanding is nothing but an excuse for being unable to lower oneself and resenting others' good fortune. What nonsense. Bao Zhengcheng. This is my fault. Everyone, please stop arguing. Chun, you do have a point. And besides, I can't provide for so many people. How about this? 5 days is indeed too long. If anyone can't hold out after 3 days, just say so. I will help if I can. Cut it out. 3 days? By then, you'll have eaten your fill 3 times a day, not caring about our survival. I suspect he is just showing off, afraid of angering everyone, concocting a pretty phrase, and now that his goal has been achieved, he is secretly reveling in it. Bao Zhengcheng? I see him as harboring ill intentions. Indeed, in the apocalypse, who would still share their goods with others? It's a scam. Bao Zhengcheng ceased to respond. Evidently angered, and the discourse below grew increasingly heated due to his silence. Look, the intent has been exposed, and he dares not speak. Such a person is even more disgusting than understand. Observing these piercing words, Lu Ming felt a profound sense of reflection. He understood that the environment could alter survival perspectives and distort human nature. Yet, he was unprepared for the rapid transformations in individuals. He clicked on the avatars of Chen Hai and Bao Zhengcheng. The former bore a resolute countenance, with a buzz cut and a square face. While he may not have had the heroic features of a sword brow and starry eyes, he certainly exuded masculine vigor. Given his words, it was highly probable that he was a person of integrity in the original world. The latter was a man in his 40s, dressed plainly, wearing glasses, and appearing rather gaunt, his demeanor quite amiable. Although the truth of his words remained uncertain, the notion of flaunting luck was evidently untenable. One could understand youthful bravado, yet how many individuals in their 40s remained unscathed by societal pressures? They were the type to be disinterested in joining social gatherings. Had this been in the past, people would not have been so cruel. Thus, it appears that in times of apocalypse, one must restrain excessive goodwill. Loving oneself is the ultimate truth, and as for aiding others, that depends on one's capabilities and the nature of the recipient. After finding no further useful information, Lu Ming closed the world channel and turned his attention to the third universal function. Trading post. Universal function that opens a trading platform for the buying and selling of items, exceedingly convenient. The method of activation is the same. Simply recite the command in thought.it is straightforward and easy to use. Though currently, there are very few individuals selling goods. One can imagine that for this system to function, a certain amount of time is required for accumulation, and in this atmosphere of unknown fear, who has the leisure to engage in such pursuits? Thus, only the final universal function remains, the spatial satchel. This is a concept that Chinese people have heard of to some extent. Storage rings, storage spaces, Doraemon's four-dimensional pocket. Surely, one of these memories belongs to you. Spatial satchel, universal function used for storing items, excluding living beings. Time within the space is still, and identical items can be stacked infinitely. Upon death, the satchel will fall into a state of abandonment, becoming ownerless. The method of activation is simple. Recite the command in thought. Upon death, it enters an ownerless state. It seems he will not only need to contend with other species, but will also face competition among his own kind for interests. This realization further solidified his belief in self-reliance. He activated the spatial satchel, and a backpack panel appeared before Lu Ming's eyes. 2 rows of 10 columns, totaling 20 slots. The first 2 slots matched Chen Hai's description, a 500 milliliters bottle of purified water and 2 compressed biscuits. But what was this in the third slot? The third slot. It contained a golden gift box, an item not mentioned by Chen Hai. Holding his breath, Lu Ming clicked on the gift box, and 4 embossed golden characters accompanied by a string of instructions caught his eye. Mysterious gift box. Given that your number corresponds with the survival strategy batch, a special lucky gift is bestowed upon you. Chapter 4. I choose Ascendance, a lucky gift. By heaven's grace, he was an undeniable non-lucky individual, a perennial participant in supermarket raffles and a frequent recipient of consolation prizes in games. Had he entered an apocalyptic world only to improve his luck? Lu Ming was stunned for 3 seconds when a prompt suddenly appeared. Detected a mysterious gift box. Opening it grants 3 lottery chances. Would you like to open it immediately? If you choose no, the gift box will be randomly transferred to a fortunate recipient. Transfer? Is there a choice? Open it immediately. Congratulations, you have received 3 lottery chances. Prizes will be randomly drawn from 4 categories: supplies, skills, weapons, special items. A guaranteed high-level reward will be obtained from 3 draws. Please select the drawing method: single draw, triple draw, triple draw. Congratulations, you have obtained an S-grade skill, advanced identification. Congratulations, you have obtained an E-grade skill, basic knife techniques. Congratulations, you have obtained an exclusive skill, Ascendance. Did I just poke a skill nest? In a triple draw of skills, aside from 1 E-grade gray skill, the other 2 were increasingly rare. In a moment of surprise, the gift box disassembled and reformed in midair, transforming into 3 luminous orbs, 1 gray, 1 gold, and 1 red, rushing towards him with astonishing speed. The spectacle was somewhat magical. Intending to showcase the limits of human reflexes, he consciously attempted to dodge, but his body was too slow to react. And he was struck directly by the 3 orbs. Successfully acquired S-rank skill Advanced Appraisal. Successfully acquired E-rank skill Basic Knife Technique. Successfully acquired exclusive skill Transcendence. Instantly, his mind was flooded with a multitude of incomprehensible information. He hurriedly opened the attribute panel, and indeed, the information had changed. Name: Lu Ming. Gender: male. ID: 66666. Age: 24. Specialization level: Junior Soldier. General functions: Gathering, World Channel, Marketplace, Spatial Bag skills: Basic Knife Technique, E-rank, Advanced Appraisal, S-rank, Transcendence, Exclusive. He immediately accessed the skill information, starting naturally with the rarest one. Transcendence, no grade, category, exclusive skill effect. Consuming a certain number of specialization crystals can permanently elevate any item by 1 grade. The same target cannot be used repeatedly. Associated with Lu Ming. Skill characteristics: transfers upon death. Upon reading the description of the skill's effects, Lu Ming felt a surge of exhilaration in his veins. The ability to elevate any item by 1 grade meant that anything in his possession would evolve to a higher level of excellence, such as that bottle of 500 milliliters of purified water. With this thought, Lu Ming promptly retrieved the bottle, clenched it tightly, and murmured, "Transcend." Whoosh! Reminder. To transcend 500 milliliters of purified water, 1 specialization crystal is required. The first use of the exclusive skill grants 3 privileges of no consumption. Confirm to expend 1 no consumption privilege to transcend 500 milliliters of purified water into 500 milliliters of multifunctional sports drink. Confirm, Use 1 specialization crystal. Confirm. Use 1 no consumption privilege. Cancel. 3 privileges of no consumption. Staring at the options for confirming the consumption privilege, Lu Ming pondered. So that was it. The initial concern about the high demand for using a specialization crystal was mitigated by the trial opportunity, which was rather considerate. However, utilizing the privilege on something worth only 1 specialization crystal, like purified water, would be foolish. It was far more prudent to apply it to offset a significant cost, especially when it came to enhancing strength, as food would be consumed, but possessing strength would ensure a continuous supply of sustenance. Realizing this, Lu Ming promptly canceled the option to transcend the purified water, but before doing so, he unexpectedly discovered that the multifunctional drink in the Transcend option could be examined. He clicked to view. 500 milliliters multifunctional drink, category, Tier 2 beverage. Efficacy, contains a wealth of energy substances. Just 100 milliliters can simultaneously alleviate dehydration, fatigue, weakness, and other mild negative symptoms. Shelf life, 3 years. Both the efficacy and shelf life were unexpectedly robust, vastly superior to sports drinks on Blue Star, and incomparable to ordinary purified water. This indicated that obtaining a Tier 2 beverage would undoubtedly be challenging, perhaps only achievable through opening supply crates. What reassured him further was that the Transcendence skill was exceedingly thoughtful. While Tier 2 items were certainly superior to Tier 1 items, being able to ascertain detailed information before Transcendence was of paramount importance. The greatest advantage lay in the comparative assessment. If a single drink could simultaneously resolve dehydration and fatigue, then the priority for transcending filling food would be lower. Similarly, when transcending 2 similar types of weapons or encountering multiple options during Transcendence, the significance of detailed information would become even more pronounced. This was undoubtedly a divine skill, worthy of in-depth exploration, but there was no rush to validate his thoughts. He would first review the other 2 skills. Turning to the second skill, he selected to view it. Advanced Appraisal, S rank, category, auxiliary skill description. When used, it can read the information of the target item. Range of effect, individual, information acquisition level, quite detailed. The method of use was not specified, but he already had a clear concept in mind. Releasing the thought of appraisal, everything in his line of sight began to shimmer with a blue outline. Once locked on, he simply needed to silently utter the words appraisal in his mind to utilize the skill and read detailed information about the item. Appraisal. Fixing his gaze on the glass display case before him, he released the advanced appraisal, and a stream of information surged into his consciousness. Worn Starshine brand glass display case, information. An aged display case, produced by the Starshine Display Case Processing Factory, later purchased by Pongu, the owner of an innovative mobile phone repair shop, currently nearing the end of its usable life. The details were indeed quite thorough, even revealing the name of the production factory and the buyer. Its utility was immensely apparent in his view. The appraisal skill, even if it could not be compared to the exclusive skill in rarity, was equally invaluable, especially in this unknown apocalyptic world, serving as a veritable eye of truth. Unfortunately, he dared not reveal himself now. Otherwise, he could appraise the maggot-like aberrations to see if he could glean useful information about their habits, characteristics, or methods of attack. Taking a deep breath, Lu Ming continued to review the third skill. Basic Knife Technique. Basic Knife Technique, E rank, category, combat skill effect, initial mastery of the use of knives. The E rank skill lived up to its name, being rather cursory and succinct, yet he felt a sense of joy. Not for any other reason, but simply because in the apocalypse, anything that could enhance one's strength was an invaluable treasure, worthy of his earnest attention. Having grasped a general understanding of the skills, he was left to contemplate the optimal application of the exclusive skill in deep thought. Lu Ming revisited the effects of Transcendence, meticulously examining every word. Consuming a certain number of specialization crystals can permanently elevate any item by 1 grade. Any item? Any? Could it be? A sudden flash of inspiration struck, and a brilliant idea burst forth in his mind, prompting him to exclaim. Choose to transcend the exclusive skill. Chapter 5 Video File Reminder. To transcend the exclusive skill, Transcendence requires the expenditure of 1 million specialization crystals. You have 3 no-consumption privileges. Confirm to use 1 privilege to elevate the exclusive skill to a higher level. Confirm. Consume 1 million specialization crystals. Confirm. Use 1 no-consumption privilege. Cancel. 1 million specialization crystals. The sheer quantity was daunting, and the name of the consumable was different as well. He checked the specialization crystal. Specialization crystal. A substance of immense energy, its energy content equivalent to 100 specialization crystal blocks. It is the paramount currency of the Galan Star System, capable of replacing all energy consumption. obtainable only by purifying a select few aberrant creatures, all of which are the overlords among aberrant beings. Specialization Crystal Block. A new material name had emerged, Specialization Crystal Block. A high-energy substance, its energy content equivalent to 100 specialization crystals. It is the intermediate energy currency of the Galan Star System, capable of replacing 90% of energy consumption obtainable by purifying king-level aberrant creatures. Specialization crystals, specialization crystal blocks, specialization crystal bodies. By now, Lu Ming had a complete understanding of the energy currency in the Galan apocalypse. Yet, the more he learned, the more alarmed he became. He was unaware of the true strength of the overlord-level aberrant creatures, but just from the description of the specialization crystal body, he could glimpse a fraction of the iceberg. They were entities far beyond his current reach, even unimaginable. Thus, glancing once more at the outrageous consumption quantity, Lu Ming hesitated not for a moment. He confirmed the use of one privilege. Reminder: exclusive skill Transcendence successfully elevated to a higher level. As this skill is being manifested for the first time, please name the skill. The first manifestation? Did this mean that only he had obtained this skill? After a brief silence, Lu Ming murmured, Ultimate Transcendence. Reminder: exclusive skill Ultimate Transcendence named successfully. In an instant, the information regarding Transcendence in his mind was replaced with new content, and simultaneously, the exclusive skill section in the attribute panel transformed from red to a vibrant array of colors. Ultimate Transcendence. Category: exclusive skill effect. Consuming a certain number of specialization crystals can permanently elevate any item by 1 or 2 grades. The same target cannot be used repeatedly. Associated with Lu Ming. Skill characteristics. Grade surpasses limitations, undetectable, disappears upon death. Observing the change in skill level and effects, Lu Ming could not contain his overwhelming joy. Even the wailing of the maggots outside became a refreshing melody. The level was indeterminate, aligning with the hint of being the first manifestation. Elevating by 2 grades meant an increased upper limit, while the option of 1 or 2 grades indicated flexible choices. The critical aspect was that the skill characteristic had shifted from transferring upon death to disappearing upon death. In other words, this skill truly belonged to him and would not be acquired by anyone else. While it seemed somewhat inconsequential, it inexplicably provided a sense of comfort, as he despised the idea of having his legacy appropriated by others upon death. As for the grade surpassing limitations and being undetectable, it likely referred to a state that could not be perceived. With 2 remaining privileges of no consumption, and having been enlightened by the substantial cost of ultimate transcendence, Lu Ming had a clear assessment regarding the use of privileges. One word: expensive. Yes, it was that superficial dot on Blue Star. One might believe that more expensive items were invariably better, incurring an intelligence tax. However, in the apocalypse, expensive items undoubtedly had their reasons for being so. Do not question why, it's simply a matter of survival instincts. With a spirit of experimentation, Lu Ming attempted to transcend everything he could think of, discovering that his assumptions were largely correct. Clothing and miscellaneous items had minimal transcendence costs, generally within the range of a single specialization crystal. The enhancement of one's abilities through skills and specialization levels necessitates a significant quantity of crystallized resources. To elevate an E-grade standard swordsmanship, the first tier requires an expenditure of 10 specialization crystals, while the second tier demands 50, allowing for a direct upgrade to C-grade exceptional swordsmanship, thereby elucidating the official valuation of skills transitioning from E to C-grade. The revelation of S-grade advanced identification left him utterly astounded, as the cost to elevate it by 2 tiers rivals that of a proprietary technique, amounting to a staggering 900,000 aberrant crystals. This enormous requirement resolutely convinced him that his second opportunity for a no-cost privilege must be invested in this endeavor. Beep beep beep. Just as Lu Ming was preparing to enhance his advanced identification, a blue exclamation-marked email icon suddenly illuminated on one side of his attribute panel. Upon clicking to view, he discovered a video file transfer within the regional chat records, accompanied by a notice indicating that if such alerts were unnecessary, one could adjust the settings in the world channel. A video file. Opening the regional section, the chat flooded with messages, each exuding fear and shock, instantly leading Lu Ming to sense that the content of the video was of considerable significance. He scrolled through the chat records to locate the video file, which was posted by a young man named Bai Yang, whose profile picture suggested a clean-cut appearance, likely under 20, devoid of any additional annotations, presenting merely the videoed. As Lu Ming opened the video, the first scene revealed a panoramic view of the street through a high-rise window, where 4 robustly armed men were positioned. They were clad in multiple layers of clothing, with their arms and thighs wrapped in protective gear fashioned from their attire. Wielding an assortment of bone-chopping and meat-slicing implements, a glance at the shop behind them confirmed it to be a fresh meat store. Presumably, they had failed to find any edible meat, prompting them to resort to their weapons in an attempt to hunt the maggots at the entrance, leaving Lu Ming in a quandary as to whether to envy their fortuitous circumstance or lament their misfortune. Returning his focus to the men, they immediately targeted a giant maggot, launching a coordinated assault that was evidently premeditated. With each individual striking fiercely, the maggot soon bore numerous wounds, its green blood gushing forth, yet unlike the previously observed yellow liquid, it exhibited no corrosive properties. This indicated that the maggot's defensive capabilities were not particularly formidable. And the corrosive substance it previously emitted was not a universal trait. It likely possessed specialized sacs for such functions. This biological structure suggested, without a doubt, that it must have a method of ranged attack. Regrettably, the hunting process was executed with such swiftness that the severely injured maggot had no chance to retaliate before falling silent. At this juncture, Lu Ming formed an initial assessment of the giant maggot: cumbersome, sluggish, vulnerable, and singular in its offensive approach. With careful precision and targeting, a solitary individual could potentially achieve its demise. A vague sense of relaxation washed over him as his fingers instinctively skimmed across the video, eager to review the feedback below. Yang Tianyi, how could this be? Is that thing invulnerable? Li Jinhua. Those 4 men perished in an instant, and in such a gruesome manner. Qin Lian. There's simply no chance of victory. That creature is beyond our capacity to withstand. No one can survive. Invulnerable? Perished? What could that possibly mean? Lu Ming swiftly scrolled back to the video file. It had not been paused, and what met his eyes was the giant maggot, which had just fallen silent. Its wounds had completely healed, its body now standing tall, and more disturbingly, its skin had transformed from a pale gray to a deep crimson. Its interior pulsated ominously, an unknown blue-white energy surging beneath its skin. The 4 men displayed expressions of terror, turning to flee back to the shop, but before they could act, the upright giant maggot executed a lateral sweep, akin to an eraser gliding over ink, instantly obliterating the upper halves of 2 men, blood splattering across the ground. The remaining 2 stood frozen in shock, and it was this moment of paralysis that led the maggot to unleash its mandibles. Resembling a gaping abyss, and due to the rear-facing recording, Lu Ming could not fully discern the entirety of its maw, yet its explosive speed and lethality were utterly appalling. In the blink of an eye, it severed half of one man's body. The other individual finally snapped back to reality from the horrific scene before him and bolted in a frenzy. However, as Lu Ming had anticipated, the maggot possessed ranged capabilities. A stream of viscous yellow liquid struck him, and the blood-red steam along with visible corrosive transformations emanated from his body, the agony compelling him to writhe and scream on the ground, within moments rendering him motionless. The entire counterattack transpired in less than 10 seconds, and the final man's cries attracted even more maggots. In no time, the area before the meat shop was inundated with them, and the remnants of those men were swiftly consumed. Chapter 6. Ultimate Enhancement, The Eye of Truth. The video concluded here, leaving Lu Ming with a profound sense of dizziness from the intense visual shock. Although he could endure the bloodshed depicted in films, witnessing real human death elicited a rapid heartbeat and a surge of bile. Instinctively covering his mouth and nose, he swallowed hard to suppress his nausea, achieving a semblance of calm only after several seconds. Now was not the time for sentimentality. He had missed the segment where the maggot revived and needed to rewatch that moment. Thus, he closed his eyes, took 2 deep breaths, and reopened the video, dragging the progress bar back to the moment when the 4 men had slaughtered the maggot. The leading figure raised his hand to collect the carcass. But suddenly, countless flesh buds erupted from the wounds of the maggot, intertwining and adhering. In a mere 5 seconds, the battered creature restored itself to pristine condition. The previously motionless maggot now exhibited remarkable vitality. The blue-white energy swirling within its body, its skin shifting from gray to dark red, standing erect and exuding an overwhelming pressure. The subsequent footage depicted the counterattack, which Lu Ming felt no inclination to revisit. After all, the impression of those 10 seconds was indelibly etched in his mind. Pausing the video, he focused intently on the maggot, his curiosity surging. If only he could identify it, if only he could ascertain its nature. Little did he know, as his desire to identify intensified, a blue outline manifested upon the surface of the maggot. Indeed, a lock-on effect triggered by the identification consciousness. it dawned upon him that one need not confront an entity directly. As long as one could observe its essence, even through images and videos, an identification result could be achieved. Identification. Without a moment's hesitation, Lu Ming immediately initiated the identification process. Scythe moth larva. E-grade. Category. Insectoid aberration description. The larval form of the E-grade elite aberration scythe moth. It moves sluggishly when not in a retaliatory state, with a singular mode of attack. Once attacked, it enters an agitated state, its aggressive instinct surging, transitioning from a crawling posture to an upright stance, revealing its fearsome maw, thus augmenting its intimidation and offensive capabilities. Modes of attack. It can launch its mandibles from its oral cavity to directly bite prey with ferocious bite, or it can compress its gastric pouch to expel a high corrosive gastric acid with corrosive spit. The scythe moth larva, the name alone suggests a highly lethal species. However, despite the detailed description, there was no mention of its weaknesses. Yet, every living organism must possess vulnerabilities. Thus, the only question remained. Was his identification level insufficient? Glancing at the advanced identification on his attribute panel, Lu Ming murmured, Ultimate Enhancement. Notice. Please select the enhancement tier, second tier, first tier, second tier. Notice. Elevating S-grade skill advanced identification requires the consumption of 900,000 specialization crystals. You have 2 instances of no-cost privilege. Do you confirm the consumption of 1 privilege to elevate the S-grade skill advanced identification by 2 tiers? Confirm. Consume 900,000 specialization crystals. Confirm. Consume 1 no-cost privilege. Cancel. Confirm the consumption of 1 privilege. Notice. S-grade skill advanced identification successfully elevated to a higher level. As this skill has appeared for the first time, please assign a name to it. Once again, as it was the first appearance, it seemed that the 2 enhancements had allowed the skills to transcend their original limits. Was it time for a touch of flair? The Eye of Truth. Notice. The skill Eye of Truth has been successfully named, and this skill has been forcibly transformed into a proprietary technique. Before his eyes, the name of advanced identification shifted into a dazzling spectrum, transforming into a proprietary skill. He clicked to view. The Eye of Truth. Category. Proprietary skill description. When used, it allows the user to read the information of the target object. Range of effect. Individual. Space. Degree of information acquisition. Exceedingly detailed. Target subject. Lu Ming. Skill characteristics. Grade transcends limitations. Imperceptible to any external force. Disappears upon death. The method of use remains identical to that of advanced identification, yet there has been a monumental breakthrough in both the range of identification and the degree of information acquisition. The spatial identification could be addressed later. For now, the utmost priority was to discern the weaknesses of the scythe moth larva. With that thought in mind, Lu Ming refocused on the scythe moth larva in the video. Identification. At that moment, Lu Ming, unbeknownst to himself, transformed as his eyes shifted from black to a brilliant gold. Scythe moth larva. E-grade ordinary. Category. Insectoid aberration description. The larval form of the E-grade elite aberration scythe moth. It moves sluggishly when not in a retaliatory state. Upon receiving an attack, it enters an agitated state, its aggressive instincts intensifying, transitioning from a crawling posture to an upright stance, revealing its massive maw, which amplifies its intimidation and offensive capabilities. After consuming prey, if adequately energized, it will undergo metamorphosis on the spot, entering an evolutionary phase. At that point, all larvae in the vicinity will instinctively enter an agitated state, fiercely protecting the pupa until it successfully evolves. If insufficient energy is obtained from consuming prey, it will grow portions of its prey's limbs externally to augment its own combat effectiveness. Attack methods. The creature employs a method of direct consumption through its extended oral cavity, executing a fierce bite, as well as a high corrosive gastric acid spray by compressing its stomach sac, termed acid spit. Characteristics. It possesses a mid-level regeneration ability that allows for rapid healing even when severely dismembered. Weakness. The core, which, if shattered within its larval form, can lead to its immediate demise. Notably, the scythe moth larvae are keenly aware of their vulnerabilities and are acutely conscious of their own frailty. Hence, upon their emergence, each larva instinctively alters the position of its core, resulting in a unique placement for every individual. However, the core serves as their energy nucleus. By observing the pulsating energy sources on the larva's exterior, one can deduce the true location of the core. The core, in exquisite detail, it cannot deceive me. Thus, while it may not guarantee a leading advantage over the entire world of Galan, it certainly secures a prime opportunity within the first echelon. Coupled with formidable sublimation skills, the future appears promising, and survival in the present seems far from difficult. As his gaze shifted from the identification information back to the video file, Lu Ming was astonished to discover that every scythe moth larva in the footage was pulsating with a red light. Each light was the size of an infant's fist, with distinctly varying positions. Undoubtedly, these were the locations of their cores. Could it be that the Eye of Truth not only identifies weaknesses but can also precisely mark the locations of these vulnerabilities? The thought ignited a wave of elation within Lu Ming. Previously, even with knowledge of a weakness, one had to make their own deductions. Now, having it explicitly indicated was akin to possessing an unfair advantage. Unable to contain his exhilaration, he soon regained composure, reminding himself that assistance is merely supplementary. One's own strength remains irreplaceable. Being able to see does not equate to striking true. One must not be blinded by fortune. For caution is the progenitor of crisis. Chapter 7. Unexpected gains breath. Steadying his mind, Lu Ming took a deep breath, ready to close the chat interface. However, upon glancing at the scrolling messages below, he hesitated and slowly withdrew his finger. It was a rare occasion. He might as well indulge in a few more glimpses of the chat content. Scrolling down, he found an array of fearful expressions regarding the counterattack by the scythe moth larvae. With negativity abounding, fortunately, Chun Hai, who had made quite an impression previously, stepped in to alleviate the group's anxiety. Chun Hai, let us not be overly pessimistic. At least we now know they cannot be easily slain and will become more savage upon resurrection. Yet, as an initial monster after suppression, such anomalous creatures must possess fatal weaknesses. Otherwise, it defies logic. Fong Pong. You speak eloquently, yet it all amounts to nonsense. Where is the weakness? Not knowing the weakness renders us powerless. What good is that? Chun Hai, you are young and impulsive. I shall not argue with you. Once I am prepared, I will release one for an attempt at extermination, documenting the process in its entirety. Should I fail, consider it a lesson in error for you. Should I succeed, I hope it will inspire you to muster the courage to try, for we have no retreat and must bravely continue forward despite our fears. A silence ensued for 5 seconds. Evidently moving everyone present, Lu Ming felt the same. Regardless of the current situation or environment, his admiration for Chun Hai stemmed from the heart, even desiring to privately inform him of the scythe moth larvae's weakness. Yet he quickly regained his composure, suppressing that foolish impulse. Indeed, he was selfish, but is it not human nature to feel jealousy, envy, and admiration towards others for what one cannot achieve? He could not emulate Chun Hai's valor and selflessness. Thus he could only silently apologize to himself. He needed to preserve his own advantage. After all, in terms of physique, he would merely be considered a slightly more robust ordinary human among the entirety of humanity. Lacking systematic combat training and martial arts, the only swordsmanship he possessed was obtained through a lottery, and was equally at an introductory level, never once utilized. If he were to relinquish the opportunity to quickly accumulate resources and widen the gap between himself and the strong, it would be utterly irredeemable. After 5 seconds, someone finally broke the silence. Surprisingly, it was Fong Pong, who had always been at odds with Chun Hai. Fong Pong, if you follow through on your words, I sincerely apologize for everything I've said against you. If you succeed in slaying it, I shall be the second to attempt. Chun Hai, at last, you are showing some semblance of a man. Fong Pong, TCH. I have always been a man. Was that ever in question? Bao Zhengcheng. Haha, this is how it should be. We were inexplicably brought here. If we cannot unite ourselves, our chances of survival diminish even further. We must remain positive. Lu Yun. Indeed, we cannot simply give up so easily. Li Gang. We must also find our loved ones. Fong Bo. Right, we have family. I almost forgot in the tension. If this is Blue Star's parallel reality, our loved ones must surely be somewhere in this wasteland. Survive. Survive one. The atmosphere shifted instantaneously from despondency to exuberance, allowing Lu Ming to witness the power of a leader. However, he was not optimistic about the team's survival strategy. Unless the leader possessed formidable strength and adequate leadership skills, the collapse of their fortress could occur with just a single wave. As for loved ones, Lu Ming could only manage a wry smile. He had none. Thus, he had grown accustomed to maintaining his composure. From childhood to adulthood, the only person he could rely on was himself. Matters he could resolve required no anxiety, and those he could not resolve rendered worry futile. Closing the chat interface, Lu Ming redirected his gaze to the entirety of the shop. Abilities were present, weaknesses identified. The only lacking element was weaponry. Identification. A thought emerged, outlining his intent, but this time, Lu Ming chose not a single item, but the entire shop space for assessment. The sublimation effect of the Eye of Truth would be directed towards spatial identification. Once activated, every item within the shop came into view, each adorned with a label: Starlight display case, synthetic leather chair, generic ornaments, Huawei 9000 imitation phone case, repair toolbox. Perfect, that's it. A stainless steel cleaver. Just as Lu Ming rejoiced at finding the toolbox, a conspicuous label caught his eye at the bottom of the display case. A cleaver? What a delightful surprise. He hastily crossed the counter and approached the marked location of the cleaver, carefully feeling around until he encountered the cool sensation above the iron case. Upon retrieval, it was indeed a gleaming, 60-centimeter-long classic cleaver. Thanks to the effect of ordinary knife skills, gripping the handle felt as though he were wielding a specialized weapon. A casual swing revealed the fluidity of his technique, precise and graceful, prompting admiration for the skill's potency. After practicing for a while, feeling thoroughly invigorated, he lifted the cleaver and initiated the traditional assessment. 420A stainless steel cleaver, tool grade, category, tool description. Acquired by the owner of the innovative mobile repair shop, Pengge, from Changbao for the purpose of preventing personal threats arising from customer disputes. Status: sharpened durability, 8100 supplement. Durability below 50 may result in dulling. Below 30 carries a risk of breakage. Once durability reaches 0, this item will be rendered completely unusable. Goodness, it even has durability? Normally, wouldn't it be subject to wear? It seems to be tied to gaming mechanics. What do they call this? Virtual reality? No, that's not quite right. Yet, even with a durability of only 80, it suffices for the current situation. After all, it aligns with ordinary knife techniques, a tool. This item is categorized as a tool in the assessment. It does not even qualify as a weapon. One must know that in Blue Star Huaxia, brandishing such an item on the street would surely invite unsolicited tea invitations. Lu Ming sighed in contemplation. Yet the issue was minor. He still had ultimate sublimation. Right. Let us see what the cleaver becomes after sublimation. Ultimate sublimation. Prompt. To subliminate the 420A stainless steel cleaver, 2 specialized crystals are required. You possess 1 instance of no-cost privilege. Confirm to consume this privilege to subliminate the 420A stainless steel cleaver into one of the following items. Confirm. Consume 2 specialized crystals. Confirm. Consume 1 no-cost privilege. Cancel. As the ultimate sublimation initiated, the cleaver transformed into a higher-tier weapon, astonishingly presenting 3 options: straight sword, broadsword, katana. The former features a straight, narrow blade, elongated and elegant, highly aesthetically pleasing, suitable for thrusting. The latter has a curved, long blade, substantial and weighty, exuding a bold and imposing presence, ideal for hacking. The last is familiar, a Japanese sword, possessing merits across various domains but excelling in none, rendering it somewhat negligible. Upon comparing the remaining 2, it was evident that the straight sword was most suitable for the current combat dynamics. Particularly for thrusting, if executed with precision, penetrating the core would certainly result in a swift kill of a scythe moth larva. As for the second-tier sublimation, it required at least 20 specialized crystals for advancement, which did not fall within the current considerations. The priority would be to evolve the weapon to the first tier or enhance the specialization level. Which option to pursue would require real-world evaluation. If he could slay scythe moth larvae with just the cleaver and sustain minimal durability loss, it would indicate that the weapon was indeed sufficient. Thus, amassing 10 specialized crystals to bolster his own strength became paramount. Conversely, should the cleaver dull after slaying 2 scythe moth larvae, he would undoubtedly prioritize the use of crystals to enhance the weapon. With a clear direction in mind, Lu Ming promptly canceled the sublimation operation for the cleaver. He shifted his gaze toward the entrance, preparing to commence his initial hunt for the anomalous creatures. Chapter 8. Triggering functions outside, cries echoed in a rising tide. Upon entering the shop, there were only 3 scythe moth larvae outside. Now, after several minutes had elapsed, the situation had become rather unclear. Through mere auditory recognition, it appears that the number of larvae is destined to increase rather than decrease. Fortunately, inspired by Chen Haifeng's remarks regarding the entry of one, Lu Ming has devised a clear plan to eliminate the larvae. The repair shop's entrance consists of 2 layers. The outer layer is a rolling shutter door that opens vertically, while the inner layer is a glass door that swings open both inwards and outwards. If he can widen the gap of the glass door to a size that allows the larvae to enter, then secure it with a chain lock, and finally raise the rolling shutter door to just the right height for the larvae to pass through. He would have created a simple barrier that permits only one larva at a time. At that point, he could position himself on a chair, lying in wait on one side of the glass door, ready to plunge his blade into the body of the larva as it enters, utilizing his weight and the force of gravity to strike, thereby destroying its core and achieving the kill. Of course, this is merely a scripted plan. Executing it so smoothly requires consideration of potential variables. The most fundamental concern is the durability of the glass door. Should a larva behave erratically and collide violently, it could shatter or collapse the door, plunging him into a perilous situation. However, time is of the essence, and he cannot afford to hesitate. He must act swiftly, utilizing the screwdriver and wrench from his toolbox. He secures the glass door's gap with a chain lock. He twists a few data cables into a rope to bind the rolling shutter's handle. After testing the strength of the makeshift rope and finding it satisfactory, he brings a chair over and stands atop it, forcefully pulling the rolling shutter open just enough to create a gap. With a resounding clatter, despite his utmost caution, the noise of the rolling shutter is unmistakably loud. The cries outside abruptly cease, followed by the distinct sound of something slamming against the shutter, a miscalculation. Yet he refuses to retreat. Regardless of how he pulls, there will be noise, so he might as well be decisive. To mitigate the impact of the collision, Lu Ming strains to raise the rolling shutter to a height that precisely allows the larvae to enter. In an instant, a foul stench accompanies a plump larva as it plunges inside. To be frank, even with mental preparation, facing an alien creature still quickens his heartbeat and sends adrenaline surging. Holding his breath and casting aside his inner fear, Lu Ming quietly activates his Eye of Truth. The first larva to rush and reveals its weak point, cunningly concealed at the base of its abdomen. A downward thrust is perilously close to the maximum length of his blade. One misstep could result in a miss, necessitating a follow-up strike. But a follow-up strike it shall be. What other options does he have? With the door now ajar, there is no retreat. After a brief moment of hesitation, Lu Ming drives the blade downwards, his weight pressing firmly onto the hilt. With a squelching sound, green bodily fluid erupts as the blade plunges deep into the larva, striking its core with pinpoint accuracy. The sharp crack of rupture resonates in his ears as the once vigorous alien creature collapses, swiftly becoming a cold corpse. A single, decisive strike. No surprises here. His basic knife skills proved effective. It must be said, the outer layer is indeed fragile. However, the thick layer of fat and the larva's instinct to evade danger caused a noticeable increase in friction as the blade entered. Had he not exerted his full strength, even a slight obstruction could have prevented him from reaching the core, leading to a display of the larva's defiance. Extracting the blade, now coated in green fluid, Lu Ming refrains from hastily collecting the corpse. 3 more larvae are still pushing their way in. Had it not been for this first corpse blocking the entrance, the second larva would undoubtedly have followed suit. Taking a deep breath, Lu Ming steps back onto the chair, tightening his grip on the blade as he glances at its status, only to gasp in shock. Durability. 7100, after merely slaying one larva. The durability of the blade has plummeted by a full 10 points. What could be the cause? Is it possible that the core is located beneath the abdomen, meaning the blade first traversed the stomach, leading to its corrosion by the potent gastric acid? If this is indeed the case, he must enhance the blade's quality without delay, lest he find himself weaponless in the future. Collect. He locks onto the corpse, murmuring softly as the larval body disintegrates, leaving behind a pool of thick yellow residue as proof of its existence. Successfully collected the corpse of the Grim Reaper larva. Obtained specialized crystal 1. High-purity alien protein 1. Excellent, luck is on his side. He has acquired a specialized crystal. However, Lu Ming has no time to ponder the nature of the high-purity alien protein, as the second Grim Reaper larva has already charged in. Identification. The core is exposed, and once again, it is situated near the bottom of the abdomen. What happened to the promised variance? Does a slight deviation even count? Must it conform so rigidly to its monstrous design? Could it not exhibit some individuality, perhaps by placing the core atop its head for a swift demise? Internally lamenting, Lu Ming employs the same method as before, armed with the experience of a swift kill. He remains notably calmer this time, bolstered by the courage and confidence instilled by his basic knife skills. The blade descends, bodily fluid spray, and the core shatters in one fluid motion, with no interruptions whatsoever. The only frustration he feels is the blade losing another 10 points of durability. 6100. Only 2 larvae remain before it becomes dull. Fortunately, a dull blade does not preclude direct thrusting, especially since he is merely one specialized crystal away from upgrading the blade. Should luck favor him, This next collection might directly replace the blade with a straight-edge knife. Returning to the chair, he locks onto the corpse of the Grim Reaper larva. Collect. Successfully collected the corpse of the Grim Reaper larva. Obtained high-purity alien protein 1. Somewhat exasperated, he notes that the second did not yield a crystal. While there is some annoyance, reflecting on the benefits he received at the start brings him a sense of relief. As his emotions settle, the third Grim Reaper larva soon follows, crawling in. Identification. Excellent. As if in response to his thoughts, this larva's core is indeed concealed within its head. Bypassing the stomach guarantees a friendlier encounter with the blade. And the minimal fat in the head means he need not resort to a precision strike to achieve a kill. With a swift drop and a decisive swing, he cleaves through the larva's head along with its core. Checking the blade's condition, he finds that its durability has only decreased by 2 points, proof that the gastric acid is indeed the source of the durability loss. Glancing back at the door, only one larva remains. Perhaps having witnessed the demise of its brethren, its activity level has surged. As it boldly climbs over the bodies of its kindred to enter, Lu Ming will not indulge it. Previously, he had to separate its companions, but now that it is alone, what is there to fear? He acts decisively, identifying and collecting simultaneously. The corpse disintegrates into a portion of high-purity alien protein. Indeed, yet again, no specialized crystal appears. The larva, having stepped onto the bodies of its fallen kin, finds itself abruptly unbalanced and falls straight down. Seizing the opportunity presented by its sudden descent, Lu Ming steps forward and thrusts into its neck, piercing the fatal core located at the back of its neck, thereby ending its life. Thus, all 4 alien creatures that had besieged the entrance of the repair shop have been vanquished. Collect. Successfully collected the corpse of the Grim Reaper larva. Obtained specialized crystal 1, high-purity alien protein 1. After 2 rounds of disappointment, the second specialized crystal finally materializes, yet Lu Ming does not feel the elation he had anticipated. He slowly closes the rolling shutter door and tightly secures the glass door before returning to the display cabinet where he had leaned against. Seeking to calm his mind, it is only after he has composed himself that he opens his spatial pouch. Peering inside, he discovers a crystal-clear, diamond-shaped crystal imbued with a shimmering blue light. Upon removal, it is no thicker than a thumb, exuding a gentle warmth and a serene touch, scattering fine dust as it rolls in his palm. Dreamlike, strange, yet tinged with a hint of melancholy. This is his sensory judgment as a human. Regrettably, only 2 crystals have been produced from 4 larvae, yielding a mere 50% probability. For others, unaware of the consumption rate of specialized crystals, a 50% yield might seem satisfactory. However, given his possession of the ultimate sublimation, a veritable beast of consumption, this 50% is decidedly inadequate. Unless he ceases to utilize his skills, his consumption will forever be exponentially greater than that of others. Perhaps in the future, as more individuals begin to hunt aliens, he could utilize the trading post to sell sublimation items for substantial profit. But at present, everyone is impoverished, struggling merely to survive. In times of desperation, who would part with specialized crystals to enhance their own power? Relying solely on himself is excessively burdensome. Bluntly put, it is possible to slay 10 and yield not a single crystal. This is not his desired state. Thus, he contemplates whether he can leverage the ultimate sublimation to enhance the yield of specialized crystals at a specific point. Can he directly subliminate the aliens? Theoretically, this could work. The higher the grade of the alien creature, the rarer the items it produces, and even ordinary yields could improve. Yet, such an approach seems reckless. Without overwhelming strength to crush 1 or 2 tiers, he would only invite his own demise. Therefore, for now, he cannot target the source of production. If he cannot target the source, can he instead focus on triggering the production function? For instance, this collect. Chapter 9 program name. Greed collect. A universal function that allows for the rapid disintegration of biological corpses. Extracting the essence of matter. Observing the function panel, Lu Ming silently contemplates. Ultimate sublimation. Prompt. Please select the sublimation grade, Tier 2 Tier 1. Gazing at the prompt, Lu Ming feels a sense of absurdity. Sublimating anything, even a universal function, is truly all-encompassing. Is this not a bug? Will excessive use lead to repercussions? He feels a twinge of fear but lacks any intention of restraining himself. To forego a divine technique would be foolish. He opts for immediate gratification. Tier 1. Logically, he should directly opt for Tier 2 sublimation. After all, without specialized crystals, he can only rely on privileges. However, his curiosity drives him to see what the effects of Tier 1 sublimation might be. A prompt. Sublimation of the universal function collect requires the consumption of 2 million specialized crystals. You have one unconditional consumption privilege. Would you like to confirm the consumption of this privilege to upgrade the universal function collect to the special function perfect collect? 2 million specialized crystals? Lu Ming is taken aback. This is merely the first stage of sublimation, and already the consumption exceeds the intrinsic value of the ultimate sublimation itself. What if it were the second stage? One can hardly fathom. Could it be even more extraordinary than the ultimate sublimation? Upon reviewing the details of perfect collection, a unique function that can swiftly decompose biological corpses and extract the essence of all substances produced by the organism within a 5-meter radius. One might wonder, what does it mean to extract the essence of all substances produced? Does it imply that any material produced by the larva of the scythe owl will be extracted with absolute certainty? Disregarding any probability? Goodness! If that is indeed the case, perfect collection would be a game-changer in the rules of loot acquisition, its value beyond measure. And if the first stage can yield such miraculous results, what might the second stage entail? A fleeting thought crossed Lu Ming's mind, leaving him parched. Unconsciously swallowing, he reached out to press the button to cancel the first stage of sublimation, then initiated the ultimate sublimation once more. Prompt: please select the grade of sublimation, second stage. Prompt: general function collection requires the consumption of 8 million specialized crystals. You possess one privilege to consume without cost. Do you wish to confirm the consumption of this privilege to elevate the general function collection to a higher tier? Confirm. Consumes 8 million specialized crystals. Confirm. Consume one privilege without cost. Cancel. 8 million specialized crystals. At the conversion rate of one specialized crystal equating to 100 specialized crystal blocks, which in turn equals 10,000 specialized crystals, 8 million specialized crystals is an astronomical figure. Is this function truly that terrifying after sublimation? Wait. A higher tier instead of directly informing one of the skills obtained? Consistent with the prompts for ultimate sublimation and the Eye of Truth IT, seems to be another tier that delves into the unknown. Lu Ming smirked and confirmed the consumption of his privilege. Prompt: general function collection successfully sublimated to a higher tiered. This tier is newly introduced and is an evolutionary variant of the program's general function. It will be directly named by this program. Program naming in progress. Naming completed. Function title: Greed. Prompt: the greed function sublimation has concluded. This function has been forcibly transformed into an exclusive function, exclusive to Lu Ming. A series of prompts left Lu Ming bewildered. The most notable distinction was that the namer had shifted from himself to the program itself. Greed? Gazing at the now high-gloss black lettering of the function, Lu Ming felt an unsettling dissonance. This color hardly seemed appropriate for a righteous individual, bearing a somewhat sinister air. He clicked to view. Greed? Category: exclusive function effect. Can swiftly decompose biological corpses, extracting twice the essence of all substances produced by the organism. Method of use: mere thought suffices. Range of effect: 10 meters, will increase with the specialized level of the target. Function characteristic: Hand of Greed. Function characteristic: grade surpasses limitations, imperceptible to any external force. Vanishing upon death. Target: Lu Ming. The display of function information transformed into a skill status. The effect description indicated merely a doubling of the output compared to perfect collection. To be frank, such a modest enhancement hardly seemed commensurate with the magnitude of 8 million specialized crystals. Unless it possessed hidden attributes, or that characteristic known as the Hand of Greed held an exceedingly exaggerated utility. Touching the Hand of Greed, he found that it allowed for an insatiable and unscrupulous acquisition of all worldly things. Enabling the extraction of essence from the corpses of others. To extract. One must complete the action first, with options available during extraction: merciful, single extraction, obtaining one portion of the essence without affecting others' extractions; ruthless, double extraction, completely draining all essence, preventing others from obtaining any. Staring fixedly at the Hand of Greed, Lu Ming could not help but exclaim in astonishment. What an absurd function! The ability to directly steal the spoils of others? What if someone else expended immense resources to slay a king-level aberration, and he merely stood by, activating the ruthless mode? Would that not allow an entire team to unwittingly toil for him? Such an effect would bring tears to the eyes of any capitalist. Worth it. Closing the information panel for Greed, Lu Ming nearly grinned from ear to ear. To be fair, a person as upright and benevolent as he ought not to wield such a nefarious function. Yet it was simply too enticing. Ultimately weighing moral degradation against fame and fortune, Lu Ming resolved to sacrifice a smidgen of his image, utilizing it sparingly and only when necessary, truly, just a wee bit. Hee hee, cough cough. Unable to suppress a chuckle, he quickly recognized his lapse in decorum, covering it with a cough to regain composure. The issue of crystal output had been thoroughly resolved. He had the resources to upgrade his weapon, and thus was fully prepared, with no lingering concerns, awaiting the annihilation of the scythe owl larva. Re-grasping the large machete, he looked at the dried residue on the blade and intoned solemnly, "Ultimate sublimation." Prompt. Please select the grade of sublimation. First stage. Prompt. The sublimation of the tool, 420A stainless steel machete, requires the consumption of 2 specialized crystals. Confirm. Cancel. Extremely intelligent. After exhausting the 3 privileges, the prompts had become more succinct. Confirmed. Prompt. Please select the direction of sublimation. Straight blade. Machete. Katana. Straight blade. Whoosh! The machete in his hand disintegrated into particles, then swirled and coalesced anew. In a mere second, a silver-bladed, sharp-edged straight knife appeared in his grasp. Grasping the hilt, he felt the fresh texture of the blade, a flicker of excitement sparking within him. Prompt. The tool, 420A stainless steel machete, has successfully sublimated into a traditional straight knife. Chapter 10. Advancement. Intermediate soldier. The blade measures 80 centimeters in length, 3 centimeters in width, and the handle is 15 centimeters long, weighing approximately 2 kilograms. The entire knife is elegantly elongated, with a blade that glimmers coldly. Alas, it lacks a sheath. Otherwise, its aesthetic appeal would be even greater. Identification. Traditional straight knife, black iron grade, category, weapon description. A superior short weapon forged through traditional craftsmanship, improved with local materials, possessing notable sharpness and corrosion resistance. It can inflict considerable damage on most E-grade aberrations, excluding those with exceptionally high defenses. Status. Sharpened durability. 500/500. The design is flawless, the sharpness astonishing, and its corrosion resistance is 5-fold. A divine weapon specifically for slaying scythe owl larvae. What more could one desire? Firmly gripping the straight knife, Lu Ming executed a series of slashes, honing his skills through ordinary swordplay, completing the adjustment within minutes. As he returned the knife to its sheath, his appreciation for its sword. He couldn't help but wonder if he had been overly tense, as he had expended energy to slay 4 scythe owl larvae. After a few minutes of wielding the knife, he found himself feeling somewhat parched. Glancing at the pure water resting in his pack, he weighed his options and decided to endure for the time being. He would first decompose a few larval corpses, accumulate some specialized crystals, and subsequently upgrade the pure water into an energy drink, allowing him to linger in this establishment for a longer duration. As for why he wished to remain here, it was undeniably due to the unparalleled advantages of this location. Familiar with the environment, he could utilize every corner, making it an excellent hotspot for swiftly hunting scythe owl larvae. Smiling faintly, Lu Ming again opened the glass door, adjusting the gap and controlling the force to pull open the rolling shutter. Clang! The sound of metal scraping against metal and the rattling of the shutter startled all larvae within a 30-meter radius. They slowly began to crawl towards the shop door, only to be hindered by the size of the door and the height of the shutter. In the end, they could only follow the first wave of larvae, with one squeezing through the gap in the glass door, followed closely by 4 others, completely blocking the path for their kin behind them. As for Lu Ming, he no longer needed to stand on a chair for a downward assault. He simply activated the Eye of Truth, positioned himself beside the glass door, and awaited the larvae to crawl halfway through. With a swift motion, he would strike, severing the heads before delivering a second blow to shatter the core, allowing him to efficiently complete the kill. Collection. No feedback. The corpses remained still. Lu Ming was puzzled. Then suddenly enlightened and silently recited, "Greed." Successfully decomposed the corpse of the scythe owl larva, obtaining specialized crystals 2, high purity aberrant protein 2E. Unlike skill evolution, the command for function evolution had altered. However, the results were indeed stable. With double the output of specialized crystals, the odd, clumped materials could be set aside for now. The remaining task was a mechanical one. The larvae would pass through the door gap, Lu Ming would sever their heads, destroy the cores, and complete the decomposition. Successfully decompose the corpse of the scythe owl larva, obtaining specialized crystals 2, high purity aberrant protein 2. Successfully decompose the corpse of the scythe owl larva, obtaining specialized crystals 2, high purity aberrant protein 2. Successfully decompose the corpse of the scythe owl larva, obtaining. The program's prompts came in rapid succession, and Lu Ming's stock of specialized crystals visibly surged to 30. Now, he needed to consume just 10 to evolve from an elementary soldier to a higher rank. However, Given that he had yet to fully grasp the evolution process, he opted for caution. Should any anomalies arise during evolution, leaving him immobile or in agony, it could jeopardize his chances. With the knife in hand, swift and precise, it took less than 15 minutes to eradicate the second wave of scythe owl larvae. In his pack lay 88 specialized crystals and 92 clumps of high-purity aberrant protein. In total, he had successfully slain 44 larvae. The straight knife's condition was now at a durability of 478/500. In summary, he had expended durability equivalent to slaying 2 larvae for each point, a testament to its extraordinary integrity. Even if one were to adopt a more conservative approach, eliminating the potential for blade dulling by 50 points, the remaining durability would still suffice to support the hunting of over 800 larvae. With a flick of his wrist, Lu Ming dislodged the green viscous substance from the blade, feeling an unbounded optimism for the future, albeit with a slight ache in his arm. After all, he was but a mere mortal. Even wielding an empty blade for 15 minutes would reveal signs of fatigue, let alone the act of slaying tangible entities such as the larvae. He flexed his forearm, closed the gate once more, and placed the knife upon the display case. Upon accessing the attributes panel, he located the specialization level and tapped on the title of the primary soldier. Instantly, an upgrade prompt appeared. Prompt: sufficient quantity of space pouch specialization crystals detected. Would you like to consume 10 specialization crystals to elevate your specialization level to intermediate soldier? Yes. Whoosh, accompanied by a wondrous whistling sound. 10 specialization crystals soared into the air. Amidst their swirling and vibrating dance, they transformed into 10 arcs of shimmering starlight, darting into Lu Ming's body, flooding his limbs and bones. Thump, thump. His heart began to pound ferociously. Veins bulged beneath his skin. Waves of tingling pain surged through every corner of his body, nearly prompting him to cry out. Fortunately, his masculine composure prevailed, and he stifled the urge. The discomfort, an acidic, tingling sensation, lasted for about 10 seconds, after which a sudden explosion of energy erupted within him. It was not a mere gurgle, but rather a tumult of power. Clenching his fists, Lu Ming reveled in the near doubling of his strength. His eyes wide with disbelief. Particularly gratifying was the noticeable enlargement of his arm muscles, bringing him a surge of joy. The enhancement of his specialization level also improved his physical prowess. What an exhilarating sensation. He reviewed the panel information. Name: Lu Ming. Gender: male. ID: 66666. Age: 24. Specialization level: intermediate soldier. General functions: greed exclusive, world channel, trading post, space pouch. Skills: basic knife skills, E grade, eye of truth exclusive, ultimate sublimation exclusive. Intermediate soldier. Let us examine the description. His mind was active, and his hands did not hesitate as he clicked to view the information on the intermediate soldier. Intermediate soldier. Having endured the trials of battle, possessing experience in hunting aberrations, significantly stronger than ordinary individuals, progressing towards becoming a hunting warrior. Consuming specialization crystals can promote one to the advanced soldier level. Advancement progress: 78/100. The next level requires 100 specialization crystals. Given the speed of killing, reaching advanced status is merely a matter of moments. Moreover, he could not help but critique the promotion method. Thankfully, he managed a steady hand. If he were to ascend in the midst of battle, 10 seconds would be ample time for him to perish thrice. Point. One could only hope that no one else would fall victim to such a fate, lest they depart this world with lingering regrets. Grasping a traditional straight knife, he noticed a substantial reduction in weight. After a few satisfying swings, he felt content. With his current physique, slaying larvae for half an hour posed no issue. However, at the conclusion of his rapid extermination of larvae, he noted that the glass door had trembled slightly. It would be prudent to inspect it to avoid losing this tranquil production line of specialization crystals. Chapter 11. Individual Testing, Chun Hai. Setting down the straight knife, Lu Ming approached the door. The ground was slick with a foul-smelling slime. Yet he seemed accustomed to the odor. Not even furrowing his brow, he gazed at the junction of the glass door and the wall. And indeed, he discovered signs of looseness in the lower door hinge assembly. It was evident that it had failed to withstand the relentless pressure from the scythe owl larvae. At this rate, should he encounter the larvae again, it would likely collapse within mere minutes. Very well, he would reinforce it on the spot. After all, he was relatively affluent at present. Ultimate sublimation. Locking onto the hinge position, Lu Ming silently recited the sublimation command. Prompt: please select the sublimation tier. Tier 2. Prompt: Sublimating ordinary hinge components to Tier 2 requires the consumption of 2 specialization crystals. Confirm. Cancel 2. Is that for the entire assembly or just a single piece? If it's for the whole assembly, it's quite economical. If it's individual, then it feels a bit like a ripoff. Confirming. Prompt. Ordinary hinge components successfully sublimated to exceptional hinge components and installed. Due to the ample energy from the specialization crystals, all surrounding hinge components have been upgraded simultaneously. Excellent. An economical method of elevation. Through the prompt, he looked at the hinge components, which indeed appeared as good as new. The material was unknown, but even an untrained eye could discern its exceptional quality. The connection to the wall had also been restored. A truly considerate touch. With the ultimate sublimation serving him so well, Lu Ming felt quite elated. His good mood spurred creativity, leading him to enhance the wall, the rolling shutter door, and the glass door. All to Tier 2, the wall was upgraded to fortress level, consuming 3 specialization crystals. The glass door was transformed into bulletproof glass, consuming 2 specialization crystals. The rolling shutter door was upgraded to a steel gate, consuming 2 specialization crystals. The overall structural renovation consumed a total of 9 crystal resources. Such extravagant expenditure, if witnessed by fellow survivors who had hunted aberrant creatures, would surely invite scorn for its wastefulness. After all, this quantity could nearly elevate a novice soldier to an intermediate soldier. Yet for Lu Ming, what did it matter? He could easily recoup the cost by slaying 5 larvae. Surveying his newly fortified stronghold, satisfaction gleamed in his eyes. It is no exaggeration to say that with the current shop defenses, even if he faced continuous assaults from scythe owl larvae in the coming days, there would be no worry of the base collapsing. Pulling up a leather chair, Lu Ming sat beside the display case, retrieving a 500 milliliters bottle of pure water, which he sublimated into a multifunctional sports drink. He lifted the bottle to his lips. Taking a couple of refreshing swigs, the crisp taste and smooth texture instantly reviving him, dispelling his thirst and fatigue. Closing his eyes, he took a long, deep breath, feeling an unprecedented sense of exhilaration. Beep, beep, beep. Just as he prepared to rest briefly and resume the mass production of specialization crystals, a familiar blue email quietly appeared. Without needing to click, he knew it was a video file in the regional channel. Considering Chen Hai's proposed attempts, it was likely a recording of the scythe owl larvae being slain or perhaps footage of a counterattack by the larvae. A counterattack? Lu Ming felt a peculiar sense of unease. If it were a successful kill, how could Chen Hai still send a video file? What of a failed attempt? Or was there an automatic sending feature for recorded videos? Pondering, he opened the World channel, selecting the regional section to locate the video file. The publisher was Chen Hai. There was no immediate response following. Likely everyone was engrossed in watching the video. Lu Ming did not linger long, clicking to play the video, and was met by the sight of Chen Hai's distinctly square face. With a short crew cut and sharp facial features, his middle-aged visage bore few signs of age, exuding an aura of unyielding strength and resilience. Fellow survivors, I am Chen Hai, a native of Chengjiangan City, Huaxia. Never mind. Having arrived at this point, my former title is no longer significant. Henceforth, I will operate as a survivor, attempting to eliminate the maggot-like aberrations. By the way, my initial specialization level has been detected as advanced soldier. What? At these words, Lu Ming was utterly astonished. Initial detection of advanced soldier level? How formidable must his physical prowess be? Huaxia. He seemed to have mentioned both a title and Huaxia. Could it be that he is a retired soldier from a special forces unit in a certain district of Huaxia? Observing his demeanor and reflecting on his words, this speculation appeared quite plausible. So, there truly exists a human with an outrageously high initial level. After all, if everyone shared the same initial level, what would be the point of conducting physical scans? If everyone were merely novice soldiers, that would be all too simple. Speaking of which, previously there were claims of wanting to challenge Chen Hai. One wonders if, upon hearing of this specialization level, that individual might feel a sense of relief in the face of the apocalypse. There is no need for concern. The overall physical quality of an advanced soldier is approximately 5 to 6 times that of an ordinary person, which is essentially the upper limit of what a normal human can attain. To progress beyond this point requires exceptional talent, a body bestowed by one's parents, and extensive specialized training. These are exceptions and cannot be used for comparison. I digress. During the combat process, I will provide intuitive descriptions of my destructive feedback, then extrapolate to a typical human standard, covering both genders. While I cannot guarantee absolute precision, the margin of error should not exceed 5.at this juncture. The camera suddenly zoomed out, ultimately settling on the optimal monitoring location within the room. directly facing the entrance and the internal space, this moment. A corner of the entrance was cluttered with appliance components, indicating it was an appliance repair shop, quite spacious. The entrance featured double green iron doors, likely indicative of a home office hybrid. Next, we will conduct individual tests on the maggot-like aberrations, with Chun Hai as the tester. His deep voice drew Lu Ming's gaze back to him. Only then did Lu Ming realize how robust Chun Hai's physique was. Clad in a fitted black short-sleeve shirt and camouflage trousers, he stood at an estimated height of 1.85 meters, with broad shoulders and well-defined muscles. Simply standing there, he exuded an immense sense of security and strength. He wielded a modified fruit knife. Drawing a blade from his lower back, he showcased it in front of the camera with a skilled dagger grip. The polished iron plate was returned to the fruit knife, and he retrieved a rusty iron plate measuring 40 centimeters long and 4 centimeters wide. The top of the iron plate was sharpened to a fine point, presumably designed for piercing. Alongside it, he presented a simple cross brace intended for combat against the aberration's oral appendages. Next, he produced a crossbar constructed from 2 steel pipes. The horizontal bar was about 50 centimeters long, while the vertical bar stood around a meter tall, adorned with 4 or 5 loops that appeared to secure it to his arm. The cross brace, aptly named for its purpose, evoked in Lu Ming a mental image of the wooden sticks used to clamp a crocodile's jaws shut. He could not help but admire Chun Hai's ingenuity. In the next moment, Chun Hai had affixed the cross brace to his left arm, gripping the sharp iron plate as he approached the entrance. Opening the door with a slight creak, before long, a plump larva poked its head inside. Originally, it was assumed that Chun Hai would wait until the larvae had fully entered the shop, or at least until half of them had done so, before taking action. To one's surprise, as soon as the larvae merely poked their heads out, Chun Hai had already lifted the sharp iron plate and struck down. With a splat, the steel plate pierced the head of the larva, causing bodily fluids to splatter everywhere. The reputation of the advanced soldier was well deserved. Utilizing nothing but a blunt iron plate, devoid of any blade or handle, he thoroughly penetrated the larva's head. This alone was already astonishing. But in the next moment, Chun Hai's actions left Lu Ming utterly flabbergasted. He single-handedly lifted the enormous siphonophore larva and swung it inside. Bang! The inertia and the weight of the larva caused it to detach from the steel plate and crash heavily 5 meters away. Chun Hai promptly closed the iron door and quietly remarked, "The weight is approximately 50 kilograms, and I exerted almost 80% of my strength. It is inadvisable for an ordinary person to be as crude as I am. It is best to lure it completely into the room." After speaking, he dashed towards the dazed larva, wielding the sharp iron plate and striking its head with fervor. Green viscous fluid erupted forth, and in a mere 2 seconds, he had thoroughly mangled the larva's head. With 8 rapid thrusts to the head, there was a palpable sense of impact. The head was not particularly hard, and even a woman wielding a sharp weapon could achieve the same with full force. The extent of the injuries, if inflicted upon a typical creature, would certainly be fatal. However, the aberration was likely not so easily defeated. Indeed, it was not that simple, for in Lu Ming's view, the core of this larva, like the first 2 he had slain, was situated towards the front of its abdomen, nearly touching the ground, making it clear that merely shattering the head was futile. Yet, as Chun Hai uttered these words, he had already repositioned himself to the back of the larva to deliver a finishing blow. With a splat, the iron plate pierced into the larva's body, and Chun Hai's eyes widened slightly before quickly returning to a calm demeanor as he stated, as predicted, "While the exterior appears soft, the muscle beneath the fatty layer is remarkably developed. Upon penetration, there is a distinct sense of resistance, and it even compresses the muscle, further obstructing the blade's piercing." One could imagine that in the first video, the 4 brave men had only inflicted superficial wounds upon the maggots. Thus, it is not advisable to attempt to kill without a sharpened edge. Even with a sharpened blade, it is best to utilize height and one's own weight to assist in the attack, and one must withdraw swiftly, lest the weapon become lodged within the body. While providing his recommendations, Chun Hai stood atop the larva, straining to extract the sharp iron plate. His effort was evident, leaving no room for doubt among the others. Lu Ming was even more impressed. A combat expert like Chun Hai was indeed professional, addressing nearly every point with details drawn from personal experience. That moment, the wounds on the larva's head and body began to sprout granulations. The granulations writhed furiously, the wounds healed rapidly, and the skin transitioned swiftly from white to red. Chun Hai seized the opportunity to deliver another stab to the larva's body, though this time it was slightly unfortunate. Missing the core's location by a mere 3 centimeters, he withdrew the sharp iron plate and examined the corrosive marks above, hastily adding, "The abdomen conceals highly corrosive acid sacs, tentatively identified as gastric acid. There may also be a singular sac for storing the acid, but contact with the weapon will produce a corrosive effect, likely reducing the weapon's lifespan. With muscle protection and the corrosive acid. If I were the maggot-type aberration, I would conceal my weakness near the acid sacs. It was about to go berserk. I need to create distance. From the moment it first sustained injury until now, approximately 8 seconds had elapsed, 3 seconds slower than in the first video, which I suspect is related to the severity of the injuries. Once injuries reach a certain threshold without completing a kill, it will enter the next stage. Wow, that analysis is truly impressive. It is worth noting that Chun Hai does not possess a divine skill like the Eye of Truth. Facing the siphonophore larva for the first time, he had gleaned most of the larva's characteristics after merely 11 attempts at attack. Although there were discrepancies regarding its weaknesses, it was undeniable that the vast majority of the larvae he had slain preferred to position their cores close to the ground, situated within their abdominal region. This is because they typically move in a crawling posture, with the base of their abdomen being the least exposed to enemy sight. Furthermore, gastric acid can corrode weapons. Upon seeing their weapons deteriorate, most individuals would intentionally avoid that area, thus compelling enemies to steer clear of their weaknesses. As for the larva going berserk, it is not merely triggered by reaching a certain level of injury, as Chun Hai suggested, but rather, any attack on the larva will activate it after a brief period, even if it is just a single punch. This time frame is not 8 seconds, but 5 seconds. It does not depend on when you attack, but rather when the larva perceives it is under attack. Just like Chun Hai's surprise attack, the speed of onset was too rapid, and the assault was too fierce. The larva might remain dazed on the ground for a while before realizing it had been struck. Nevertheless, despite the flaws, Lu Ming could not help but lavish praise upon Chun Hai. Meanwhile, the siphonophore larva successfully entered its berserk state. When crawling, it stood merely half a meter tall, yet when upright, it expanded like a bloated mass, towering 4 times its original height. It even exceeded Chun Hai's height of 1.85 meters. The thoracic region began to writhe and crack open, and suddenly, a 1-meter-long crimson vertical maw sprang wide open. Its razor-sharp fangs moved menacingly, with yellow viscous fluid oozing from its mouth, clinging thickly to its sharp teeth. The originally dark eyes glowed with a bloodthirsty red hue. Becoming terrifying in the shadow of its gaping MW, Lu Ming instinctively swallowed. His nerves taut. In contrast, Chun Hai remained unfazed, his expression unchanged as he positioned his left hand into a cross brace, gripping the sharp iron plate and casually stated, "Once in a berserk state, this aberration will stand up, simultaneously revealing its ferocious visage and entering an offensive mode. However, due to the commonality of soft-bodied creatures, it will lose mobility, remaining stationary and unable to move. Of course, I do not rule out the possibility of it having jumping abilities, though that seems unlikely. Otherwise, it would not have used corrosive acid to attack, but rather jumped in for the kill. Yet, even if it cannot jump and is immobile, one must not let down their guard. Losing mobility grants it multiple attacking capabilities. Based on the first video, it adjusts its attacking methods according to the distance to its target. If the target is within arm's reach, it will lash out with its body to sweep and tear. The inertia from the sweep, combined with the sharpness of its fangs, can instantly shred an adult human. If the target escapes its tearing range, it will switch to mid-range attacks, extending its maw out to half a meter while leaning forward to achieve an attack range exceeding 1 meter. From this, one can infer that its oral muscles are exceptionally developed. It is very likely that the piercing resistance previously encountered originated from it. The final method is my current state, remaining more than 5 meters away from it." As he spoke, Chun Hai slightly crouched, his solid muscles straining his trousers to the brink of bursting. His gaze sharpened, fixated on the larva's gaping maw, and he spoke gravely. "At this distance, its mouth cannot reach me," thereby triggering the last known attack method, which is to expel a highly corrosive acid. Based on the firing rate in the first video, the effective killing distance is at least 20 meters. With a splat, just as he finished speaking, the siphonophore larva suddenly contracted its maw, only to immediately unleash a torrent of viscous yellow acid. Despite being prepared, Chun Hai was still startled by the high-speed barrage and had to roll urgently. The acid barely grazed his back as it flew away. Otherwise, it would have struck his head. It even knows to aim for the head. Glancing back at the splatter pattern created by the yellow acid striking the wall, Chun Hai inhaled sharply. Correcting the data assessment, The effective killing distance is over 80 meters. 80 meters, farther than the effective range of most handguns. Lu Ming marveled inwardly, relieved that he typically executed one-hit kills or followed up swiftly. Otherwise, handling this would undoubtedly be troublesome. Such destructive power is ill-suited for long-range combat. It is far more difficult to counter than its mouth. However, it must close its maw before it can spray, indicating that to complete the act of spraying, it must seal off the internal cavity to compress the gas. Therefore, as long as its mouth cannot close, all its attacking methods will become futile. What follows is a gamble, wagering that my conjecture is correct. With that thought, Chun Hai shouted, taking a deep stance and launching forward, raising his left arm into a cross brace as he charged towards the siphonophore larva. The larva, seeing the enemy approaching, had no reason to refuse, emitting a shriek as it lunged forward to swallow Chun Hai whole. With a resounding clang, the cross brace firmly lodged itself within the larva's massive maw. Unable to bite down or release its grip in that moment, it resembled a human fool who had stuffed a gumball in their mouth, unable to extricate itself from the simple cross brace. Observing this, Chun Hai's expression shifted. He exerted his full strength to push forward, not only forcing the larva's protruding maw back into its body, but also crashing it violently against the wall. With his right hand, the sharp iron plate stabbed ferociously into the larva's abdomen. Once, twice, 10 times, 20 times. Finally, with a piercing wail, the siphonophore larva's body slackened, falling silent. Chun Hai did not let his guard down due to this. Instead, he focused on the corpse to initiate collection. Only after witnessing the larva's body decompose and dissipate did he gradually ease the pressure of his assault, exhaling deeply. Facing the recording perspective, Chun Hai discarded the iron plate smeared with yellow-green viscous fluid and removed the makeshift cross brace from his hand, calmly stating, although the stabbing process was somewhat chaotic, the final thrust indeed struck a hard object, likely the aberration's weakness, akin to a core. Its hardness is not particularly great. Any sharp blade should be able to penetrate it with ease. As he spoke, Chun Hai pulled the camera back in the frame. His face remained stained with the green bodily fluid of the siphonophore larva. He was not overly particular, continuing to speak, stating that the next point would be a summary of the battle. Before delving into the summary, he mentioned a piece of newly acquired information. During the collection process, prompts would display the name of the target being collected. Thus, the full name of the maggot variant was revealed, the scythe owl larva. The term scythe refers to the sharp tool, while owl denotes a fierce predator. The naming is evidently associated with lethal instruments, suggesting it possesses formidable cutting capabilities. However, there is no need for anyone to be anxious. Such anxiety holds no significance for you at this moment. If one cannot even surpass the larval stage, the potential aggression of the adult form is irrelevant. Therefore, to transform this anxiety into something constructive, everyone must strive to survive. His thoughts were clear, his reasoning coherent, and his words direct yet succinct, elevating the theme at hand. Lu Ming felt that the soldiers of the special forces seemed to underestimate him. At the very least, he ought to be regarded as a captain or an instructor. Returning to the summary of the kills, prior to their frenzy, the larvae were notably clumsy, their reactions sluggish, despite their overwhelming numbers creating a potential encirclement. Individual larvae possessed virtually no offensive capability. Even if injured, they would not retaliate immediately. This peculiar sensation felt as if a nanny time had been deliberately set to accommodate us. If one could achieve a kill within this time frame, there would be no threat. Upon hearing this, Lu Ming nodded in agreement. Having slain over 40 scythe owl larvae, he felt deeply moved. The non-frenzied scythe owl larvae were akin to simpletons, far inferior to the monsters found in beginner villages of games. Despite the arduous nature of Chun Hai's battle, had he been informed of the larvae's weaknesses, he would undoubtedly have dispatched them more swiftly than Lu Ming himself. Signs of impending frenzy were evident, the most conspicuous being the formation of granulation tissue at the wound site and the reddening of the skin. Once in a frenzy, the larvae would rise upright, sacrificing mobility for a wider array of attack methods. The most troublesome of these was the long-range acid spray, which possessed the highest lethality and the greatest range. Without cover, a direct hit would be fatal. It remains unclear whether they possess leaping or pursuing abilities, but all their attacks are executed through their mouth. By sealing their mouths, they become defenseless targets. Therefore, I urge everyone. You may lack sharp weapons or robust physiques, but it is imperative to possess a simple cross brace. Ideally, it should be constructed from steel components. Wooden or aluminum alloy materials are inadvisable, as they can easily rend bone and would certainly crumble under the larvae's bite. As for the method of construction, it is quite straightforward. Simply follow the design of a cross. The horizontal brace should exceed 50 centimeters in length, but not be excessively long, as it must fit within their mouths. A vertical brace of 1 meter is optimal, and it must be secured tightly, with no vertical movement permitted. Trust me, in times of crisis, this apparatus may afford you a slim chance of survival. Lastly, the larvae's weakness is preliminarily hypothesized to be located in the abdominal region, near the stomach pouch, close to the skin. However, this cannot be treated as a definitive conclusion without ample samples for comparison. To validate this hypothesis, I shall continue to eliminate larvae until the conclusion is accurate. Until then, I do not recommend anyone attempt to imitate these kills. You lack my combat experience and physical aptitude. A single misstep could cost you your life. Dying out of blind impulsiveness is the most foolish way to perish. I implore you to cherish your lives. The video concluded at this point, lasting over 5 minutes, yet Lu Ming lingered, hesitating to close the chat window. The screen remained empty until, 20 seconds later, messages began to appear slowly. Wang Jun. I have remained silent until now, feeling that human nature twists too swiftly in the face of disaster, believing there is no one to trust, that there is no future, that selfishness and mutual slaughter are all that awaits us. Until Uncle Chen appeared. Wang Jun. Uncle Chen is truly risking his life to pave the way for us. Wang Jun. If I had not witnessed Uncle Chen's first-hand peril, I might not have had the courage to take up arms against such creatures. However, seeing Uncle Chen's bravery and composure inexplicably instilled in me the will to survive. Wang Jun. Uncle Chen, I am fortunate. When I was transferred, I awakened in a room on the second floor of a villa. Where many larvae lurked, I dared not venture out, but in my room was a collected katana. I tested it and found it easily sliced through a book. Now I am willing to offer it to Uncle Chen, hoping it will aid him in effortlessly dispatching the larvae, thus leading us to survival. Qin Xuan. A katana? How splendid! Had I not witnessed the larvae's combat prowess, I might have longed for such a weapon. However, I will heed Uncle Chen's advice and will not act impulsively without the assurance of a kill. After all, my physical assessment indicates I am merely a novice soldier, no different from an ordinary person. Charging in could easily turn me into sustenance. Although I lack the fortune of my brother Wang Jun, I can still contribute 2 bottles of water. Uncle Chen, please accept my offer and do not refuse. Peng Xiaolong. Being a novice soldier is already commendable. My assessment labeled me a preparatory soldier, not even qualifying as a soldier. I have long been at a loss for what to do, but seeing Uncle Chen feels akin to encountering a savior. Therefore, I shall not conceal anything. Perhaps it is a form of compensation for the weak, but I awakened in a room containing a level 2 supply box. Upon opening it, I found 2 bags of bread, a case of purified water, and a random skill book. I learned the skill, which I cannot offer to Uncle Chen, but the bread and water I can contribute, hoping Uncle Chen can save me in the future. Liao Dong. Wow. Brother, your luck is astonishing. A full supply of food, and you even received a skill book? What skill did you acquire? Does it possess offensive capabilities? Peng Xiaolong. Unfortunately, my luck was lacking. I received a functional skill called Universal Key, which allows me to unlock anything that is locked. Chapter 14. The first in the region, never yield. Unlock anything that is locked? Lu Ming stood up in shock, his chair pushed aside by his legs. This was undoubtedly another divine skill, or rather, any skill involving the concept of locking would possess limitless potential for development. What constitutes a locked object? Must it have a physical lock, or can it encompass any conceptual lock? If it is the former, the effectiveness may not be as extraordinary, but it would still be classified as a powerful skill. If it is the latter, then it would be a game-breaking ability. To illustrate, the human brain operates at an extremely low utilization rate. If this phenomenon is termed a mental lock, could the universal key liberate the brain, allowing one to attain a superhuman state? In a similar vein, when individuals face dire circumstances, they often unleash extraordinary potential, a phenomenon commonly referred to as a genetic lock. Could the universal key also unlock this genetic lock, transforming one into a superhuman? Continuing down this train of thought, the potential exploits that could arise from such an ability are simply mind-boggling. Yet, could it truly be so overpowered? Lu Ming pondered and chose to dismiss the notion. He had grown somewhat accustomed to his own exceptional circumstances, forgetting the established rules of this world. This was a post-apocalyptic realm beset by disaster. The mysterious program had designated them as survivors. What does it mean to be a survivor? It denotes a struggle for existence. They are the disadvantaged, the ants. If skills that are casually distributed can yield game-breaking abilities, then what would remain of this apocalypse? Realizing this, Lu Ming redirected his gaze to the chat window, where indeed, many had voiced their grand speculations. Huang Jia, holy cow, isn't that divine? Can it unlock the genetic lock? Zhang Hao, brother, your imagination is impressive. If it can truly unlock the genetic lock, why bother leveling up? We could fast-track to a world of superhumans, obliterating otherworldly creatures. Peng Xiaolong, to be honest, I thought the same, but unfortunately, this skill has a limitation. It can only unlock physical locks. Upon reading this, Lu Ming fell silent. He had indeed overthought it. Yet, upon further reflection on his ultimate transcendence, the prospect of such an idea was not entirely impossible. The prerequisite being that someone could afford the exorbitant price required for the enhancement of such a game-breaking skill. Considering the staggering cost of several million crystals, Lu Ming couldn't help but chuckle. At this stage, who could possibly afford it? Nonetheless, this young man named Peng Xiaolong had been swept up by the atmosphere and was eager to speak. After all, his katana was merely a cold weapon, and there was only one. Once surrendered, it would be gone. What he possessed was a skill, a lasting value, likely in short supply throughout the entire region. Although the atmosphere within the region had become more united under the influence of Qin Hai's strength and personal charisma, this was only true for those willing to speak up. The precise scope of this region and the number of individuals within it remained unknown. Perhaps there were thousands, tens of thousands, or even millions, including people from other countries. It was conceivable that there were individuals with combat prowess surpassing Qin Hai. Certainly, there were countless who were stronger than the average person. Those who practiced boxing, engaged in mixed martial arts, were avid fitness enthusiasts, or thrived on conflict and brawling. All possessed a certain level of physical combat capability. Given that these individuals had received unreserved instruction in killing techniques from Qin Hai, their likelihood of successfully slaying larvae was exponentially higher than that of ordinary individuals. If such people were to set their sights on him, one could only imagine the complexity of his predicament. After all, names, numbers, and appearances were all entirely public. The potential benefits of a universal locksmith in this post-apocalyptic world were clear to anyone with a modicum of sense. Yet, being insightful could manifest in two forms, one that genuinely valued you, and another that regarded you merely as a tool. In the former case, one could still lead a comfortable life. In the latter, one would inevitably become a slave. However, it is indisputable that neither the former nor the latter will elevate your specialization level. Even if there is a possibility for enhancement, it would undoubtedly leave you in a state of being trampled upon by them. Don't ask. One might wonder, can a tool be liberated from the control of its user? As for calling for help, that is merely a jest. You are both a tool and a hostage. Those who may come to your rescue are individuals who value your worth. Should you perish, your value would dissipate as well, unless that individual possesses the formidable power to silently annihilate the entire control team. Qin Hai, Peng Xiaolong, let us cease further discussion on skills. From this moment forth, apart from you and my closest kin, do not respond to anyone seeking your personal location information. Of course, this is contingent upon your willingness to trust me. Peng Xiaolong, I certainly trust Uncle Chan. Indeed, there are individuals attempting to extract my location. Thank you for the reminder, Uncle Chan. I shall exercise caution in my speech henceforth. Lu Ming exhaled. Despite this matter being unrelated to him, he was, after all, a fine young man with high expectations for Qin Hai. He possessed strength, charisma, intelligence, and leadership. Previously, he had little faith in the group due to the complexities of human nature. Without a leader, chaos would ensue. Now, however, he believed that if it were Qin Hai, a new order could indeed be established. Talents like Peng Xiaolong could only truly flourish under his command, thereby creating even greater value in this manner. Qin Hai's group would swiftly accumulate resources, enhance their strength, and hunt down aberrations. As for his own plan to acquire specialization crystals, it could arrive ahead of schedule. Qin Hai, additionally, I appreciate everyone's goodwill. Aside from Wang Jun's katana, I have declined all other material transactions. Prioritize your own survival needs. As for new developments, I bear bad news. Qin Hai, regrettably, just now, I once again eliminated a young Grim Reaper moth larva using the same method. This time, the larva did not enter a frenzied state, for it was dead the moment I pierced its head. Upon piercing, I felt the same hard texture, thus I can deduce that the larva's weak points are not fixed. They can be located in the abdomen, head, tail, or indeed any corner of its body. A profound silence enveloped the area, followed by a rapid influx of information. Lu Ming promptly shut off the channel panel. And upon hearing the news of randomly located weak points, any person would undoubtedly express their discontent. Nevertheless, with Chun Hai present, Lu Ming did not worry that the atmosphere of the group would spiral out of control. On the contrary, with the Katana-S enhancement, Chun Hai's combat prowess would surge dramatically. Even without knowledge of the Grim Reaper Moth Larva's weak points, future one-on-one eliminations would likely result in a lopsided victory. Casting a deep gaze ahead, Lu Ming retrieved the remaining multifunctional sports drink and grasped his straight blade, heading towards the shop entrance. If not for the substantial advantage at the onset, one would merely remain a floundering fish. Since fate had bestowed upon him such a powerful start, securing the position of the strongest in the region, he would not yield it easily. Moreover, having learned of the immense value of the supply boxes, he needed to hasten the enhancement of his strength to an unparalleled level capable of sweeping away the Grim Reaper moth larvae, then exit the shop. With this thought, Lu Ming pulled up the steel gate, producing a thunderous clatter that stirred the Grim Reaper moth larvae within a 50-meter radius. As the previous kill had not occurred long ago, the area outside the shop was nearly devoid of life within 30 meters. Thus, he chose to first agitate the larval swarm before adjusting the size of the gap in the bulletproof glass door. Once Lu Ming completed all preparations, standing with his blade at the door's edge, the Grim Reaper moth larvae finally entered the assembly line, arriving at the slaughterhouse. The first larva cautiously crept forward. Lu Ming's pupils transformed into a brilliant gold. The Eye of Truth activated. And with a swift motion, the traditional straight blade descended. Splurt, green liquid splashed forth, greedily collected in response. Successfully dissected Grim Reaper moth larva. Obtained specialization crystals 2. High purity, aberrant protein 2. Advanced soldier promotion progress. 7100. Chapter 15. The Sin of Being Envied. Successfully recovered Grim Reaper moth larva carcass. Obtained specialization crystals 2. High purity, aberrant protein 2. Successfully recovered Grim Reaper moth larva carcass. Obtained specialization crystals 2. One after another, each strike was lethal, and Lu Ming's satchel gradually grew heavier. 100, 120, 150, 200. The number of specialization crystals surged like a gushing spring. With each wave of larvae he eliminated, Lu Ming would deliberately pull the gate, even using the hilt of his blade to strike the gate, creating a noise to draw in the next swarm of larvae. This continued until the count of specialization crystals surpassed the 300 mark, culminating at 340 before he finally ceased the slaughter. Closing the gate and sealing the space, Lu Ming sighed heavily. It was far too effortless. Slicing a watermelon required a certain aesthetic, yet this was simply a matter of removing the head and core. And the crystals were his. Alas, it felt somewhat lonely. He opened his spatial satchel to review all resources. Multifunctional sports drink 350 ml, 2 compressed biscuits, 340 specialization crystals, 364 lumps of high-purity aberrant protein. High-purity aberrant protein. It was time to examine what it was. Identification. High-purity aberrant protein category. Special food. Description. A high-nutrition substance favored by certain aberrant creatures. Consumption will provide a substantial energy boost, accelerating their growth speed. However, for humans, it contains potent toxins. Consuming it without precaution poses a life-threatening risk. It is advised to utilize an aberrant protein processing machine to eliminate toxins, or to attain a warrior-level specialization to withstand the effects. To think it could be edible, though regrettably, I lack the means to consume it at present. An aberrant protein processing machine, warrior level. It seems I have acquired rather avant-garde information. It is understandable that aberrant creatures have their own ecological environments and food chains. They cannot simply await death in the absence of humans. Closing the satchel, since it was temporarily of no use, I shall attend to it when the time is right. Opening the character panel, I clicked on specialization level. Prompt. Sufficient quantity of specialization crystals detected in spatial satchel. Would you like to consume 100 specialization crystals to elevate specialization level to advanced soldier? Yes. 100 specialization crystals soared forth, shattering into fragments as energy coalesced, transforming into a more robust blue light arc that fused into Lu Ming's body. A prickling, aching sensation surged once more, this time more intense than during the transition to intermediate soldier. Blood vessels writhed beneath the skin, blue radiance erupted in his eyes, and strands of light patterns coursed through his being. Ugh! With Lu Ming's anguished roar, an impact surged outward for 2 meters. Crack, crack, crack. Clenching his powerful fists, Lu Ming felt an unprecedented strength. Threefold. He was thrice as powerful as an intermediate soldier. Is this the limit a mere mortal can attain? It far surpassed his wildest imagination. Suddenly, a crisp sound emanated from his somewhat tattered sports jacket, ripping apart from his right arm to shoulder. What the hell? the 11-set deluxe sportswear package he had purchased for hundreds on an online shopping spree. It had endured half a year of varied wear without issue, and he had thought himself fortunate. It now seemed he had been negligent. Wait. Glancing at the tear on his arm, Lu Ming felt somewhat bewildered. Whose brawny biceps are these? And whose robust arms? No, why does my stomach feel so cold? Looking down, he was aghast to find that his sports jacket had ridden up above his navel, leaving his entire abdomen exposed. And what on earth are those glistening 8-pack abs? He exercised daily for health, but never specifically trained for muscle development. The perfect muscular lines made him want to touch them. Moreover, he had not noticed until now that his trousers had also shrunk by a length, and his shoes began to pinch. Had he grown overall? There was no mirror available to inspect himself. However, the attire was no longer wearable. Once the opportunity arose, he would first visit a clothing store to search for something new. There, he could also find a mirror. Mirror? Wait, it seems I can observe my full body reflection by clicking on my avatar in the information panel. With this thought, Lu Ming hastily opened the information panel, clicked on his avatar, and the mirror projection expanded in 3 dimensions. Upon seeing the projection for the first time, Lu Ming was momentarily taken aback. Reflected was a face with sharp brows and starry eyes. Features distinctly defined, radiating a masculine charm. His physique was equally impressive, powerful yet not bulky, lean yet undeniably fierce. Overall, placed upon Blue Star, he would surely attract the attention of talent scouts from several streets away. Is this really him? Touching his smooth face, Lu Ming was at a loss whether to feel elated or frightened. Why fear, you may ask? Did not Frieza from Dragon Ball wish for this when he gathered the Dragon Balls? How absurd! You no longer even resemble yourself. How could one not feel fear? Enough of that. Since the heavens have decreed that he must bear the sin of envy from the world, he could only acquiesce and accept this harsh reality. Yet, while he was indeed handsome, without any reference, he remained oblivious to changes in his height and weight. The system was rather peculiar. Having projected a mirror image, why not scale it to the spatial realm? Gazing at his mirrored projection, Lu Ming subconsciously began estimating. Unbeknownst to him, as his consciousness probed his height and weight, the outline from the activation of the Eye of Truth subtly emerged. This is. Could it be? Identification, name, Lu Ming, gender, male.id, 66666 age, 24 specialization level, advanced soldier height. Originally 175 cm, through 2 evolutions to intermediate and advanced, now 183 cm. Weight. Originally 62 kg, through 2 evolutions to intermediate and advanced, now 85 kg. Universal functions. World channel, trading post, spatial satchel skills, basic swordsmanship, E-level, E. Personal information. Former resident of Blue Star, third-rate writer, orphan, average social skills, cautious and steady personality, somewhat selfish, legal citizen. The current state of the world, marked by the 6th transfer of the 666th batch of survivors and strategists, presents a fascinating evaluation. Astonishingly, the Eye of Truth not only possesses the ability to identify anomalies and objects, but can also directly assess human beings. He had never considered this aspect. Rather, it was the overwhelming multitude of considerations that prevented him from doing so. Yet the crucial information was surprisingly comprehensive. Upon re-evaluating his height and weight, Lu Ming felt an immense satisfaction. Standing at 1.83 meters and weighing 85 kilograms, his physique undoubtedly reached a level of formidable strength. However, the term orphan within the information was somewhat jarring, as it seemed less a factual statement and more a deliberate insult. Unexpected yet consistent with the nature of his skills was the result of the exclusive skill assessment. Without exception, it was shrouded in question marks, leaving no trace of content, which rendered the comprehensive evaluation column equally peculiar. Nevertheless, these details mattered little. What was significant was his newfound understanding of the Eye of Truth's application, which led him to a subject he was eager to investigate. He opened the global channel, selected the regional section, located the video file, and clicked on the kill footage of Chen Hai. Gazing intently at Chen Hai's figure, he solemnly declared, "Identify." With a swift motion, a meticulously detailed information panel emerged. Chapter 16. Does your conscience not ache? Name, Chen Hai. Gender, male ID, 4399 age, 42 specialization level, ultimate warrior height, 187 centimeters weight, 90 kilograms universal functions, gathering, global channel, trading post, spatial satchel skills, none personal information, former resident of Blue Star. Retired leader of the Huaxia Dragon Group, currently a Dragon Group instructor, codename, who possesses extensive combat experience, excels in hand-to-hand combat, and single-handedly eliminated a team of A-class mercenaries, earning a legendary status in the Middle East. Known as the Undying Bird of Huaxia, he is characterized by his unyielding righteousness, exceptional leadership, meticulous thinking, and remarkable patience, consistently completing seemingly impossible tasks. Now a survivor and strategist within the current apocalyptic world. Comprehensive evaluation. Astounded. The entirety of this panel left Lu Ming's soul in turmoil. Every aspect of Qian Hai's personal history and physical data marked him as a king among kings. The former leader of the Dragon Group, now serving as an instructor. Though as an ordinary citizen, his understanding of military prowess was limited to Special Operations Forces and elite soldier programs. The legendary Dragon Group, often depicted in novels, truly existed. Even more outrageous was that Qian Hai's initial specialization level was not that of a mere advanced soldier, but an ultimate warrior. Lu Ming was unaware of what constituted an ultimate warrior, but it was indisputable that it surpassed the level of advanced soldiers. He had concealed his abilities, which was entirely reasonable. Not only did it serve as a strategic reserve, but it also made it easier for the average person to accept. Furthermore, to maintain the guise of his hidden strength, he deliberately ensured that the kill appeared consistent with his power description, indicating a remarkably meticulous mindset. However, what standard did the comprehensive evaluation adhere to? Contemplating this, Lu Ming reached out to tap the evaluation level, immediately unfolding a data panel below. Strength, 115, 100, agility, 95, 100, wisdom, 99, 100, spirit, 120, 100, composite, 429 evaluation, S. The realization struck him instantaneously. Thus, the four metrics of the Ultimate Warrior had a maximum score of 100, while Qian Hai's metrics had exceeded the limit, justifying the S rating. Correct. Especially the values of spirit and strength. Were they not excessively powerful? And what of his own metrics? What did the 3 question marks signify? Curiosity ignited. Yet, just as he was about to close the panel and return to his own information, the triangular symbol at the end of Qian Hai's personal information caught his eye. This symbol was typically used in web text to conceal excessively lengthy information. Could it indicate that additional information was available for observation? Upon clicking the triangle, a substantial segment of text suddenly expanded in the information column. However, this version of Qian Hai harbors a deeply buried regret. 21 years ago, he was betrothed to Jiang Xueyan, the daughter of a prominent family in the capital. The two shared a profound emotional connection and had moments of deep affection, with preparations for their wedding in progress. Yet, the Dragon Group abruptly summoned him for a critical mission, which extended for a decade. Upon his return, Jiang Xueyan had succumbed to illness, passing away less than a year after his departure. Despite the Jiang family's awareness of Qian Hai's national responsibilities, they could not forgive the fiancé who had vanished for 10 years without a word, forever forbidding him from stepping foot into their home. This incident became an insurmountable obstacle for Qian Hai and a core reason for his retreat from the forefront. Since then, he had not smiled even once, numbing himself through relentless training. It was not until an hour before the transfer that the higher-ups of the Dragon Group, unable to bear his desolation any longer, handed him a photograph of a girl radiating youthful vitality, beauty, and confidence. They informed him that she was the child left behind by Jiang Xueyan, who did not perish from illness but rather from a family power struggle and treachery, resulting in her falling from a height during childbirth. She could have survived but chose to protect her child, her and Qian Hai's child. Upon receiving this news, Qian Hai felt as if struck by a thunderbolt. Amidst his regret and sorrow, new hope ignited within him. He hastened to board a flight to the United States, only for the great transfer to occur at the moment of takeoff. The hidden information concluded here, leaving Lu Ming in profound contemplation. He had not anticipated such a master to carry such hidden tales, and the photograph was notably highlighted, indicating it could be clicked for viewing. Lu Ming hesitated, his finger hovering, contemplating whether it was appropriate to pry into someone else's privacy. Yet, to abstain felt somewhat hypocritical. To hell with it, after all, it was information gleaned through the eye of truth, attributed to the skill, not the wielder. Shifting the blame to the skill alleviated his mood considerably. He clicked on the photograph for a brief glance, and it was truly stunning. Not only was she tall, but her proportions could only be described as perfect. With minimal makeup, she surpassed many heavily made-up celebrities, far beyond the reach of certain internet influencers who relied on filters. If one were to assign a score to her beauty, it would undoubtedly exceed 95 points, qualifying her as a goddess. Most importantly was her aura. Just observing her poised posture and playful smile conveyed a sense of youthful exuberance and ethereal grace. It was astonishing that such a being could be the daughter of a rugged man like Chan Hai. Lu Ming felt a surge of surprise, marveling at the powerful genetics of Aunt Shuayan. However, this was not the time for admiration. What truly mattered was whether he could access data regarding his own evaluation. As it pertained to the future dynamics of strength between foes and allies, little did he know that just as he was about to close the photograph, a sudden spark of inspiration ignited in his mind. With a photograph and an image, could it not be possible to derive information? The thought crossed his mind, and Lu Ming felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Was he truly engaging in such trivial pursuits? No more. He resolutely decided against it. He dismissed the photograph, closed Chen Hai's information panel, and once again assessed Chen Hai's data, reopening the photograph, activating the Eye of Truth. Ahem, this was not prying. It was simply a manifestation of a normal person's curiosity. Having gotten this far, was it not the duty of a man to delve deeper? Identify name: Jiangling. Gender: female. ID: 02. Age: 20. Specialization level: ultimate warrior. Height: 176 centimeters. Weight: 63 kilograms. Universal functions: gathering, global channel, trading post, spatial satchel. Skills: elite marksmanship, steel gathering. Personal information: former resident of Blue Star. The legitimate granddaughter of the Jiang family in the capital. Her mother tragically passed away at her birth, and under the family's intentional secrecy, her father's identity remains unclear. Demonstrating an extraordinarily rare talent from a young age, she began martial arts training at the age of 5, achieving the rank of ancient martial arts master by 20, along with accolades of red belt in Thai boxing, red-white 8-dan and Brazilian jiu-jitsu. Mastery in Bajiquan, mastery in inch punch, specializing in heavy weaponry, and universal proficiency in firearms, making her a prodigious physical talent. Now a survivor and strategist within the current apocalyptic world. Strength: 107, 100. Agility: 110, 100. Wisdom: 95, 100. Spirit: 90, 100. Composite: 402. Evaluation: S. Ultimate Warrior, Ancient Martial Arts Master, Red Belt in Thai Boxing, Red-White 8-Dan in Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. Lu Ming's lips twitched violently. Were these titles serious? Such a data anomaly presenting herself in such a petite demeanor. Was she deceiving naive men? Does your conscience not ache? Chapter 17. The region goes haywire. A tiger begets no dog. Thus the paternal genes manifest in her physical prowess, correct? Ultimate Warrior, Ultimate Warrior. Lu Ming had thought he had caught up with the strong of Blue Star through systematic training, only to realize the strength was indeed formidable, possessing extraordinary power right from the onset. Yet, ultimately, he still clicked on Jiangling's avatar to see her current appearance, in stark contrast to the ethereal grace and playful smile captured in the photograph. Jiangling's expression radiated an indescribable coldness. Her eyes sparkled with intensity, her face like frost, her long hair cascading over her cheek and gathered behind her ear, tied into a sleek black braid at the nape of her neck. Upon opening the mirror, the image displayed a breathtaking figure exuding a natural pride and an intimidating aura. Clad in a form-fitting black suit, she appeared as if to attend a significant gathering. With her long braid flowing down to her waist, it must be noted that the contrast between the photograph and reality delivered a powerful visual impact on Lu Ming, further affirming that the complex Jiangling possessed an irresistible allure. Yet, this could not obscure the fact that a monster lay concealed beneath such a beautiful visage. Erasing Jiangling's personal information, Lu Ming opened his information panel, heading straight for the Advanced Soldier category. Advanced Soldier possesses considerable combat experience against aberrations, with overall strength reaching the limits of an ordinary person. Only 2 steps remain to become a true hunting warrior. By devouring specialized crystals, one can advance to the Ultimate Soldier rank. Current advancement progress, 24300. Excellent, just a little more to go. This slight deficit pertains solely to physical fitness. Genuine combat experience and skills cannot be rapidly accumulated in a short span of time. Such expertise requires years of training, and even in the Blue Star, he would never surpass the 2 individuals. However, with the existence of skill books, he finds himself not entirely without hope of surpassing them. Thus, he must expedite his ascension to the Ultimate Soldier level and venture forth to explore the resource boxes brimming with miracles. With a meticulously crafted plan, Lu Ming shed his uncomfortable sportswear, kicked off his ill-fitting sneakers, and picked up his straight knife as he made his way to the door. He was about to commence the 3rd round of larval extermination. Before beginning, he reviewed the durability of his straight knife. After the high-intensity usage in the 2nd round, The knife's durability now stood at 342 points. Subtracting the 50-point threshold for dullness, he could still slay 584 larvae. Yet, he could not expend all of it indoors. Clothing, food, and weapon reserves needed to be scavenged outside. Therefore, he resolved to retain around 200 points of durability for unforeseen circumstances. Having planned the distribution of kills, the third batch of larvae gathered, and Lu Ming counted as he struck. Entirely unaware that a video was propelling him and his shop into regional popularity. Zhao He, video file. Zhao He, folks, let me show you something. I'm not quite familiar with the functionality, so it's a bit shaky, but it doesn't affect the viewing. After watching, please help analyze what's going on down there. There's some major event unfolding? Moments later. Gaobo, what the hell is that? So many larvae are clustering there. Zhao He, indeed. I've seen the monster swarm gather 3 times from the apartment building directly above this area. First one group, then another, and I often hear clanging sounds from below. Is there something automatic down there attracting them? Ding Chuang. With so many aberrations surrounding you, it looks tantalizing. Zhao He, isn't it? It's utterly despairing, yet the gathering of aberrations seems like a bottomless pit. Once they go in, they never return. The streets are practically devoid of life. Could there be some treasure there? Or perhaps it leads to the sewers. Li Xiang, sewers. I'm right across from you. Although I can't see what's happening below, I can see half the storefront and the shop name, Innovative Mobile Repair Agency, which is just a place that fixes phones while peddling secondhand junk. It's not a sewer. Zhao He, but how does that make sense? How could so many aberrations fit in without a sewer? They can't just vanish into thin air. The discussion among a dozen people about the disappearance of the larvae and the shop grew profound until a woman named Lu Lanfang appeared. Lu Lanfang, there's someone? What? Someone? The moment those words were uttered, the entire discussion erupted. Zhao He, big sister, can you complete your thought? What do you mean, someone? Where is this someone? Lu Lanfang, there's someone in the shop. I'm standing diagonally across from that shop, about 20 meters away, and I can see the legs of a person through the storage room window. They open the rolling shutter to let the larvae in, and every time the larvae go in, they disappear. Almost all the surrounding larvae have been let in by that person, and even when there are no larvae, they deliberately bang on the shutter to make noise and attract more larvae from afar. And the number drawn seems to be increasing. Zhao He, is that for real? Big sister, are you hallucinating? That sounds too fantastical. How could a human attract aberrations like a flock of chickens and ducks? Uncle Chenhai, an advanced soldier, has to take them down one by one. Lu Lanfang, I've doubted my eyes too, but I'm speaking the truth. It started with dozens, then around 100, and soon it became a dense mass. I dared not count anymore. Zhao He, if this really is a human doing this, there's only one possibility. That person knows the weaknesses of the scythe larvae, and as Uncle Chenhai said, can slay them without taking damage during the caretaker period. Gaobo, damn. Even if they know the weaknesses, that is pretty ruthless to gather 100 or so together and kill them. What kind of formidable strength would one need to be so audacious? Zhao He, indeed brave, but unfortunately, we don't know who that person is. Otherwise, it would be great to ask them to share their methods for identifying weaknesses. Gaobo, forget about it. That's a method for quickly killing aberrations. Do you understand? Or do you think your backside is more appealing than others? That a big shot would want to trade upon meeting you? Zhao He, that's quite the statement. Gaobo, harsh but true. However, as long as this big shot exists, it's good news for you. Having someone so powerful nearby brings an overwhelming sense of security. Lu Lanfang, it is indeed good news. After several rounds of larvae clustering, there are almost no signs of larvae outside, but we don't dare venture out, fearing that the moment we step outside, we'll be swarmed by a horde of larvae and meet our end. Gaobo, then we wait. Wait until he can no longer gather larvae, and your area will be liberated. By the way, where are you? Let me know if I can escape to your location. Lu Lanfang, I don't know. There are no road signs or door numbers. Zhao He, I don't have that either. Li Xiang, neither do I. Gaobo, damn, you all just don't want to say. The world is harsh. Zhao He, those who understand know. Li Xiang, those who understand know 1. Those who understand know 17. Previously mere spectators now emerged to join the commotion. Indeed, only a fool would let others in. Once the big shot wiped out the aberrations, they could temporarily venture out to scavenge for resources. The more people there were, the more mouths to feed. And while they trusted Uncle Chenhai, they still needed supplies to sustain themselves until he could rescue them. As for the big shot, Those who understood had already stopped hoping. Some things were clear. This big shot was not in the same league as Chen Hai. And he wouldn't want to carry any burdens. Yet, would they not do the same? They would choose to be lone wolves, Lu Lanfang. I truly don't know. Zhao He. All right, Aunt Lan. No need for explanations. Please keep an eye on that shop. If there is really a big shot, remember to film a video. We must behold the visage of the Great One. Lu Lanfang. How do I film a video? I don't know how. Zhao He, please don't rush. I'll teach you privately. The subsequent remarks were filled with jest and playful banter, alongside those who belatedly joined the conversation about the big shot. Meanwhile, the true subject of their discussion was wholly engrossed in reaping the lives of the scythe larvae. Of course, he had received notifications about the video files, but alas, the assembly line of slaughter could not be halted. So he chose to ignore them. Chapter 18. Ultimate Soldier. On another front, Chen Hai closed the chat channel and opened all recorded videos of the scythe larvae kills, scrutinizing them intently. Since the method for identifying the weaknesses of the larvae truly existed, there must be a trail to follow. However, during the viewing, he could not help but think of his daughter's current predicament. He could only beseech the heavens for a modicum of mercy, hoping not to endure lifelong regrets. Successfully dissected scythe larva corpse, obtained specialized crystals 2, high purity, aberrant protein 2. Collecting the last scythe larva's corpse, Lu Ming exhaled deeply. This killing spree had been a bit overwhelming. He had slain a total of 407 before finally withdrawing. Amassing an astonishing total of 1,054 specialized crystals, he had supplemented his efforts with 2 additional batches of larvae. Although their numbers had not diminished, their gathering speed had notably slowed. The final wave of larvae had kept him waiting for a full 2 minutes before arriving. This indicated that the larvae in the nearby alleys had been nearly eradicated by his hand. The durability of the straight knife had also dropped to 160, with the remaining points needing to be saved for scavenging outside. Opening the information panel, he clicked on the specialized rank. Prompt: sufficient specialized crystals detected in spatial pouch. Would you like to consume 300 specialized crystals to elevate your rank to ultimate soldier? Yes, whoosh. The crystals shattered into a pile, and a tremendous surge of specialized energy surged into Lu Ming's body. It then violently radiated outward from his heart. The sensation felt as though his blood were being forcibly expelled from his body. Bones, blood vessels, and internal organs. No part was free from excruciating pain. Humph. Veins bulged on his forehead, and his gums turned white from clenching his teeth. Lu Ming's handsome visage twisted into a mask of agony. Ugh. Just as the pain of being squeezed intensified, it layered onto the agony of tearing. Unable to bear it any longer, Lu Ming collapsed to his knees. Muscles swelled, blood vessels expanded drastically, and his hardened fists hammered the ground like a steel hammer, producing a series of thunderous booms. Finally, 10 seconds passed, and a noxious black mist seeped from Lu Ming's skin, rising into the air and vanishing at the ceiling. Hoo! Sweat drenched Lu Ming's body, and his breathing became exceedingly labored. He remained in place to recuperate for several minutes before slowly rising to steady his heaving chest. Gazing at his still trembling hands, Lu Ming could only exclaim in frustration, not for any other reason. But it was simply too painfully absurd. It felt akin to having one's bones shattered. He was beginning to suspect that those specialized crystals were infused with the grudges of the scythe larvae. What was that odor? With a delicate sniff, Lu Ming furrowed his brow sharply. The odor was not reminiscent of the putrid slime of the larval lammergeier, but rather akin to the filth nestled beneath one's toenails. Could it be me? In disbelief, he raised his arm to his nose and took a whiff. Goodness. I nearly expelled my last meal. Rubbing his hand, he peeled away a layer of slimy black muck. What on earth? He stepped forward to wipe his hands against the wall, only to find himself tumbling to the ground. Didn't he hurt? But the strangeness was undeniable. Having surpassed a threshold, he could no longer find his footing. Rising again, he was astonished to discover that his approximately 80-kilogram frame felt as light as a feather. With merely a slight push of his palm, he found himself floating upward. Recalling the earlier agony, the foul stench, and the black sludge he had shed, Lu Ming suddenly understood. It was a cleansing of the body and soul. That foul, black substance was merely the impurities within him. With this revelation, Lu Ming transitioned from shock to elation. Supporting himself against the wall, he commenced a series of rehabilitation-like movements to adapt his body. He began by painstakingly shifting his weight to find his center of gravity. Gradually, he quickened his pace until he was dashing around the confines of the room. Any onlooker would surely be left agape at the sight. for Lu Ming was now completely oblivious to the confines of the space, sprinting as if on level ground within the mere 20 square meters of the shop. From floor to walls, and from walls to ceiling, it was as if he had defied the very force of gravity. After completing 10 laps around the small shop, Lu Ming halted in the center. He executed a vertical jump, soaring into the air. His palm effortlessly brushed the ceiling, and his body continued to ascend. It was only upon reaching the apex, lingering for a moment, that he began to descend once more. As his feet returned to the ground, Lu Ming surveyed his surroundings and then chuckled softly. Incredible, utterly extraordinary. The feats typically reserved for the silver screen were now manifesting in his own life. His speed and agility transcended the comprehension of an ordinary person. Regarding strength, Lu Ming glanced at the glass display case and, with minimal effort, lifted it. Weighing over 100 kilograms, a burden that would strain even with the aid of pulleys, he effortlessly hoisted it with a single hand. Was this the realm in which Qian Hai and Jiang Ling existed? Could they still be considered human? Lu Ming couldn't help but harbor doubts. Opening his information panel, he clicked on Extreme Warrior, prompting a message to appear. Extreme Warrior, capable of single-handedly hunting initial larval variants. Only a thread's distance from becoming a true hunting warrior. Consuming specialized crystallites can promote one to an initial hunting warrior. Progress to upgrade, 754-1000. After 300 comes 1000. Such a leap would likely invoke curses from any ordinary person. They did not possess the exploit of greed, and with a 50% yield of specialized crystallites, they would need to hunt at least 2,000 larval lammergeyers to start. It would take at least 3 to 5 days to achieve. Unless they had a supporting team. The stench still lingered at the tip of his nose, occasionally assaulting his senses, which was exceedingly vexing. It seemed that aside from addressing clothing changes, weaponry, and resource gathering, taking a shower had become his top priority. With this thought in mind, Lu Ming picked up the traditional straight knife that lay beside him, and his brow furrowed slightly. Previously, he hadn't noticed. But now, with his enhanced strength, the knife felt insubstantial and lacking in heft. After silently toying with it for a moment, Lu Ming gradually came to terms with it. After all, he would soon acquire a new one. If not, he could always opt for a larger blade, which would wield greater power provided he had sufficient strength. With this realization, Lu Ming retrieved the sportswear he had previously discarded, tying the sleeves behind his head and wrapping the hem around his neck, thus creating a makeshift mask that significantly reduced the foul odor. He then opened the door, bare-chested and barefoot, brandishing the straight knife as he strode confidently into the street, gazing at the sliver of sky beyond the residential buildings. He yearned to take a deep, hearty breath of the warm, pleasant sunshine. However, the overwhelming scent clung to him, and even with his homemade mask, he dared not act recklessly. One misstep could lead to being taken not by the monsters, but by the scent that emanated from himself, which would be quite embarrassing. With a light sigh, he turned and began to walk in the direction from which he had initially come. After some distance, he passed a shop selling tobacco and snacks. He recalled that this shop had been filled with a dozen or so larvae, yet now it seemed they had all been lured and exterminated. The monsters surely wouldn't waste food. There might still be some supplies within. With this in mind, the entire shop was suddenly outlined in blue. Upon seeing this familiar effect, Lu Ming squinted, a vein of frustration appearing on his forehead. No way, this is possible? Chapter 19. Like cheating. Despite his meticulous calculations, he had never anticipated that the evaluation of spatial range could be so unreasonable. Standing just outside, without even entering, he could assess the entire store. He quickly decided to try it. Evaluate. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. As he silently recited the command, countless item names appeared before Lu Ming's eyes like product tags. They penetrated the walls, revealing their locations as if through X-ray vision. Some items were so densely packed that their tags overlapped. Instinctively, Lu Ming felt a sense of visual clutter. The overwhelming number seemed chaotic. Could this be a flaw of the exploit? Was it possible to display only the tags for consumables? As soon as this thought crossed his mind, the item tags vanished, reappearing with only the labels for supplies. Scanning the tools, cigarettes, alcohol, beverages, snacks, and some daily essentials, Lu Ming felt a wave of exasperation. Could it be any more excessive? Could it only display food items? Whoosh! The tags reset for a second time, revealing only consumables, alcohol, drinks, snacks, instant noodles, while everything else fell silent. At this point, Lu Ming was thoroughly convinced by the eye of truth. All right, you are impressive. I shall follow you. Show me the monstrous beings, food, beverages, tools, weapons, and supply boxes. Silently setting these parameters in his mind, the evaluation information transformed once again. As he had surmised, the larval lammergeiers had all been eradicated. And while there were no supply boxes, everything else existed. Most importantly, he spotted a machete in the corner of the shop, indicating that the store owner likely possessed strong self-defense awareness. Even more considerate, the categories set for evaluation were detailed, leading to a change in the precision of the information displayed. Especially noteworthy was the food display state, with tags now color-coded: black, red, orange, and white. Lu Ming took a moment to understand. Black-tagged food was essentially long expired and toxic. Consuming it would lead to immediate death. Red-tagged items were past their expiration date. Ingesting them wouldn't kill instantly but could result in acute illness, leading to demise if not treated swiftly. Orange tags indicated food nearing expiration that needed to be consumed quickly, while white tags represented items with a long shelf life, safe for collection and storage. Simple, straightforward, and effective. Like cheating. With a satisfied smile, Lu Ming stepped into the shop. Upon entering, he was immediately hit by a wave of decaying mildew, followed by several rows of somewhat disheveled shelves. There was a bit of everything. But nearly all food and drink items had been wiped out. Grabbing a bag of greenish spicy strips, he noted the production date was March 22, 2020, with a shelf life of 12 months. Looking at the time displayed in the corner of the World Channel, it was now May 27, 2025, indicating that the disaster had occurred at least 4 years prior. Other areas were cluttered with some tobacco, alcohol, daily necessities, boxed instant noodles, random debris, and various unknown items. After surveying the shop's inventory, Lu Ming did not rush to scavenge, but instead retrieved the machete hidden in the corner of the counter. It was a curved blade, slightly rusty and of inferior quality compared to those found in a mobile phone repair shop. But so what? A hero does not question the origins of his tools. Once refined, it would become a treasured weapon. After stowing it away in his spatial pouch, Lu Ming began to gather resources. As a high-quality young man, a future pillar of humanity, he resolved to only choose exquisite and noble food items. Aside from white-tagged items, he would not take anything else. After 10 minutes, his collected resources were as follows: 2 boxes of braised beef noodles, 3 boxes of Farmer's spring water, 15 bottles of Pepsi, 10 bottles of Sprite, and 60 bottles of various other beverages. Next came the heavier items: 17 boxes of premium white liquor and 30 packs of fine cigarettes. Although Lu Ming himself had no need for alcohol or tobacco, many others would. Especially in the post-apocalyptic world, these items were considered luxuries, particularly as they had long shelf lives. Cigarettes lasting 10 years and liquor 20. Hence, whenever encountered, one would be foolish not to seize the opportunity. However, after collecting all the tobacco and alcohol, a prompt suddenly appeared. Notice: insufficient remaining capacity in spatial pouch. Please be mindful of the storage limit. Upgrading the spatial pouch can expand its capacity. Oh. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Ming realized. The spatial pouch only had 20 slots, and while it could stack the same items infinitely, after stuffing it with the machete and various food and drink items, only 2 slots remained. Upgrading, he opened the spatial pouch, glanced around, and indeed saw a symbol next to the number of slots. Clicking the triangular icon, another prompt appeared. Upgrading the spatial pouch requires 40 specialized crystallites. After upgrading, the capacity will double. 40 crystallites, quite expensive. Should I go ahead with the upgrade? Ultimate upgrade. Notice: please select the upgrade tier. Tier 2, Tier 1. Tier 1. Notice: upgrading the universal function spatial pouch requires 3 million specialized crystallites. Confirm. Cancel. Is this a joke? Where on earth would he find 3 million crystallites? Wouldn't it be better to simply indicate that the upgrade was impossible? Cancel. Initially adopting a trial and error mindset, he pondered whether, even if he could indeed elevate his level, he would choose to upgrade. Likely not. The magnitude of the space, akin to the specialization level, only increases in value as one progresses further along. Never mind, he would stick to using the specialization crystals. He prepared to repeat the upgrade operation, confirming the expenditure of 40 specialization crystals. Notification: space pouch upgrade successful, current size 1840, next upgrade requires 80 specialization crystals. That would suffice. Given his bold character, he felt inclined to ascend another level. However, considering the potential greater utility of specialization crystals in the future, he steadied himself. Departing from the smoke and liquor, Lu Ming began to adeptly establish his objectives for resource exploration. During this time, he encountered several individuals concealed within shops. None of them uttered a word of assistance upon seeing him, nor did they emerge to join him in his search. Strangely, whether it was mere illusion or reality, each gaze directed towards him bore an expression of complexity and reverence. It was perplexing, yet he chose not to dwell on it, reasoning that perhaps his robust physique, coupled with his avant-garde attire and the striking traditional straight knife he wielded, had instilled a sense of intimidation in them. Quite satisfactory, indeed. With less interaction, there were fewer complexities. He relished this solitary ease. Reminiscent of the life he had led thus it was at this moment that he finally discovered a clothing store. The roll-up door was raised high, leaving only the glass door secured. The quaint shop offered an array of garments for men, women, and children, all at reasonable prices, embodying integrity in trade. Such a slogan was inscribed on the wall outside. Although the inscription had faded considerably with time, it still caused Lu Ming's heart to bloom with joy, signified that he would no longer have to endure the discomfort of being shirtless or wearing tattered pants that pinched his abdomen. Stepping forward, he intended to utilize his identification skills to ascertain whether any larvae were concealed within the store. However, unexpectedly, a figure caught his eye. It was a girl, slender and petite, clad in a high school uniform that appeared rather loose and baggy. She huddled in a corner by the glass door, hugging her knees, resting her chin upon them, devoid of tears, fear, or any semblance of emotion. She seemed as numb as a piece of timber. Suddenly, the wood shifted slightly. She lifted her hollow eyes, locking them with Lu Ming's gaze. For a fleeting moment, there was a pause, only for her to avert her eyes once more. Lu Ming's pupils constricted sharply, his heart twisted violently. As the joy he had felt upon entering the clothing store crumbled in an instant under the weight of her familiar expression, he grasped his straight knife and turned away, as if he had never noticed her presence. Walking past the clothing store with determination, in that brief moment of crossing paths with her, the vividness of the present collided with the dust-laden memories of the past. The same dark corner, the same curled posture, the same vacant numbness. The only difference was that the figure had once been himself, trusting no one, caring for no one, and placing hope in no one. That had been his existence, devoid of redemption. Thus, he understood all too well the emotions contained within those eyes. A surge of empathy stirred within him. Yet what could he possibly do? This was the apocalypse, a realm where survival necessitated the utmost resolve and ruthless measures. He never considered himself a savior of humanity, even with his possession of several extraordinary abilities. All he could do was fulfill the expectations of the deceased, merely to survive. Nothing more. So what did it matter to him about kinship? It was merely a pity for the clothing store so close at hand. Never mind, finding food was challenging enough, and clothing vendors were plentiful. Stealing his resolve, Lu Ming decided to venture towards the newly relocated intersection. For the bustling streets and crossroads of the city were the most prosperous areas in society. Perhaps he might still stumble upon a resource box. He chuckled to himself, then abruptly wiped the smile from his face. The shadow of his bangs obscured his eyes, and his steps came to a gradual halt. Ultimately, with a self-deprecating smile, he turned back. Arriving once more at the shop's entrance, he gazed at his own reflection in the glass door. A figure both imposing and stylish, and felt a sense of helplessness. To appear less threatening, he crouched down, squinted with a smile, and gently spoke. "Little sister, what is your name? Which grade are you in? Could you possibly unlock the door? Uncle would like to come in for a moment." As the words left his lips, though his expression remained unchanged, his inner self was spiraling, a distorted cry for help echoing within him. What on earth was he saying? Would it not be better to get straight to the point? This felt akin to a kidnapping scenario. Anyone would refuse him entry. Why inquire about the girl's name? Who was he, this strange uncle? As expected, the girl inside lifted her hollow eyes once more, staring at him for a moment. Lu Ming broke into a cold sweat, feeling somewhat guilty as he stammered, "Oh no, I'm not a bad person. Please don't be afraid, I just, want to change my clothes." He gestured towards his own impressive physique. "You understand, right?" "Understand what?" Gasping in exasperation, Lu Ming felt his resolve crumble. What was he doing? Let it all come to an end. He was exhausted. Just as he was about to concede defeat and make his exit, the girl suddenly stood up and, to Lu Ming's astonishment, opened the shop's door. Indeed, she simply pulled it open. All along, he had assumed the door was locked, yet it bore no protective measures whatsoever. This girl seemed utterly indifferent to her own fate, unconcerned about whether the stranger outside was friend or foe. Her oversized school uniform made her slight figure appear even more fragile. Lu Ming hesitated to enter, She held the door wide open, standing to the side, her gaze fixated on the ground as if she were a lifeless automaton. "Thank you." The awkwardness dissipated in an instant as Lu Ming stepped inside, his body reeking of foul odors. When he turned back, the girl had released her grip and returned to her corner. She exhibited no reaction to his unpleasant scent, not even a glance his way, as if he were merely a formless gust of air. Silently, he turned away, silently selecting garments. His thoughts were completely detached from his own presence. It wasn't until he circled the cramped shop multiple times that he realized there were no suitable sizes for him outside. His gaze drifted towards the clothing warehouse within the shop, marked with a sign reading "No entry for loiterers." The dust on the doorknob had accumulated significantly, revealing no signs of any hand ever having touched it, indicating that the girl had not explored this area since entering the shop. Identification. Locking onto the space behind the warehouse door, Lu Ming activated his Eye of Truth. A flurry of item tags appeared one by one. No foreign creatures were detected, confirming the safety of the area. He opened the warehouse door, and dust cascaded through the gap. Contrary to his expectations of darkness, the interior was surprisingly bright. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that the so-called warehouse was actually a living room. Facing him was the main door of the living room. It seemed the shop owner, having a large house, repurposed the rear section, which opened into a residential alley, into a clothing store for business. The interior was even dustier, with the Eye of Truth revealing mostly black objects. Usable items were scarce. However, when his gaze shifted to the right, it was immediately drawn to a blue item tag. A second-tier resource box, positioned in a larger room to the right. His mood shifted from burdensome to joyous as Lu Ming swiftly entered the room, discovering a blue box incongruously nestled in the corner between the bed and the wall. It was not the archaic, arched treasure chest found in games, but rather a futuristic mechanical container. Identification. Second-tier resource box. Special item. Category. Container description. A sturdy container filled with high-quality resources, containing 3 bottles of 500 milliliters multifunctional sports drink and 1 random skill book. The contents of the box were immediately revealed by the Eye of Truth. While it diminished the excitement of opening the box, it provided the comfort of knowing its contents in advance. Especially the random skill book, which could potentially yield extraordinary skills like the universal key. Grasping the resource box, he noticed a blue button in the center. Pressing it firmly, gas was released, and the box opened with a satisfying sound. Inside lay a neatly arranged purple book adorned with a golden question mark and 3 bottles of multifunctional sports drink. Notification. Random skill book has been detected. Would you like to use it immediately? Using it will randomly grant you 1 skill from E to a grade. Only up to a grade, so the universal key, which he deemed a godly skill, was not classified as S grade. A notification. Would you like to use it immediately? Noticing his lack of response, the prompt began to urge him. Just as Lu Ming was about to affirm, he suddenly recalled that if it weren't for the girl's complete despondency, this harmless resource box should have been her prize. Of course, this was merely a thought. If he were to relinquish this resource box, he would consider it madness. At most, he could offer the girl some compensation when leaving. Indeed, congratulations, you have acquired the B-grade skill power amplification. Chapter 21. The girl. The question mark on the random skill book slowly dissolved, revealing the words power amplification. It was a skill whose effect was evident even without reading the description. Amplifying strength, perhaps? However, he presently did not lack physical enhancement. What he truly desired was refinement in technique, be it firearms, martial arts, agility, or mastery in various skills. Otherwise, even with the boost to strength, he would still be outmatched by those with superior techniques at the same specialization level. Nonetheless, he was pleased, especially since the skill level was close to being fully extractable. Notification. Would you like to learn power amplification immediately? Yes. The skill book disintegrated into specks of light, which spiraled in the air for several moments before burrowing into Lu Ming's forehead. Successfully acquired B-level skill. Power amplification technique. Power amplification technique. B-level. Category. Active enhancement skill effect. Double strength for 10 minutes after use, followed by a 5-minute period of weakness where all attributes are halved. With a cooldown of 15 minutes, a 10-minute burst skill is quite commendable. The subsequent weakness for 5 minutes seems a fair price to pay. Let us examine the enhancement effects and the required costs. Ultimate enhancement. Prompt. Please select enhancement tier, second tier. Prompt. Confirm the consumption of 2,000 specialized crystals to elevate the B-level power amplification technique to S-level power endowment. Confirm. Cancel. Oh. Only 2,000 specialized crystals to upgrade to S. Is the skill subpar, or is the cost disparity between tiers too great? Power endowment. S-level. Category. Active enhancement skill effect. Grants oneself 3 times the strength for 30 minutes, with a cooldown of 1 hour. Feature. This enhancement can simultaneously bestow multiple target units, with the number depending on the specialization level. Lu Ming exclaimed in awe, as the enhancement multiplier and duration had all tripled post-evolution. The weakness effect was completely eliminated. Although the cooldown period appears lengthy, it is actually quite sufficient. If a battle extends beyond 30 minutes without resolution, one should consider finding an opportunity to retreat. This skill is worth investing in, and it is imperative to invest promptly, as it could prove invaluable in critical moments. Canceling the enhancement operation, he secured 3 bottles of sports drinks, watching as the supply box disintegrated. Just as he prepared to leave the room, Lu Ming suddenly noticed the presence of an indoor bathroom. He quickly checked to see if the facilities were operable. Filled with anticipation, Lu Ming strode inside. After fiddling with it for a moment, he found the water heater provided no response whatsoever. IT was broken. Moreover, he suddenly remembered that even if the water heater were functional, the daily water supply would be tainted with aberrant toxins. In that case, not only this household, but the situation in other residential buildings would be fundamentally the same. His spirits dampened momentarily. Was he to simply give up? Was he to endure this stench until it naturally dissipated? Although humanity in a post-apocalyptic world may resemble wild beasts, such overwhelming odor was simply intolerable. Fixating on the water heater, a thought sparked in Lu Ming's mind. If a standard water heater was unusable, would elevating it by 2 tiers yield any surprises? Ultimate enhancement. Please select enhancement tier, 2nd tier. Prompt. Enhancing the slightly defective water heater requires the consumption of 3 specialized crystals. Please choose the enhancement direction. Universal Specialized Water Heater or Crystal Radiant Water Heater. What? Water heaters can have upgrade directions? Let us examine the details. Universal Specialized Water Heater. Advanced. Category. Electrical Appliance. Description. A practical water heater that integrates self-generation, self-operation, automation, and self-service. Even in a power outage or water shortage, it can still replenish water and continue functioning. This is splendid. The ability to replenish water is a bit concerning in terms of resources. Yet he possesses a sufficient supply of purified water. After scavenging from 5 or 6 grocery stores and small shops, he had not acquired much else, but Farmer Sanquan had 5 boxes, each containing 24 bottles. Thus, he currently had a total of 120 bottles of pure water, in addition to sports drinks and other refreshing beverages, more than enough to last. Even if he were to run out, given his strength, he could easily replenish it by taking a few rounds outside, leaving him untroubled. With this in mind, Lu Ming turned his attention to another type of water heater. Crystal Radiant Water Heater. Advanced. Category. Luxury item description. Adorned with hundreds of diamonds. Shimmering in opulent gold, it is a must-have decoration for successful individuals, with functionality not significantly different from the standard universal water heater. Its advantage lies in its expense, while its drawback is that it cannot be used autonomously. Water heaters can be diamond-studded? This truly exemplifies the grandeur of the Galan system. His eyes have been opened, choosing the universal water heater. With a swipe, the malfunctioning water heater disassembled and reformed into a multifunctional water heater that radiated a sense of advanced technology. To Lu Ming's delight, the water heater even came equipped with body wash and shampoo. Affordable yet thoughtful, he pressed the button, and the screen on the water heater lit up. Universal Assistant at your service. Please select the usage method via voice command. An electronic voice prompted, displaying options for automation and self-service on the screen. Self-service. Activating self-service, please add 10 L of water from the outlet, then set the temperature. 10 L? That's just 20 bottles. Not too bad. Without much hesitation, Lu Ming filled the 10 L of water, set the desired temperature, and rummaged through the clothing storage for a few sets of passable tank tops and pants to wash. Completely forgetting that there was still a college girl at the back door point. 10 minutes later, a refreshed Lu Ming emerged from the bathroom, clad in ill-fitting yet comfortable attire. Gazing at his reflection, Lu Ming felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. The sagging white tank top paired with gray-blue jeans was simply unremarkable. Just then, his eyes caught sight of the ultimate enhancement option on the information panel, and an idea quietly blossomed. 2 minutes later, Lu Ming stepped out with a newfound confidence, adorned in a black fitted tactical vest that protected down to his neck, jet black tactical trousers, a pure black military belt, and tactical boots. He could boldly declare, how imposing. Who would have thought that upgrading clothing to the 2nd tier would not only confer resilience, stain resistance, and waterproof properties, but also allow for autonomous clothing style customization? Reflecting on it all, given his physique and the prevailing environment, such attire was indeed the most comfortable. Clenching his fist in satisfaction, Lu Ming strolled outside. Opening the storage door, he noticed once again the figure enveloped by the knees that had captured his attention. Unmoved in the slightest, even after being inside for nearly 20 minutes, he was intrigued to discover the reasons compelling a blossoming girl to be so utterly lost. Identifying, the eye of truth activated. Locking onto the silhouette as a dense array of information panels sprang forth. With just a glance, Lu Ming's expression shifted dramatically. For even before he could scrutinize further, he had already spotted several painful keywords within the personal information. Orphan, adopted, adoptive father's embrace. Chapter 22. To compensate for his own suffering, these weighty words rendered Lu Ming unable to divert his gaze from the personal information panel. He was compelled to read through it from the beginning. Personal information. Former inhabitant of Blue Star, a native of Huaxia Qingchuan, a senior in high school, born in the women's restroom of the 7 Seas 0 Point Bar, abandoned by biological mother Sue. Discovered by the bar's janitor, who reported the incident to the bar owner and called the police, she was sent to the 7 Seas Xingxing Welfare Institute, where she was named Hong Hong. Displaying exceptional learning and practical skills, she was quiet, loved books, and disliked socializing, often sitting alone in the reading corner, leading to bullying and exclusion from other children at the Welfare Institute. At the age of 3. She was adopted by Lu and Zhang, who were workers, and renamed Lu Ya. However, due to a construction accident, both Lu and Zhang became paralyzed for life and could no longer care for her, leading to the termination of the adoption on New Year's Eve that same year, returning her to the Welfare Institute, where she had been adopted for less than a year. At 5. She was adopted by Wang, who had longed for a child but divorced, renamed Wang Chuanwan. However, due to Wang being forced by her parents to marry a cousin from the same village, and the male counterpart not allowing her to bring children, the adoption was again terminated, and she was returned to the Welfare Institute, where the adoption lasted less than 7 months. At 7, she was adopted by Zhao and renamed Zhao Jiao. Tragically, Zhao collapsed and died while playing cards late at night. After the family handled the funeral, there was no one related by blood to take her in, resulting in the termination of the adoption and her return to the Welfare Institute, where she had been adopted for a year. At 10, she was taken in by Yang Xiaojun, renamed Yang Shui, attending Yang Village Primary School, the local middle school, and the county's top high school. On her coming-of-age ceremony, she learned that Yang Xiaojun had adopted her for the purpose of making her his wife. And that very night he attempted to embrace her. Just as Yang Xiaojun was about to succeed, Yang Shui managed to grasp a lighter at the bedside. Her intention was merely to ignite Yang Xiaojun's clothing to create an opportunity for escape. Little did she expect that Yang Xiaojun, having spilled a bowl of alcohol on himself earlier, combined with his drunken state, ignited almost instantly in the flames. Yang Shui's attempt to rescue him was futile. As he struggled and ignited more flammable materials in the room, in an instant, flames soared, and villagers rushed to the scene, in her fear and panic. Yang Shui fled from the inferno, only to learn amidst her escape that Yang Xiaojun had perished. And she was struck with a tremendous shock, fleeing into the depths of the forest behind Yang Village, hiding for 3 months before the Great Migration. Now, she is one of the 66,666th batch of migrants in the Galan apocalypse. A survivor and a strategist, after reading through this lengthy personal information, Lu Ming's heart grew heavier. Abandoned at birth, bullied in the Welfare Institute, experiencing 4 failed adoptions, each marked by a cycle of gain and loss. Just when she finally found a home, she discovered that everything filled with hope was a lie. Those who cherished her harbored ulterior motives, ultimately revealing their true monstrosity. All she wished for was to save herself. Yet fate cruelly led to the fiery demise of her adoptive father, and the home she lived in for 8 years. 3 months of hiding were accompanied solely by fear and torment. Reflecting on her past, it was a life made of tragedy. With the road ahead obliterated and the future bleak, at a loss and perhaps feeling like a mere shell of a person, she encountered the Great Migration. Who could endure such a harrowing past? In terms of suffering, her experiences were beyond Lu Ming's comprehension. Observing her height of 1.6 meters and weight of only 35 kilograms. With a pre-selection level lower than that of a novice soldier, Lu Ming could scarcely fathom the extent of the trauma Yang Shui's mind and body had endured over the past 3 months. Humanity, once deprived of the thirst for life, causes the very cells within to lose their vigor. A night of white hair, a morning of withered bones. These are vivid examples. With a deep sigh, Lu Ming closed the information panel, pushed open the warehouse door, and stepped out in front of the shop. He retrieved a case of pure water and a box of instant noodles, placing them beside Yang Shui. Then, he carefully took out specialized crystals from his spatial pouch. softly stating earlier, I heard a few words from somewhere that resonated profoundly with me. In this life, the choices we can make are few and far between. We find ourselves on a stage, not of our choosing, performing a script that is not ours. Some are fortunate enough to be born into loving families, surrounded by caring parents, living lives devoid of struggle. Yet others, from their very birth, remain unaware of their own parents' identities, destined to be betrayed by those they trust the most. As these words hung in the air, Yang Shui, lost in a daze, slowly raised her gaze. Reflected in her eyes was the visage of a handsome, masculine face, imbued with a gentle warmth. Her eyes contained a complexity of emotions, pain and a profound loneliness strikingly similar to her own. The man continued to draw out jade-like crystals from thin air, placing them solemnly before her. Death is the simplest of matters. If one is destined to die, why not make the choice sooner? If one has not chosen earlier and has endured so many tragedies, is it truly fulfilling to relinquish life at this juncture? The past is gone. If you believe you are at fault, then live on to bear this burden. If the fault lies not with you, then endure, and with your own hands, make amends for the suffering you have faced. With the 20th specialized crystal laid down, Lu Ming concluded his discourse. After a moment's thought, he drew a straight knife from his spatial pouch and placed it beside Yang Shui's well. Do not concern yourself. This is merely a token of gratitude for allowing me to select clothing. You will soon understand the significance of these crystals. Additionally, I offer you a suggestion. Should you come to a realization and choose to live, observe closely the energy veins within those giant maggots. Pay attention to their flow and characteristics. If you are perceptive, you will surely discover something. Having done all this, Lu Ming rose and pulled down the glass door, glancing at the top of the roll-up door before lowering it halfway. At this height, Yang Shui could easily reach it. As long as she wished to live, she could pull down this protective barrier at any time. With a smile, Lu Ming gradually walked away, while Yang Shui in the clothing store kept her gaze fixed on his retreating figure until he vanished from sight, and the street returned to a tranquil silence. The echoes of Lu Ming's words reverberated in her mind, and her vacant eyes gradually sparkled with a glimmer of hope. A hunger she had not felt in 3 months surged within her abdomen, driving Yang Shui to violently tear open the packaging of the instant noodles, gnawing at them with fervor and swallowing harshly. Her gums were scraped, drawing blood, and her throat burned from the jagged bits of noodles. Yet she paid no heed. Only after devouring a pack of noodles and downing a bottle of water did she lower her head once more, feeling the pain from her lips and teeth. Tears streamed down her cheeks. I must live, to compensate for the suffering I have endured. Her voice was hoarse yet resolute, her gaze drifting toward the specialized crystals and the glimmering straight knife beside her. Yang Shui silently committed Lu Ming's features to memory. Chapter 23. The pupa of the scythe owl. For a few minutes, Lu Ming maintained a carefree demeanor, but soon his expression revealed the pangs of regret. That was a straight knife and 20 specialized crystals. Adding the hot water heater discarded into the spatial pouch and the 6 components of the clothing set, he had expended a total of 29 crystals. His inventory now stood at 685, pushing him further from leveling up to a junior warrior. Did he regret it? Not at all. He too had once been pulled back from the brink of despair by the old man. Without that, he would not be who he was today. Now, he had performed a similar act. The old man, if aware, would surely be pleased. As for Yang Shui's future, it would hinge on her choices and fate. With this thought, Lu Ming withdrew a rusty curved blade from his spatial pouch. Having given away his meal, he needed to quickly replace it. Ultimate sublimation. Prompt. Please select sublimation tier 2. Prompt. Sublimating the curved blade requires 20 specialized crystals. Confirm. Cancel. Confirm. Please select sublimation direction. Fine steel straight knife, wide blade heavy knife, fine steel polearm. The options remained the same. Yet this time the designs had undergone significant changes. The fine steel straight knife appeared longer, more exquisite and sharper than traditional straight knives. Unfortunately, he had previously determined that the straight knife was no longer suitable for him. The fine steel polearm resembled a long-handled weapon, but unlike the legendary Guan Yu's blade, it was a uniquely proportioned weapon. It looked interesting, yet Lu Ming found it unappealing. The wide blade heavy knife, on the other hand, was also a long-handled weapon, but its blade was broader and longer. At first glance, it bore an uncanny resemblance to Cloud's heavy sword from Final Fantasy, the only difference being that Cloud's sword had numerous functionalities, while the wide blade heavy knife did not. That mattered little. Suitability was all that mattered. Moreover, all Tier 2 sublimated weapons came with a sheath, which was commendable. He opted for the wide blade heavy knife. With a resounding snap, the curved blade disassembled and reformed. In an instant, a weighty weapon measuring 30 centimeters in handle length and 150 centimeters in blade length fell into Lu Ming's grasp. Feeling its substantial heft, Lu Ming estimated it weighed at least 80 kilograms. Such weight was precisely what he sought in a weapon. Identification: wide blade heavy knife, fine steel grade, category, weapon description, handle length 32 cm, blade length 155 cm, blade width 15 cm, weight 85 kg, entirely forged from fine steel and tempered with advanced Galan technology. Capable of delivering immense striking power solely due to its weight, making it ideal for strength-based warriors. Durability: 1500. This data was unparalleled. With exceptional durability and formidable power, the old must give way to the new, a universal truth. The sheath was not the traditional closed type. It had been redesigned into a semi-embedded ergonomic sheath. When not in use, it could be worn on the back, and when needed, simply pressing the trigger at the opening would launch the heavy knife out. This design avoided the awkwardness of struggling to draw a weapon during combat. However, upon further reflection, with the convenience of a spatial pouch, the necessity of a sheath seemed trivial. It was better to store it within the pouch and retrieve it as needed, rather than carry it physically. Casting a glance at the time displayed in the World Channel, he noted it was already 12:35, with the Great Migration approaching in 5 hours, and the nightfall set for 6. He still had ample time to explore. He decided to continue searching. Food and water were not an issue. What he truly desired were weapons and supply crates containing skill books. With this thought, Lu Ming chose a different route, activating his eye of truth while scanning his surroundings as he moved. He would enter any shops that appeared to carry weapons and would also check for water and specific food supplies. Yet he had not encountered another supply crate since. After an hour had passed, Lu Ming found himself deep within a narrow alley, where he spotted a medium-sized factory. The eye of truth revealed familiar labels, but this time they were purple rather than blue. A Tier 3 supply crate. Indeed, it was a level higher, positioned at the center of the factory's third-floor ceiling. As Lu Ming approached, the factory suddenly became densely packed, revealing thousands of scythe owl larva labels. Furthermore, near the Tier 3 supply crate, 5 labels glowed with a fierce red light. Scythe owl pupa. Locking onto the label, he conducted a separate identification. Scythe owl pupa, E-grade weak, category, larva description. The pupal form of the E-grade elite variant of the scythe owl, formed by the larva consuming a significant number of fresh prey and undergoing metamorphosis. Once the metamorphosis is complete, it will evolve into an E-grade elite scythe owl. Currently, it possesses no skills or offensive capabilities, and its body is extremely fragile. However, the aura of a swarm leader will attract nearby larvae to gather in large numbers. It can summon around 500 larvae, with a minimum of about 200. The gathered scythe owl larvae will enter an alert state unconditionally, surrounding the pupa, while simultaneously their internal acid production will surge, enabling them to defend and counterattack without blind spots. Traits: releases the aura of a swarm leader weakness, death from severe injury, pupil progress, 15-100, with a maximum of 500 and a minimum of 200 gathered. Yet this entire factory from the first to the third floor had amassed close to 2,000. Was such a Tier 3 supply crate truly worth such a frenzy of protection, guarded by thousands of larvae? Lu Ming found himself at a loss for words. He was confident in his abilities and well-equipped. However, without agility or combat experience, how could he breach a gathering of 2,000 alert larvae? Yet to simply turn away felt unsatisfactory. Resolute, he gritted his teeth and took out the wide-blade heavy knife, stealthily approaching the factory entrance. Peering through the crack in the door, he discovered the clustered scythe owl larvae just across the threshold. Their grotesque mandibles were mere steps away, and had he not reacted swiftly, he might have been detected. Damn it. There was no way to break through head-on. Even just the courtyard was occupied by hundreds. Once the door swung open, he wouldn't have time to wield his knife before facing hundreds of acidic sprays capable of inflicting damage from 80 meters away. Based on Shanghai's earlier tests, even an ultimate soldier would struggle to withstand such corrosive attacks. Silently retracting the wide-blade heavy knife, Lu Ming quietly retreated from the factory's vicinity, letting out a resigned sigh. It seemed he would need to devise another plan. At that moment, lying on his back, he noticed the towering staff dormitory across from the factory. Lu Ming instinctively thought how advantageous it would be to possess long-range weaponry, such as a sniper rifle. Combined with the insights provided by the Eye of Truth, if he could set it up on the dormitory roof and unleash a barrage into the courtyard, it would undoubtedly result in a precise hit every time. Unfortunately, he found himself still in the realm of cold weapons, several tiers away from hot weaponry. Wait a moment. Cold weapons? 4 long distances, a bow. He could craft a bow himself. Chapter 24. Weapon sale. Even if the finished product was rudimentary, as long as it possessed form and function, it could be recognized as a bow, allowing him to utilize ultimate sublimation to advance IT to AT2 tiers. It could be somewhat effective. Just as he was filled with excitement, his enthusiasm abruptly halted as Lu Ming suddenly recalled a fundamental issue: marksmanship. Indeed, without exceptional shooting skills, what use was it to miss a larva core from 80 meters away? Furthermore, crafting arrows posed its own challenges. It seemed like an unfeasible notion. Looking back at the factory, Lu Ming felt a tinge of frustration. A vast treasure lay before him, yet he lacked a proper method of infiltration. Was he truly meant to return and attain the rank of a novice warrior before attempting a physical breach? He couldn't wait, and there were drawbacks. It wasn't merely the fear of being outpaced by others, but primarily the simultaneous hatching of those 5 pupae made it nearly impossible for anyone to enter this place. With his thoughts in disarray, Lu Ming decided to open the information panel, hoping to uncover a solution among the skill combinations. To his surprise, as soon as he opened it, his gaze fell upon the trading hall. Initially, he had been unfamiliar with the structure of the Galan post-apocalypse environment. Now, after half a day had passed, undoubtedly many had taken action. Even if the trading market had not fully opened, it was improbable that not a single item was available. He might as well gamble on luck. Upon opening the trading hall, he found that the product list was no longer barren, with the total number of items soaring into the hundreds of thousands. Hundreds of thousands! Had development progressed so rapidly? Lu Ming was astounded. Yet after scanning the first page filled with hundreds of items, he felt a sense of relief. Truly, anything and everything was being tossed up for sale. Stones, benches, moldy sheets, expired beverages, and even beds. Flipping through a few pages, he found the assortment overwhelmingly chaotic, filled mostly with items thrown up haphazardly. Fortunately, there was a precise categorization for items, and Lu Ming glanced around, suddenly spotting the term skill book. Evidently, such items could indeed be sold. Clicking on the skill book, a page unfolded, revealing a rather unremarkable book lying there. Ordinary military body fist. Grade upon learning. One acquires a basic understanding of military body fist techniques. Exchange target: 500 milliliters pure water 100. Good heavens, E-grade skill for 100 bottles of pure water. Is the skill book encrusted with diamonds? Why not just go and rob? For this wretched book, 3 bottles of pure water is the maximum value, and only in his possession does it hold this worth. It could serve as a base item, relying on sublimation to advance to a higher level. Were it someone else, they wouldn't even bother exchanging half a bottle. After all, it's merely military body fist, useful for self-defense against humans, but engaging with otherworldly creatures. That would be courting death. Staring blankly at the empty skill book page, Lu Ming fell silent. It seemed he had overestimated the situation. At this juncture, the only individuals capable of obtaining skill books fell into 2 categories. Either they were extraordinarily lucky, like the possessor of the universal key, Peng Xiaolong, or they were powerful beings capable of freely navigating and strategizing. If the lucky ones acquired skills, they certainly wouldn't be selling them now. Firstly, others lacked the substantial resources to sell at a reasonable price. Secondly, only half a day had passed since the Great Migration. It was far from a time of scarcity, and thus, high-grade items would not be sold off cheaply for survival. Therefore, to procure the desired items, one must discern the market and understand what people currently lacked the most. Undoubtedly, what was lacking was confidence and courage. In the apocalypse, what embodies confidence and courage? Weapons. Weapons are the very essence of confidence and courage. As long as one possesses a plethora of weapons, even if the exchange party does not intend to use them personally, they can acquire them for resale, obtaining the resources they desire. Thus, Lu Ming quickly sought out the weapons category, and upon opening it, he found a commendable variety of samples. Swords, daggers, and spears of every kind were present, yet most were unsharpened or simply props. It seemed various regions had discovered locations for such items. Glancing at a few prices, Lu Ming gained a rough understanding of the value range, the lowest being 5 bottles of drinking water or 10 portions of food. The highest, such as some sharpened weapons, hovered around double the exchange value of resources. Crucially, there were indeed successful transactions. Clearly, his deductions had not been in vain. He further believed that durability was the most successful aspect of the post-apocalyptic setting. Especially for high-level warriors and extreme combatants, the consumption of weapons would undoubtedly multiply. They possessed resources, opportunities, and limitless potential. If he could sell stronger weapons and demand various specialized skill books in exchange, there would undoubtedly be those unable to resist the temptation to trade. As for whether selling weapons would accelerate others' progression, he had no concerns. After all, no one could surpass him, and moreover, selling weapons could also enhance others' resource acquisition efficiency. Only when the collective wealth increased would their purchasing power strengthen, allowing him to acquire even higher-grade base items, craft superior weapons, and exchange for advanced skills to arm himself. Was this not the ultimate way to reap the benefits? With that thought in mind, Lu Ming deftly leaped up to the second floor of the employee dormitory. He had previously explored this area with the eye of truth and found no dangers apart from some expired food. Now, leaning against the wall, he closed the window, resolved to utilize the trading hall to accumulate the strength necessary to breach the factory. Searching for tools, hundreds of pages of kitchen knives, fruit knives, axes, and other items unfurled before him. The prices were not to be considered as they were all rather steep. However, this was not a significant issue. Tools occupied an awkward classification between weapons and resources, in terms of practical combat. Tools had limited lethality and could not create decisive outcomes, in logistical terms. Tools were non-consumable and could not guarantee survival. Thus, many people merely placed them up for sale in hopes of a stroke of luck. When genuine buyers appeared, the situation would be entirely different. Lu Ming clicked on the consignment items, tossing up a bottle of 500 milliliters pure water, setting the transaction item as a tool, and completed the listing. Tip: your consignment of Farmer's 3 Punches pure water has successfully traded for a pig slaughtering knife. Instant results. It was that real. What pleased Lu Ming even more was that the trading hall implemented privacy protections for both buyers and sellers. Maintaining anonymity. This meant that no matter how outrageous his listings were, he would not attract unwanted attention. While he was not afraid of being coveted, he certainly found harassment bothersome. Continuing to list, Lu Ming placed another 9 bottles up for sale. Once again, they sold out in a flash. Along with the pig slaughtering knife exchanged earlier, 10 knives quietly lay in the trading hall's inventory. Among them were 4 kitchen knives, 3 fruit knives, and 2 pig slaughtering knives. He took them out one by one and began the upgrading process. To ensure he could capitalize on rare items and stay ahead of the market version, Lu Ming was in no way stingy, opting to elevate all 10 knives to the second tier of sublimation. Without exception, all kitchen knives were upgraded to fine steel straight knives, while the pig slaughtering knives became fine steel cleavers. It wasn't a matter of underestimating others, but rather that the target audience for wide-blade heavy knives was too limited. Firstly, it excluded the female market, significantly narrowing the consumer base, which was not advisable. To Lu Ming's surprise, the upgrade direction for the fruit knives was not towards knives but rather swords. The options included fine steel long swords, wide-blade heavy swords, and fine steel daggers. The wide-blade heavy sword looked incredibly handsome. Had he not already possessed a wide-blade heavy knife and mastered knife techniques, he would have undoubtedly opted for one. Upgrading both fruit knives to fine steel long swords, Lu Ming began to list them in the trading hall. All fine steel weapons were set for barter, with the exchange target being various specialized skill books, including marksmanship, which allowed for custom weapon types. After completing the listings, Lu Ming stared intently at the trading hall interface. His eyes ablaze with anticipation. 10 second-tier sublimated fine steel weapons consumed a total of 200 specialized crystals. If he could not see results swiftly, it would be a loss. Fortunately, as long as he completed the transactions and acquired methods for long-range kills, breaching the factory would yield at least 4,000 specialized crystals and a Tier 3 resource box. The return rate would be nothing short of 20-fold. Chapter 25. The frenzy triggered by fine steel weapons unbeknownst to him. The moment Lu Ming's items went live, the national channel erupted into chaos. Look at the trading hall. Someone just listed 10 fine steel weapons. The types of weapons seem to be from our compatriots in Huaxia. I see it too. Fine steel grade, durability 1500, goodness, our team's best is merely black iron grade, and that was from a level 1 resource box. This big shot is truly extraordinary to acquire so many fine steel weapons. Could it be he raided a weapon depot? Impossible. I've been chatting in the World Channel, and thus far, no one has discovered a weapon depot in any region or country. Some speculate that the area we migrated to is merely the outskirts of Galan 618, inaccessible to weapon depots. I understand, but these are cold weapons. One thing is absolutely certain. Even if there is a cold weapon depot, it is not something that individuals at this stage can breach. Not even extreme warriors can do it. But what if it were a group of extreme warriors? A group would have a chance, yet if the group consists solely of extreme warriors, then they must be special forces. However, if they are all special forces, Why would they need marksmanship skills? Isn't marksmanship foundational knowledge for them? You've got me there. It does present a bit of a contradiction. Could it be that they are nurturing newcomers? Ha! This is the apocalypse, brother. Moreover, those strong enough to not even master marksmanship, would any of those powerhouses even consider them? Ah, indeed. Your words resonate with truth. Alas, I find myself steeped in regret for having devoted my proficiency in rudimentary drawing to my own endeavors. Had I not, I would surely have wielded a fine steel dagger, leaving no trace of those cursed black-armored roly-polies. Who among us does not share this sentiment? I possess a mastery of basic culinary arts, yet in this apocalyptic world, what good does it serve? Food is scarce, and here I am, pondering over recipes. However, my brother, your area sounds rather dire, beset by those black-armored roly-polies, which seem to possess formidable defensive capabilities. Even a cleaver cannot pierce their defenses. While the lethality rate may be low, the likelihood of crippling injury is alarmingly high. A mere collision could result in grievous harm, and hiding in shops offers no safety. One must seek refuge in higher ground. Indeed, it is true. Only weapons of at least iron grade can breach their defenses. Now, everyone is aligning themselves with the regional overlords, transformed into mere walking storage units. Why can I not be the chosen one? In Blue Star, I toil as a wage slave, and in this apocalypse, I serve as a shoe shiner for the powerful. How has my life become such a lamentable failure? After finally grasping a skill book, and of all things, it pertains to drawing, I find myself utterly cursed. Sigh, we share this plight. Yet having a powerful ally is certainly better than having none. I have heard that other regions are rife with discord, with compatriots turning against one another in their desperate quest for resources. Descending into chaos, Theo say that the majority of regions are thus would be an understatement. Abroad, the situation is even more dire, a veritable maelstrom. What enabled humanity to survive in the absence of technological advancement amidst the law of the jungle? Was it not unity in sheer numbers? If one cannot overcome a foe alone, one must rally 10, and if 10 are insufficient, then 100. Yet now, we find ourselves diminishing our own ranks, which is nothing short of madness. You speak wisely, but I propose we discuss this matter privately, as this is a real name system, and we must exercise caution to avoid attracting unwanted attention. Indeed, let us add each other as friends for a private conversation. Meanwhile, Lu Ming, awaiting the results of his consignment, suddenly noticed a flurry of messages appearing beneath his listed items. The number of unread messages swiftly surged past 9999. He casually opened one to find it filled with black avatars and anonymous names. Anonymous. Greetings, Great One. While there are indeed no proficiency skill books available, I sincerely wish to purchase one. Might I offer 3 bottles of 500 milliliters purified water in exchange? Lu Ming chuckled derisively. This person must take others for fools. The troubling aspect is that such individuals are not rare. Many present offerings they deem valuable in hopes of trading for fine steel weapons. Do they think themselves worthy? Lu Ming paid them no mind. Those who could afford to buy did not need to leave messages, while those who could not were merely wasting their breath. Notification. Your consigned fine steel dagger has successfully traded, and you have acquired proficiency in basic tailoring. The buyer left a message. Proficiency skills are exceedingly rare. Might I inquire if you could consider other forms of exchange? If so, please add me as a friend. If you prefer, an anonymous friend will suffice. Oh, so, there is indeed an anonymous friend request option. How considerate. However, I shall hold off on adding anyone for now, choosing instead to respond once all items have been sold. Allowing for a comparison of offers. Notification. Your consigned fine steel cleaver has successfully traded, and you have acquired proficiency in basic culinary arts. The buyer left a message. Brother, let us add each other as friends. I have a wealth of additional supplies and earnestly wish to purchase. Please provide a price, and I can offer anything within my means for a trade. Notification. Your consigned fine steel cleaver has successfully traded, and you have acquired proficiency in basic gardening. All these skills are related to daily life. Can't anyone offer something truly practical? Notification. Your consigned fine steel cleaver has successfully traded, and you have acquired proficiency in basic driving. The buyer left a message. Friend, while I do not have the archery proficiency you seek, would you be interested in a compound bow? If so, please add me as a friend for a private discussion. A compound bow. Naturally, I am interested. This is not something one can merely cobble together from homemade materials. The initial tiers vary significantly, resulting in drastic differences in weapon strength. I shall promptly add this person as a friend. Notification. Please choose a method to add friends. Anonymous real name? Anonymous. one must remain low-key, without absolute certainty. It is wise to avoid drawing attention to oneself and risking a downfall. You have successfully added Chu Feng as a friend. You may now communicate in the private chat section. This person is quite confident, choosing to reveal their identity while remaining anonymous themselves, clearly seeking to provoke. Private chat with friend, Chu Feng. I knew you would be interested, but anonymous friends can be quite disheartening. Lu Ming, uninterested in idle chatter. Let us hear the details regarding the compound bow. Private chat with friend, Chu Feng. You seem to be in quite a hurry, my friend. Very well, I shall not dilly-dally. We recently took down a gymnasium and discovered a trove of sports equipment within the storage area, including a batch of competition-grade compound bows. After accounting for the damaged items, there are still 12 usable bows and a total of 200 arrows. If you are interested, I can propose a deal, 2 compound bows and 25 arrows in exchange for 1 fine steel weapon. Lu Ming, 3 compound bows and 50 arrows for 1. Private chat with friend, Chu Feng. That seems rather unreasonable. After all, these are ranged weapons, and even in the trading market, they would fetch a high price. Lu Ming. I will not budge even a single arrow. How many of those damaged bows and arrows do you have? Private chat with friend, Chu Feng. All the damaged bows are unusable, and the arrows are all broken. Lu Ming. How many? Chu Feng. There are 18 damaged compound bows, and I estimate at least 2,000 broken arrows. Lu Ming. Excellent. I will take all the scrap with the fine steel weapon, plus the previously agreed upon items, 5 fine steel weapons in total. Are we in agreement? Chu Feng. Deal. Chapter 26. A good Samaritan brings a pillow when one is sleepy. Good heavens, that response came swiftly. Perhaps I am being perceived as the foolish son of a wealthy family. No matter, Chu Feng is unaware of the formidable power of ultimate sublimation, and thus cannot comprehend my motives for collecting scrap. Private chat with friend, Chu Feng. Please take down the remaining weapons. There are only 5 left, and if you sell them, I want to have enough. It is evident that this person is quite anxious. Shall I not play along? Private chat with Lu Ming, anonymous. Why the panic? The trading market is one thing, and private dealings are another. Implying that I have plenty to spare. Private chat with Chu Feng. Wow, you're quite impressive, my friend, Lu Ming. Your words ring true. I share that sentiment. Let us proceed with the transaction. Swiftly exchanging purified water for 5 kitchen knives, I spent 100 crystals to elevate them into fine steel daggers. Lu Ming initiated an anonymous trade with Chu Feng. The latter responded with remarkable alacrity, swiftly presenting 30 compound bows and 24 80 arrows. It was as if he feared that a single second's delay would cost him this golden opportunity for an upgrade. Lu Ming appreciated this promptness and reciprocated with a speed honed over 25 years of solitude. He neatly placed the 5 fine steel daggers into the trade box and clicked to lock the deal. Chu Feng mirrored this action, simultaneously pressing the lock button, thus completing the transaction. The items were stored in the trading market's warehouse first, with a 3-day storage limit before expunging. This feature is quite practical. While the warehouse is one thing, a single mistake could lead to total ruin. One by one, he displayed the compound bows in his dormitory, transferring the arrows into his storage pouch. The arrows occupied 2 slots, one complete with 200 intact arrows, and the other filled with 2,280 broken ones. As the storage pouch approached capacity, Lu Ming refrained from testing whether the weapons could stack. He located a damaged compound bow and intoned firmly, Ultimate Sublimation. Upgrade. Please select a sublimation tier, Tier 2 e-notification. Sublimating the damaged compound bow will require the consumption of 50 specialized crystals. Confirm. Cancel. Indeed. This is the purpose of scrap. It solely pertains to weapons. Ultimate sublimation does not differentiate between good and bad original forms. It will elevate to a brand new item. However, employing the same approach on expired food yields an entirely different outcome. For instance, expired beverages containing toxins may transform into lethal poisons after 2 tiers of sublimation. The sublimation S trajectory is entirely skewed by the toxins. In the eyes of ultimate sublimation, expired drinks are no longer considered the original form of food, but rather the original form of poison. Confirm. Notification. Please select a sublimation direction. Precision crossbow, steel repeating crossbow, eagle eye, compound bow, skull piercing, hunter. The names of the weapons shifted dramatically, the game style becoming markedly more pronounced, with a hint of melodrama. Precision crossbow. Mithril grade. Category. Weapon description. A one-handed crossbow, weighing 1 kg, compact and foldable, with decent penetration at close range, suitable for mid to close combat. Its advantages lie in its flexibility and ability to fire in rapid succession. However, its range is limited to 30 to 50 meters. Durability. 3000. This is quite a useful tool for finishing off prey while conserving energy during the chase. Weighing merely 1 kilogram and allowing for rapid firing. I shall need to carry one along, akin to a sidearm among cold weapons. Steel repeating crossbow, mithril grade, category. Weapon description, a heavy weapon. Weighing 30 kg, massive and cumbersome, with terrifying tension, suitable for long-range sniping. Its advantages include exceptionally high lethality and an effective range of up to 1,200 meters. However, its weight renders it difficult to handle, and the firing frequency is extremely low, making it impossible to reload in succession. The arrows are costly and challenging to recover and reuse, and accuracy is lacking. Durability, 3000. Is this a turret? With an effective lethal range of 1,200 meters and a net weight of 30 kilograms, one can be certain that a hit is fatal. The issue of precision is indeed significant. Should someone establish a survivor base in the future, this item, serving as a city defense artillery, would undoubtedly command an exceedingly high value. It could become a splendid commodity with a promising future. Eagle Eye composite bow, mithril grade, category, weapon description. A beautifully crafted precision crossbow, embodying modern craftsmanship and formidable power. Weighing 4 kg, it is suitable for sustained combat at medium to long distances. Its advantages lie in its accuracy and lightweight design, with a commendable lethality effective at ranges of 120 to 160 meters. Even novices can easily hit targets within the lethal range. However, the bow's components are remarkably intricate, leading to rapid wear and tear, and it is prone to part damage, resulting in sudden failure. Durability, 3000. Is it truly so easy for novices to hit targets within the lethal range? Frankly, this statement enticed Lu Ming immensely. What he currently lacks is precision. Yet, the severe deterioration of durability presents a significant flaw, along with the susceptibility to component failure. Fortunately, the availability of raw materials is substantial, perfectly matching the consumption rate. The last weapon, the Skull Piercer, boasts a name that is both imposing and perfectly aligned with the game's aesthetic. Skull Piercer, mithril grade, category. Weapon description, an improved light hunting crossbow. Weighing 10 kg, suitable for hunting prey at medium to long distances. It can launch arrows equipped with steel-reinforced ropes, featuring specialized penetrating capabilities. Upon penetrating the target's body, the arrowhead's barbed claws expand, securely grasping the prey. The unique pulley system of the crossbow allows it to drag back prey weighing up to 200 kg, making it the most reliable companion for hunters. Its advantages include the recyclability of arrows and minimal durability consumption. The downside is that it can only hunt one prey at a time. The hunter must retrieve the first before engaging in a second. Durability, 3000. This weapon is remarkably suited to the current situation. Merely reading the description has sparked a flurry of creative tactics. Standing 80 meters away in the dormitory, he could set up the Skull Piercer to slay larvae within the factory, subsequently dragging their bodies back for collection. The thrill of killing while simultaneously replenishing specialized crystals surpasses even the most exhilarating of experiences. Alas, marksmanship is crucial. Without hitting the target, all is but a futile endeavor. Notification. The sale of your fine steel longsword at the trading post has been successful, granting you proficiency in wood collection. The buyer left a message. Hello, I see you are seeking proficiency in archery skills. I have a book available. However, it is not basic archery proficiency, but rather advanced archery proficiency. If you're interested, add me as a friend. What a stroke of luck. Just as I was dozing off, someone presents me with a golden opportunity. Quickly, I shall add them. Notification. Please select the method to add a friend. Anonymous, real name, anonymous. The notification, you have successfully added anonymous as a friend. It seems the other party is quite cautious. Private chat with friend, anonymous. Fine steel weapons, Lu Ming. It's me, what do you need? Anonymous. I require sword-type weapons, but the fine steel longsword is too light for my preference, Lu Ming. No problem. I also have a broad-bladed greatsword, starting at 80 kg, with a blade length of 1.5 meters. Anonymous. That's perfect, but 1 isn't enough, Lu Ming. Then let S make it 2. Anonymous. Do you have anything else? A fine steel hand crossbow, accompanied by 50 crossbow bolts, but nothing more. Deal. Chapter 27. Chinese women. Why not mithril? Because mithril is expensive. A single piece requires 50 specialized crystals, which could elevate 2.5 fine steel weapons. I cannot bear to part with it. I found a thoroughly damaged composite bow and chose to elevate it to the first tier, consuming 20 specialized crystals to upgrade it to a fine steel portable crossbow. It is quite compact, measuring only about 20 centimeters in length, primarily featuring a slot for holding arrows. In terms of performance, Aside from the lethal range being extended to 40 meters and a maximum of 5 shots, it does not differ significantly from the mithril grade. I then retrieved 50 broken arrows, silently contemplating the ultimate elevation. A notification. Please select the elevation tier, first tier. Notification. Consumable materials can be elevated in bulk. One specialized crystal can elevate 10 composite bow arrows. Currently, there is only one elevation target. Confirm the expenditure of one specialized crystal to elevate one composite bow arrow? Oh, consumable weapons can be elevated in bulk. This setting is quite convenient. Just a moment ago, I was pondering how long it would take to elevate each individual arrow, with over 2,000 to upgrade. It seems I was overthinking. The design of the exclusive skill is more comprehensive than one could imagine. The terminology employed is precise and straightforward, with expenditure being a stroke of genius. Cancel. I will reselect the 50 broken composite bow arrows and proceed. Ultimate elevation. Please select portable crossbow bolts, heavy crossbow. I choose the portable crossbow bolts. Whoosh, 50 crossbow bolts disassemble and reassemble in an instant, resulting in 50 compact and exquisite hand crossbow bolts. Private chat with friend, anonymous. Are you ready? Lu Ming smirked, opting for an anonymous transaction, placing the hand crossbow, bolts, and broad-bladed greatsword into the trading item slot. The other party paused for a few seconds, then presented a blue skill book, unmistakably the advanced archery proficiency Lu Ming had long desired. Locking the transaction, the process was seamless. As the trading interface disappeared, the blue skill book was now in Lu Ming's possession. He inhaled deeply, savoring the fragrant aroma of the book, unmistakably the scent of wealth. Advanced archery proficiency, C-grade, category, proficiency skill effect. Upon learning, master all advanced techniques for ranged weapons. Characteristic. Increases the lethality range of ranged weapons by an additional 20. Advanced techniques. Furthermore, it enhances the lethality range of ranged weapons. I shall learn it. Notification. Confirm learning the C-grade skill advanced archery proficiency. Confirm. The skill book vanished in an instant, transforming into a burst of blue light that integrated into Lu Ming's mind. Meanwhile, atop an unknown skyscraper, a woman in a suit withdrew a sword longer than her own stature from the storage facility. With a single hand, she executed a series of strikes, demonstrating impressive agility. Not bad, it will suffice. Hey, did you find her? The Chinese woman who stole 2 supply boxes from the leader. Just then, a sharp reprimand echoed from below the building. The suited woman crouched low, pulling up her mask to conceal her identity. Swiftly positioning herself at the edge of the rooftop, keeping a keen eye below. 6 burly white men clad in black suits and sporting crew cuts gathered, conversing in a rough dialect. No, despite being elite soldiers. Her agility is remarkable. She skillfully uses the environment to evade our pursuit, and we have now lost sight of her. Damn it. If this continues, the leader will surely blame us. The burly man in the lead, his face resembling a frying pan, exhibited a glimmer of apprehension in his eyes. The others recalled the leader's abilities, fear etched on their faces. Bang! Just as they fell silent, a shadow descended from the sky. In an instant, blood and severed limbs scattered. The white men were drenched in blood, their eyes widening in shock as they beheld the imposing figure. A Chinese woman brandishing a heavy sword, her expression filled with delight. The Chinese woman? The leader of the white men exclaimed in terror, then quickly fixed his gaze upon the glinting broad-bladed sword, gritting his teeth as he managed to utter a single word. Run? Without weapons, they still held an advantage in numbers. However, now that the opponent had produced such a formidable weapon and demonstrated agility in combat, the roles of predator and prey had abruptly reversed. At this moment, they could no longer afford to worry about the leader's wrath. Survival took precedence. Upon hearing the leader's command, the remaining 4 did not dare linger and hurriedly fled. The suited woman swung her heavy sword as the 5 turned to escape. One unfortunate white man, unable to evade in time, was cleaved in 2. The other 4, drenched in cold sweat, pushed their escape to the utmost limit. The woman remained still, driving her sword into the ground, drawing out her portable hand crossbow, and firing rapidly. 4 arrows soared, striking true to the heads of the fleeing men. The 4 men dashed forward 10 meters before collapsing to the ground, their bodies convulsed, throats gurgling. Even as the arrows pierced through their skulls, the tenacity of elite soldiers allowed them to cling to life for just a moment longer. The woman seemed unfazed. She sheathed her heavy sword and approached, decapitating them one by one, shaking the blood off her blade and collecting items from their spatial bags before finally gazing into the distance. I must return to my homeland swiftly. The transfer was planned according to the location of Blue Star. At that time, I was in the United States, So the area I transferred to is now filled solely with Americans. I am deeply worried for my family, and I cannot communicate on the World Channel. I wish to avoid revealing my identity, so I need to return and seek help from the locals in hopes of locating my family. Returning to Lu Ming's side, a wave of comfort washed over him. As if the experiences of shooting techniques were imprinted into his very being, absorbed by every cell. Upon opening his eyes, Lu Ming grasped a composite bow, drawing the string and knocking an arrow without any awkwardness. His posture and demeanor were nothing short of perfect, elated. He noted that all items listed in the trading post were sold out. Opening his inventory revealed a perfect arrangement of 10 proficiency books. 3 books had been duplicated, summing up to 7 categories. Proficiency in basic garment making, gardening, culinary arts, driving skills, timber gathering, fabric collecting, and, upon seeing the last book, Lu Ming's eyes twitched, and after confirming it multiple times, he was left with a head full of black lines. Proficiency in basic childcare? What is this nonsense? Do I look like a babysitter? A sense of speechlessness washed over him, yet Lu Ming decided to learn all the skills nonetheless. The principle of acquiring diverse abilities transcends time. In this post-apocalyptic world, having more knowledge is undoubtedly advantageous, even if it pertains to childcare. Who knows, someone might be willing to have children with him. However, he resolved that next time he would set more precise exchange targets to avoid receiving duplicates. The other 3 books were of no use and would have to be tossed into a corner of his bag, to be sold off at a later opportunity. For now, the pressing matter was to secure the factory. After a moment of indulgence, he noticed that his specialized crystals were running low. Only 340 remained. He had started with 754, and now he had lost over 400. The crucial aspect was that he hadn't even upgraded his weapon yet, and the pressure was immense. Grabbing a damaged composite bow, he wasted no time and directly elevated it to an eagle-eye composite bow. Chapter 28. Swift kill and recovery. Why not the skull-piercing hunter? The primary reason was to save time. Moreover, if the arrow's shot could be retrieved, it would be equivalent to 0 consumption. Investing 50 specialized crystals, a composite bow of a grayish-white hue was meticulously reconstructed. Folding seamlessly, he gave it a shake. And as if guided by muscle memory, the composite bow snapped open, revealing its complete form. With a length of 50 centimeters, it was already quite impressive. Regarding the arrows, mithril grade was overkill, so he opted for a first-level enhancement. Another 50 specialized crystals were invested, transforming 500 broken arrows into portable steel-grade composite arrows. The black iron grade was already capable of withstanding larval acid, and the steel grade was entirely fearless. At this moment, everything was in place, awaiting the onset of slaughter. Rising to gaze out the window, Lu Ming swiftly leapt onto the rooftop of the dormitory. Towering buildings became as accessible as flat ground under the strength of a limit soldier. Scanning the rooftop, he confirmed that no dangers lurked nearby. Peering down at the factory courtyard, he saw hundreds of transformed larvae standing tall, resembling coral in the sea from afar, the Eye of Truth. He set up his composite bow, and the Eye of Truth revealed the core of each sickle moth larva. Drawing the string, he released an arrow. The piercing whistle cut through the air, and in an instant, one larva's body stiffened before crashing to the ground. Instant kill. With mastery in advanced archery and an increase in effective range, it was far beyond merely hitting a target at 100 paces. As long as the target was within sight, 1,000 paces would be child's play. Continuing, with practiced precision, the steel arrows rained down like a storm of blades. Each arrow that fell would accurately claim the life of a sickle moth larva. Remarkably, the larvae in the courtyard remained utterly oblivious to the unfolding events. In just 20 minutes, the entire factory courtyard fell silent, with the Eye of Truth revealing no larva possessing a core. Lu Ming glanced at the steel arrows in his bag. Having used up 318 arrows, he was left with only 182, indicating a substantial profit, a delightful return. He leaped off the rooftop, gracefully landing on the ground. Upon reaching the factory entrance, he surveyed the interior, confirming no living creatures remained in the courtyard. Lu Ming climbed over the wall and entered the factory. The first impact was not visual but olfactory. Hundreds of larvae clustered together, perpetually in an aroused state. The pungent odor from the over-decomposed acid was akin to a matured brew. Lu Ming thought he had grown accustomed to it, but it still stung his eyes and nostrils. Greed. Successfully reclaimed the sickle moth larva carcass, gaining specialized crystals 2, high-purity exotic protein 2, steel-grade portable composite arrows 1. Successfully reclaimed the sickle moth larva carcass, gaining. A single greedy collection cleared a circular area of 40 meters. leaving Lu Ming somewhat taken aback. 40 meters? Had the collection range increased so drastically? He opened the greed skill and checked. The effective range had risen from an initial 10 meters to 40 meters. Based on the changes in specialization levels, each level increased the range by 10 meters. The crucial point was that this skill was a range collection, having previously killed and collected one by one. He had completely overlooked this feature, greed. Realizing this, he decided to maximize efficiency through leapfrogging collection. After several rounds, the courtyard was emptied. Observing his specialized crystals return to 876, the pressure in his heart dissipated entirely. Even the consumed composite arrows were fully reclaimed. This was indeed a windfall. Calm. This was merely the beginning. Regaining his composure, Lu Ming returned the eagle-eye composite bow and took out a damaged composite bow. He silently recited the ultimate enhancement. Prompt. Please select second tier. Prompt. Enhancing to second tier. Confirm. Please select precision crossbow. Enhancement successful. The composite bow was deconstructed and reformed into a hand crossbow that shimmered with silver, intricately engraved and equipped with an arrow magazine. Having just replenished his specialized crystals, he invested another 50, yet Lu Ming found it entirely worthwhile. The courtyard had been cleared. Next, he would tackle each workshop on the first floor. In a confined space, long-range sniping would be less effective. He would inevitably enter the sickle moth larva's spraying range. This moment, the rapid-fire crossbow was an absolute divine weapon. The Eye of Truth had explored the layout of the larvae on this floor, revealing that the densest area contained around 50. He would conduct a thorough search and prepare 100 steel-grade portable crossbow bolts. With 10 crystals, 100 steel crossbow bolts were forged. Lu Ming began loading the bolts into the magazine. To his surprise, the mere 10-centimeter magazine could hold 50 bolts. Upon careful inspection, he realized the rapid-fire description was entirely accurate. The precision crossbow's magazine could accommodate a staggering 60 rounds. This was no mere crossbow. It surpassed even a submachine gun, though it had a slight drawback in range. Even with the additional 20 boost from advanced archery, it only reached 60 meters. Otherwise, it could have supplanted the eagle-eye composite bow, becoming an unparalleled powerhouse. With the magazine fully loaded, Lu Ming proceeded into the workspace. The first target was the larval cluster in the main corridor, which numbered around 100, clinging to the ceiling and walls. They were stacked densely, with only the outermost 6 or 7 able to unleash real firepower, as the ones behind were completely obstructed. Pushing open the workshop door, 7 or 8 larvae screeched menacingly at Lu Ming. Unfazed, he noted the distinct buildup of acid spray. As long as he could eliminate them before they unleashed their attack, they would be unable to spray. Click, click, click. The trigger was pulled in rapid succession. Bolts erupted forth, and in Lu Ming's eyes, only the cores of the larvae shimmered. 8 bolts were discharged in 3 seconds, and the outermost larvae fell lifelessly. Greed, clearing the corpses of the fallen larvae and reclaiming the fired bolts. Lu Ming sidestepped to the side of the door. The Eye of Truth mapped the next cluster of larvae's positions, and with a well-prepared shooting plan, he stepped forward and unleashed a volley from the crossbow. The second wave of larvae had no time to scream, all perishing under his bolts. Greed. Thus, while shooting down the exposed larvae from the front row, Lu Ming employed a relentless strategy of repeated waves, evaporating the entire length of the corridor's sickle moth larvae in just 5 minutes. Reloading the bolts, counting his crystals, and regulating his breathing, he entered the corridor. Maintaining a mindset of utmost determination, Lu Ming reached for the doorknob of the first workshop. Chapter 29. Gene evolution. Years of neglect made the sound of the doorknobs turn particularly jarring. Just as the door opened slightly, a barrage of acid spray surged forth. The immense force, combined with the cumulative effects of a qualitative change, shattered the door upon impact. Though Lu Ming had anticipated this, he managed to evade to the side of the wall just in time. However, the force of the acid spray was astonishing. After demolishing the door, it slammed against the wall, creating a massive splatter zone. Alarmingly, the power of the acid spray was several times stronger than what had been displayed in the videos. The splattering acid shot out like bullets. Lu Ming attempted to dodge, but it was too late. In desperation, he turned sideways, using the crossbow to shield his face from the potential disfigurement. Drops of acid struck his arms, the back of his hand, and his thigh, instantly penetrating his clothing and creating gaping wounds. The searing heat felt akin to hydrogen peroxide poured onto an open wound. Lu Ming's expression twisted in agony. To prevent the larvae from launching another offensive, he had no choice but to endure the trembling pain coursing through him. suppressing his inner screams while unleashing an undeniable fury. Part of this fury was directed at the larvae, but more of it was aimed at himself. How careless! He had thought that wielding a divine weapon and possessing divine skills would render him invincible, only to nearly meet his demise. He finally understood the immense destructive power that the sickle moth larvae possessed when in a state of arousal. Once they gathered in numbers, they became an insurmountable disaster that could not be resolved in close quarters. Glancing at his wounds, he noticed they were somewhat numb. Fortunately, the wounds were not bleeding, so he did not need to worry about blood loss. This was perhaps one of the few fortunate aspects, and the second was that the sickle moth larvae did not contain toxins. Otherwise, one misstep could have led to a fatal outcome. Thus, he urgently needed cover to shield himself from the acid spray. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Ming suddenly had a flash of inspiration and retrieved a broad-bladed heavy knife. Although this formidable weapon was not as expansive as a door, its 15 centimeters blade width was still sufficient to serve as an improvised shield. The Eye of Truth pinpointed the nuclear positions of all the larvae within the workshop, and Lu Ming swiftly stepped out, pulling the trigger as 6 crossbow bolts accurately struck 6 larvae. With a splat, the larvae retaliated, spewing a caustic acid. While evading, Lu Ming pivoted and raised his knife, holding it upright beside him. The acidic liquid collided with the wall and splattered, but with the blade as a barrier. Lu Ming emerged unscathed. Once the threat of the corrosive acid was neutralized, the remaining task was merely a one-sided slaughter. Decimating the entire first-floor area was just a matter of time. Half an hour later, Lu Ming exited the final office in the department. Looking back at the entire first-floor area, not a single larva remained in sight. He counted the specialized crystals, arriving at a total of 1580. In other words, the first-floor corridor and workshop office had yielded a total of 382 sickle owlet larvae. Glancing at the time displayed when the system function was activated, it was currently 3:15. The sun began its descent towards the west, and the sky transitioned to a golden hue. There were still 2.5 hours until the nightfall he anticipated. Resolving the remaining 2 floors within that time frame and seeking a refuge to safely endure the first night should pose no significant challenge. Closing his satchel space, Lu Ming gazed up at the rooftop. The number of larvae on the second floor was nearly equivalent to that of the first, yet their density was even more astounding. Tightly packed with not a single gap left, this raised the question. How did the sickle owlet pupae intend for the larvae to protect themselves? By constructing a wall of flesh. Otherwise, such a situation would hinder the larvae's performance, rendering them as ineffective as those on the first-floor corridor, devoid of an output environment. Despite his confusion, he felt a sense of relief. Currently, he was still unaware of the specific architectural layout of the second floor. From the observations made through the Eye of Truth, it appeared similar to the first floor, divided into departmental workshop areas. If there were corridors as well, then the situation would mirror that of the first floor. Necessitating caution against the larvae within the workshop that could spray corrosive acid, causing splatter damage. In such circumstances, employing the same tactics might work, but he also feared unforeseen incidents. After a brief silence, Lu Ming opened the information panel, directing his gaze towards the specialization level section. Initially intending to utilize his current level to take down the factory and unify the direction of the specialized crystal usage, he now deemed it prudent to first elevate his level to prevent any further mishaps. Should he gain formidable resistance against the corrosive acid or enhance his physical strength to mitigate damage, it would provide an additional layer of safety. With determination, he did not begin his ascension on the spot, but instead retreated to the innermost office of the first-floor workshop. The door lock was functional, allowing for it to be secured from the inside. To avoid any unexpected occurrences, he stacked several desks against the door and sealed the windows with others. Then, he withdrew into the document sample storage. One could hardly blame him for such meticulous caution. Having endured the agonies of previous ascensions and suffering injuries due to carelessness, he knew that any further negligence could lead to his demise. With layers of protection in place, Lu Ming clicked on the specialization level option. Notification: sufficient quantity of specialized crystals detected in the satchel space. Would you like to consume 1,000 specialized crystals to complete genetic evolution? Upon evolution, you will be upgraded to a junior hunting warrior, receiving physical enhancements. Genetic evolution? Physical enhancement? The notification had undergone some changes, aligning perfectly with Lu Ming's expectations. Yes, in a flash, 1,000 crystals surged forth, each shattering into familiar arcs of blue light. They were as thick as a thigh, erupting with intense energy as they swirled and moved. Observing the terrifying size and intensity of the arcs, Lu Ming swallowed hard, instinctively taking a step back. If they penetrated his body, wouldn't it be akin to being eviscerated, with flesh torn asunder? However, there was no turning back. Having confirmed his choice, he realized that no matter how far he fled, he could not escape the pursuit of this energy. Licking his lips, Lu Ming clenched his fists, closed his eyes, and fell straight down. So be it. Whatever will be, will be. I'm just going to lie here. Yet, the moment he lay down, the colossal arc of energy surged into his body with a howl. Lu Ming could distinctly feel the invasion, and surprisingly, despite his readiness to endure excruciating pain, he felt no discomfort whatsoever. The specialized energy flooding into his body did not surge through his limbs and flesh. Instead, it all rushed towards his head. They converged at his forehead, spinning and compressing, ultimately transforming into a droplet of crystal blue liquid. It was no larger than a fingernail, but quietly dripped after formation. As Lu Ming closed his eyes to sense it, he felt a coolness at his forehead, rippling waves coursing through his mind. Instantly, every pore in his body relaxed, followed by an exhilarating sensation that felt as though his soul were being cleansed. This entire process lasted a full 20 seconds before gradually subsiding. When Lu Ming opened his eyes and looked around, he was taken aback by the sight before him. Chapter 30. The world's first. The smoke and dust swayed slowly in the air, their trajectories gradually coming into focus. The scent in the air was no longer monotonous. There were clear distinctions between the layers. A gentle breeze seeped through the gaps in the material storage room, softly and distinctly brushing against every inch of Lu Ming's skin. The minuscule details of reality, previously overlooked, were now magnified infinitely in Lu Ming's perception. His senses had sharpened. He raised his hands, feeling the air flowing past his fingers, only to discover, to his disbelief, that the scars on the back of his hands had completely vanished. Looking incredulously at his thigh, the corrosive marks on his pants remained, yet the wounds beneath were entirely gone. Could it be that the ascension process also healed injuries? Or did this only occur during the genetic evolution when transforming the body? Notification: congratulations! You have completed genetic evolution and successfully awakened as a junior hunting warrior. As you are the first individual to complete genetic evolution, your awakening power is additionally enhanced by 3 levels. And you have gained 3 lottery chances. Would you like to draw now? Lottery? Upon hearing those 2 words, Lu Ming immediately dismissed his earlier speculation about the disappearance of his scars, not even bothering to ponder what awakening power meant. He knew that his rise depended primarily on the surprise gifts offered through those 3 lottery chances. Now, receiving another opportunity, how could he remain calm? Confirmed. Notification: prizes will be randomly drawn from 5 categories: resources, skills, weapons, and special items, with a guaranteed minimum of 1 A-grade reward. Please select a draw method: single draw, triple draw, triple draw. Congratulations, you have obtained a special item, universal deduction voucher. Congratulations, you have obtained C-grade skill book, advanced steel collection mastery. Congratulations, you have obtained a special item, tri-region map. Notification: insufficient remaining space in the satchel. Please note the storage limit. Upgrading the space level can expand capacity. Is it full again? One must admit that the capacity settings of the satchel are rather poor. Those dozens of composite bows are still lying in the employee dormitory on the 2nd floor, waiting to be retrieved after the factory is eradicated. Despite his best efforts to avoid overburdening the satchel, it still proved insufficient. Glancing at the 580 specialized crystals, Lu Ming decided against upgrading immediately. He would first inspect the 3 items obtained from the lottery. Universal deduction voucher, category, special item effect, can be used to offset 1 consumption of specialized crystals. What the heck? Isn't this a privilege for deduction? A universal voucher? Such a remarkable item exists. However, it must be exceedingly precious, given that this lottery was a reward for being the first to undergo genetic evolution. What a concept, global first. If he wished to continue obtaining such rewards in the future, he would at least need to meet this standard. Otherwise, it would be a futile dream. The reminder of the satchel's load capacity loomed in his mind. When he first upgraded the satchel, it required an astonishing 3 million crystals for a single enhancement, indicating that the functions of the upgraded satchel would be formidable. Using this deduction voucher on it would surely be worthwhile. Yet considering the enhancement of the satchel, it ultimately seemed that the deepening effect would still pertain to storage utility, which led Lu Ming to believe that it did not hold priority over everything else. He decided to set it aside for now. After securing the deduction voucher, he turned to examine the next item. Advanced Steel Collection Mastery, C-grade, category, Mastery Skill Book effect, upon learning, allows for the recycling and repurposing of steel. Feature: Recycling conversion rate increased by an additional 50. This skill book required no further contemplation. He could learn it directly. The final item, which Lu Ming was particularly interested in, was the map that he recalled clearly that when he transferred here. The cheerful electronic synthesized voice had emphasized the utmost importance of maps in the post-apocalyptic world. This indicated that the rarity level of maps was likely exceedingly high. Retrieving the map, Lu Ming found himself momentarily stunned. Unlike conventional paper maps, this was an electronic map embedded within a tablet. Tri-region map, category, special item description. A detailed map of the Pinga District, Xinhui District, and Jintian District, indicating the locations of 6 Level 3 resource boxes and 3 special areas. Concise yet sufficient to drive Lu Ming into a frenzy. Not only did it provide detailed maps of the 3 districts, but it also marked 6 locations of Level 3 resource boxes. Upon closer inspection, the map indeed categorized the 3 areas into light yellow, golden yellow, and orange yellow. The areas formed an arc from the south to the northwest, with the light yellow near the south, named Jintian District. The golden yellow in the center was labeled Xinhui District, which should correspond to the glass display case for innovative mobile phone repairs. The orange yellow at the top was designated as Pinga District. 6 purple markers were scattered irregularly throughout the 3 districts. 2 were located in Pinga District, 2 in Xinhui District, and 2 in Jintian District. Additionally, there were 4 markers of different colors, with 3 being red. Situated in the center of Jintian District, Xinhui District, and Pinga District, the white marker, located within the confines of the Kongbao shoe factory in the outskirts of Jintian, nearly overlaps with a purple marker within the district. Undoubtedly, the white cursor represents Lu Ming himself. Gazing at the map and tracing the streets he has traversed, he effortlessly locates his initial residential alley, Jinsui Street, near the upper edge of the map, where it approaches the boundary of Jintian District. Considering the distribution of Level 3 supply boxes and the existence of a red core area, Lu Ming has ample reason to deduce that all transmutants are currently situated at the suburban boundaries of various regions. Therefore, there is no need to ponder the level of the aberrant creatures. They are undoubtedly more formidable as one approaches the center. The center, he muses, while observing the 3 red markers, will likely be the most perilous location in the entire area. Lost in thought, he suddenly jolts, regaining his senses and stowing away the map. This is not the moment for such contemplations. The acquisition of Level 3 supply boxes is not yet complete, and time is of the essence. However, one thing must be confirmed: the enhancement of his own strength. Closing his eyes and clenching his fist, he takes a moment to introspect, and his expression shifts dramatically. Why? Because he is overwhelmingly powerful. If the comprehensive strength of an extreme soldier is tenfold that of an ordinary human, then a primary hunting warrior possesses 30 times that strength. What a staggering concept! If an ordinary person can lift 50 kilograms, a primary hunting warrior can lift 1,500 kilograms. Is this still human? This is preposterous. Moreover, this is merely a primary hunting warrior. Further enhancements will propel him towards superhuman levels. It is no wonder that the electronic synthesized voice at the beginning proclaimed the mad assertion that as long as one is powerful enough and wealthy enough, one is the world, one is a deity. If this trend of evolution continues, reaching the apex of specialization levels, it would render one akin to a god, or even more terrifying, whether in astonishment or joy. Lu Ming opens his character panel. Chapter 31. The Grim Reaper comes to collect the insect's name. Lu Ming gender, male ID number, 66666 age, 24 specialization level, primary hunting warrior, first awakening of the entire star, awakening power, 4th level, 1-3, universal functions, greed, exclusive, world channel, trading post, spatial backpack, level 2, skills, basic knife skills, E level, eye of truth, exclusive, ultimate sublimation, exclusive, power amplification technique, B level, proficiencies, basic clothing mastery, E level, basic culinary mastery, E level, basic gardening mastery, E level, basic driving mastery, E level, basic wood gathering mastery, E level, basic childcare mastery, E level, advanced archery mastery, C level, advanced steel gathering mastery, C level. Magnificent! The information displayed on this panel can only be described as magnificent. Even he feels invincible upon viewing it. Particularly striking is the colorful indication following the designation of primary hunting warrior, which is beyond mere words to describe. Regrettably, such an honor cannot be displayed for others to see. He can only revel in it alone, which would otherwise enhance his sense of achievement, awakening power. This is a new attribute. He was quite intrigued by the prompt earlier, but was momentarily distracted by the allure of the 3 lottery draws. Otherwise, he would have prioritized checking it first. Awakening power, category, awakening technique effect, upon use, enters a gene awakening state for a short duration, resulting in a fourfold increase in overall physical attributes, lasting for 4 minutes, with a reset cooldown time of 0 at dawn each day. Characteristic: consume specialized crystals, can enhance the level of awakening power. The effects and duration of the gene awakening increase with the level of awakening power, up to a maximum of 10 levels. Current level, 4th level, 1 initial 3 additional, upgrade progress, 580-1000. Infuriated. Lu Ming curses under his breath. Specialized crystals, specialized crystals. Must it always be specialized crystals? Can it be some other material to exploit? Sullen and silent, Lu Ming can only repeatedly review the effects of the awakening technique to numb his own heart. 4 minutes of quadrupled overall physical attributes. Indeed, this is extraordinary, elevating from 30 times that of an ordinary person directly to 120 times. The key lies in the effects and duration, which will increase with the elevation of the awakening level. By analyzing the skill data, it is highly probable that each level increase corresponds to a one-fold increase in overall physical attributes and an additional minute of duration. A maximum of 10-fold for 10 minutes. A brief calculation reveals that the cooldown setting of 1 day is entirely reasonable. This is truly a technique that defies fate. Furthermore, due to the reward bonus of the first awakening of the entire star, his awakening level is elevated by an additional 3 levels. In other words, while others can reach a maximum awakening power of 10 levels, he can ascend to 13 levels. In terms of both effects and duration, he will always be above others. Clearly, no matter what one does, the first to take a risk will not suffer loss. If he wishes to maintain this advantage continuously, he cannot afford to be complacent in the future. Diligence and hard work are essential for a steadier and further path ahead. With pursed lips, he gazes at the specialization level of the primary hunting warrior and casually touches the information for observation. Primary hunting warrior, a qualified aberrant hunting warrior, having completely undergone the transformation from a mortal body to a higher tier of life. Their physical strength is on par with E-level aberrant elites. Capable of self-defense in suburban regions, consuming specialized crystals can promote them to intermediate hunting warriors. Current promotion progress, 580-5000. The strength is commendable. The description is flawless. Everything is in order. Specialized crystals? What specialized crystals are you referring to? Are you having a nightmare? Swiftly dismissing the information panel, Lu Ming self-deprecatingly rubs his forehead, finding it exceedingly difficult, feeling as if he is burdened by insurmountable debts ahead. Skills, weapons, specialization levels, awakening powers, and who knows what else awaits in the future. He feels a sense of despair creeping in. After a few seconds of despondency, Lu Ming brushes his face, wiping away the tension while also banishing the cloud of gloom. He has come to a realization. Regarding the factor of time, why does this world impose a 30-day period of aberration suppression? It is to provide the survivors with a period for development, according to the description of the primary hunting warrior. Only by completing gene evolution can one possess self-defense capabilities in suburban regions. Therefore, the transition from a primary soldier to a primary warrior is not a task to be accomplished in mere hours, but rather spans an entire month. He has been ensnared by his own thought patterns, dragged down into the abyss of crystals. Reflecting on this, he realizes that there are countless individuals who have yet to take their first step out of the shelter. What is there for him to be anxious about? Rejuvenated, Lu Ming retrieves his precise crossbow and heads directly to the second floor. With the enhancement of his specialization level, his speed, reflexes, and observational abilities undergo a qualitative transformation. The corridor, hall, workshop, and departments are cleared of larvae as if they were mere ants, posing no challenge whatsoever. In 40 minutes, he collects 1,472 specialized crystals, the bounty left behind by the swarm of larvae on the entire second floor. At this point, Lu Ming's specialized crystals not only fully replenish his supply but soar to an astonishing total of 2,052. The weight on his heart lightens considerably, and his eagerness to slay more larvae surges. He retrieves the remaining half-bottle of multifunctional sports drink and downs it in one go. The sensations of thirst and hunger vanish in an instant, yet his mouth inexplicably remains unsatisfied. This is quite normal. Often, people eat not solely out of hunger but also for the pleasure of taste. For instance, after dinner, in the dead of night, when a friend suddenly tempts him, even if his stomach feels satisfied, he cannot resist the urge to scroll through the takeout app on his phone, ordering a portion of junk food that appeals to him. Thus, Lu Ming resolves to clear the entire factory and, regardless of hunger, must prepare a sumptuous meal to reward himself. Click. The crossbow is loaded, the arrow case secured, and the eye of truth activates. The distribution of larvae on the third floor becomes crystal clear. To his slight surprise, compared to the spatial divisions of the first two floors, the third floor appears to be an expansive assembly line workshop. The arrangement of larvae, though seemingly crowded, possesses a striking sense of hierarchy. Akin to seats in a cinema, with varying heights and distinct layers. In this scenario, there are no restrictions on attack. The front, middle, and back rows can simultaneously launch an assault against him. Thus, it is evident that the larvae clustered on the first and second floors serve merely as cannon fodder and meat shields. As for the difficulty of extermination, before gene evolution, it would have posed some challenge, but now, he hardly raises an eyebrow. Click, 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 click. In the stairwell of the third floor, Lu Ming deftly darts out. The light crossbow fires in rapid succession, his wrist flickering as he precisely pierces the cores of 7 or 8 larvae, collecting their remains. Seizing the moment, he does not wait for the rear ranks to unleash their corrosive acid. He pulls the trigger 7 or 8 more times, annihilating the congested second layer of meat shields. With enhanced sensory perception and reflexes, Lu Ming has long discarded the cautious approach of earlier waves. He stands at the corridor's entrance, crossbow aimed upwards, methodically dispatching each defiant larva that dares to retaliate. 5 minutes later, the passage to the third floor stands wide open. Lu Ming steps steadily toward the third floor. With each footfall, it feels as though he is treading upon the very heart of the workshop of the scythe-wielding larvae. The Grim Reaper has come to collect the insects. Chapter 32. Rampant Evolution. Mutant scythe-wielding larvae click, 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 click. The crossbow bolts screech through the air. The scythe-wielding larvae have dwindled to double digits. The floor is thickly coated with corrosive acid. The image of hundreds of larvae, simultaneously spewing forth their corrosive substance, remains etched in Lu Ming's consciousness. The sheer volume of acid flooding the corridor resembles a dam bursting, crashing against the walls with a deafening roar. Were it not for the wide-bladed heavy knife piercing into the ceiling to avoid immersion in the natural gradient of the corridor from top to bottom, he would surely have been engulfed by the viscous acid. He has considerable confidence in the strength of his elite aberrant physique. It is highly likely that a bath in the corrosive acid would leave him unharmed. However, he is loath to sacrifice his precious attire or waste drinking water for a subsequent shower. Moreover, who wishes to be engulfed by thick yellow slime? What if he inadvertently swallows a mouthful? Would it not leave an indelible shadow for a lifetime? The sound of polished leather shoes scraping against the floor echoed sharply. A plume of black mist, laced with a pungent, acrid stench, surged upward. Lu Ming glanced at his somewhat melted shoes and strolled into the assembly line workshop on the third floor. Following his rapid barrage, only a handful of larvae remained on the entire third floor. They hung inverted from the ceiling, guarding the vicinity of their pupae, their malevolent gazes fixed upon him. This was Lu Ming's first close encounter with the living, defiant larvae. I must say, they are exceedingly grotesque. Truly a sight unworthy of viewing. Whether they sensed the potent aura of strength emanating from him or caught sight of the souls of their kin beneath his feet, the larvae showed no inclination to attack him. Quite commendable, at least they understood the futility of resistance. Hatue. Just as Lu Ming was about to commend their self-awareness, one of the defiant larvae pursed its mouth and spat a mouthful of thick acid across Lu Ming's face, splattering onto the ground nearby. Adjusting his tilted head, Lu Ming glanced back at the acidic stain, lamenting, not even worth exaggerating with that. His precision crossbow clicked, and a bolt shot forth, piercing through the flesh of the larva. In Lu Ming's mind, the bolt should have shattered the larva's core. However, within the current perspective, it had instead penetrated a human arm. It simply sprouted from the side of the larva, perfectly intercepting the bolt before it could reach the core. If the energy consumed by the larvae is insufficient, they will grow parts of their prey externally to enhance their combat prowess. The detailed information about the scythe owl larvae surfaced clearly. He was certain he had committed this phrase to memory. Yet, he had never imagined that such bodily growth could be so instantaneous and readily utilized. Pop, 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 pop. In an instant, the remaining larvae sprouted multiple pairs of legs and arms. Some even bore the dark red faces of human heads, expressions contorted in agony. It was utterly nauseating. Yes, he could maintain his composure in the face of the grotesque, slimy larvae. However, the sight of their kin's limbs and heads forced him to continuously conjure images of being devoured. There was a sense of revulsion, disgust, but above all, a surge of anger. Inferior strength leads to defeat, and having been consumed is one thing. But to utilize the bodies of their brethren was akin to showcasing one's achievements. It was the utmost mockery of his kinship. Screech! The piercing shriek erupted from countless orifices as the defiant larvae, having compensated for their species' shortcomings, propelled themselves towards Lu Ming with the support of the ceiling. The distance closed in an instant, their mandibles snapping forward, poised to rend Lu Ming's body as a slender silver gleam sliced through the air with a sharp whistle. With a light sound, several larvae were severed in half. A tremendous force surged forth, sending the shattered bodies of the larvae crashing against the wall behind them. The remnants of flesh exploded like a watermelon falling from the sky. They did not regenerate, for as their flesh burst, their cores shattered simultaneously. They did not die from a penetrated core or a direct hit to a weak point. They perished under absolute strength, becoming the first of the ants crushed by a giant. Raising his gaze, Lu Ming looked up at the 5 pupae encasing third-tier resource boxes. They were entirely black, interconnected by a strange dark tissue. The insides of the shells pulsating like a living heart, beating vigorously. Under the scrutiny of the eye of truth, the progress bar for their evolution had reached 50. Remarkably, it had only taken 3.5 hours to progress from 15 to 50. By calculating the rate of time, it would take just 10 hours for a pupa to evolve into its complete form, less than a full day, indicating how rapid their hatching speed truly was. With this thought, Lu Ming swung his hand, and the broad-bladed heavy sword became a flying blade, piercing through one of the pupae. Wah! A chilling wail echoed from within the shell. Then, he observed the pulsating life force rapidly diminish, ultimately becoming motionless. 1. Weight shifted, muscles contracted. Lu Ming leapt towards the ceiling, withdrew his heavy blade, and struck horizontally. 2 pupae shattered with a ripping sound, their fatty contents spilling onto the ground, littering it with the loss of their fat bodies. The developing forms could not possibly survive. Lu Ming landed, once more hurling his heavy blade to penetrate the 4th pupa. 4. He soared, leaping up, withdrawing his blade to assault the last one. 5. Clang! The number failed to escape his lips. Just as the blade was about to strike the pupa, a metallic glint, emanating a chilling aura, shot forth from the shell, effortlessly blocking Lu Ming's strike with a force of 80%. What is happening? In astonishment, Lu Ming hurriedly retracted his blade and retreated until he reached the corridor's edge. That was the only escape route with a winding staircase, regardless of the unforeseen circumstances he might face. Having a planned retreat was undoubtedly the wisest strategy. The Eye of Truth reactivated, and the information about the pupae underwent a complete transformation. The evolution progress bar vanished, replaced by a brand new panel of an aberrant species. Mutated scythe owl, E-class elite, category, insectoid aberration description. Originally an E-class elite aberration, it underwent a violent evolution after absorbing the energy of the other 4 scythe owl pupae, transforming into an E-class elite. Its defense is extraordinarily terrifying, covered in steel-grade exoskeletons, rendering it impervious to damage from weapons of the same tier or higher. Though its legs are slender, their muscular activity is among the strongest within E-class elite aberrations. Boasting remarkable jumping ability and excellent mobility, it possesses resilient wings, allowing for low-altitude flight, though its endurance is lacking. Typically employed in support attacks or hunting, a natural predator, it exhibits an extraordinarily aggressive nature and combat talent, adhering to the highest honor of hunters, kill or be killed. Thus, once it sets its sights on a target, it will relentlessly pursue until death, unless the target perishes at its hands. Otherwise, it will pursue to the ends of the earth. Even if a prey is slain by another aberration along the way, it will turn its focus to hunting down that prey, regardless of the disparity in levels or dimensions. Chapter 33. Aberrant larvae eggs attack methods. Rapidly swinging its sharp forearms capable of slicing through steel in a blade dance. Utilizing its wings to ascend, diving down in a blade impact. Opening the fissures in its abdomen to spew forth corrosive acid in a high-concentration acid cannon. And through violent evolution, acquiring additional mutated abilities. Releasing scythe blade pulses by accumulating aberrant energy within its body. Traits. Possessing the instinct of a hunter that grows stronger with each battle, slaughter, harvest. And as long as it has not truly died, even if it loses its head, it can continue fighting for several days. Soul of the death struggle. Weakness. Heart. After the larvae evolve, it becomes the heart of the scythe owl. Destroying its heart tissue will complete the kill. However, unlike the larvae, the scythe owl's chest is not only protected by the most robust exoskeleton, but also situated closest to its deadly scythe, allowing for immediate defensive maneuvers. Hitting it is no simple feat. One must strike its chest simultaneously as it launches an attack. Having rapidly scanned through the formidable and anomalous information panel, Lu Ming turned his gaze back to the air. The mutated scythe owl was still sluggishly emerging from its cocoon, seemingly disregarding him, this novice hunter. Observing this, Lu Ming's expression turned cold. Without hesitation, he activated his awakening power and strength multiplication technique simultaneously. Boom! Blue energy surged from his brow, coursing through his veins and limbs. Red energy emanated from his heart, radiating throughout his entire being. Explosive power surged exponentially as Lu Ming raised his blade and leaped, striking down like a mountain. Swoosh! The razor-sharp broad-bladed heavy sword, imbued with immense force, struck against the scythe owl's blade. What was once as solid as steel transformed into mere paper, shattering with a single blow, simultaneously rupturing its resilient body. Crash! Green bodily fluids enveloped the entrails as half of its form plummeted to the ground, the substantial weight kicking up a cloud of dust. The half-formed body within the pupa attempted to retaliate with its last vestiges of strength, but was seized by Lu Ming, who swung the blade to sever its head, shoulder, and forearm in one motion. The astonished eyes of the larva gradually dimmed as its rapid evolution was extinguished. Perhaps it would never comprehend why, despite being a mutated elite aberration, it had not even had the chance to witness this world before a human dispatched it with 2 swift strikes. And whether this human lacked warrior spirit, launching a surprise attack while it was still emerging from its cocoon, leaving it no opportunity to evade. With a loud thud, Lu Ming landed, facing the severed head filled with resentment. Devoid of any emotional response, no talk of martial ethics, no grandstanding or shouting for skill clashes. Please, this is war, a life-and-death struggle between survivors and aberrant creatures. What is the purpose of honing skills and increasing combat power? For admiration? No, it is to kill the opponent. The quicker and more efficiently one can do so, the better. Minimizing losses is the best strategy. Upon realizing that the mutated scythe owl would relentlessly pursue its prey until death, Lu Ming understood that there was no retreat. In a desperate situation, he would naturally employ every ounce of his strength, seizing the best opportunity for a decisive blow. Who would simply stand still and wait for you to emerge from your cocoon and assume a fighting stance? Did he think this was a competition? Boom! With a flick of his wrist, he cast the scythe owl's carcass to the ground, revealing its form in full clarity. Its bodily structure bore a striking resemblance to that of a mantis from Blue Star. Yet with significant differences, it measured nearly 2.5 meters in length, entirely dark green, adorned with dark red patterns etched into its exoskeleton, and its joints were lined with sharp barbs. Its scythe-like forearms gleamed with a deadly sheen even in death, appearing to be a creature born solely for slaughter. However, to speak candidly, the combination of the awakening power and the strength amplification technique is utterly terrifying. Just considering the aspect of strength, it can instantaneously increase by 8-fold. Facing an elite, one would feel as if they held the upper hand even against creatures of a higher tier. The crux is that both the awakening power and the strength amplification technique can be fundamentally transcended. Even more delightfully, the crystallization of the strength amplification technique and the costs for the awakening power's transcendence are both abundant. As long as he wishes, he could effectuate a qualitative change in these 2 skills at this very moment. Yet, he refrains from acting immediately. Experience has taught him that impulsive decisions made in a state of exhilaration often lead to regret in a short span of time. Thus, he resolves to bide his time, allowing all details to be thoroughly contemplated before making a decision. After all, nightfall is imminent, granting him ample leisure. With a glimmer of resolve in his eyes, Lu Ming raised his hand towards the corpse of the mutated scythe owl and uttered softly, "Greed." Successfully decomposed the mutated scythe owl corpse, obtaining specialized crystals 30, scythe owl blades 4, scythe owl shells 10, mutated creature blood 200 milliliters. Successfully decomposed scythe owl larvae corpses 12, obtaining specialized crystals 24, high purity mutated protein 24. Notice: the capacity of the spatial pouch is full. Unable to continue item recovery. Upgrading the spatial pouch level will expand its capacity. Previously, when he received a notification about insufficient pouch space, he paid it no heed, but now he finds himself compelled to upgrade his storage. Fortunately, he now possesses substantial resources. Thanks to the contributions from the larvae on the 2nd and 3rd floors of the factory, he has amassed an astounding total of 3,750 specialized crystals, and there are still 4 more pupae on the ceiling yet to be decomposed. Opening the spatial pouch, he selected the option to upgrade the level. Notice: upgrading the spatial pouch requires the consumption of 80 specialized crystals. Upon upgrading, the pouch's capacity will double. Would you like to upgrade immediately? Yes. The spatial pouch suddenly expanded, successfully doubling its size. Notice, spatial pouch upgrade successful, current size 4080, next upgrade will require 160 specialized crystals. With the cost of upgrading now doubled, the expenditure of specialized crystals has also escalated. However, much like how one might casually purchase a $100 skin, yet meticulously consider whether to add a chicken leg to a lunch, he is willing to splurge for the sake of specialization, weapons, and skills, yet feels a twinge of reluctance at the thought of spending 160 on a mere storage item. As long as it suffices. Having resolved the issue of storage limits, the next order of business is, of course, the coveted level 3 resource box. Additionally, the 4 pupae on the ceiling cannot be overlooked. Greed. Successfully decompose the withered scythe owl pupae, obtaining specialized crystals 10, high concentration mutated body fat essence 2. Successfully decompose the withered scythe owl pupae, obtaining specialized crystals 10, high concentration mutated body fat essence 2. Successfully decompose the withered scythe owl pupae. After dismantling the pupae surrounding the resource box, a purple, energy-swirling box was revealed, suspended from the ceiling. Lu Ming leaped up, retrieving the box and savoring its weighty texture as the Eye of Truth activated. Level 3 resource box. Special item. Category. Container. Description. Contains an A-grade contractable mutated larval egg. A mutated larval egg? A-grade? Contractable? Is this not akin to a pet? Goodness! Quickly, let me open it! Lu Ming reached out to press the purple button. However, just as his finger pressed halfway down, a frenzied thought struck him. Wait, the resource box is also an item, and thus falls within the realm of objects. Could it not also undergo ultimate transcendence and evolution? Chapter 34. Spider Queen. With this thought in mind, Lu Ming fixed his gaze on the level 3 resource box and silently intoned for ultimate transcendence. Notice. Please select the transcendence tier, Tier 2, Tier 1. Upon receiving this prompt, Lu Ming felt a mix of excitement and regret. The joy lies in the fact that from now on, regardless of the type of resource box obtained, he could elevate it by 1 or 2 tiers, thereby acquiring more exquisite treasures. The regret stems from having been overly excited upon encountering a resource box at the clothing store, entirely forgetting to utilize the Transcendence upgrade, thus squandering a secondary embryo. Tier 2. Notice. Upgrading the level 3 resource box requires the consumption of 3,500 specialized crystals. Confirm consumption of 3,500 specialized crystals to elevate the level 3 resource box to a level 5 resource box? Confirm. Cancel. My goodness, 3,500. Is there some sort of backpack detection at play here? Surely this program is spying on me from some damp corner? It's worth noting that even with the 4 pupae just collected, he only has 3,710 specialized crystals. Now, to upgrade, it demands 3,500. Wouldn't that mean returning to square one? Staring at the confirm and cancel options, Lu Ming found himself in a quandary. If the crystals were simply insufficient, it would be a straightforward matter, but being caught at such a pivotal moment was utterly vexing. TO upgrade would leave him destitute, and there's no telling whether the contents of the resource box would change. If they did, perhaps he might receive an exquisite yet obscure product, like a luxurious version of a child care nanny. Conversely, if he refrained, he would be left with lingering regrets. What if the level 5 resource box yielded something extraordinarily powerful? The thought alone was enough to drive one to tears. In a state of indecision, he paced back and forth, stroking his chin, gazing into the distance as the sun dipped below the horizon. Suddenly, it dawned upon him. Night was approaching, and this internal struggle nearly caused him to miscalculate the time. Glancing at the time display, it was already 5:34. In just 26 minutes, day would transition to night. Should he not simply take it back? With no clarity emerging from his contemplation, it might be wiser to bring it home and plan meticulously. Resolving to act, Lu Ming intended to recover the resource box. Notice, this item cannot be stored. Cannot be stored? Surely I can carry it back. Grasping the resource box, Lu Ming dashed down the corridor. However, another perplexing occurrence unfolded. Just as he exited the third-floor workshop area, the resource box in his hands disintegrated and vanished. Startled, he instinctively looked back, only to discover that the resource box had returned to its position on the ceiling. Goodness, it appears I can only process it in situ? Retrieving the box again, Lu Ming found himself in a dilemma. Finally, with a firm resolve, he thought, to hell with it. I'll gamble and see if I can turn a bicycle into a motorcycle. I refuse to believe my luck will be so dismal after altering my lineage. I shall take the plunge. Ultimate Transcendence. Notice. Please select the Transcendence tier, Tier 2. Notice. Transcending, confirm. The purple resource box in Lu Ming's hands disassembled and reformed, reappearing as a golden box. Golden legend. Notice, level 3 resource box successfully transcended to level 5 resource box. Identification. The Eye of Truth activated spontaneously, and an information window materialized for the level 5 resource box. Level 5 resource box, special item, category, container description, contains an S-grade mutated larval EGG.its done. Apparently, the contents of the box do not change upon transcendence. Only the item S tier is elevated. From A grade to S grade, from purple to gold. What a tremendous profit. With determination, he pressed the golden button on the resource box, and a rush of pressure erupted around him. The lid contracted and folded, revealing a fist-sized, fur-covered biological egg, dusted with a snowy pink hue, slowly rising like a star amidst the moonlight. Observing the pinkish-white mutated larval egg, Lu Ming's eyes sparkled with a peculiar radiance. Wasn't it supposed to be a mutated larva? He had expected something akin to the scythe owl pupae, dark, unappealing, and repulsive, but instead, he was met with such beauty. Heh. Grasping the larval egg, he marveled at its delightful texture. It was soft and bouncy, emanating a curious fragrant aroma. Lost in enjoyment, Lu Ming suddenly froze, instinctively glancing around, only to remember that this was a post-apocalyptic world, and no one cared about his actions. He then pressed the larval egg against his face, relishing the moment. After all, 3,500 specialized crystals are not something to be taken lightly. But one mustn't overindulge. If something were to happen, who would compensate him? As the sunlight outside abruptly dimmed, Lu Ming snapped back to reality. He glanced at the time display again, realizing only 10 minutes remained before nightfall. It seemed returning was no longer an option. Nor was it necessary. The dormitory across the way would suffice, requiring only a simple move-in. The larval egg, being a living entity, could not be stored in the spatial pouch. Lu Ming paid it no mind, pocketing it as he dashed towards the window, leaping from the 3rd floor. The drop of over 10 meters did not even elicit a twinge of discomfort in his feet. He soared over the factory compound, landing on the 2nd floor of the employee dormitory, where he swiftly grabbed 27 composite bows lying on the ground, then climbed through the window into a 4th-floor dorm room. Aware that mutated creatures become more active at night, and that higher-tier varieties might venture out for amusement, he selected a dormitory situated centrally on the floor. Closing the window, he spent 20 specialized crystals to upgrade the doors, walls, windows, and other essential infrastructure. He had always been generous when it came to protective measures concerning his life. Now, with the windows upgraded to bulletproof and soundproof glass, the pivot components enhanced to exceptional quality, the walls fortified, the doors made explosion-proof, and the curtains crafted from perfect light-absorbing nanomaterial, pulling them shut ensured that even with high beams shining inside, no light would escape to the outside world. Calming himself, he turned his attention to the bed, which was in such a state of disarray that it was nearly unbearable to behold. After a moment's contemplation, he resolved that one cannot afford to skimp on essentials such as sleep and meals, especially in the challenging realities of a post-apocalyptic world. Thus, Lu Ming expended an additional 3 specialized crystals to elevate the bed, bedding, and sheets. Instantly, a luxurious and refined high-end bed set was completed, occupying half the dorm room. Gazing at the soft and exquisite furnishings, Lu Ming plopped down onto the lavish bedding. The sensation of comfort seemed to envelop his soul, making it difficult to imagine achieving anything without lying down for a while. Nevertheless, he decided to first examine the information regarding the egg. Placing the fist-sized mutated juvenile egg before him, Lu Ming softly uttered, "Identification." The information panel immediately unfurled. Spider Queen, S-Class Royal, Category, Insect Royalty Description. Upon hatching, it will give birth to a being endowed with S-Class talents in strength, speed, endurance, vitality, and wisdom, the Spider Queen. Hatching conditions: high-purity mutant protein 1000, mastery of basic caregiver skills, continuous incubation for 3 hours in close proximity. The first being seen by the hatchling must be the incubator. Current status: not yet hatched. Chapter 35. Contract established. What in the world? Lu Ming thought, surprised by the requirement of 3 hours of close proximity for hatching, which seemed reasonable enough. The condition that the hatchling must see its incubator first was also justifiable, far more so than blood recognition, which had no flaws. Yet, was it really necessary for mastery of basic caregiver skills? He had perused that book, hadn't he? The experience of raising human infants could not possibly be applicable to raising a mutant, could it? Why not just demand breastfeeding? Lu Ming felt a torrent of grievances welling up within him. But at least the Spider Queen's egg was undeniably adorable. Cuteness is justice, and everything else could be disregarded. What mattered was that it was semi-humanoid. Do you grasp the significance of that? Ahem, one must remain dignified. Gentlemanly and serious, moreover, he met all the hatching requirements, especially the mastery of basic caregiver skills. At first, he had regarded it with disdain, but now he was grateful. Let us begin hatching with a thought. The program prompt immediately appeared. Prompt: detection of hatching intent from the juvenile egg has been confirmed, and all conditions for hatching are met. Do you wish to release the constant temperature protective layer of the juvenile egg? Once released, hatching must commence immediately, requiring 3 hours of close proximity. If separated from the maternal body, the juvenile egg will enter a state of hypothermia and will perish after half an hour. Confirm, cancel. Upon seeing the word perish, Lu Ming's previously high spirits plummeted. It seemed that in any world, the emergence of new life was a matter of utmost seriousness, not to be taken lightly. Just as he was about to confirm, he suddenly hesitated. Cancel. The prompt immediately vanished. Gazing at the Spider Queen egg, Lu Ming tentatively declared, Ultimate Sublimation. Prompt: please select the sublimation tier. To his astonishment, it worked. He had assumed that items placed in the sublimation box would be deemed sublimated, but it turned out that the item box and its contents were independent entities. Second tier prompt: sublimating the S-Class Spider Queen egg requires the consumption of 30 million specialized crystals. You possess a universal deduction voucher. Do you confirm the consumption of 1 universal deduction voucher to elevate the S-Class Spider Queen egg by 2 tiers. Confirm, consume 1 universal deduction voucher. Confirm, consume 30 million specialized crystals. Cancel, silently observing the information prompt. He then glanced at the information panel for the Spider Queen egg. Lu Ming quietly retrieved the universal deduction voucher. It wasn't that he had grown weary of his awakened power, nor was it merely for the sake of the Spider Queen. It was simply a matter of cost. 30 million crystals. Fine, that was an excuse. There was no other reason than his desire for the Spider Queen. S-Class meant semi-humanoid, and elevating it by 2 tiers to fully humanoid was not unreasonable. Was it? Absolutely not unreasonable. You agree, don't you? So why hesitate? A man must conquer the queen. Confirmed. With a flash, the universal deduction voucher disintegrated. The golden Spider Queen egg scattered and reformed. When it reappeared, a colossal egg, roughly 60 centimeters in diameter, stood before Lu Ming. It was pure white, its shell shimmering with resplendent hues. An object with such an effect could not be ordinary, could it? Identify. The eye of truth activated, and the information about the giant egg clearly emerged. Primordial spider egg. Category. Description. Upon seeing the message filled with question marks, Lu Ming felt little joy and even a hint of despondency. The absence of visible grade was forgivable, but the obscurity of the information was troubling. What was the meaning of the name change? Where had his aloof and domineering queen gone? The term primordial spider, while undeniably impressive, rendered the gender ambiguous, which was counterproductive. Cradling the giant egg, Lu Ming felt a pang in his heart, suppressing tears as he read through the hatching conditions. Hatching conditions. High purity mutant protein 5000. Mastery of advanced caregiver skills, continuous incubation for 12 hours in close proximity. The first being seen by the hatchling must be the incubator. Current status. Not yet hatched, the hatching time had quadrupled, and the demand for high-purity mutant protein had quintupled. Casting a glance at his spatial pouch, which contained 5,748 units, he deemed it barely sufficient. The requirement for advanced caregiver skills meant he needed to elevate his basic skills by 2 tiers. With 190 specialized crystals in his possession, Lu Ming felt a twinge of anxiety. Surely that would be enough? The upgrade from E to C tier should not be overly taxing. He accessed his information panel, locked onto basic caregiver skills, and initiated a second-tier sublimation. Prompt: sublimating E-class basic caregiver skills requires the consumption of 50 specialized crystals. Nice. This is perfect. Confirmed. After consuming 50 specialized crystals, he elevated his basic caregiver skills to advanced. Lu Ming's thoughts shifted back to hatching. Prompt: detection of hatching intent from the juvenile egg has been confirmed, and all conditions for hatching are met. Do you wish to release the constant temperature protective layer of the juvenile egg? Once released, hatching must commence immediately, requiring 12 hours of close proximity. If separated from the maternal body, the juvenile egg will enter a state of hypothermia and will perish after 10 minutes. What? Hasn't he evolved? How can the higher grade result in weaker constitution? When it was S-class, it could survive for half an hour post-separation, but now only 10 minutes. What's going on? Touching the surface of the eggshell, which appeared flawless yet had a soft, fuzzy texture, he found it quite magical. Well, it seems I must act as your guardian. Confirmed. Prompt. The constant temperature protection of the juvenile egg has been released. 5,000 high-purity mutant proteins have been injected, entering the hatching phase. Current progress, 0. With hatching underway, he bid farewell to the freedom of movement, including the luxury of using the restroom. Ouch. He realized he urgently needed to relieve himself. It was unfortunate that he could hold it all night. Yet now he could barely endure a moment. A minute later, Lu Ming emerged from the restroom, a look of relief on his face as he silenced the program's warning prompts and returned to his bed. Cradling the immense egg, he tucked himself under the covers, gently stroking the eggshell as he murmured, "Little one, for you, I have even foregone my planned dinner and am not even considering sleep, fearing I might fail to protect you. With this heartfelt affection, you must treat me well in return. Should you emerge as a son, we shall regard each other as master and servant, with me as the master and you as the servant. Grow quickly and honor me well, though I shall not neglect you. Should you emerge as a daughter, we shall regard each other differently. You shall call me master, and I shall call you my beloved. I will ensure you receive the finest food and drink. This shall be our pact. I will count to 3, and if you do not respond, I shall take it as your silent agreement. 1, 2, 3. Excellent. The contract is established." As he spoke, Lu Ming couldn't help but chuckle at his own childishness. It was merely an egg. How could it understand anything? Perhaps it would be wiser to check the World Channel for some gossip to pass the time. Tomorrow morning, he would bid farewell to his solitary survival journey, and upon reflection, he felt quite eager about it. Unbeknownst to Lu Ming, as he focused on the World Channel, the egg nestled within the blankets flickered imperceptibly. And within the egg, a pair of eyes slowly opened, revealing ruby-like irises. Unfortunately, its strength was too feeble. It could only lift its eyelids halfway before they drooped shut once more. Its tiny pink lips gently quivered. Murmuring in an incredibly tender voice, "Contract established." Chapter 36. Specialized grass luo seed. The World Channel remained as vibrant as ever, still echoing with the international flavor of colorful expressions, as if the environment had solidified. Upon switching to the national channel, a refreshing change greeted him. Once a space for negative venting, it now buzzed with normal conversation. Clicking on pinned messages, Lu Ming began to manually scroll through the messages. Fu Di. To those compatriots who have yet to take their first step, let me offer a word of encouragement. You may encounter initial mutant forms that appear disgusting, bizarre, terrifying, or ugly. They possess strength, speed, armor, and vitality far beyond the norm, instilling fear and trepidation. However, those who have achieved kills know that they possess low intelligence, lacking tactical acumen, as long as we can discern their attack patterns and fatal weaknesses. With some physical foundation and a suitable tool, we can independently secure a kill. For those lacking physical foundation or specific tools, you may form groups to leverage numerical superiority. If that fails, use your wits to ascend to higher ground and drop heavy objects. Regardless, first accumulate 10 specialized crystals for yourself or a trustworthy team leader to elevate your specialization level to that of a mid-tier soldier. This will significantly enhance your physical attributes, closing the gap between you and mutant creatures. As your team reaches the intermediate soldier level, the efficiency and tolerance for error in eliminating alien creatures will dramatically increase. Enabling a swift accumulation of resources, survival will undoubtedly cease to be an issue. The next objective is to grow stronger. You must expedite the gathering of specialized crystals necessary for your promotion to advanced soldiers. Once everyone attains the level of advanced soldiers, the current alien creatures will no longer impede your path to survival. Therefore, summon your courage, seize your weapons, and defend your right to exist. Lu Sanlong. Brother Fudi is absolutely correct. Not only must we bravely take the first step, but we must also swiftly rally our forces to conquer a specific area and establish a sanctuary for humanity. Using the sanctuary as our base, we will methodically advance in all directions, ultimately securing the entire region and constructing a haven for human survivors, restoring order to our existence. Our region is currently implementing this operational strategy. Mere survival is not a long-term solution, and slaughtering our fellow humans is utterly foolish. I hope all regions will plan accordingly. Chinlin. It sounds simple to establish a base, but what about food? What about supplies? Are we to rely on scavenging or distribution? How long can that sustain us? If the resources in this cursed place are insufficient for everyone from the outset, ultimately only the strong among you will survive. What then becomes of us who gather under your banner? Will we be ranked and exploited, treated with disdain, or even secretly eliminated? Who can guarantee our safety? There are no laws, no order. What value do verbal promises hold? Lu, what are you talking about? What do you mean except for us strong ones? Besides the military personnel of Blue Star and a few exceptional civilians, how many in the entirety of Huaxia or even Blue Star start at a level exceeding that of intermediate soldiers? Do not harbor hatred for those brave souls risking their lives simply because of your own cowardice. Such grand conspiracy theories are unnecessary. Gathering is a voluntary act. If you wish to unite, then do so. If not, stay in solitude. There is no need to spread fear. Lu Sanlong, yeah, enough. Let me clarify. The gathering of personnel is entirely voluntary. Those interested in my region can message me privately, and we will provide assistance across various locations. For those uninterested, feel free to inform us of your position, and we will distribute sufficient supplies to last 3 days. As for the gathering's conditions, it will naturally favor the capable. Those with special talents will receive preferential treatment. While it may be harsh, it is nonetheless reasonable. If everyone were treated equally, who would willingly share their knowledge and strength? We will also accept the elderly, the weak, and the infirm, though their conditions will not be favorable. Basic sustenance will be ensured. Others without special talents must pursue the path of a soldier. We will implement a mentorship system, where the elderly guide the young and the strong lead the way, continuously enhancing everyone's capabilities. Those who wish to remain idle should reconsider. We cannot afford to support the idle. Additionally, regarding supplies, at 1:36 p.m., someone revealed in the global channel that an individual from Windmill Nation obtained local agricultural products from a supply box, specifically seeds for specialized crops. The specifics remain undisclosed, and their appearance is unknown. But one thing is certain. This world may indeed possess cultivable crops. If that is the case, resolving the water issue could bring hope even in this apocalyptic scenario. Tianyanan, do you truly believe that? We have heard similar rumors in our region, yet there is no evidence to substantiate their truth. How can idle chatter be taken seriously? Lu Sanlong, just as you said, there is no proof. But having hope is better than despair. Moreover, the authenticity of this matter can be easily discerned, and in a few weeks or months, we can check if such supplies appear in the trading market. If they do, and in considerable quantity, the news is likely genuine. Sun Yang. But who would sell such items? In a world like this, who would expose themselves after acquiring such resources? If they are discovered, how can they expect to live in peace? Furthermore, if the fruit is indeed the seed, selling it would mean relinquishing it. Lu Sanlong. Who would be watching? Watching whom? Trades are anonymous. One cannot know who the other party is or which region they hail from. Danger lurks everywhere, and without spending time exploring maps and learning about the alien species in other regions, how can one hope to conquer them? Without the capabilities of an elite warrior, who would dare? Furthermore, the notion that the fruit is the seed is not impossible, but rather extremely unlikely. According to the rules of this world, unique items tend to follow a logical pattern. If the fruit were indeed the seed, it would not be called specialized crop seeds, but simply referred to as the crop itself, with a note indicating its suitability for planting. Moreover, as for your assertion that no one would sell such items, do you find that credible? The arrival of such items would monopolize the market and, being a necessity, retaining them for personal use would be a waste. Their true value lies in exchanging them for other resources. Perhaps initially, selling them may not be wise, but once resources become scarce, such items will be life-saving, presenting vast business opportunities. Dio, you think a competent regional manager would let that slip away? Chen Lin. How do you know that is the regional manager? It could just as easily be a private individual, growing and selling them for personal gain. Lu Sanlong. So, who do you think is disseminating this information? And why would they release it? However, discussing this now is mere idle chatter. After all, to validate these topics, we must first confirm that the information shared is indeed true, correct? Chapter 37. Regional invasion. Upon reading this, Lu Ming fell into a contemplative silence. This world has never lacked for clever individuals. Especially those from Huaxia. Or rather, those who hold a voice within a region possess not only strength but also exceptional wisdom. Lu Sanlong, Fu Di, Chen Hai, they all exemplify this. They embody a spirit of selfless dedication while simultaneously pursuing their own interests. These discussions could easily have been held privately or within the region. There was no need to analyze them on the national channel, especially not to explain them to contrarians and pessimists. Yet Lu Sanlong chose to do so. Was it simply an act of care for others? Lu Ming, being somewhat selfish, refrained from viewing people too positively. He perceived that within this lengthy conversation, there lay a degree of Lu Sanlong's desire to showcase his intellect and charm. Beyond merely enhancing his own reputation to gain influence in this apocalyptic world, it likely served to solidify his regional standing, encouraging more members of his area to respond to his operational strategies. Look how impressive our leader is, silencing others on the national channel with irrefutable logic. Following a leader feels rewarding. Naturally, Lu Ming would not mock this. It is a good thing. The more united humanity becomes, the more swiftly it can develop, and this bug of his will only reap greater benefits. Who wouldn't prefer affluent clients? Nonetheless, this lengthy dialogue was not without significance. At the very least, he gleaned the prevailing thoughts and directions of most regions. And most importantly, the potential existence of cultivable food from the supply boxes. Regardless of its truth, what harm is there in believing it once, provided there are no losses? As he continued scrolling, he encountered the crowd's admiration and respect for Lu Sanlong, as well as Lu Sanlong's emotionally intelligent remarks. Finding little interest in this, he swiftly skimmed past. Just as Lu Ming reached the bottom of the chat window, where the latest messages were displayed, one message caught his attention. Jiyu Changha. Attention, everyone. Although we may be compatriots in our region, neighboring areas may harbor individuals from other countries. Just now, a group of South Han intruders entered our territory, initially feigning vulnerability and seeking our help. Just as we prepared to firmly refuse, several of them revealed their true colors and attacked a few of our compatriots. Seizing their spatial bags, one among them possesses a remarkably high level. Not merely that of an advanced soldier. Most were slain by him, and already dozens have perished, including several high-ranking figures. They were previously pursuing us, but as night falls, they have concealed themselves. So, everyone, remain vigilant when encountering individuals from other nations. Do not trust them, attack them directly, damn them. Lu Ling. No way. I thought all surrounding regions were our own. How could there be others? Moreover, isn't it a bit strange to attack neighboring regions at this time? Fu Di. They likely crossed over from suburban boundaries. Advanced soldiers would certainly not dare to do so without a supreme warrior leading them. Jiyu Changha. I also suspect a supreme warrior. Their overall strength is clearly superior to that of the strongest in our street. They are likely powerful individuals from South Han or those engaged in special industries, striking ruthlessly and possessing remarkable physical prowess. Capable of jumping over 4 meters, Lu Sanlong. Indeed. I never anticipated such a situation. Dio, you know which district you are in? Gu Changha. I don't know the name of the district, but I am located in Zhohua Tianjia, which is a commercial street. Fu Di. This complicates matters. We can barely ascertain the name of our own region, as most areas remain unexplored and sealed off. It is challenging to directly intervene or assist. But your warning is very timely. Otherwise, we would have been oblivious to the presence of individuals from other countries in the neighboring district. In that case, Brother Changha, I will trade some supplies with you. Find a hidden place to secure them, and once we have thoroughly identified our location in a few days, we can see if there is a chance for rescue. Lu Sanlong. I shall contribute some resources as well. Your warning is indeed timely. Please take extra care of those who share the street with you. If there is no opportunity for counterattack, do your utmost to avoid confrontation. Once we stabilize our region, we will be able to extend assistance to other areas, and at that time, we shall not let a single South Han intruder escape. Wu Ming. How wonderful. I am also being pursued by people from other countries. Brother Fu Di, Brother Sanlong, could you perhaps spare me some supplies? Hee. Gu Changha. What do you mean? Are you insinuating something? Do you think I'm lying? Wu Ming. Hee. Gu Changha. Video files? Video files. Video files. He threw out 3 video files in quick succession, and then a silence enveloped the chat. Lu Ming's expression darkened as he clicked on them. Indeed, they depicted scenes of attacks. And although he could understand the words spoken by those individuals, their accent was unmistakably from the southern Han nation, especially when they feigned pity while pleading for help, a classic Semida. Identification confirmed the standout individual among them. Lu Ming activated the Eye of Truth. Information instantaneously popped up. Park Dongxiu, 26 years old, a first-tier figure from the southern Chao nation, heir to a conglomerate, an ultimate warrior. Jiyu Changha had not misjudged. He was indeed an ultimate warrior. Gu Changha. Anything else you wish to say? Wu Ming. I never accused you of lying. You misinterpreted my words. If you don't believe me, go back and check the information to see if I ever mentioned the word lie. Fu Di. Enough of this triviality. Our compatriots are suffering, and we can afford to debate. Are you not afraid of being the subject of ridicule among our people? Changha, you traded with me. This matter is not settled. Do not let me encounter anyone from the southern Han nation. Otherwise, I shall eliminate them at first sight. Lu Sanlong? Indeed, We should not create internal discord among our own. If there are difficulties, we can speak about them openly. There is no need for veiled remarks. If you truly cannot endure it, record a video to prove your hardships. I will not turn a blind eye to those I can assist. I will first convene with my brothers. Gu Changhe, thank you. Brother D, thank you. Brother Long, and thanks to everyone who traded supplies with me. I will ensure that the supplies are distributed among others in the region. Thank you. At this point, Lu Ming exited the World Channel and returned to the regional segment. He refrained from scrolling through previous messages. The current chat topic was firmly centered on the invasion of their region by foreign members. Jin Qi, the southern Han Nation's invasion is quite frightening. Could it be that there are also foreigners next door to us? Fong Peng, uncertain, but we have Uncle Chen here, so there is no need to fear. Chunhai, early tomorrow morning, I will lead the main forces from Chongping Street to commence search and rescue operations. I hope everyone will cooperate fully and gather together. What our compatriots said is correct. Only by uniting can we confront any uncertainties. Fong Peng, of course. We support Uncle Chen. Before his arrival, I will gather the people near Mengzi Street, and we will follow Uncle Chen directly. Bao Zhengxing, haha, is this still the same lad who initially opposed Brother Chunhai? How he seems to have changed. Fong Peng, oh, Uncle Bao, please spare me the teasing. At least I am now a mid-level soldier capable of single-handedly taking down a blade worm. So show me a little respect and don't bring up that dark history. Haha. Laughter erupted below. Lu Ming chuckled along, sensing a harmonious development within the region through the exchanges of the others. Furthermore, with Fong Peng being able to single-handedly defeat a blade worm, it seemed that Chunhai had already grasped the method for identifying larval cores and had disseminated that knowledge. Chongping Street, Mengzi Street. Musing on these two street names, Lu Ming retrieved the regional map. He pinpointed Jintian district and located the positions of the two streets. If the entire Jintian were considered as a whole, his location at the Kongbao shoe factory was situated in the eastern suburb, while Chenhai was in the western suburb on Chongping Street, with the two areas facing each other across a central point. Mengzi Street was close to the western suburb and not far from Chongping Street, making it relatively easy to gather. The northern suburb bordered Xinhui district, while the neighboring southern suburb situation remained uncertain. In the event of an invasion, these two areas were the most predictable. Jiuhua Tian Street. Lu Ming attempted to input this name into the map search bar. The map zoomed in, fully revealing Pinga district, which lay at the northernmost part of the third area. A coordinate landed at the junction of the southern suburb of Pinga district and the northern suburb of Xinhui district. Upon seeing this, Lu Ming's eyes darkened. Thus, the invaded Jiuhua Tian Street was indeed a street within the Pinga district. The invaders from the southern Han Nation had emerged from the Xinhui district as transgressors. With this realization, Lu Ming gazed towards the northern suburb of Jintian district and the southern suburb bordering Xinhui district, his eyes gradually growing sharper. Assuming this invasion was not merely an individual act by the southerners, but rather a coordinated regional action organized by the Xinhui district, then the neighboring Jintian district would likely face similar treatment. He scrolled the map to the northern suburb of Jintian district, where a striking purple marker was clearly visible, indicating another Tier 3 supply box within Jintian district. Excellent. He would make a trip to the northern suburb of Jintian tomorrow, not out of vengeance for his compatriots, nor for the sake of punishing evil and promoting good. His motives were far more self-serving. He merely sought to claim the supply box that rightfully belonged to him. However, should he encounter some greedy rodents coveting the supply box along the way, he would not hesitate to eliminate them, and he would not feel guilty for protecting his own interest. He chuckled to himself, returning the map to the chat of the regional board, filled with anticipation for tomorrow's actions. Chapter 38. Have you ever been sober? After scrolling through several rounds of regional messages without finding anything useful, Lu Ming decisively closed the chat channel. Bored and unable to sleep, he opened his spatial pouch to begin inventorying the items within. Currently, he possessed 140 specialized crystals, 748 units of high-purity exotic protein, 2 compressed biscuits, 3 bottles of 500 milliliters multifunctional sports drinks, several other drinking waters, and about 10 boxes of instant noodles, along with various cigarettes and alcohol. Among his weaponry, he had 1 broad-bladed heavy sword, 1 precise crossbow, 1 eagle-eye composite bow, 27 raw composite bow bodies, and aside from the 50 arrows traded away, the rest remained intact. Overall, the essentials for survival posed no difficulties. The challenge lay in enhancing his own strength. The full-powered state of a junior hunting warrior could merely suppress an E-grade elite-level exotic creature. Yet, in the entire hierarchy of exotic creatures in this apocalyptic world, that was only barely beyond the tutorial level. Ahead lay the terrifying existence of D, C, B, A, and S-grade exotics. If each level were distributed according to blade worms, mutated blade worms, and royalty, there would be a total of 24 tiers. And that was a conservative estimate. If one considered the possibility of sublevels or further refinements, it would not be surprising to see over 30 tiers. One could only imagine the numerous challenges that awaited him in the future. Thus, he must grow stronger than all else, to seize the initiative in this unknown world. Taking a deep breath, Lu Ming clicked on the mutated bladeworm relic in his pouch. He had the chance to examine it earlier. But now he had the opportunity. Bladeworm Edge, E-grade, category, mutated exotic material description. The form of an E-grade elite mutated bladeworm, possessing hardness and sharpness equivalent to high-grade steel. Suitable as a material for crafting, specialized biological weapons. Usage requirement, intermediate forging proficiency. Specialized biological weapons? What is that? Lu Ming's spirit surged instantly as he clicked on Specialized Biological Weapons for more information. Specialized Biological Weapons, category, specialized equipment description. Crafted using technology from the Galan Star System, utilizing exotic biological materials as raw materials to forge biological weaponry that can inherit the skills of the exotic creatures from their lifetime. The number of inherited skills depends on the level of forging proficiency and the rarity of the exotic materials. The higher the forging proficiency, the rarer the materials, the greater the number of skills inherited. And the more powerful the skills become. Holy moly! Inheriting the skills of mutated creatures, how incredible is that? Compared to this, the high-grade steel weapons in his possession were hardly worth mentioning. Although the mutated bladeworm had not displayed any skills throughout their encounters, Lu Ming vividly remembered the names of the skills it contained. Especially that unique skill, the blade pulse, acquired through mutation, sounded far from simple. It could very well be an area of effect shockwave or some form of sword chi. A ranged capability of sorts. If a weapon could naturally bear such an AoE skill, setting aside its potential effectiveness, the mere spectacle of sword chi and energy shockwaves would be enough to ignite one's fervor. As a fellow human from Blue Star, which man could resist the ultimate coolness of a dual-wielding sword light? Forge it. He would craft it. It was just a matter of obtaining high-level forging proficiency, right? He could directly trade for it. Elevate the skills. The future belongs to biological weaponry. In his excitement and anticipation, Lu Ming could not help but rub his hands over the egg, nearly tempted to take a whiff if he did not know that an exotic creature lay within. Suppressing his smile, Lu Ming opened his 3 weapons, deciding to sacrifice one to exchange for forging proficiency skills. Broad-bladed heavy sword, high-grade steel, durability, 1460-1500. Precise crossbow, secret silver, durability, 1848-3000. Eagle-eye composite bow, secret silver, durability, 2364-3000. After comparing, he found nothing suitable. The broad-bladed heavy sword had the lowest level but was his primary weapon. The precise crossbow needed no explanation, as it was essentially the backbone of their operations at the Kongbao shoe factory. The eagle-eye composite bow, while quickly depleting in durability, consuming 2 points for every larval kill, still posed a risk of breaking, but it offered a safe output environment, with its long-range lethality enhanced by his advanced archery proficiency, making it a solid weapon. After hesitating for a couple of minutes, Lu Ming ultimately decided to sacrifice the broad-bladed heavy sword. It wasn't merely a question of value. He felt the secret silver weapons were not yet ready to make their debut. At the very least, he needed to see some signs of high-grade steel weapons before introducing the secret silver tier. Upon opening the trading hall, I listed a broad-bladed heavy sword, specifying that it is available for trade for forging proficiency. With no restrictions on level, I noted that if there are individuals of intermediate level or above, they may leave a message below. I would glance at it every half hour. If there is an intention to trade, I would also consider exchanging it for specialized crystals, food supplies, or other weapons. Yet, to my surprise, as soon as the items were listed, the message board exploded with activity. It seems everyone is currently avoiding the night, idling in safe havens while keeping an eye on the trading hall and chat channels. Anonymous. Don't even think about it. It's that previous big shot who listed 10 high-grade steel items. This time, it seems like they are used. Perhaps the big shot found them unwieldy, or simply has no place to store them. But why is the big shot so fixated on proficiency skills? Those things have no killing power whatsoever. Anonymous. The reason the big shot is a big shot is that they possess an imagination far beyond our reach. It is best for us mere mortals not to speculate. Anonymous. The big shot should have some pity for us juniors. IVE finally managed to acquire a book on basic tailoring proficiency and have been waiting for the big shot to list weapons. Why is it specifically forging proficiency this time? Anonymous. Oh, great one. Could you please list a few more items, like you did at noon, and set up other exchange methods? The kids are absolutely craving high-grade steel weapons. Anonymous. Oh, big shot. The comments below are filled with flattery, sycophancy, and requests for exchanges. Lu Ming is indeed interested, but alas, his specialized crystals do not allow for it, and he would never part with his beloved heavy sword. With a sigh, Lu Ming closed the trading hall. It appears that the likelihood of designating a specific item for purchase and receiving an instant response is quite low. Ding ding ding. Suddenly, a message notification appeared in his friend list. Lu Ming opened the message bar and saw that Chu Feng had sent a note of consolation. Private message from friend, Chu Feng. Are you collecting proficiency books again, my friend? Lu Ming, anonymous. What? Do you have some? Private message from friend, Chu Feng. Not exactly, I'm just curious why you're hoarding so many proficiency skills. Planning to open a vocational school? Lu Ming, anonymous. Open a vocational school? I am just learning for fun, can I? Private message from friend, Chu Feng. Oh come on, if you don't want to say, you don't have to. Learning for fun is just too much. Lu Ming, anonymous. No worries, I'm off. Private message from friend, Chu Feng. Don't go. I'm not just here for idle chatter. Lu Ming, anonymous. Let us get to the point. Private message from friend, Chu Feng. I don't have proficiency skill books, but would you be interested in this? Random skill book. Seeing the item tag, Lu Ming was stunned for 2 seconds. Lu Ming, anonymous. You're willing to sell this? It's a random skill book. Private message from friend, Chu Feng. I've never been fond of random factors, so I decided to trade it for something more tangible. So, will you take it? Lu Ming, with a blank expression, replied. Let us set aside whether I'll take it for now. You need to come clean. Have you been off something? Chapter 39. Perhaps a wife. Private message from friend, Chu Feng. Lu Ming, anonymous. How can you resist this? At least open it randomly. Private message from friend, Chu Feng. After being baptized by Penguin Games for so many years, I've had enough of random settings. So, let us cut to the chase. Will you buy it? Penguin Games? Lu Ming realized, instantly understood. Lu Ming, anonymous. What s your asking price? Private message from friend, Chu Feng. I want to ask for too much. Let us say from E to a grade. I'll sell it as a C-grade skill book for 8 high-grade steel weapons. The price is quite reasonable. It seems he has done his research. However, the power lies with me. Lu Ming, anonymous. 4 weapons. Chu Feng, friend, let us drop the act. Should I call you brother instead? You're not trying to shortchange me, are you? This isn't selling clothes? This item is quite rare. We injured one member of our team just to open this box, so 7 is the minimum. Lu Ming, anonymous. I sympathize with your team's loss, but that has nothing to do with this transaction. This item depends on luck. You can't transfer the risk of opening it onto me and expect to sell it at your perceived value. What if I end up with an E-grade proficiency skill I already have? I'd be at a loss. Here's the deal. I'll step back to 5 weapons. Chu Feng, brother. Lu Ming, anonymous. That's my final offer. At most, you can specify the weapon type. Any more, and this deal is off. For Lu Ming, 8 or 10 high-grade steel weapons are hardly anything. Just 200 specialized crystals at most. He aims to convey a strong attitude. The high-grade steel weapons are currently under his monopoly. Since he holds the monopoly, not raising the price is already quite generous, especially since this is not a transaction he actively sought. Chu Feng remained silent for quite a while, possibly deliberating or weighing options. Before finally responding with an acceptance, Lu Ming wasted no time and got straight to the point. What type do you need? Straight sword, scimitar, broad-bladed heavy sword, long sword, broad-bladed heavy sword, or dagger? Chu Feng. Let us go with 3 straight swords. 1 broad-bladed heavy sword, and 1 broad-bladed heavy sword. Lu Ming. Please hold on a moment. He opened the trading hall, listed 5 bottles of drinking water, and swiftly exchanged them for 4 arbitrary blades and 1 fruit knife. He spent 100 specialized crystals to refine the blades to the styles ordered by Chu Feng and initiated the trade. The trading window opened, and Lu Ming placed the 5 high-grade steel weapons into the trade bar. Chu Feng then placed the colorful covered random skill book. The transaction was completed in an instant, and the skill book was now in Lu Ming's possession. Without rushing to use it, he decided to chat with Chu Feng first. Lu Ming, anonymous. If you have good stuff next time, feel free to reach out. However, there was no response from Chu Feng for quite a while. Lu Ming, undeterred, understood that Chu Feng was likely feeling a bit pained over the transaction. But in business, who doesn't he seek profit? The high-grade steel weapons seemed easy to acquire, but if it weren't for his extraordinary refining technique, who else could produce them? Moreover, with only 2 transactions. It was far too early to cultivate any feelings. On the other hand, it was evident that Chu Feng's team was quite formidable. They could attack vast arenas, which are prone to densely populated mutant creatures, and could also search for resource boxes. Such clients are worth cultivating, and it is best to give a little sugar after a slap. Lu Ming, anonymous at the very least. I'll give you priority notification rights for high-grade steel ranged weapons. Chu Feng, ranged weapons? High-grade steel? Priority notification rights? What do you mean? Lu Ming chuckled, realizing that this kid likely wasn't very old and was easy to handle. Lu Ming, anonymous, it means that once I acquire that batch of high-grade steel ranged weapons, I will notify you first. Then, I will list what I need, and if you have it, we can trade preferentially. Chu Feng, acquire? Wait, are you saying you already have a lead on this batch of high-grade steel ranged weapons? No way, is that true? Lu Ming smiled even more mischievously. Not only did he have a lead, but that lead was provided by Chu Feng himself. Lu Ming, what benefit would I gain from deceiving you? That said, I need to check on the kid. Having said that, Lu Ming pulled back the blanket, feeling as if the egg in his arms had just moved. Was it an illusion? Chu Feng, a child? You have a child, brother? Did you bring them along? Lu Ming, oh, it could also be my wife. Chu Feng. Lu Ming, enough said. I need to focus on refining proficiency and we'll chat later. Leaving that remark, Lu Ming closed the private chat window and checked the broad-bladed heavy sword he listed, searching the message board for keywords related to forging proficiency. He initially hoped for a pleasant surprise, but regrettably, he was met with a plethora of irrelevant discussions about forging proficiency, cluttering the board with thousands of layers, wasting his time. Never mind, it's better to open the random skill book first. Perhaps fortune will smile upon him, and he might just obtain forging proficiency, thus resolving his predicament. Meanwhile, after completing the transaction, Chu Feng remained in place, his head swirling with questions, his expression as intricate as can be. What on earth was this absurdity? A child could also be a wife. Wang Defa. The apocalypse indeed leads to a loss of ethical and moral standards, but this is only the first day. What kind of person is this? Returning to Lu Ming, he picked up the random skill book. Prompt. A random skill book has been detected. Would you like to use it immediately? Upon use, you will randomly obtain one from EA-grade skill books. Lu Ming was about to make a choice when his heart suddenly paused. Speaking of which, the first random skill book was obtained through a stroke of luck from the initial resource box, which made him forget about the existence of the refining skill, resulting in a significant loss. Now, due to excessive mental activity, he almost fell into the same pit again. In the future, he must remember to refine everything. No matter the cost, he must at least try, or else he would waste the raw materials. No refusing the usage prompt. Lu Ming silently recited the ultimate refinement. Prompt. Please select the refinement tier. Second tier, prompt. Refining the random skill book requires the consumption of 200 specialized crystals. Would you like to consume 200 specialized crystals to refine the random skill book? Refining a random skill book into a random skill book? Moreover, the cost of refinement is only 200 specialized crystals. So cheap, is something wrong? Lu Ming checked the details 3 times, confirming he hadn't misread before tapping on the refined skill book tag. The information panel immediately popped up. Random skill book, special item, description. Upon use, you will randomly obtain one from CA-grade skills. Now it makes sense. The doubts were instantly resolved. It turns out that the refinement of the random skill book does not raise its upper limit, but rather its lower limit. With 200 crystals excluding E and D grades, it's undeniably a lucrative deal. However, this realization further illuminated Lu Ming's understanding of the preciousness of S-grade skills and items. He leafed through the books. His gaze fell upon the meager 40 specialized crystals nestled within his bag. Alas, it seemed that even the randomness of skill books was beyond his reach now. Tossing the skill book into his spatial pouch, Lu Ming began to concentrate on hatching the egg, occasionally caressing the velvety shell and inhaling the fragrance it emitted, reminiscent of the joy of petting a cat, as if he could indulge in this for an entire year. Chapter 40. The Brutal Owl King. Meanwhile, he glanced at the chat window to check the time, which read 6:58 p.m. Outside, there were no abnormal sounds to be heard. This was quite normal, considering that his curtains were soundproof. However, as the clock struck 7:00 p.m., a peal of bells that disregarded sound insulation resonated from the heavens. Instantly, the surroundings darkened. Lu Ming's room was already dimly lit, relying solely on the fluorescent glow from the chat window. Without this flicker of light, he would have found himself in complete darkness. He had yet to explore the electric system, and whether specialized crystals could substitute for electricity remained untested. Otherwise, he would have wished to turn on a light to navigate through the long night. Unbeknownst to him, at the moment this thought crossed his mind, A kaleidoscope of colors suddenly radiated from beneath the covers. Transforming into a gentle white glow, Lu Ming lifted the blanket in surprise, enveloped instantly by warmth. This little creature, so considerate even before its birth, how could he ever bring himself to make it toil? Rearranging the blanket, Lu Ming tightened his embrace, as if this was the only way to convey his sentiments. Simultaneously, messages flooded the chat window, and Lu Ming glanced over, discovering the chaos within. Ron, oh my? Did you all hear that? Since the bells tolled, it feels as if a tide of beasts has surged outside, accompanied by strange howls and cries, along with the sounds of blades slicing and gnawing. Kai-how, it's not just that. I can hear the buzzing of wings and the rush of wind as they fly past. Just now, something landed on my rooftop. The sound was like metal scraping, utterly piercing. Li Tong, the shop door is being battered. I am terrified. It feels like they're about to burst in. Chun Hai, everyone, stay calm. It's likely the aberrant creatures stirring after nightfall. Those sounds are not directed at you, but rather the result of collisions as they pass by. The initial system alert advised against making an appearance at night, meaning if you remain hidden and silent, you won't face any mortal danger. So keep your mouth shut, contain your fear, and do not make a sound. If we endure this night, tomorrow will bring brighter prospects. Fong Pong, listen to Uncle Chen. I'm scared too. Just now, a dreadful aberrant left a huge scratch on our shelter's door. But it only left a mark, showing no intent to enter, so maintaining a calm demeanor is of utmost importance. Bao Zhengcheng, trust yourselves. If fear overwhelms you, find a corner, perhaps under a bed or in a cupboard, and open the regional chat channel. With so many of us together, we will be safe. Yes, let us open the regional chat channel. If you're scared, just chat. Hearing you all speak like this, it seems it's not as frightening as I thought. But then again, it has been a long time since so many of us have communicated together. Indeed, previously, who had time for such things? With mortgages, car loans, and living expenses, there was hardly a moment to breathe, let alone engage in socializing. By the way, what were you all doing before this? I'm an elementary school teacher, supervising the children's morning reading. What should I do about the kids? Fear not, Brother Chun has already taken stock. Though many did not participate, the youngest in our district is 18, and the oldest is 60. TOC the bigger picture. It is fortunate that children and the elderly likely remain untransferred. That is a relief. Otherwise, facing this brutal world, the children would stand no chance. Sigh, right now, we should worry about ourselves. I hope we all survive. My door has been slammed against a few times, and I'm uncertain if it can withstand the night. The chat flowed in all directions, but overall, it was filled with positivity, which was a good sign. Yet, was it truly as terrifying outside as they described? Lu Ming directed his gaze toward the window, activating the Eye of Truth. In an instant, hundreds of aberrant creature tags scuttled about. Reaping owl, reaping owl, reaping owl. Everywhere he looked, there were mature reaping owl aberrants. In no wonder the initial electronic alert had emphasized the necessity of possessing overwhelming strength to traverse the territory at night. Who would dare act recklessly? One reaping owl he could manage, but hundreds? That was a different story altogether. Just as Lu Ming withdrew his gaze, an unfamiliar aberrant tag streaked across the sky at an alarming speed, causing the reaping owl tags to plummet. Rapidly turning gray, identification, seizing the opportunity, Lu Ming decisively intercepted the information. Brutal Owl King, E-rank monarch, category, insect monarch clan description, the absolute sovereign of the reaping owl lineage, measuring 4 meters in length, possesses the strength to sweep away hundreds of elite aberrants. It harbors an extreme fondness for hunting and combat, making it one of the most aggressive entities within the insect clan. During the day, it remains in its lair, guarding the queen's brood, while at night, it patrols its territory, hunting other aberrants to provide energy for the queen. It is known for its volatile temperament and brutality. In moments of displeasure or elation, it will obliterate anything obstructing its path, even skyscrapers. Currently, it is under the influence of a certain specialized energy, temporarily refraining from unleashing its destructive power upon structures. Skills: wielding forelimbs comparable to mithril grade, capable of shattering all that stands in its way with mithril slicing. Spreading its arms to execute a rotating piercing attack known as scythe penetration, which can corrode mithril-grade armor and weapons. Unleashing giant acid compressed cannon, potent enough to pierce through several skyscrapers, and accumulating aberrant energy to deliver a devastating cross-pulse with its forelimbs. Traits: possesses a hunter's instinct known as killing harvest. Growing stronger with each battle. high-level regeneration, ability that allows it to rapidly recover even when shattered, and a final strike of wrathful malice that can be unleashed even upon true death. Weakness. Upon evolving to the monarch stage, the reaping owl's heart transforms into a core body located in 4 distinct regions: the head, chest, waist, and tail tip, with a hardness equivalent to mithril. Shattering all 4 is necessary to achieve a kill. Upon reading this, Lu Ming inhaled sharply. Previously, he had thought that the E-rank elite variant reaping owls were invincible. Little did he expect there to be even more terrifying entities. Was this what constituted a high-level aberrant that emerged for amusement under the cover of night? An E-rank monarch, even a novice hunting warrior, should they awaken their powers, would likely last only mere seconds. As Lu Ming's thoughts began to drift, he was suddenly plunged into a deep contemplation. If an E-rank monarch was already this absurd, what monstrous being could an S-rank monarch be? Cataclysmic annihilation? Unstoppable devastation? Such descriptions hardly seemed exaggerated. He had once believed himself extraordinary among humanity, yet in the face of aberrance, he was but a mere speck. This realization weighed heavily upon his heart. To strengthen himself, he must become even more formidable. He couldn't afford to revel in minor accomplishments like others. To tread a further path, he must advance steadily, ensuring every step was deliberate. With this thought in mind, Lu Ming closed the panel on the brutal Owl King, silenced the chat window, and began to experiment with everything within his reach using the ultimate sublimation. Including height, weight, age, and gender from the panel, he sought to understand the transformations that each entity would undergo upon ascension, aiming to unearth the potential within himself. Thus, time passed second by second. The long night, though endless, was gradually consumed by the march of time. The next morning at 6 a.m., just as Lu Ming was on the verge of succumbing to drowsiness after a night of incubation, the primordial spider egg began to crack open. Yet, at the moment this fissure appeared, 8 figures within the core of this planet simultaneously opened their eyes. Chapter 41. First snow in the brief moment of suspension. 8 eyes of varying colors and forms closed once more. How could it be? In this world, there could not possibly exist beings with a genetic lineage more potent than theirs. It must be an illusion. Returning to the periphery, upon hearing the sound of the eggshell cracking, Lu Ming nearly leapt up. Yet, fearing that the egg had not fully hatched and might enter a state of hypothermia, he reluctantly sat back down, supporting the egg and fixating on the minute crack, waiting for the moment of life's emergence. Crack? The eggshell continued to splinter, web-like fissures spreading from the initial crack. Within seconds, they encircled the egg completely. Crack, 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 crack. The shell trembled incessantly, fine fragments cascading from the edges of the fissure. Finally, with a sharp crack, it split into 2, revealing a gap of about 3 centimeters. Through that crevice, Lu Ming could clearly see silken strands, faintly speckled with starlight, pure and crystalline white. Undoubtedly, those were human traits, indicating that it was at least a semi-human entity. Even if it were a young lad, such lustrous white hair would undoubtedly be striking. At that moment, the eggshell began to rotate, and the exposed section exhibited a distinct movement, first tilting to the left, then to the right, leaving Lu Ming puzzled. Was it trying to see? But he was right in front of it. Why not take a moment to admire the handsome visage of its master? Was its view obstructed by its hair? Just as he contemplated brushing aside the strands, the egg began to shake violently. The shell slowly rotated half a turn, and in the next instant, a pair of red eyes, as clear as water, met Lu Ming's gaze. To his astonishment, it turned out that the creature had simply been facing away from him all along. Gazing into those eyes, Lu Ming found himself entranced. They carried a hint of languor, a touch of tranquility, and a dash of curiosity. As his reflection appeared in the crimson depths, the languor dissipated, replaced by a warmth and familiarity. As if they were longtime companions reunited after a lengthy separation. Prompt. The primordial spider egg successfully hatches, the recognition ceremony is completed, and the master is Lu Ming. Humph. A delicate, low, and languid hum emanated from within the eggshell. Subsequently, it tilted forward slightly, causing both the creature and its shell to tumble down. The shell, which it had been wearing as a hat, rolled away, revealing a head of fluffy, soft snow-white hair that almost covered its entire back. Humph. A soft hum escaped once more as it patiently and slowly rose from its fall, sitting in front of Lu Ming in a perfect duck-like posture. It was at this moment that Lu Ming caught sight of the defining feature that confirmed its gender. His expression instantly shifted from one of astonishment to shock, and finally to unrestrained joy. Indeed, the heavens had heard his prayers. It was an unadulterated humanoid spider maiden. Excitement aside, he felt a genuine sense of bashfulness. Thus, he swiftly pulled over a blanket, wrapping the little creature snugly. How careless of him to have forgotten to prepare fitting garments for her. Fortunately, he had a dozen spare outfits in his spatial pouch. They might not fit perfectly, but he still had 40 specialized crystals left. While the clothing could change its form after sublimation, allowing for custom designs and even replication, he might lack in other areas. But he was well versed in female clothing styles. For a primordial spider, there had to be elements of fluffiness, and for a girl, it had to be a dress. However, he couldn't leave her legs bare. After all, she'd need to fight, and he was reluctant to let her expose herself in an awkward pose, so undergarments and tights were necessary, and for footwear, boots would do. The queenly demeanor had to be cultivated from a young age. As for the characteristics, stretchable and adaptive, temperature regulation, max breathability, waterproof and dust-resistant, max comfort. The entire design process took no more than a minute, yet it consumed a full 30 crystals. Alas, while clothing replication didn't require much. The attribute settings demanded additional resources, and he was unwilling to let the little one wear anything uncomfortable, striving to make it as detailed as possible. After finishing, Lu Ming was about to unveil the blanket to dress the little one, but just as he grasped the fabric, he heard a series of crisp, crunching sounds from within. Assuming something was amiss, he lifted the blanket to discover the little one calmly gnawing on the eggshell. The sound delightfully crunchy. Lu Ming was somewhat at a loss for words. This creature seemed remarkably composed, not a hint of the usual newborn restlessness, even after being suddenly covered. Was it due to her high intellect? Assessment. To further understand her information, Lu Ming activated the Eye of Truth. To his astonishment, instead of the usual clear panel that appeared instantaneously, this time it flickered like a malfunctioning screen, filled with fuzzy garbled text. Prompt. Unable to probe information without the target's consent. Lu Ming was taken aback. Was there truly a need for the target's consent? What an absurd level of confidentiality. The primordial spider maiden paused her chewing. Glancing at the astonished Lu Ming, seemingly comprehending something. With a slight tilt of her chin, she resumed her munching. Prompt. Target's consent obtained. Identification successful. Primordial spider? Deity level, race. God description. An ancient divine beast born in the world of truth. Height, body length humanoid 121 cm, original 2 m, can grow. Weight, mass humanoid 25 kg, original 300 kilograms, can grow. General functions, storage space, ultimate identification skills, silk thread, E-level, spider spear, E-level, web weaving, E-level, devouring, E-level, weakness detection, E-level, annihilation beam, E-level, traits, morphing, mastery of comprehension, max, combat instinct, max, learning instinct, max, status, recognized as a master, Master, Lu Ming, currently in the juvenile stage, all attribute capability indicators at historical lows, many skill attributes sealed, can be unlocked with the increase of aberration level, current aberration level, E-level juvenile, can devour energy from alien creatures to promote, promotion progress, 3,000 10,000. This, should it be described as astonishing? No, it should be termed as shocking. He never imagined that the biological rank of the primordial spider would actually be that of a deity. Primordial beings, the most ancient divine beasts, how remarkable. As for the subsequent juvenile stage, E-level and all that, it was merely a fade. As long as the upper limit was established, this creature would undoubtedly become a true deity in the future. Moreover, she had just been born. Aside from the 2 general functions, she possessed 6 skills and 4 traits. Although the skill names were brief, they evidently advanced with level, especially the annihilation beam, which sounded immensely powerful. However, the 3 question marks in the panel caught his attention. Having accessed all the information, why was the name not provided? Out of curiosity, Lu Ming clicked on the question marks, and instantly, a prompt appeared. Prompt. The primordial spider has yet to receive a name from the master. Would you like to name it immediately? Oh, so it was up to him to name her. That made sense. A newborn child would naturally not have a name. However, the name, for some reason, a certain anime character he had once watched flashed through Lu Ming's mind. The protagonist was named Shirakumo, later changed to Shirori. Upon this thought, Lu Ming observed the primordial spider closely and found she did bear some resemblance. Yet, calling her Shirori felt oddly uncomfortable. After all, it wasn't a name he had personally given her. Setting aside the thought of borrowing, Lu Ming pondered for a moment and solemnly declared, Primordial. Snow White. Yes, that works. Proceed with the naming. Prompt. Please name. First snow. Prompt. Please confirm again. Confirm. Prompt. Primordial spider first snow naming successful. Chapter 42. The perfect shaping of a divine race. Looking back at the panel, the question mark section had transformed into first snow, utterly perfect. Crunch. Half a piece of eggshell was consumed, and she turned to seek the other half. Although Lu Ming had witnessed certain creatures devouring eggshells for nourishment in the past, he had never truly understood how it worked. Before he could finish his thought, first snow panel suddenly shifted. Lu Ming gasped, turning his head in surprise. Primordial spider first snow, deity level, race. God description. An ancient divine beast born in the world of truth. Height, body length humanoid 122 cm. Original, 2. 3m. Can grow. Weight, mass humanoid 25 kg. Original, 360 kilograms. Can grow. General functions. Storage space. Ultimate identification skills. Silk thread, E-level. Spider spear, E-level. Web weaving, E-level. Devouring, E-level. Weakness detection, E-level. Annihilation beam, E-level. Traits. Morphing. Mastery of comprehension, max. Combat instinct, max. Learning instinct, max. Status. Recognized as a master. Master, Lu Ming, currently in the juvenile stage. All attribute capability indicators at historical lows, many skill attributes sealed. Her intellect has yet to fully awaken, can be gradually unlocked and enhanced with the increase of aberration level. Current aberration level, E-level ordinary, can devour energy from alien creatures to promotion progress, 2,000-15,000. Just by consuming a small half of an eggshell, her aberration level rose by an entire tier. What was inside that eggshell? Was it potent? Stunned, Lu Ming focused intently on the eggshell, and the effects of the Eye of Truth's identification quietly emerged. He had to see. Identification. Outer shell of the primordial spider egg category. Special item description. A sturdy shell that protects the primordial spider embryo. Possessing remarkable defensive capabilities and containing an astonishing essence of energy, it serves as the first batch of sustenance for the primordial spider after birth. Contains alien creature energy. 18,000. 18,000? Did that mean she could level up again? Just as this thought crossed his mind, the 18,000 energy reserve swiftly diminished by 1,000. Looking at first snow, he noticed she had just bitten off a piece. Fine. This data was indeed updated in real time. Yet, Lu Ming suddenly found himself in a quandary. It seemed she needed to devour items containing alien creature energy to enhance her promotion progress. The alien protein and body fat purification he had in his pouch didn't seem to exhibit such energy values. Yet they were noted as preferred food for aliens, and the conditions surrounding First Snow's birth were relevant, so she shouldn't be unable to boost her progress. With this in mind, Lu Ming took out the protein from his pack to examine it again. High-purity alien protein category, special food, description. A highly nutritious substance favored by certain alien creatures, consumption provides a significant energy boost, accelerating their growth rate. However, for humans, this item contains potent toxins, and unauthorized consumption poses life-threatening risks. It is recommended to utilize an alien protein processing machine to eliminate toxins, or to wait until one reaches the king-level specialization to rely on personal resistance. Contains alien creature energy. 1. What's this? He recalled that when he first read the information on this item, there hadn't been an energy value listed. Had he just misread? He then looked at the 8 orbs of body fat essence collected from the sickle owl's pupa. High concentration alien body fat essence. Category. Special food. Description. A high-calorie nutrient favored by certain alien creatures. Consumption provides significant energy replenishment, accelerating their growth rate. For humans, contains alien creature energy. 5. It truly seemed that all items had values. As for the reason behind First Snow's birth, it didn't seem to correlate. Her birth had not directly impacted him. Thus, it could only be attributed to the changes that occurred between his initial examination of the protein and now. Level or skill? Skills? By some uncanny twist of fate, Lu Ming found himself gazing at the advanced childcare nanny proficiency. A sudden twitch at the corner of his mouth suggesting disbelief. Surely, it couldn't be. A fleeting glance at the advanced childcare nanny proficiency, C grade, revealed its classification. A mastery skill effect. It bestows exceptional nannying experience, encompassing but not limited to changing, cleaning, caring for, grooming, and treating injuries at various stages of child-rearing. Furthermore, it grants the ability to discern the nutritional energy values of food, understanding how to balance and properly combine nourishment to foster the healthy growth of the subject. It could indeed perceive the nutritional energy values of items. Undoubtedly, it was this very statement that held significance. Thus, The childcare nanny proficiency was not as incongruous as initially presumed, but rather an immensely powerful mastery skill for nurturing. Just as Lu Ming marveled at the utility of the childcare nanny proficiency, he felt a subtle pressure in his chest, followed by a soft, warm sensation. Looking down, he found Chushue, who had finished all the eggshells, nestled in his embrace, her cheek pressed against his chest. This was the first time he had been treated with such intimacy, causing a slight nervousness within him. However, recalling his bold declarations prior to hatching, he quickly regained his composure. After all, she was not a stranger, and there was no need for pretense. Gently stroking her smooth, long hair, Lu Ming scrutinized her status panel once more. Her mutation level had naturally reached E-grade elite, with a promotion progress of 5,000-20,000, and her height had grown to 130 centimeter, though she still appeared small and delicate. Her actual strength was already comparable to that of a mature scythe owl. Indeed, considering the differences in race and the tiers of exotic beings, there was a possibility of her defeating a scythe owl of a higher tier. This, perhaps, epitomized the distinction between UR characters and N-grade characters. Patting Chushue's back, Lu Ming gradually assisted her to sit up, meeting her gaze with calmness as he softly inquired, "Can you understand my words?" Chushue looked at him with clear eyes, gently nodding while letting out a soft hum in response. "That's good." The likelihood of her not understanding was minimal. Lu Ming merely wished to gauge her reaction to his words. He then proceeded to take out the well-prepared clothing, dressing her in everything from undergarments to a dress and knee-high boots. It was at this moment that he finally relaxed and earnestly observed Chushue's visage. Her skin was fair and luminous, her cheeks delicate, devoid of any infantile chubbiness typical of young girls, nor did she possess any inappropriate allure for her age. Her expression was peaceful and graceful, with half-lidded eyes that conveyed a subtle languor and innocence. Dressed in a white frock, she exuded an aura of purity. A multitude of factors accentuated her exquisite features, prompting even Lu Ming, an atheist, to marvel at the flawless embodiment of a being of divine lineage. Moreover, her striking white hair added to her allure exponentially. One could only wonder what kind of celestial beauty she would reveal once she matured. Lu Ming was uncertain, yet his heart stirred at that moment. Chushue was examining her attire, occasionally tugging at the hem of her dress or brushing her fingers against the soft fabric of the sleeves. Exhibiting a sense of wonder, Lu Ming had intended for this to suffice, yet he felt something was amiss. After contemplating for a moment, he realized the source of his discontent. Her hair appeared too haphazard. Searching through his spatial pouch, he retrieved a short-sleeved shirt and transformed it into a light blue hairband. With the advanced skills of the childcare nanny proficiency, he carefully selected a strand of her long hair by her ear, weaving it into a braid the thickness of a pinky finger. Chapter 43. The murder of a husband, out in the open. Much more comfortable. Lu Ming beamed with delight as he admired his handiwork. He could only imagine how others would react upon witnessing a muscular man nearing 190 centimeters in height styling a young girl's hair. Would they utter, "A fierce tiger at heart, delicately savoring roses"? Chushue seemed particularly captivated by the braid, fiddling with it in her hands. Observing her obedient demeanor brought Lu Ming a sense of relief. He no longer needed to cradle her in his arms or carry her on his back, and he felt immensely grateful for that. Glancing at the time, he noted it was already 6:40 a.m., the dawn barely breaking. Yet, through the eye of truth, he could still see the mature scythe owls flitting about outside. Predictably, the night's darkness would linger until approximately 7 a.m. A 12-hour cycle for each race seemed quite fair. With just 20 minutes left, Lu Ming could not afford to wait idly. He resolved to compensate for the previous night's missed dinner. Checking his supplies, he discovered that aside from compressed biscuits, he had only instant noodles at his disposal. The meager haul from the corner grocery store paled in comparison to a large supermarket or a butcher's cold storage. Moreover, without the essential ingredients, cooking a decent meal required further accumulation. Instant noodles would have to suffice. Compressed biscuits were a decent backup, primarily intended for swift replenishment during battles. In situations like this, instant noodles were far more appropriate. Hot water could easily be produced by a multifunctional heater, providing true convenience and speed. Having prepared the noodles, Lu Ming noted that the hot water was ready. During the preparation, he glanced at Chushue, who was attentively watching him from the edge of the bed. Reflecting on the fact that she had merely consumed eggshells, he felt a twinge of pity and decided to offer her a portion of high-purity exotic protein from his pouch. Chushue seemed to possess an instinctive understanding of such substances, taking the offering and delicately nibbling at it in small bites. What appeared to be an unappetizing item was elevated by her graceful demeanor. reminiscent of cotton candy. Could this be edible? Driven by curiosity, Lu Ming retrieved another portion. It felt light in his hand, with a fluffy texture, devoid of any grease or dirt, and when held to his nose, it surprisingly emitted a fruity aroma, specifically the scent of cantaloupe. Were it not for the warning stating it could be toxic to humans, he might have indulged in a taste. Turning back, he noticed Chushue had finished her portion and was now eyeing the one in his hand. Scratching his head, Lu Ming offered it to her, crouching down to ask, "Little Snow, can you use the storage space?" She nodded, and then, with a flick of her finger, a deep, shadowy portal appeared before Lu Ming, approximately half a meter in diameter. This surreal scene left him momentarily stunned, and it took him a while to gather his thoughts, during which countless questions and ideas flashed through his mind. He continued to inquire, "Is there a limit to what can be stored in there?" Chushue tilted her head, seemingly perplexed by the question. Lu Ming rephrased, "I mean, how much can you store?" Chushue shook her head gently, indicating she did not know. Lu Ming felt a bit helpless. Her inability to communicate effectively posed a considerable challenge, as many exchanges required interpretation and assumption, which were not always accurate. Yet, upon reflection, she had only just been born mere minutes ago. Even if she were divine, a grace period was warranted, was it not? Thinking patiently about how to proceed, Lu Ming decided it was best to resolve breakfast quickly and commence today's exotic beast hunting. This would serve to enhance both himself and Chushue's mutation level. Perhaps, as they progressed, the communication barrier would resolve itself. With that thought in mind, Lu Ming took another portion of high-purity exotic protein and asked, "Can this go inside?" Chushue nodded slightly. Receiving her affirmative response, Lu Ming placed over 700 units of exotic protein and 8 units of body fat essence into the portal. As he did so, he spotted a vial of mutated exotic blood produced by the scythe owl. He had not given it much thought at the time and had not examined it afterward. Now, connecting the dots, he surmised it must be an energy substance produced by the scythe owl. Identification: mutated exotic blood. Category: special material. Description: a rare item produced by mutated exotic species at a low probability, containing immense mutation energy. Its applications are vast. It can be consumed by exotic beings to accelerate their growth or utilized in the creation of biological weapons, significantly enhancing their potency and the probability of acquiring mutation skills. Contains mutation energy value 100. While the energy content was indeed substantial, its cost-effectiveness as food was lacking. Since he had decided to forge specialized biological weapons, it would be wiser to reserve it for crafting purposes. Not to mention, the potential to enhance the acquisition probability of mutation skills was incredibly enticing. As for Chushue, he would have to make it up to her later by hunting more scythe owl larvae. Having made his decision, Lu Ming turned back to retrieve the instant noodles, tearing open the package and inhaling the aroma, which bore no difference from that of Blue Star. He quickly slurped a mouthful, the texture familiar and unremarkable. As for the nostalgic sentiment, he felt none. Having only just transitioned here a day prior, instant noodles were something one typically relished after a month or even more. As anyone who understood would know. However, the alluring scent had captivated Chushue's attention, causing her to set aside the high-purity exotic protein. "What, do you want some too?" Lu Ming tentatively asked. Chushue's expression was complex, her eyes shimmering with eager anticipation yet tinged with trepidation. It was reminiscent of his own initial confrontation with silkworm pupae. He knew others relished them, yet he found it hard to take the plunge, perpetually questioning their taste until he finally tried them. Just have a taste. Uncertain whether it was dark humor or a genuine desire for her to experience the joys of a Blue Star inhabitant, Lu Ming brought a noodle to her lips. Chushue cautiously sniffed it, seemingly finding the aroma acceptable, then opened her mouth to take a bite, even imitating Lu Ming by slurping it slightly. Yet, in that instant, her delicate brows knitted tightly, and before he knew it, she opened her mouth and let the noodles slide back into the bowl. Lu Ming. As if that wasn't enough, after spitting out the remnants, she anxiously looked at Lu Ming and then placed her half-eaten portion of exotic protein into his bowl. Lu Ming. Well, he understands the reasoning, much like a cat at home seeing its owner devour snail rice noodles. However, he cannot consume the alien protein. If ignorance is bliss, then this is akin to committing murder against one's husband, and quite brazenly at that. Xiaoxue, thank you, but I cannot eat this. You may have it instead. He removed the half-ball of alien protein that she had placed in his bowl, discovering that it had not soaked in the broth. Even under the eye of truth, the instant noodles remained untainted. He returned the protein to Chushue and continued to relish his bowl of noodles. "What? You ask why I don't just prepare another bowl?" Nonsense. This is the apocalypse. Wasting food is utterly disgraceful. Do you have any idea how many lives a single bowl of instant noodles can save? What? Xiaoxue just spat the noodles back out. Fool. So what? Does that justify wasting food? No. Absolutely not. Besides, who would disdain their future wife? Right? Hee hee. Chapter 44. Frenzied slaughter a hymn. Perhaps I have let myself go a bit too much. Suppressing the tumult within, Lu Ming continued to focus on his noodles. Just as he finished the last noodle and was about to sip the broth, the resonant chimes of a bell echoed once more at the next moment. The familiar tune of Tomorrow Will Be Better resounded like a reveille across the land. Initially, as a synthesized electronic background score, Lu Ming paid little heed to it, considering it merely an old tune, while his mind was more preoccupied with the perplexities surrounding the Great Migration. However, hearing the melody again now evoked a sense of immersion. As if he were part of the song itself, as the sun rises, it awakens the dawn, the earth comes alive with vibrant hues, let the gentle breeze carry forth the sounds composing the symphony of life. The song concluded not at the anticipated point of hopeful expectation for a better tomorrow, which left him with an unsettling feeling, as if humanity's future was not desired to be better. Silently finishing the last sip of broth, Lu Ming set aside his thoughts for the moment. The pressing matter was to replenish his specialized crystals as swiftly as possible. Besides enhancing his specialization level, there were numerous other tasks to attend to. The random skill book needed to be elevated and activated promptly. Weapons required timely upgrades, and the consumption for the awakening power's ascendance added to his immense pressure. Thus, as he made his way towards the northern suburbs, he sought to gravitate closer to the inner ring. According to the distribution of transmigrators, the closer one approached the inner ring, the denser the distribution of alien creatures would be. Currently, facing a swarm of scythe crows might prove challenging for him. But dealing with the untransformed larvae should be as easy as slicing through vegetables. However, speaking of the northern suburbs, one must not overlook that level 3 supply box. The mere thought of upgrading it to level 5 sent a wave of dread through him, for it required a staggering 3,500 specialized crystals. 500. Far too daunting a task, one that would stump even the average person. With a sigh of resignation, Lu Ming pulled aside the light-blocking curtains. He intended to admire the desolate scenery of the wasteland in the morning, but to his surprise, his gaze fell upon plump larvae of scythe crows. A visible smile crept across Lu Ming's face. The initial disgust he felt upon seeing these larvae was now replaced by fondness. Even his fear of crowded spaces did not manifest. Overnight, the previously empty alleyways had become crammed with larvae. The factory across the street was completely covered in layers. Although the regular larvae crawled in a prone state, lacking the striking spectacle of the upright and clustered transformed larvae, the total number, combined with those in the alley, certainly did not pale in comparison to yesterday's count. As he opened the window, a foul stench assaulted him. Yet, Lu Ming felt no revulsion. Instead, he inhaled deeply. These were walking specialized crystals, the material carriers coming right to his face. How could he refuse? With a thought, the compound bow appeared in his hands. Drawing the bowstring and nocking an arrow, he activated the Eye of Truth, locking onto the alley for a flurry of rapid-fire shots. Thwack, 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 thwack. The arrows fell one after another, precisely piercing the core of each larva. Countless larvae collapsed in succession, their vitality extinguished, leaving behind pools of lifeless flesh. It was not until he had discharged 200 arrows that Lu Ming finally paused his assault. He intended to descend and collect the corpses. Along with retrieving his arrows, glancing back at Xiaoxue, he found her diligently supplementing her protein, and upon noticing his gaze, she returned it with clarity, seemingly filled with a hint of inquiry. Lu Ming pointed below and chuckled. Xiaoxue, be a good girl and wait for me here. I'll be back shortly. With that, he leaped down, landing amidst the gaps between the corpses, and began to collect specialized crystals with fervor. Greed. Successfully recovered scythe crow larva corpses. Gained specialized crystals 400, high purity alien protein 400. Successfully recovered portable compound bow arrows 200. With 4 consecutive area collections, the previous pile of corpses was swiftly cleared. The surrounding larvae seemed to sense the scent of flesh and began to swarm towards him. Lu Ming scoffed. Prey without legs dared to encircle a hunter with 2 legs. How amusing! As he turned to leap away, his gaze shifted back and fell upon a familiar petite figure. Xiaoxue? His surprise was palpable. Just as he pondered how she had come down, several scythe crow larvae lunged towards her. Lu Ming's expression changed drastically as he readied his precise hand crossbow for a quick kill. Yet, before he could pull the trigger, 6 shadowy figures whizzed out from behind Xiaoxue with a clang, disappearing back into her body before he could comprehend the scene. By the time he regained his senses, the larvae that had charged at Xiaoxue lay collapsed, lifeless. He felt a twitch in his eye, refraining from inquiring what had transpired. The wounds on the corpses, pierced by sharp instruments, told him all he needed to know. Spider spear weakness perception, precise and decisive. Was this the prowess of a divine being? Truly extraordinary, dispatching ordinary aliens as easily as plucking fruit from a tree. With those 6 corpses forming a natural barrier behind Xiaoxue, Lu Ming felt a sense of calm wash over him. He sheathed his crossbow and approached her, placing a reassuring hand on her shoulder. Did I not say I would return soon? How did you manage to come down? Xiaoxue grasped at the air, and a golden thread extending to the 4th floor materialized before them. So that's how it is. She can manipulate threads? Indeed. If Spider-Man can traverse skyscrapers with ease, how could their family's ancient divine beast be any less capable? Realizing this, Lu Ming understood that Xiaoxue possessed formidable combat instincts, so there was no need to accompany her while slowly picking off enemies from above. Instead, he could stand his ground and unleash a rapid barrage with his precise crossbow. Xiaoxue, stay safe. I'm about to unleash a storm. The precise hand crossbow began its work, continuously eliminating the larvae surging forward. Seeing that the speed of his shots could not keep pace with the advancing larvae, Lu Ming quickly upgraded 3 more steel-grade portable hand crossbows and 150 steel-grade arrows. He then alternated firing with both hands. Quickly reloading the backup crossbows, Greed. Successfully dismantled scythe crow larva corpses, gained specialized crystals 200, high-purity alien protein 200, portable crossbow arrows 100, Greed. Successfully dismantled scythe crow larva corpses, gained specialized crystals 200, Greed. The larvae kept coming in waves, their piercing cries of death attracting their companions. They rushed in like a rising tide, with no respite, until the entire street had been cleared and the larvae within the factory were nearly eradicated. Lu Ming finally lowered his arms, which had become sore from the relentless action. It was rather absurd. He considered himself a beginner hunting warrior capable of lifting 1,000 pounds, yet after such a short time of killing larvae, fatigue had set in. To make matters worse, he felt as though he hadn't consumed instant noodles that morning, but rather water, which had vanished without a trace after merely rolling around in his stomach. Greed. Successfully dismantled scythe crow larva corpses, gained specialized crystals 200, high-purity alien protein 200, portable crossbow arrows 100. Having harvested the last wave of corpses, Lu Ming opened his spatial satchel, but was startled by the time displayed next to it. 8:30 a.m. 8:30 a.m.? An hour and a half had already passed? Lu Ming could hardly believe it. In his recollection, the entire slaughter process had lasted at most 10 minutes. Had he been so engrossed in his killings that he lost track of time? Turning to check the number of specialized crystals he had gathered, he was met with yet another shock. 11, 668, Chapter 45. Swift Steps 11, 668. The count of specialized crystals had reached a staggering 11, 668. This meant that within this hour and a half, he had killed a total of 5,869 scythe crow larvae. Good heavens! The corpses laid end to end could likely encircle the Kongbao shoe factory 3 times. The efficiency of such a slaughter was incomprehensible, a feat that transcended dimensions even among all transmigrators of Blue Star. It was an achievement beyond what anyone could imagine. Silently staring at his precise hand crossbow, he noted its durability reading 1082-3000. The other portable crossbow showed 734-1500. Both of his spare crossbows were in identical condition. The wear on the 4 weapons was visibly apparent. Taking a deep breath, Lu Ming turned back to Xiaoxue, who was still quietly observing him while munching on a melon-flavored protein ball, as if her only desire was to be by his side. Xiaoxue, let us go home. With the crystals fully replenished and exceeding his expectations, it was certainly time to put them to good use. He leaped, ascending to the 4th floor dormitory. Looking back, he saw Xiaoxue effortlessly holding onto the golden thread, rising to the window like riding an elevator, then lightly jumping down, landing on the bed as gracefully as a feather. Lu Ming secretly gave her a thumbs up in admiration. By the way, Xiaoxue, open the storage space. Gathering such a multitude of larvae, the path to wealth lies not solely in the specialized crystallization, but also in the acquisition of high-purity alien proteins. The figure of 11,738 is astonishing. Lu Ming initially felt a surge of joy. This number signifies that Xiaoxue is but a final sprint away from becoming an E-grade monarch. Yet, alongside this joy, his mind inevitably wanders back to the image of Xiaoxue consuming the protein piece by piece. Stirring a twinge of concern within him, one batch of protein would suffice for her for quite some time. But how long would it take for her to consume over 10,000 high-purity alien proteins? Despite his musings, he transferred the surplus alien proteins into Xiaoxue's storage space for her convenience. However, the subsequent event left Lu Ming feeling exasperated once more. No sooner had the high-purity alien proteins entered the storage space than countless energy veins surged throughout Xiaoxue's body. When Lu Ming checked the information panel, her promotion progress had skyrocketed from 5,050 to 16,788. Leaving her just a step away from breaking the 20,000 barrier. It thus became evident that eating was merely her choice. Should she decide against it, she could instantaneously convert energy, much like he had during his own advancement. Realizing this, Lu Ming cast aside his concerns, knowing he could now freely indulge her. Well done. With a sense of comfort, he patted Xiaoxue's head and turned his attention to his own matters. The forefront, without question, was the enhancement of his specialization level. The advantages of levels had been vividly demonstrated during his initial breakthrough as a junior hunting warrior. Especially with the presence of 3 lottery draws and universal discount vouchers, the priority of specialization level had reached its zenith. Opening the panel, he activated the specialization level. Prompt: sufficient quantity of specialized crystallization detected in the spatial satchel. Would you like to consume 5,000 specialized crystals to elevate your specialization level to intermediate hunting warrior? Yes. The 5,000 crystals were consumed in an instant. It would be disingenuous to say he felt no pangs of regret. Yet, considering the enhancement of his intrinsic power, this fleeting discomfort was quickly drowned by anticipation. Whoosh! The 5,000 specialized crystals merged and condensed within the spatial satchel, transforming into 5 droplets of crystalline blue liquid that seeped into his forehead. There was no pain, no discomfort, only a refreshing sensation that spread throughout his body. His consciousness sank into his mind, unexpectedly allowing him to perceive his transparent form from a third-person perspective. The crystalline blue liquid flowed within him, ultimately permeating his spine. In an instant, his spine crackled and transformed, becoming exquisite and refined. Upon closer inspection, one could even discern a faint blue hue emerging upon it. Just as Lu Ming wished to examine the changes in his spine in greater detail, the wondrous third-person perspective suddenly contracted. When his awareness fully returned, he found himself back in the present, gazing into Xiaoxue's eyes. It is complete. The entire process had taken less than 5 seconds, and the enhancement was 3 times that of a junior hunting warrior, 90 times that of an ordinary human. Could there be a more exhilarating sensation? Who? With renewed vigor, Lu Ming clenched his fists and waved them randomly. His punches cleaved through the air, creating a whistling sound, and with each strike, he could see the conical energy enveloping his fists. The sensation of this force coursing through him was intoxicating, and in his excitement, he turned to Xiaoxue and exclaimed, "Did you see that, Xiaoxue? The sound of breaking air? Isn't it impressive?" After shouting, he energetically swung his fists a couple more times, eager to showcase his prowess to Xiaoxue. But how could a newborn spider like her comprehend what is impressive? Within half a second, Lu Ming's face flushed red as he realized his own folly. To his surprise, Xiaoxue showed no signs of embarrassment. Instead, she nodded earnestly, offering her characteristic hum as an unequivocal affirmation. That innocent gaze nearly brought tears to Lu Ming's eyes. A warm feeling enveloped his heart, and he couldn't help but reflect on how fortunate it is to have a companion who understands, supports, and accepts all your actions. Thank you, Xiaoxue. Perhaps you don't fully grasp my words yet, but I promise to be there for you, now and in the future. Xiaoxue nodded once more, then retrieved a lump of protein and began to eat it in small bites. Showing no significant reaction, Lu Ming chuckled softly, sensing that Xiaoxue was indeed too young to comprehend his promise. However, he understood the weight of his words. Pressing his lips together, he shifted his focus to the remaining crystallization and its disposal plan. Just as Lu Ming diverted his gaze, Xiaoxue paused her eating, her delicate head slightly bowed, with a soft glow flickering in her clear eyes. Meanwhile, Lu Ming had already extracted the colorful covered random skill book. This was the culmination of a night of restraint, ultimate sublimation. Without delay, Lu Ming decisively proceeded with the elevation. Prompt: please select the sublimation tier. Second tier. Prompt: sublimating the random skill book requires the consumption of 200 specialized crystals. Would you like to consume 200 specialized crystals to elevate the random skill book? Yes, swipe. The skill book disassembled and reformed, emerging once again in Lu Ming's hands, now only adorned in blue, purple, and orange hues. Prompt: the random skill book has been successfully elevated to a random skill book. Prompt: random skill book detected. Would you like to use it immediately? Upon use, one random skill will be obtained from C to a grade. Use immediately. Prompt: congratulations, you have acquired a B-grade skill book. Swift Steps. Chapter 46, Lightning Speed. Swift Steps. It seems to be a movement skill. Let's examine its effects. Swift Steps, B-grade, type, movement skill. Effect: upon use, it can instantly increase foot strength by 50%, allowing for rapid acceleration with no cooldown, although it will greatly consume stamina. Indeed, it is a movement skill. His intuition has always been accurate. The effect is straightforward. It provides a sudden 50% increase in burst speed. The absence of a cooldown indicates that the timing of its application is unrestricted. TOs suddenly employ it during combat would likely leave the enemy unprepared. Even if they do react, the chaotic use of timing could disorient them, pressuring their mental state. Used wisely, it could indeed be a divine skill. The only concern is the significant stamina consumption. This world does not indulge in superfluous descriptors. Greatly consume is not to be taken lightly. Let us try it once to gauge the sensation. Swift Steps. Focusing his thoughts, Lu Ming leaned forward, and he felt an explosive surge of power in his legs, propelling him toward the wall. In an instant. Boom! A resounding crash echoed as the dormitory trembled, with countless particles of dust cascading from the ceiling onto Xiaoshua's head, sliding off as if meeting an invisible barrier. Landing softly on the bed, glancing at himself, Lu Ming found he had embedded himself into the fortress-level wall. Struggling to free his arms, he finally pulled himself out of the wall, appearing somewhat disheveled. A miscalculation. He had forgotten that he had only just advanced to an intermediate hunting warrior, and his body had yet to acclimatize to the enhancements, coupled with the explosive speed boost, rendering him unable to halt his momentum. He hadn't fully experienced the stamina consumption either. He simply felt an intensified hunger. Nevertheless, this was not without merit. At the very least, it indirectly confirmed his current physical strength was astonishing. The fortress-level wall yielded to his impact with ease. He could likely engage in hand-to-hand combat with mutated elite aliens without needing any buffs, enhancements, or weapons. Compared to other E-grade elites, they were mere trifles. Casting a glance at Xiaoxue, he offered a sheepish smile to reassure her. Ensuring not to frighten the little spider, turning back, he brushed off the dust from his face and opened his personal information panel to review the description of an intermediate hunting warrior's capabilities. Intermediate hunting warrior. Possesses the strength to hunt E-grade elites equal to the number of a small team alone, and team cooperation can even bring down E-grade monarchs, representing a powerful elite among hunting warriors. Consuming specialized crystals allows advancement to advanced hunting warriors, with progress at 6,668 15,000. This was not far from his estimates, but it merely reflected the capabilities of an ordinary intermediate warrior, generally speaking. Due to the drop rate of specialized crystals, ordinary individuals exhaust all means to elevate their specialization levels, leaving little room for the enhancement of awakening power. Thus, their awakening power typically remains at level 1. With limited skills. In his case, with a 4th-tier awakening power combined with the power amplification technique and Swift Steps, he could easily dominate in broad daylight. If he were to elevate the amplification power further, raising his awakening power by 1 tier, single-handedly hunting a monarch-level alien would not be out of the realm of possibility. With determination, he activated the power amplification technique, opting for 2nd-tier sublimation. Prompt: confirm the consumption of 2,000 specialized crystals to elevate the B-grade skill power amplification technique to S-grade skill power bestowal. Confirm, cancel, confirm, swipe. The name of the purple power amplification technique dissolved, reappearing as the golden power bestowal. Power bestowal, S-grade, category, active amplification skill effect. Grants oneself 3 times the strength, lasting 30 minutes, with a cooldown of 1 hour. Characteristics: this amplification can simultaneously bestow multiple target units, with the number of units depending on the user's specialization level. Current user's specialization level: intermediate hunting warrior. Number of target units that can be bestowed: 2. With a 3-fold increase in strength and 2 units to bestow, his confidence in dominating in broad daylight solidified. No, it's not just about dominating during the day. Even venturing out briefly at night, he felt fully assured. Moreover, he now had a spider companion on the cusp of evolving into an E-grade monarch. At this moment, The outskirts posed no danger to him whatsoever. Checking his specialized crystals, 668 remained. The more pressing concern was the enhancement of awakening power and swift steps. Elevating awakening power by 1 tier required 1,000 crystals. He had yet to test swift steps, so he would take a look first. Ultimate sublimation. Prompt. Please select 2nd tier. Prompt. To elevate the B-level skill swift step to an S-level speed. 2,000 specialization crystals are required. Confirm the consumption of 2,000 specialization crystals to transcend swift step to S-level speed. Confirm. Cancel. The number of crystals required for the elevation of all B-level skills is uniform, which perhaps constitutes the greatest fairness of ultimate elevation. Click to view speed information. Speed. S-level. Category. Agility technique effect. Upon use, it instantly triples speed, achieving a remarkable leap in velocity with no cooldown. But it will severely deplete stamina, triple speed. The description shifts from precise foot strength to a general speed, indicating a transition from the local to the holistic. Stamina consumption escalates from significant to severe, implying a reduction in usage frequency. However, it imposes no time constraints, and a slight side effect is entirely comprehensible. Moreover, this side effect seems to be mitigated by utilizing supplements akin to multifunctional sports drinks, akin to stamina potions in games. Should I elevate it? Lu Ming couldn't help but ponder. Or should I continue using swift step first? Should I invest more crystal resources into awakening power? After a moment of hesitation, Lu Ming cast aside his distractions with determination. Elevate? Elevate, indeed. Skills, after all, are better when stronger. Even if the usage frequency diminishes, the effect will undergo a qualitative transformation. Against the same adversary, if it takes 10 uses of swift step to achieve a kill, leading to exhaustion, yet with 1 strike of speed, it is accomplished instantaneously, leading to exhaustion. The outcome remains unchanged, but the process is simplified tenfold. How many unnecessary variables in battle does this avoid? Sometimes, it is merely a matter of seconds that can drastically alter the result. How many times has a crucial advantage in slaying a great dragon been snatched away, only to be countered and led to the destruction of the base? Confirmed. Prompt. B-level skill swift step successfully elevated to S-level speed. In the skill panel, the purple swift step title dissipated, replaced by the golden speed, adding a touch of opulence to the skill panel. Delightful. Next is awakening power. Not an elevation, but an upgrade. Prompt. Sufficient specialization crystals detected in the spatial pouch. Confirm the consumption of 1,000 specialization crystals to enhance awakening power by 1 tier. Confirmed. Prompt. Awakening power successfully upgraded. Current stage 5 tiers, 2 initial 3 additional. The panel information changed. Awakening power reached 5 tiers. Awakening power. Category. Awakening technique effect. Upon use, enter a gene awakening state for a brief period, with comprehensive physical attributes soaring 5-fold, effect lasting 5 minutes, daily reset cooldown at dawn. Characteristics. Consume specialization crystals, can elevate the tier of awakening power, with the effects and duration of gene awakening improving alongside the tier of awakening power. Up to a maximum of 10 tiers. Current tier, 5, 2 initial 3 additional, upgrade progress, 1668-2000, Chapter 47. The ideal future 5-fold, 5 minutes. Reflecting on the time he killed the mutated scythe owl, he utilized a 4-fold enhancement for a mere 5 seconds. Now, with the multiplicative time increased once more, one could only say he felt a surge of confidence. The remaining 1668 specialization crystals, aside from expending 50 to elevate ordinary swordsmanship to exceptional swordsmanship, he decided to reserve the rest for unforeseen needs. Glancing at the time, it was already 9 o'clock. Waves of hunger washed over him, making it difficult to concentrate without sustenance. He casually rummaged for a bag of instant noodles. Preparing to make do, however, as he pulled it out, Lu Ming suddenly had a flash of insight. How could he forget that this too could be elevated? Wait. Realizing this, Lu Ming slapped his forehead, cursing himself for his oversight. While food can be elevated, he had forgotten that high-purity mutant protein could also undergo advancement. Consequently, over 10,000 units of mutant protein had entered Chushua's stomach in their raw state. Turning around, he observed Chushue still munching on a protein ball, presumably due to the child's fear of boredom, leaving some to savor slowly. But it would not do for him to indulge while his future wife subsisted on junk food. Thus, Lu Ming cautiously inquired, Xiaoxue, do you still have any protein balls? Could you spare me one? Upon hearing this, Chushue turned her head, and upon seeing the instant noodles in Lu Ming's hand, her expression suddenly changed. Swiftly pulling out a ball of mutant protein and stuffing it into Lu Ming's embrace, her gaze likely conveying the sentiment that he had finally come to his senses. Lu Ming was profoundly grateful. Taking the protein ball and silently reciting the ultimate elevation. Prompt. Please select the elevation tier, second tier. Prompt. Elevating high-purity mutant protein requires the consumption of 20 specialization crystals. Confirm the consumption of 20 specialization crystals to elevate high-purity mutant protein to mutated mutant protein. Confirm. Cancel? What the heck? Why is it so expensive? A consumption of 20 crystals. Are they made of gold? Mutated mutant protein. Category. Special food description. A rare item produced by mutated mutants with a low probability. Possessing immense mutant energy, a high-energy food adored by all mutant creatures. Consuming it significantly accelerates growth speed, but for humans, this item is highly toxic. Consuming even a bite can be fatal. It is advised to use a mutant protein processing machine to eliminate toxins, or to rely on one's own resistance after reaching the king tier specialization level. Characteristics. Consuming it has a minuscule probability of inducing mutation. Contained mutant energy value. 100. No wonder, this is a leap from a value of 1 to 100. Consuming 20 specialization crystals can yield an item equivalent to the energy value of mutated mutant blood, making it a tremendous profit. Moreover, only mutated mutants can produce it, and mutation is an exceedingly rare event, making the rarity alone justify the price. Not to mention it also carries the characteristic of increasing mutation probability, elevating its value even further. By the way, would Xiaoxue undergo mutation from consuming this? She is originally a primordial level divine beast, so perhaps not. Xiaoxue, how much mutant protein do you have left? Turning back, Lu Ming inquired of Chuxue. If there were enough for 50 balls, it would assist her in elevating to E-level king. Chuxue fell silent for a few seconds, unsure how to express herself, then directed her gaze towards Lu Ming. Prompt. Primordial Spider Chuxue has sent you a trade request. Huh. There's this function. Does that mean I can also choose to trade with her? Lu Ming accepted the request. The trading interface opened smoothly, and Chuxue promptly deposited 650 balls of mutant protein. Lu Ming hurriedly waved his hands. No, just 50 will suffice. After some thought, Chuxue retrieved 550, leaving exactly 100. Lu Ming was touched amidst his speechlessness. This child was still mindful of his hunger. Well, he couldn't always decline Xiaoxue's kindness. What if she misunderstood and thought he didn't like her? The trade concluded. Lu Ming attempted to batch elevate, and the result indicated it was feasible. Batch elevating 50 balls of mutated mutant protein would consume 1,000 specialization crystals. Never mind any notion of extravagance. Providing material needs for Xiaoxue was his inherent responsibility. Upon seeing the additional 50 purple protein balls in his pouch, Lu Ming curiously took one out, bringing it to his nose for a sniff. All right, this time it was blueberry-flavored, resembling the texture of cotton candy, which the child would undoubtedly adore. Noticing Lu Ming's enticing protein ball, Chuxue instantly perceived her own mutant protein as less appealing. Lu Ming also noticed the little one's gaze, and promptly stuffed the mutated mutant protein into her mouth, motioning for her to open her storage space. Chuxue obediently complied, responding to his request without fail, extending her hand to open the spatial entrance. Lu Ming then filled the remaining 49 balls into it. Seemingly aware that Lu Ming had provided enough energy to elevate her level and understanding his intentions, Chuxue absorbed the energy of the mutated mutant protein through consumption. Her entire body radiated with vibrant energy veins, and a staggering pressure emanated from within her. This time, Lu Ming was intently watching. And within mere seconds, her height visibly surged, her physique undergoing observable changes. Eye of Truth. Chuxue, divine level, race, divine description, a primordial spider birthed in the realm of truth, the most ancient divine beast. Height, body length human form 140 cm, original form 4 m, can grow. Weight, original form human form 30 kg, original form 600 kilograms, can grow. Universal functions, storage space, ultimate appraisal skills, silk manipulation, E-level, spider spear, E-level, web weaving, E-level, devour, E-level, weakness detection, E-level, annihilation death ray, E-level, crimson gaze, E-level, characteristics, morphing, mastery of insight max, combat instinct, max, learning instinct, max, status, recognized master. Master, Lu Ming, currently has exited the juvenile phase, with all attribute capability indicators slightly enhanced, most skill attributes sealed, and can be unlocked with the elevation of mutation level. Current mutation level, E-level king, can consume energy from mutant creatures to elevate, elevation progress, 50,000. Height surged by 10 cm, weight increased by 5 kg. An additional skill, Crimson Gaze, was acquired, and the status changed slightly, while the energy required for elevation exploded in magnitude. However, that was inconsequential. What mattered were the preceding values. The little girl was indeed calculating. If he recalled correctly, the previous elevation progress was 1678820,000. Considering she had consumed some high-purity protein balls along the way, combining the current data, it was evident she was meticulously calibrating the absorption of mutated and high-purity proteins just on the threshold. She had secretly stashed some away, likely knowing that absorbing them all would not allow her to level up. Keeping them for future reserves, such an admirable attribute of a frugal housewife. Not a shred of wastefulness in this materialistic world. Finding such an ideal future is akin to searching for it with a lantern. An arduous task indeed. Just then, a loud protest emanated from his stomach. Lu Ming, filled with satisfaction and delight, silently recited the ultimate sublimation for the beef instant noodles before him. He felt compelled to celebrate. Chapter 48. The Great Ring Blade. Hint. Sublimating beef instant noodles requires the consumption of 5 specialized crystals. Confirm the consumption of 5 specialized crystals for a second-tier sublimation of the beef instant noodles. 5 crystals. It seems that dietary sublimation does not come cheaply. Just moments ago, Lu Ming lamented the scarcity of provisions for the first snowfall. Yet now he felt a sense of relief. Given such exorbitant costs, one must also consider the state of one's finances. It is prudent to progress step by step. Confirmed. The bagged beef noodles in his hand disassembled and reformed. And when the sublimation was complete, Lu Ming was astonished by the sizable package he held. It was a delicately crafted lunchbox measuring 40 centimeters in length and 20 centimeters in height. With 3 layers and surprisingly, it was still warm to the touch. Hint. Beef instant noodles successfully sublimated to a luxurious ready-to-eat meal. Luxurious ready-to-eat. It seems he inadvertently acquired a premium set meal. Finding a spot to sit, Lu Ming opened the lunchbox layer by layer, instantly captivated by the opulent dishes within. Spicy salt shrimp, scallion beef, poached chicken, crispy roast duck, assorted braised delicacies, boneless fish fillet, oyster sauce lettuce, Hakka stuffed tofu, stir-fried spring bamboo shoots, and a large bowl of American ginseng and black-bone chicken soup. The upper 2 layers featured a perfect balance of 10 dishes, while the final layer was filled to the brim with rice. Had this been the Lu Ming before his transformation, he would have sighed in despair, considering it a feat to consume even a quarter of this meal. Yet now, he found it to be just the right amount. As he prepared to dig in, he could not help but think of Chushue behind him. Instant noodles would not suffice. Surely a proper luxurious meal would be acceptable, however, when Lu Ming turned to look at her. She seemed to sense his intent, subtly averting her gaze outward, clearly indicating her refusal. Well, it seems the previous instant noodles left a mark on her, and perhaps human food poses a burden to non-human beings as well. Yet, in terms of human nature, differing meals can affect the relationship of a couple. It is imperative to reach the War King level swiftly. With a robust physique, they could engage in more meaningful exchanges. Devouring his meal with fervor, his mind raced, casually browsing items in the trading post. The broad-bladed heavy sword remained unsold, and the comments below had accumulated to the hundreds of thousands. Searching the term forging proficiency yielded nothing but idle chatter. The creation of biological weaponry seemed an unattainable goal. Flipping through a few pages of casual discussions, Lu Ming's old habit led him to view them in reverse order. His original intent was to uncover buried treasures. But to his surprise, he stumbled upon a clue. The last comment had a staggering number of dislikes, reaching tens of thousands. The content read, "Boss, I have the skill book you need, but I don't require a weapon. I want you to assist me with a task, and upon completion, I can give you the skill book directly. Directly handed over? How generous." Yet, he chose to decline. There was no other reason than sheer inconvenience. He preferred transactions that were swift and devoid of entanglements. No one likes to dawdle. After all, he rummaged through the weapons section, discovering that after a night's passage, ordinary weapons had begun to show up. To his astonishment, he found various swords, daggers, and curved blades. However, the price was absurd. 100 specialized crystals. It seemed everyone lacked a coherent understanding of value, merely placing arbitrary prices. He decided to employ the same tactic, listing 10 bottles of drinking water, setting the exchange target for blade-type weapons. The precision crossbow could indeed eliminate larval reapers, but it was ineffective against elite reapers. Without breaking their defenses, one would still have to rely on heavy melee weapons. Hint: your consignment of Farmer's 3 Punches pure water tin has been successfully traded for a rusty longsword. And here it is. Premium items were hard to come by, but battle-damaged versions were plentiful. Retrieving the longsword and storing it in his spatial pouch, Lu Ming exited the trading post, focusing on the longsword and murmuring, ultimate sublimation. Hint. Please select the sublimation tier. Second tier. Hint. Sublimating the rusty longsword requires the consumption of 50 specialized crystals. Confirmed. Please select sublimation direction. Great ring blade, crescent blade, mithril needle blade. The mithril grade, both the blade and the hilt, had begun to evolve toward a magnificent and exquisite design. The Great Ring Blade, as its name suggests, was a massive ring blade, reaching terrifying lengths and widths. The Crescent Blade, a prototype weapon of the martial saint, was indeed handsome but belonged to the long-handled category, which did not align with his personal preferences. So he would have to pass. Lastly, the Mithril Needle Blade, which he had seen demonstrated on a certain platform, was a narrow-bladed longsword that packed a powerful punch when swung. A commendable choice. Yet, he chose the Great Ring Blade. No man can refuse something grand, and he, a true alpha male, crack, crack, crack. The rusty longsword shattered piece by piece within the spatial pouch. 50 specialized crystals transformed into an energy aura, enveloping the blade fragments. The structure reformed, and a formidable, imposing great blade was reborn. Identification. Great Ring Blade, Mithril Grade, Category. Weapon Description. Blade length 150 cm, handle length 35 cm, weight 200 kg. Crafted through the interwoven techniques of casting and craftsmanship. This mithril grade weapon carries the strength to uproot mountains with each swing. Only the strong may wield it, and only the mighty can master it. Durability. 3,200 kg, enough to crush an ordinary person. Let alone when swung by him. A mid-tier warrior, 1 word. Strong, 2 words. Invincible, 3 words. Strong and invincible. Finishing the last sip of chicken soup, he patted his belly, feeling an unparalleled sense of satisfaction. With ample energy and fully equipped, this sense of fulfillment was his most complete state. Rising to stretch his limbs, facing northward, Lu Ming felt it was time to set off, if he could uncover some second-tier storage boxes along the way. That would be quite advantageous. Unfortunately, the map only indicated third-tier supply boxes, and he was somewhat dismissive of second-tier ones. Taking out the tri-region map to plan his route, Lu Ming suddenly recalled that this item had yet to undergo sublimation. Shall I give it a try? Ultimate sublimation. Hint. Please select the tier. Second tier. Hint. Sublimating the tri-region map requires the consumption of 100,000 crystal blocks. Confirm. Cancel. Cancel. As expected, it was outrageously expensive. There was a reason this item was highlighted during the transfer. However, since it consumed crystal blocks, compared to other supermodel items that cost millions, or even tens of millions of crystals, it was relatively reasonable. Speaking of which, he had already experimented with sublimation involving specialized crystals the previous night. The first-tier sublimation could transform specialized crystals into specialized crystal blocks, but it required 100 specialized crystals. The second-tier sublimation could convert specialized crystals into specialized crystal bodies, but it required 10,000 specialized crystals. The 2 types of crystalline substances had been previously explained. One specialized crystal body contained energy equivalent to 100 specialized crystal blocks, which in turn equated to 10,000 specialized crystals. What does this mean? It means that for the sublimation of specialized crystals, not only must the original proportion be maintained, but one also needs to allocate an additional specialized crystal as a sort of processing fee. Chapter 49. A pity he is a pervert reflecting on the past. One day prior, the phenomenon of all sublimation target groups had never been so absurd. Yet it made him ponder the possibility that specialized crystals were inherently incompatible or could not be exchanged for higher-grade crystalline substances. In simpler terms, they could not be interchanged. It was entirely the ultimate sublimation bug that granted him the opportunity to advance low-grade crystals to high-grade ones. For others to obtain them, they would likely have to harvest them from the corpses of high-grade alien creatures, such as elite D, C, or even B-grade entities. This rule significantly increased the difficulty of acquiring specialized crystal blocks and bodies, thereby enhancing their value. For him, this was undoubtedly advantageous. When future mainstream currency transitions to crystal blocks or bodies, he could simply engage in the trade of crystals from the comfort of his bed. Another thought crossed his mind. Would the elevation of specialized levels require the consumption of higher-tier specialized crystals? For instance, once reaching a certain level, would further ascension necessitate specialized crystal blocks instead of specialized crystals? If so, this would become a coercive point for humanity to challenge higher-tier alien species. Feeling contemplative, he found solace in the idea that he only needed to focus on becoming stronger and living vividly. Everything else could unfold naturally. Xiaoxue, we must take our leave. Approaching Chuxue, Lu Ming gently reminded her. Chushue remained unchanged, showing no hesitation, even taking the initiative to grasp Lu Ming's hand. This affectionate and clingy sensation filled him with joy, and observing her current stature, she appeared to have reached the age of 10. With such a growth rate, she would likely attain the D-grade monarch status, soon reaching adulthood. The future was bright, indeed. However, it seemed she was gazing at the bed. Lu Ming pondered for a moment before realizing that it was her place of birth. Evoking nostalgia. This was wonderful. Such sentimentality only highlighted her loyalty. Coupled with her previous performance, he found not a single flaw in her. Raising his hand with intent, he successfully retracted the bed. Moving forward to find a place to rest. He would no longer need to subliminate the bed. An all-in-one solution, indeed. Why not? Let us go. With the bed taken along, Chushue displayed no trace of longing. Lu Ming focused on the map, quietly committing the planned route to memory. The distance is not particularly far. The so-called region feels akin to a larger county town on the blue planet. Including the outskirts, the expanse is merely 100 to 180 kilometers from north to south. While one could rely on physical strength to leap between rooftops for a swift passage, such an endeavor is not in his nature. As a representative of the new era of humanity, it is imperative to utilize tools and avoid unnecessary exertion. Physical stamina is meant for facing various forms of battles, especially considering the inherent risks of missteps. Therefore, he resolved to procure a vehicle for a more elevated experience. Perhaps even an eye-catching ride. With the window opened, he stepped onto the ledge, wrapping his arms around Chushue's waist, preparing to leap. Unexpectedly, a sense of déjà vu washed over him. He recalled the previous instance when Chushue had utilized her silk thread to ascend in an elevator. Prompting him to retreat from the ledge, gently releasing Chushue from his embrace, he inquired earnestly, "Little Snow, can your silk thread fly?" Chushue tilted her head, her eyes sparkling with clarity. With a sigh, Lu Ming pressed his fingers to his temples, then lowered his hands in a calming gesture, articulating, can it shoot out silk threads that latch onto the walls of tall buildings, using gravity and inertia to swing through the air, allowing for a swift traversal of distances and then landing gracefully? You grasp the convenience of it, don't you? Upon uttering the last three words, Lu Ming felt a twinge of embarrassment, realizing his own description had become somewhat convoluted. He would understand if Chushue didn't comprehend. If all else failed, he could still resort to conventional transportation. Just as he was about to concede, Chushue nodded gently. You understood? How about it? Is it possible? Lu Ming was elated. As a man, who wouldn't he yearn to soar through the skies? Chushue nodded once more, guiding Lu Ming's arm to her waist, then casting him a significant glance. Was she implying that he should hold on to her? With a soft affirmative from Chushue, Lu Ming eagerly complied, grasping her firmly. They returned to the ledge, and with a swift motion, Chushue conjured a golden thread that fell into her grasp. Without hesitation, she leaped into the air. Propelled forward by inertia, woohoo! Feeling the exhilarating wind rush against him, Lu Ming reveled in the moment. Now was the time to switch to the silk thread on the other side. As their center of gravity shifted, Lu Ming directed her with precision. Chushue, responding to his cue, released the golden thread, sending it soaring toward the wall of another building. With a resounding crash, the wall shattered. The golden thread pierced through, wrapping around the rooftop and forming a knot. Lu Ming's eyes widened in astonishment. What kind of power is this? You call this silk thread? It feels more like a missile. Before he could fully process, Chushue executed the maneuver again, resembling Spider-Man in her agility. Though unlike the superhero, her threads destroyed walls upon contact. Fortunately, in this desolate world, the buildings were empty and abandoned. Otherwise, he would have been liable for damages, amidst the explosive sounds that served as a dramatic backdrop. Lu Ming and Chushue soared through the streets. As they passed a residential area, he noticed a group of transferees hunting for sickle larvae. Suddenly, a chilling breeze swept past him. He instinctively thought an insect was attacking. Turning around, he spotted a muscular figure gliding through the air, expertly maneuvering with a golden thread. He had been recording a video of the larvae hunt, intending to impress others later. The footage captured the entire spectacle, prompting him to exclaim, "What the heck?" His loud shout instantly attracted the attention of nearby larvae, causing them to swarm toward him, prompting him to dash into a shop and slam the door shut. Panting heavily, however, rather than fear, he felt exhilarated. This video would undoubtedly go viral. After slightly downplaying his own role, he promptly shared it on the regional board. Did you see that? A real-life version of Spider-Man swinging through the air? Absolutely no imitation. My goodness, Incredible. I want to learn. What level of specialization is required for such a feat? Or what skills must one acquire? Who knows? I should have stopped to ask. Could I even have stopped him? I didn't even catch a whiff of his exhaust. Please, your brief glimpse doesn't count. The footage only shows his back. Let me tell you, that was no Spider-Man. Look closely, this is the truth, video file. Half a minute later. Wait, is that an angel? How can someone be so beautiful? How old is she? Didn't Uncle Chen record ages? There shouldn't be any transferees under adulthood. Does that matter? It's irrelevant. Look closely, that girl has white hair and crimson eyes. Her features rival CGI. Can humans really look like that? Wow, you're right, by the way. Who is that handsome guy? He looks pretty fit. Indeed, he is quite comparable to Uncle Chen. Too bad he is a creep. Absolutely. Indeed 1, Indeed 2, Indeed 3. Indeed 10086, Chapter 50. Huadai Lifestyle Shopping Plaza soaring through the air. Lu Ming glanced at the video file, knowing his joy was being shared by countless others. And he had garnered a reputation as a creep. But what did it matter? It was of no consequence. After all, what is wrong with being a little eccentric as a man? As for attracting attention, so be it. Initially, he had been cautious, fearing jealousy and treachery. However, with his current strength level, he no longer feared such exposure. Ultimately, both he and Chushue were beyond the capabilities of ordinary humanity. If he still felt uncertain, he could humanity. Long knives, samurai swords, daggers, samurai swords, scythe owls, mutated scythe owls, level 3 supply box, level 2 supply box, level 1 supply box. Upon witnessing the astonishing number of labels, Lu Ming instinctively gaped in astonishment. There were actually 3 supply boxes, all neatly arranged in a corner on the 5th floor. Overlapping them was a massive red label that flickered with a faint glow. Inscribed with 3 bold characters, Queen Scythe, detailed identification. Queen Scythe, A-level monarch, race. Insectoid monarch, description. A soon-to-mature queen individual, measuring 10 meters in length, colossal in size, possessing extraordinary reproductive capabilities, exhibiting extreme voracity and lethargy, and serving as the core of the entire scythe owl lineage. Abandoning formidable offensive abilities, it inherits and promotes the glorious mission of the lineage, accompanied by guardian warriors appointed by the Scythe King, who would willingly sacrifice their lives to protect the queen's skills. Unleashes 3 mandibles to emit corrosive power capable of eroding steel-grade armor, penetrating buildings with triple barrage. Accumulates aberrant power into its forelimbs, delivering a sudden blade pulse, and in the face of death, employs desperate self-detonation traits. Possesses absolute control over the lineage with Queen's command, capable of rapid regeneration even when torn asunder, as long as it has not truly perished. Thanks to advanced regeneration, when its life is threatened, it unleashes aberrant power to envelop its territory, awakening the latent potential of all its kin within, allowing them to fight for her at the cost of their own lives through Queen's grace. Weakness, lacks mobility, unable to move independently. Destroying the 3 core bodies located in the head, chest, and abdomen is required for a successful kill, with a hardness equivalent to steel grade. Such a thing actually exists. The key point is that it is not alone. Surrounding her are 4 E-level elite mutated scythe owls and 15 elite level scythe owls. The latter is inconsequential, but the former is formidable enough to rival a low-level hunting warrior. Who on earth are these individuals, daring to assault a venue of such caliber? Wait a moment. What does the formation of this group imply? The 11 armed individuals stand at the back of the line. Meanwhile, the 45 unarmed individuals have formed a half-surrounding wall, positioned right in front of the entire team. Chapter 51. Instant kill. This feels off. Moreover, the 5 walls of people have already begun to sacrifice themselves. In less than 20 seconds, they have lost a layer. Yet, facing such significant sacrifices, the members serving as the human wall show no signs of retreating. Is this necessary? They are not death warriors. Even if they are aware that 3 supply boxes lie hidden there. What significance does such sacrifice hold? Or perhaps, it is not that they do not wish to retreat, but rather that something compels them to advance. As if to validate Lu Ming's conjecture, a human label suddenly broke away from the wall and dashed towards the safety behind. In the next moment, Lu Ming's expression turned solemn, for within his eye of truth, a human bearing a samurai sword label swiftly approached to make contact. Then, The label of the departing human turned gray and ultimately vanished completely. Upon witnessing this, Lu Ming immediately comprehended the source of those individuals' peculiar behavior. Their madness in the face of death was not born of courageous defiance, but rather a resigned acceptance of their fate. Knowing that they were doomed regardless of their actions, Xiaoshui, Lu Ming lowered his body, leaning closer to Chushua's ear, whispering, "We should head to the rooftop of that building across." Chushue nodded gently, her fingers weaving in the air. Calmly activating her thread skill, with practiced grace, she effortlessly traversed the hundreds of meters distance. Upon landing on the rooftop of the shopping plaza, Lu Ming glanced below. In the brief interval, the human wall had lost another layer. And they had pushed their way to the fourth floor of the mall. At this moment, the human labels suddenly came to a halt, the wall receding, forming a barrier 5 meters away from the 11 armed individuals. Are they preparing to resist? Lu Ming believed so, but after waiting for a minute, no offensive actions were taken by those serving as the human wall. If only he could hear the voices inside. In his moment of frustration, he unconsciously voiced his desire, prompting Chushue to kneel down, placing one hand on the rooftop. Rustling sounds echoed as countless golden threads extended downward like vibrant life. Some infiltrated the walls. Others slipped through window crevices, and within seconds, the entire building was completely enveloped. Having completed this, Chushue took Lu Ming's hand, 2 strands of gold weaving up his arm to his ears. Suddenly, clear dialogue entered his ears. "Everyone, please refrain from displaying such expressions. Just now, your performance was being observed by Jin Taishiang Appa." With those words, Lu Ming's brow furrowed sharply. The individuals bearing weapons are from Nanhan's. He had promised that as long as they assisted in conquering this shopping mall, not only would they gain their freedom, but each person would also receive 100 specialized crystals, an enticing prospect indeed, capable of elevating them to advanced soldiers, enabling them to dominate the world. Therefore, they hope to avoid any scenes of discord like the one just witnessed. We are all humans, all part of the same kin, merely differing in nationality. If it is not absolutely necessary, we do not wish to spill the blood of our own kind. Would you agree? However, we lack even decent weapons. With only the wooden spears you provided, we possess little lethality. From the beginning at the plaza until now, we have already lost over 100 compatriots. You must at least provide some armor. This time, it was in Huaxia language, from an adult male. Or provide some weapons. Ugh. The blade pierced flesh, and the man let out a muffled groan, and no one screamed. No one wailed, only a deathly silence prevailed in Lu Ming's line of sight. A label turned gray. "SK, so you all have such considerable grievances. What? You are not satisfied with being given a chance to survive and desire even more? Huh? Truly, Huaxia people always possess a certain inexplicable selfishness and arrogance, as if this were Blue Star collection." Nanhan's language followed suit, and the gray label completely dissipated. "Oh, so you even secretly hoard 7 or 8 specialized crystals. What's with you Huaxia people? I have told you before to surrender all your possessions. Why is it that every time you claim to have handed everything over, yet some still remain in your spatial bags? Is it that you lack ears or a brain, or do you believe we lack intelligence? You little pups, enough, Cui Yongjun. It's just 7 or 8 specialized crystals. Don't get so worked up. If you keep this up, who will help us conquer this shopping mall?" A Nanhan's woman chimed in, her voice uniquely coarse and unpleasant, yet laced with feigned sweetness, inducing nausea. "All right, you Huaxia refugees, I've already pleaded on your behalf. Hurry up and get up to continue pushing forward. If you provoke Jin Taishiang Appa, the previous promises will be voided. And let me remind you once more, do not attempt to escape from here. Jin Taishiang Appa is a genuine low-level hunting warrior. A level you will never reach in your lifetime, and he also possesses a handgun. Do you understand what a handgun is? We are not even on the same tier. Handgun." Upon hearing this, Lu Ming was instantly roused from his gloom. A greedy smile flickering in his eyes. "Xiaoshui, that will be enough. Let us descend." On the 4th floor of the mall, 26 Huaxia individuals huddled on the ground, their eyes filled with resentment as they stared at the 11 individuals before them, who stood arrogantly, their expressions filled with amusement. One burly man spat in disgust, cursing, "Damn Nanhan's dogs, putting on an act. What nonsense promises. It's nothing more than sending us to our deaths, you sons of bitches. Just wait until I get the chance. Oh dear, I'm so scared. I'm about to cry. Jin Appa, please comfort me." A clearly artificial beauty, sculpted to perfection, clung to a man with small eyes, wantonly flaunting her seduction. The man stroked the woman's back, sneering, Cui Yongjun, dismember him, but do not allow him to die. Cui Yongjun, shaking his rotund belly, approached with a knife, grinning menacingly. Leave it to me. Taixiang Ji, I guarantee a perfect completion of the task. Hehe, Huaxia people, do try not to scream as heroically as you appear. Point one shout is an insult to yourself. MMM. Just as Cui Yongjun raised his knife to strike, 3 steel arrows pierced through the adjacent glass window, accurately penetrating his head, neck, and heart. In disbelief, he stiffly turned his neck, then fell straight to the ground. In death, he never witnessed who had brought about his demise. Who is it? The Nanhan's team, witnessing Cui Yongjun's sudden death, collectively looked toward the window, where a man clad in black and red attire, cradling an angelic beauty, grinned with a devilish glee, brandishing an exquisite hand crossbow. Gazing warmly at them, a chill swept through the air. Jin Taixiang drew a handgun, his expression filled with murderous intent. Yet, before he could raise the weapon, the figure spoke 2 words in flawless Huaxia, divine speed. Whoosh! The figure vanished like a ghost, twisting and distorting until it completely disappeared. A sense of bewilderment enveloped everyone present. Only Jin Taixiang sensed something amiss. His complexion turned pale, and the hair on his body stood on end. As he shifted his weight, attempting to evade, a massive blade suddenly pierced through his chest, followed by a violent twist that left a gaping wound, 15 centimeters in diameter, bleeding profusely. Chapter 52. Do you even deserve it, Taixiang? The artificial beauty gasped, her eyes reddening as she prepared to rush over. However, before she could take 2 steps, a bloodied dagger was pressed against her throat, forcing her to witness Jin Taixiang collapsing to the ground. His vacant eyes staring into nothingness, like a lifeless Doj. In that moment, even the dullest of minds could comprehend the gravity of the situation. They were in the presence of a formidable power. An undeniable force. The middle-aged man, who had previously spewed forth words of rage, erupted in excitement, shouting at Lu Ming. Expert, kill them. Eliminate these southern Han dogs. They are the ones who invaded our territory yesterday, stealing our resources and slaughtering our kin. They even forced us to gather as living shields when there was nothing left to take. Their methods are exceedingly cruel. Over 300 of us. We are but a handful now. Expert, avenge us. Avenge our fallen brethren. Lu Ming chuckled coldly. Avenge? What vengeance? Am I familiar with you at all? At this declaration, not only the dozens of Huaxia individuals, but even the southern Han people were momentarily taken aback. It turned out he was not one of them. A flicker of realization crossed the southern Han people's minds. Though this man was powerful, he did not seem to be there to rescue them. Did that imply there was still a chance to negotiate? The middle-aged man's expression froze. You are not here for us? Lu Ming laughed heartily. For you? How absurd. More than 300 of you. Unable to fight back, barely clinging to life. What value do you possess that warrants my intervention? Hurry, take those useless individuals and leave. If you delay any longer, you will become my meat shield. You. The middle-aged man's face turned cold. Just as he was about to rebuke Lu Ming, a crossbow bolt shot forth, leaving a deep gash on his face. Not make me repeat myself. Leave. The man winced in pain, covering his wound while being struck by the murderous intent in Lu Ming's eyes. He truly was not there to save them, nor did he consider them his kin. The group behind him, filled with fear, exchanged glances and fled down the stairs in unison. The man cast a complex gaze at Lu Ming before hastily following the crowd out of the mall. Once all had escaped, Lu Ming turned to the remaining 9 southern Han individuals, a smile gracing his lips. The artificial beauty, witnessing Lu Ming's complete lack of patriotic sentiment, immediately donned a fawning expression. Cautiously, she placed her hand on Lu Ming's enormous ring blade, releasing her allure as she adjusted her clothing, whispering, Appa, you are truly valiant. Jin Taixiang pales in comparison to a dog before you. Surely you must be fond of obedient, clingy companions with various special skills to ensure your comfort. What do you think of me? As she spoke, the woman even licked her lips suggestively, fully displaying her seductive charm. Yet just as she believed she had made a favorable impression on Lu Ming through her beauty and allure, pain abruptly replaced the flirtation on her face. Furrowing her brow, she squirmed, her gaze slowly descending. There, the massive blade she had pressed down upon him had sunk deeply into her chest. When she lifted her head again, she was met with Lu Ming's icy gaze, one that regarded her as mere refuse. Then, a solid foot obscured her vision, pressing down on her proud face. With a swift thrust, the blade was pulled free, blood gushing forth as she collapsed into a pool of crimson, convulsing mindlessly, swiftly becoming a corpse. Tiske, truly disgusting. Your entire being doesn't even compare to a single strand of hair from my snow's technological marvel, and you dare covet my appearance? Do you even deserve it? With a flick of his wrist, he shook the blade, blood and residual force splattering out, the blade gleaming coldly. Having faced death directly and endured countless slaughters, he felt no residual guilt. They were merely bodies, mere shells. Xiaoxue, bind them. Xiaoxue extended her petite hand, weaving strands of silk into a web that swiftly ensnared the remaining 8 Southern Han individuals, cocooning them. Once this was accomplished, Lu Ming raised his hand and silently invoked greed, disassembling the 3 corpses. Successfully disassembled the corpse of the junior hunting warrior Jin Taixiang, acquiring specialized crystals 1410, junior warrior energy liquid 200 milliliters. Successfully disassembled the extreme warrior Park Hina's corpse, acquiring specialized crystals 410. Successfully disassembled the extreme warrior Choi Yongjun's corpse, acquiring specialized crystals 410. What does this mean? Disassembling human corpses can yield specialized crystals. The quantity precisely matches the total required for advancement in specialization. Oh, wait, greed doubles the collection yield. So, typically, one could only acquire half of the total needed for advancement from human corpses. Now I understand why these mere Southern Han people could ascend to junior hunting warriors in such a short time. They must have hoarded resources from slaying their own kind. After all, with a higher level, killing high-ranking soldiers and extreme warriors can yield 50 to even 150 specialized crystals. This method is far more efficient than slaying aberrations. Ha! Lu Ming nearly laughed aloud, glancing at the tightly bound 8 individuals, feeling an overwhelming temptation. However, as he cast a glance at them, each of the 8 felt a chill run down their spines, trembling uncontrollably. Alert! 3 unclaimed spatial bags detected nearby. Do you wish to acquire them? Of course. Successfully recovered unclaimed spatial bag, acquiring spatial bag with 160 slots 1, specialized crystals 2560, silk 400, farmers 3 punches pure water 100 boxes, beef instant noodles 47 boxes, compressed biscuits 35, various beverages 74 bottles, long knives 3, high-grade straight knife 1, type 54 pistol 1, 7.62 mm bullets 24, Park Hina's clothing 2, unidentified toys 10. The initial resources brought him immense joy, yet the latter collection of peculiar items left him utterly speechless. Rather, he found them completely incomprehensible. Alert! The capacity of the spatial bag is full. Further item recovery cannot proceed. Upgrading the spatial bag's level will expand its capacity. Alert! Detected 160 slots within the bag. Do you wish to inherit the bag slots? Oh, this operation exists. Yes. Alert! Spatial bag inheritance successful. Current slots 108 160. Successfully recovered unclaimed spatial bag. Acquiring spatial bag with 80 slots 1. Specialized crystals 768. Silk 120. Farmers 3 punches pure water 10 boxes. Beef instant noodles 5 boxes. Samurai sword 1. Park Hina's clothing 2 sets. Unidentified toys 2. Successfully recovered unclaimed spatial bag. Acquiring spatial bag with 80 slots 1. Specialized crystals 900. Silk 300. Farmers 3 punches pure water 30 boxes. Beef instant noodles 22 boxes. Compressed biscuits 20. Various beverages 150 bottles. Daggers 2. Specialized intimate clothing 10. Essential oil 500 ml. Women's clothing 8 sets. Golden ornament 7 pieces. Various unidentified toys 20. Alert! The capacity of the spatial bag is full. Further item recovery cannot proceed. Upgrading the spatial bag's level will expand its capacity. Lu Ming, Chapter 53. You should be quite proficient. In the land of the bullet, each one more extravagant than the last. What is happening here? Did they raid some sort of shop? His bag was overflowing once again. The key question is, can these items even last that long? Will they spoil? As he organized his bag, he decided to destroy everything on the spot, especially those mysterious, indecipherable, garish items. Lu Ming didn't even want to touch them. Alert! Sufficient space available in the spatial bag. Resuming recovery of remaining items. Successfully recovered remaining items. Acquiring spatial crystals 660. Spatial crystals? What are those? His gaze shifted to the final slot of the spatial bag, where a purple triangular crystal in a stacked state caught his eye. Clicking to view, spatial crystal, special item, category, consumable, description. A special crystal obtained from disassembling unclaimed spatial bags, containing wondrous spatial power. Accumulate 1,000 crystals to unlock a special feature of the spatial bag. Disassembling unclaimed spatial bags. Unlocking a special feature of the spatial bag. Repeating this to himself, Lu Ming felt a spark of interest. Alert! Spatial crystals detected within the bag. The special feature section of the spatial bag is now open. With a rustling sound akin to turning pages, a new section resembling a League of Legends talent tree unfolded on the right side of the spatial bag.it displayed 2 columns of options, auxiliary traits and functional traits, with a total of 5 traits in each column, arranged in 5 tiers from top to bottom. Currently, only the first tier's 2 traits were highlighted, while the remaining 4 tiers were locked. The first 2 were spatial marking and vehicle storage. Spatial marking allows the expansion of a blank map, leaving markers at locations previously visited. Vehicle storage provides an additional slot in the spatial bag for vehicle storage, enabling the inclusion of one mode of transportation. Wow, that's rather impressive. Upon reading this, Lu Ming felt an immense sense of novelty. Auxiliary and functional. Simply put, one assists oneself, while the other enhances the bag. Both are extremely useful traits, yet such beneficial features seem to demand a grim price, life. However, observing the accumulation of spatial crystals among these Southern Han individuals, it is evident that there are no shortage of those fond of slaughter. Entering this, he could justifiably act as an agent of justice while opportunistically reaping rewards. Retreating, one can exploit the insatiable nature of greed to intercept the prey of others, instigating discord and reaping the benefits as a bystander. Regardless of the method employed, he can effortlessly harvest spatial crystals without any burden. Unfortunately, the current spatial crystals are insufficient to unlock a particular ability, rendering the ultimate sublimation ineffective. Otherwise, it would be intriguing to witness the astonishing heights achieved after the evolution of 2 traits. Casting a glance at the 280 slot bags positioned within the space, Lu Ming examined them briefly. Unclaimed spatial bag category. Spatial container description. A spatial backpack that has lost its owner. Unable to perform direct storage operations, IT can transfer its slots to a smaller spatial bag or be directly decomposed into spatial crystals. This aligns perfectly with the description of spatial crystals. However, the note about the inability to perform direct storage operations piqued his interest. IT is likely a precaution to prevent whimsical operations akin to nesting bags within bags, which is quite reasonable. As for the decomposition, that can wait, for there are more pressing matters at hand. Xiao Xue, release them, Lu Ming softly instructed, adjusting his hold on Xue Xue. With a gentle motion, Xue Xue opened her small hand, causing the threads binding the 8 Nanhan individuals to dissipate entirely. Lu Ming scrutinized them anew. Among the 8, 2 were women and 6 were men, the latter appearing pallid, with some having soiled their trousers. The women trembled uncontrollably, appearing somewhat delirious. Hey, Lu Ming spoke coldly, raising his chin. Startling the 8 into a simultaneous shudder, their weapons clattering to the ground. Why the tension? Displaying a warm smile, Lu Ming focused on the individual he found most displeasing and inquired, "Tell me, was your incursion into this area a personal choice? Or did someone direct you?" No one responded. Lu Ming scoffed, swinging his arm to hurl the massive ringed blade. With a whoosh, the individual he had targeted vanished on the spot. When the others realized what had transpired, a thunderous crash echoed from behind. Turning toward the sound, they found the man, who had stood there just a moment before, now impaled upon a beam, blood spurting from his mouth and nose as he writhed in agony. Do not misunderstand. My question does not permit the option of silence. Lu Ming's voice resonated like a vengeful spirit in their ears, drawing their gazes back to him. The 2 already terrified Nanhan women immediately knelt. Trembling on the ground, one of them stammering, "If we tell you, will you spare us, Appa?" Lu Ming offered a benign smile. Of course not. Upon hearing the first 3 words, the Nanhan woman displayed a fleeting look of relief. But the subsequent 2 words plunged her expression into despair. Lu Ming reassured them, "Let us not wear such expressions. I have not finished speaking, as long as you answer my questions earnestly and assist me in conquering this shopping mall. I shall not only spare you but can even grant each of you 1,000 specialized crystals. Yes, 1,000, which would allow you to ascend to the rank of a novice hunting warrior, enabling you to wield immense power. Therefore, I hope we can avoid any more discordant scenes. We are all human, of the same kin, merely divided by nationality. If not absolutely necessary, I would prefer to avoid shedding the blood of my own kind. Would you not agree?" At this declaration, the Nanhan individuals stood in stunned silence, feeling an unsettling familiarity with his words, as though they had just heard them moments ago. "Come now, do you wish to end up like that fellow behind you?" Or will you accept my proposal? You have 3 seconds to consider. Ready? 3. I will speak. I will speak. Nothing terrifies more than the prospect of death. At this moment, they finally grasped the sheer horror of being oppressed and surrounded by the specter of death. It was Jin Taixiang's brother, Jin Zhenghe, who initiated this operation. He obtained a map revealing that the areas were interconnected and advocated for the hunting of humans, claiming it was simpler than hunting aberrations and guaranteed the production of specialized crystals. Thus, Lu Ming interjected. So you opted for a different approach, abandoning the fight against aberrations to target humans instead. The woman nodded. Jin Zhenghe said that the weak do not deserve to live, as they waste resources. It is better to sacrifice oneself to nourish the strong, becoming part of their strength, a profound statement indeed. Were it not for his embrace of Chueshua, Lu Ming would have applauded this individual's survival philosophy. Was there anything wrong with it? Certainly not. In fact, his philosophy aligns with the worldview of a post-apocalyptic era. However, knowing such a person was nearby could not be overlooked. He must not be allowed to grow unchecked. Thus, Lu Ming continued to inquire, what level is Jin Zhenghe at now? The woman shook her head, quickly adding, once we left the Xinghui district and entered this area, we could no longer communicate with the previous region. So I do not know Jin Zhenghe's current level. However, when we departed the Xinghui district, he was already at the peak of the soldier rank. Lu Ming pondered. If he was at the peak of the soldier rank upon their departure, and it had been over a day since, Jin Taixiang, as the younger brother, had already become a novice hunting warrior. Jin Zhenghe would only be stronger, likely at the intermediate rank. While it was not impossible, he had not undergone ultimate sublimation. If he focused solely on leveling up without enhancing his awakening power, it was conceivable he could reach the intermediate soldier level, as per his own adage. Killing guaranteed the drop of specialized crystals, with no fluctuation in drop rates, where the weak serve to nourish the strong. Well done, Lu Ming offered sincere praise. As for the others, pick up your weapons and form a semi-encircled advanced AS for you. Lu Ming directed his gaze toward the Nanhan woman who had answered his questions. Stand behind them with your weapon trained on them. Should anyone dare to take a step back or attempt to flee, eliminate them on the spot. I need not elaborate on the specifics. You should be quite adept at this. Chapter 54. You already knew. I understand. The Nanhan woman's expression shifted, yet she ultimately grasped the sword, aiming it at her former allies. Her teammates, witnessing this, exchanged complex glances, realizing she had no choice but to reluctantly take up her weapon as they proceeded deeper into the 4th floor. Lu Ming, cradling Chueshua, followed at the rear, passing by the beam where the massive ringed blade had been lodged, fixing his gaze on the lifeless body of the Nanhan individual, silently invoking greed. Successfully decomposed in Zhaixin's corpse. Obtaining specialized crystals 410. Another peak soldier. Seems that hunting humans is indeed quite efficient. As long as one is in good health, they qualify as a novice soldier. Those with training, fitness, or superior physical attributes could easily reach the intermediate soldier rank. By first eliminating intermediate soldiers to accumulate specialized crystals, 20 individuals would yield 100 crystals, enough to elevate oneself to the advanced soldier rank. Then, leveraging their numerical advantage, they could hunt advanced soldiers. Each yielding 50 specialized crystals, 6 would provide 300, allowing one to ascend to peak soldier rank. If the strategy were made even darker, fostering internal competition akin to raising a gu, culminating with Jin Taixiang and Jin Zhenghe tying up loose ends, it would be a virtually risk-free venture. Thus, once a person forsakes their morals and humanity, shortcuts can be found in any endeavor. Successfully recovered unclaimed spatial bag, obtained 80-slot spatial bag 1, specialized crystals 256. Silk 75, boxes of Farmer's 3 Fists, purified water 5, boxes of beef instant noodles 5, assorted beverages 4, dagger 1, Park Hina's specialized personal attire 1 set, 6 varieties of biscuit snacks, another item belonging to Park Hina. In exasperation, he disposed of the undesirable items, then leapt to retrieve the massive ringed blade from the beam. The 7 individuals before him sensed his movement and instinctively turned around, just in time to see Lu Ming, cradling the angelic sister, with the massive ringed blade raised in an eerie posture. Their already frigid hearts froze in terror, the shadow of his figure searing into their souls. What are you staring at? Move forward. With the blade held steady, the 7, trembling with fear, advanced, ready to slaughter the larval aberrations that approached. Having learned the weaknesses of the larvae from the previous group, they felt no pressure in killing them. However, the gaze from behind them instilled a lingering urge to relieve themselves, with the risk of losing control at any moment. Wait. Observing the fallen larvae in abundance, Lu Ming called out to them. Leave the corpses there. You need not collect them. What a preposterous jest. He, the embodiment of greed, disregarding the ownership of prey, obtaining double the essence from the corpses without requiring these unfortunate souls to gather them. The group was perplexed. After all, if they did not collect the larvae they had slain, who else would? Leaving them behind would be a waste. Yet, with the devil himself speaking, they dared not voice their objections. Simply acquiescing and continuing forward. Point 1 could hardly deny the efficiency of a peak soldier. Within half an hour, the larvae on the entire 4th floor had been decimated, their corpses forming a pathway leading safely to the 5th floor. Lu Ming expressed his approval, issuing commands, proceed upward. The group exchanged glances, offering no resistance as they stepped onto the halted escalator. Upon reaching the 5th floor, they discovered that it was, in fact, an inner cinema of the shopping mall. The spacious counters and hallways contained only a few larvae writhing about. However, in the corridors leading to the various screening rooms, not a single aberration could be seen. Could it be that the 5th floor was devoid of threats? Had they succeeded in their conquest effortlessly? Their spirits lifted with joy, as this indicated a high likelihood of survival. You all appear rather relaxed. I hope you are not feeling too comfortable, Lu Ming's voice echoed once more. The group jolted in alarm, turning back repeatedly to express their trepidation. Lu Ming smiled faintly and sighed. In truth, even if I did not appear and disrupt your plans, you would still meet your demise here. For at the very moment you set foot on the 5th level, the Grim Reaper's scythe was already poised at your throats. Upon hearing these words, the 7 members of the Southern Cold faction were suddenly taken aback. Turning to look at Lu Ming, eager to inquire about the meaning behind his statement. However, their gaze halted abruptly as a colossal, 2.5-meter-tall aberration, gleaming with a metallic sheen and adorned with dark red engravings, brandished a chilling blade over a meter long, slicing through the air in a lethal arc spanning 7 to 8 meters. Slicing through them at the waist, the first 7 were cleaved in half, their innards and blood splattering across the ground. They watched in horror as their vision plummeted from its normal height to the floor. The excruciating pain of their torn flesh surged through them. Ah! The piercing wails echoed throughout the cinema, resonating through the spacious mall, amplifying their anguish. Lu Ming, cradling Chu Shui, descended from the air, landing before the dismembered Southern Cold members, and said nonchalantly, the mutated scythe owl. An E-class elite, once you trespass into its territory, it will relentlessly pursue you until you are utterly annihilated. Its strength surpasses that of an ordinary beginner hunting warrior, and there are 3 more of its kind on this 5th level. Among the 7 Southern Cold members, apart from the 2 unfortunate souls on the far left who were beheaded due to the angle of the strike, the remaining 5, though fatally injured, could still hold on for a few seconds before their blood drained completely. The agony prevented them from fainting, and the fleeting moments of clarity kept their minds alert. Hearing Lu Ming's detailed explanation, the woman he had favored managed a bitter smile and said, "So you already knew." As Lu Ming evaded the mutated scythe owl's second strike with ease, he did not respond to her inquiry. For after she uttered those words, her life force had already ebbed away with her blood. Swiftly, with a thought of speed echoing in his mind, his figure flickered and vanished. When he reappeared, he had circled behind the mutated scythe owl. Raising the massive ringed blade high, he channeled all his strength and swung down. The blade's shadow cleaved through the scythe owl, shattering its heart's weak point. Before Lu Ming's overwhelming might, the mutated scythe owl could no longer inflict even the slightest harm upon him. A thunderous crash reverberated through the hall as the mutated scythe owl collapsed, its dark green blood and colorful organs splattering across the ground. Lu Ming did not rush to dismantle the corpse, for the next wave of attackers was already approaching. This time, it was not the mutated scythe owls but rather 15 elite ordinary scythe owls. They flapped their translucent wings and wielded their chilling blades, launching a surprise assault from all directions. Lu Ming danced and dodged, swinging his massive blade, and with each clash of cold light, each flickering advance, a scythe owl fell, its heart severed in a matter of 20 seconds. Not a single one of the 15 elite scythe owls remained. After 3 mutated scythe owls and 1 quasi-scythe owl, he turned to Chu Shui. Looking down at the girl in his arms, Lu Ming spoke gently, "I apologize for the inconvenience, but please stay behind me for a moment. It will be over soon." Chu Shui shook her head, clenching her small fist, indicating she was ready to fight too. However, Lu Ming placed the massive ringed blade into the ground, raised a hand to pinch her cheek, and smiled softly, "When I can handle it myself? How can I allow my future wife to dirty her hands? Be good." He lifted her above his head and gently placed her behind him. Chu Shui's little face flushed crimson, yet she instinctively wrapped her arms around his neck and held on tightly. Fearing that her movements might be too vigorous, Lu Ming hurriedly cautioned her. Little did he know, as she grasped his hand, she utilized her thread manipulation ability to securely bind herself to him. Chapter 55. Scythe Owl Larvae Eggs. Noticing the little one's actions, Lu Ming's smile became even more gentle. His thoughts did not waver. He needed to prepare for the battle ahead. Ultimate Ascendancy. He directly selected 2 katana from his spatial pouch and upgraded them both to secret silver giant ring blades. Extracting one, he also retrieved another from the ground, activating the Eye of Truth and heading straight toward the final screening room. Power bestowal. During the rush, Lu Ming's mind raced, red energy radiating from his heart to his limbs. Awakened power, blue energy enveloped his entire being from the center of his forehead. Suddenly, he halted, taking a bow stance and launching forward. Speed, whoosh. His entire figure transformed into a red-blue streak of light, darting into the last screening room. In the midst of his swift movements, he sliced past 3 mutated scythe owls guarding the quasi-scythe owl, not allowing them a moment to react, cleaving them into 6 pieces. Having completed this, Lu Ming did not pause for even a second. Nor did he waste time scrutinizing the appearance of the quasi-scythe owl. 4 in his eyes, 3 fist-sized core bodies were pulsating with a fierce red glow within the quasi-scythe owl's form. This was the location of its weakness. Confronted with an enemy, as long as he knew the location of its weak point, he cared not for its appearance. What mattered was a swift strike. Catching it off guard, he aimed to ensure that the quasi-scythe owl could not unleash a single ability aside from self-detonation. Speed, speed again. As Lu Ming charged toward the quasi-scythe owl, he swung both arms. The 2 secret silver giant ringed blades, imbued with tremendous force, transformed into silver flashes that pierced through the quasi-scythe owl's head and abdomen. Influenced by his proficiency in marksmanship, Lu Ming relished the precision of his blade throws. Not a single misalignment occurred as he accurately shattered both core bodies. With a flicker of thought, the 3rd giant ringed blade from his spatial pouch appeared in his hand. The blade flipped, and with both hands gripping the hilt, he plunged it forcefully into the quasi-scythe owl's chest. Bang! The sensation of the core body shattering resonated, and Lu Ming knew the kill was secured. With the 3 cores destroyed, the quasi-scythe owl had no chance of revival, yet due to the nature of its desperate skills, it would inevitably trigger a self-detonation. Unaware of the self-detonation's true power, Lu Ming naturally would not foolishly remain stationary, so after plunging the blade, he turned and fled. In the midst of his frantic escape, he did not forget to collect the bodies of the 3 mutated scythe owls. Only after Lu Ming burst out of the screening room and returned to the lobby on the 5th floor did the quasi-scythe owl finally unleash an earth-shattering, piercing scream. The shrill sound wave seemed as if it could tear the ceiling of the entire mall apart. It took what felt like an eternity for it to realize it had been ambushed and killed, and its resentment was truly boundless. Meanwhile, as the slayer, Lu Ming, was now collecting the corpses of the Southern Cold members. Mutated scythe owls and elite scythe owls, adorned with red and blue buffs, he felt utterly at ease. As for reviewing the battle, it was unnecessary. From the moment he ascended to the 5th floor, he had prepared a perfect killing simulation. The enemy's troop composition and numbers were all laid bare under the Eye of Truth. He was acutely aware of his own strength. As long as he suppressed the emergence of variables to 0, his victory rate would be 100%. This was a certainty. Hence, he had begun the battle by stacking all buffs to their maximum. In this way, even if unexpected circumstances arose, he could retreat in his most formidable state. Even if escape was impossible, he would not regret not having exerted his full strength before his demise. Boom. As he reflected on his thoughts, the quasi-scythe owl self-detonated. Its power was indeed formidable, yet it was not catastrophic enough to obliterate the entire mall. Greed. Successfully deconstructed scythe owl corpse, obtaining specialized crystals X20, scythe owl blade X4, scythe owl shell X10, ordinary aberrant blood X200 ml. After deconstructing the last ordinary scythe owl, Lu Ming turned Chu Shui from his back to his front and held her again. You may wonder why he did not allow Chu Shui to walk on her OWN.IT was because the ground was covered with various remnants of scythe owl bodily fluids. Indeed, it was not because he wished to have more contact with Chu Shui to cultivate their feelings. That would make him seem rather strange. With steady strides, Lu Ming returned to the screening room where the quasi-scythe owl had been. Upon witnessing the scene at the entrance, he honestly felt a twinge of hesitation. The yellow-green bodily fluids, greasy and fragmented fats, membranes, and lymph. In short, there was no place to step, and he was unsure if collecting these remnants counted as gathering the body greed. Successfully recovered quasi-scythe owl remains. Obtaining specialized crystals X50, Scythe King Blade X12, Scythe King Shell X20, E-Class Royal Aberrant Blood X 200 ml, Scythe Owl Larvae Eggs X10. The names of the materials had all changed. It was time to take a closer look. Scythe King Blade, E-Class King Level, Category, Royal Aberrant Material Description. The forearm of an E-Class quasi-scythe owl, possessing hardness and sharpness equivalent to secret silver level, can be used as a material for the manufacture of specialized biological weapon. Usage conditions, intermediate forging proficiency or above, Scythe King Shell, E-Class King Level, Category, Royal Aberrant Material Description. The shell of an E-Class quasi-scythe owl, possessing hardness and sharpness equivalent to secret silver level, can be used as a material for the manufacture of specialized biological armor. Usage conditions, intermediate forging proficiency or above. Although it was a quasi-scythe owl, it had reached the king level, and the weapons and armor crafted from it had also been elevated to the secret silver tier, which was quite impressive overall. Now, to examine the last set of blood. E-Class Royal Aberrant Blood, Category, Special Material Description. Blood produced by E-Class Royal Aberrant organisms, possessing extremely potent aberration energy, highly versatile in application, can be consumed by aberrant organisms to accelerate their growth, with a minuscule chance of acquiring royal bloodline, resulting in aberrant gene evolution. IT can also be used to forge biological weapons, significantly enhancing their power, with a certain probability of acquiring royal skills. If used for crafting low-level biological weapons, it will inherit one ability from the original aberrant organism with a 100 guarantee. Aberration energy value, 500. Needless to say, this must be stored properly for future use. Lastly, the item he was most concerned about. Scythe Mantis Larvae Egg, E-Grade, Category, E-Grade Larvae Egg Description. Upon hatching, it will give rise to one of the insectoid species, the Scythe Mantis larvae. With proper nurturing, it may evolve into an exceptionally aggressive and highly loyal E-Grade elite variant of the Scythe Mantis. Hatching master recognition conditions, 5 units of high-purity alien protein, proficiency in basic nurturing techniques, 10 seconds of close incubation, and the first entity it sees upon hatching must be the incubator. Current status. Not yet hatched indeed, it is an egg of an alien creature. Precisely 10 in number. The Scythe Mantis. It must be said that this creature possesses formidable strength and does not appear unsightly in its adult form, resembling an evolved variant of the flying mantis. At the kingly level, it can effortlessly hunt several mid-tier hunting warriors. Regrettably, at its highest evolution, it merely becomes an elite Scythe Mantis, capable of serving only as a peak combatant at best in another's possession. It would represent a considerable fighting force, yet beside him, it merely serves as a burden. However, it seems that the fortune of these larvae eggs has fallen into the hands of Lu Ming, bestowing upon him the potential for a miraculous transformation. Ultimate Evolution, Chapter 56, Advanced Proficiency, Optional Book, Prompt. Please select the tier for evolution, Tier 2. Prompt. Evolving the Scythe Mantis larvae egg requires the consumption of 1,000 specialized crystals. Did you perhaps add an extra 0? When I evolved AB grade mutated larvae egg to S grade, it only cost 3,500. Oh, that S not IT.AT that time. It seems I was not evolving the egg of a mutated larvae, but rather the materials of a supply box. It was a design flaw of the supply box that allowed me to elevate the box's level and simultaneously alter its contents. Otherwise, given this evolution cost, directly evolving AB grade mutated larvae egg to S grade could easily exceed 10,000. Suddenly feeling quite fortunate, Lu Ming glanced at the number of specialized crystals in his spatial pouch. 12320. That certainly classifies him as part of the upper middle class. It is worth noting that before reaching the northern outskirts, he had nearly squandered all his crystals, leaving him with a pitiful 663. Now, having dismantled 11 bodies of the southern cold people and inherited their legacy, he had managed to surpass 10,000 specialized crystals once more, prompting him to reflect on the immense profit from slaying humans. Prompt. Would you like to consume 1,000 specialized crystals to evolve the Scythe Mantis larvae egg into the ancient Mantis monarch egg? Just as Lu Ming reveled in his multiple joys, the evolution prompt jolted him back to attention. Ancient Mantis monarch? Click to view. Ancient Mantis monarch. C-grade royalty. Category. Royalty larvae egg description. Upon hatching, it will give rise to a lineage of the ancient Scythe Mantis royalty. With proper nurturing, it will evolve into an extraordinarily powerful and uniquely loyal natural hunter, the C-grade Ancient Mantis Monarch. Hatching master recognition conditions. 100 units of alien energy, proficiency in basic nurturing techniques, 30 minutes of close incubation, and the first entity it sees upon hatching must be the incubator. C grade, royalty, quite impressive. Without question, it must be evolved. However, not at this moment. Cancel. Currently, the specialized crystal should be prioritized for the supply box. After all, elevating the box once allows for subsequent evolution of its contents, i.e. in the event of significant consumption. Would it not be regrettable to be unable to immediately enjoy the shock brought by new items? He carefully placed 10 scythe mantis larvae eggs into his pocket for safekeeping, planning to hatch them on the spot if there were any remaining. The sooner they emerged, the sooner they could be cultivated, as they would undoubtedly prove more useful than humans, with unparalleled loyalty and no chance of unexpected complications. Stepping into the viewing hall, the entire space was in disarray. The movie screen had vanished without a trace, leaving only 3 boxes arranged in a triangular formation, unharmed at the site where the pseudomantis had met its demise. Reflecting on the mutated state of the Kongbao shoe factory, combined with the distribution of aliens here, Lu Ming suddenly felt a strong sense of DJVU.it was as if a dungeon boss had deliberately nested here to guard the treasure boxes. After sweeping the area with the eye of truth and confirming there were no traces of any alien life forms, he proceeded to the front of the screen with the initial snow. Purple, blue, white. Tier 3, Tier 2, Tier 1. The supply boxes shimmered with corresponding hues, as if energy was coursing through every corner of the containers. Following the usual protocol, he decided to inspect from the lowest to the highest. Identification. Tier 1 supply box. Special item. Category. Container. Description. Contains 5 pieces of delicacy chocolate, a bottle of multifunctional sports drink. This. As expected of a Tier 1 supply box, the items are quite down to earth. Logically, there isn't much significance in evolving such items, merely increasing the food's tier by 2 levels. However, adhering to the principles of fairness and justice, it is imperative not to favor one over the other. A Tier 1 box is still a treasure, right? Ultimate evolution. Prompt. Please select the tier for evolution. Tier 2. Prompt. Evolving the Tier 1 supply box requires the consumption of 200 specialized crystals. Confirm the consumption of 200 specialized crystals to evolve the Tier 1 supply box into a Tier 3 supply box. 200 crystals? Evolve it. A bit pricey, primarily because the box cannot be taken away. Yet not evolving it feels like a missed opportunity, leaving a sense of regret. After hesitating for 2 seconds, Lu Ming sighed, deciding it was not worth fretting over 200 specialized crystals. Confirmed. Swish. The Tier 1 supply box disintegrated and, in an instant, restructured itself like a printer. The white box transformed into purple, with the contents evolving accordingly. Tier 3 supply box. Special item. Category. Container. Description. Contains 5 packs of delectable chocolate, a 100 milliliters intermediate warrior energy liquid. The chocolate evolved from 5 pieces to 5 packs, both in quantity and quality. As for the intermediate warrior energy liquid, when dismantling Jin Taixiang's corpse, he seemed to have acquired something similar. Though that was of the basic level. Opening the supply box, he temporarily disregarded the chocolate and retrieved the energy liquid. The test tube was well sealed, and the pale blue liquid emanated a cool and refreshing visual appeal. Possessing an inexplicable allure. Identification. Intermediate warrior energy liquid, 100 milliliters. Category. Consumable. Description. Consuming it will instantly restore all physical energy expended, returning 1 to peak condition. Effects will significantly diminish against entities above intermediate hunting warrior level. A stamina potion. A potion that instantly replenishes stamina. What a splendid item. This essentially balances out the costs, especially beneficial for someone with his astonishing speed. It is an essential elixir for killing, looting, and fleeing. Let us attempt a Tier 2 evolution. Ultimate evolution. Prompt. Evolving the intermediate warrior energy liquid requires the consumption of 100 specialized crystals. Confirm the consumption of 100 specialized crystals to evolve the intermediate warrior energy liquid into an ultimate warrior energy liquid. Indeed, it aligns with the performance of specialized tier advancements. The only difference lies in the evolution being influenced by his own realm, not a grand tier enhancement. This is why he had yet to attempt the evolution of specialized tiers. However, that said, even if it were a significant tier leap, it would undoubtedly improve progressively. Ideally, it should occur when the level reaches its limit, breaking through the unbreakable, before executing another evolution operation, ascending to the highest realm. Ahem, perhaps that's a bit too fanciful. Cancel. For products of the same category, there is no need to review the description. Aside from the limitations on recovery levels, everything else is virtually identical. Casting a glance at the chocolate, the packaging exuded a sense of childish whimsy, with vibrant colors tied with golden threads. Inside were monochromatic chocolate pieces that had undergone secondary packaging, presumably corresponding to the label of delectable variety. Unfortunately, he had never been particularly interested in food, likely due to childhood deprivations, and now, burdened by adult responsibilities, he simply stowed it away in his spatial pouch without a second glance on to the next. Turning his gaze toward the Tier 2 supply box, he felt a slight twitch at the corner of his eye. This item had left him with a significant sense of regret. Today, he was determined to rectify that, even if it contained nothing but a feather. Identification. Tier 2 supply box. Special item. Category. Container. Description. Contains a book on basic proficiency selection. What's up? Upon seeing the contents of the box, Lu Ming was momentarily taken aback. Then his heart blossomed with joy. What is this? Relying on others is inferior to relying on oneself. Relying on oneself is inferior to fate. The long-desired forging proficiency has finally appeared. Moreover, it is a special case that allows for dual evolution. What are we waiting for? Let us get straight to it. Ultimate Evolution. Chapter 57. Master-level forging proficiency prompt. Evolving the Tier 2 supply box requires the consumption of 1,500 specialized crystals. Confirm the evolution of the Tier 2 supply box into a Tier 4 supply box? ISNT this significant leap rather abrupt. Whatever, it doesn't matter. It was expected, the crystals are precisely for this purpose. Confirmed. The Tier 2 supply box disintegrated, reorganizing into a Tier 4 supply box. Unlike the dazzling golden radiance of a Tier 5 supply box, the Tier 4 supply box emanated a warm orange-yellow glow. Thus, all supply boxes from Tier 1 to Tier 5 had been inscribed into Lu Ming's experiences. They were categorized by color, ascending from the lowest to the highest: white, blue, purple, orange, and gold. Identification. The necessary process must not be omitted. Many times, fatal errors stem from habitual thinking. Tier 4 supply box. Special item. Category. Container description. Contains a book on advanced proficiency selection. Excellent. The same item as before, merely upgraded from basic to advanced. Pressing the orange-red button, the box lid retracted and folded. The inner core slowly rose, revealing a blue skill book. Advanced proficiency selection book. Special item. Category. Skill book description. Upon use, one may select from skills such as advanced nurturing, advanced driving, advanced tailoring, advanced culinary arts, advanced gardening, or advanced forging. The ability to choose one, rather than directly acquire, sparked another bold idea in Lu Ming's mind. Once the supply box is sublimated, and the selected book is sublimated as well, can the singular skill acquired be sublimated once more? Act on impulse, for truth is found in practice. Ultimate sublimation. Please select. Second tier. Tip. Sublimating the Advanced Proficiency Self-Selected book requires the consumption of 2,000 specialized crystals. Are you certain you wish to expend 2,000 specialized crystals to elevate the Advanced Proficiency Self-Selected book to a Master-level Proficiency Skill Self-Selected book? Master-level? Goodness, that sounds rather impressive. However, the consumption of specialized crystals is somewhat outrageous. Advanced Proficiency is classified as a C-level skill. Second-tier sublimation, Master-level should belong to an A-level skill, transitioning from C to A. If it is a singular skill-focused sublimation, the maximum cost should be around 1,000, with a normal cost potentially being 500. Such an exorbitant price suggests that the self-selected proficiency is more precious as the foundation for all proficiency skills. It is indeed quite costly. Should the sublimation fail and the selected forging proficiency cannot be further sublimated, one could suffer a loss of 1,000 to even 1,500 specialized crystals. Is this not a poor bargain? After a moment of contemplation, Lu Ming quietly shook his head. The perspective was too limited. Upon further reflection, even in the event of failure, the loss would only amount to 1,000 crystals. Slaying 500 young scythes or a junior hunting warrior would easily recover that. However, should success be achieved, one could obtain a foundational skill that may surpass S level in the future. In terms of long-term benefits, it is not merely a profitable venture. It is virtually invaluable. Confirmed. With a flash, the blue Advanced Proficiency Self-Selected book disintegrated, and purple particles of the Master-level Proficiency Self-Selected book were reforged. Tip. Master-level Proficiency Self-Selected book detected. Would you like to use it immediately? Yes. Tip. Please select the proficiency skill to acquire. With a swish, the book disintegrated into a panel of pages: blades, guns, swords, halberds, agility, firearms, medicine, engineering, education, technology, and many more. Hundreds of proficiency categories were listed. Such an extensive collection could easily be deemed an encyclopedia of proficiency. Regrettably, This encyclopedia contained only the table of contents. Clicking on each proficiency skill revealed only a succinct description. Master this skill upon acquisition. Thus, it extinguished his desire for reading and analysis. Select forging proficiency. To be honest, when seeing medicine and pharmacology, his heart stirred slightly. After all, medicine can save lives, and pharmacology not only addresses health issues but likely also serves as combat assistance. For instance, restoring stamina, enhancing strength, increasing speed, expanding endurance, stimulating mental acuity, extracting poisons, and crafting toxins. Especially in creating toxins, combined with ranged weapons, in the current collapse of the medical system with no antidotes available, it becomes a death sentence for anyone who encounters it. Unfortunately, Lu Ming was an unwavering loyalist. Having promised to select forging proficiency, he could not deviate. He must not allow the exotic materials in his spatial pouch to go to waste. No, he absolutely could not allow his character to crumble. Other proficiencies could be learned in the future. After all, he intended to acquire them all. Not a single one would be left behind. Congratulations, you have acquired A-level skill master-level forging proficiency. Would you like to learn it immediately? No. There is still one step yet to be completed. Ultimate sublimation. Winky face. This cannot be true. A sense of foreboding gripped him. Lu Ming, unwilling to concede, silently repeated. Ultimate sublimation. Tip. This item has already undergone sublimation and cannot be sublimated further. What the hell? Just as he was about to vent his frustration, he caught sight of Chushue in his arms. His anger subsided significantly. He could not allow himself to lose composure over a mere 1,000 specialized crystals. Inhale, exhale, and try again. Very well, perfectly adjusted. Holding the master-level forging proficiency in hand, Lu Ming found the answer to his practical inquiry. Designating a self-selected skill book encompasses all similar skills, forming a collective of shared honor. Sublimating this collective is akin to sublimating each individual skill contained within. In contrast, a random skill book seems to focus on the grade range, emphasizing that aspect. Therefore, the skills acquired from a sublimated random skill book can still be elevated further. Clarifying this definition alleviated much of Lu Ming's displeasure. In truth, this risky investment was bound to occur eventually. If not this time, then next, and perhaps at a higher grade, the losses could be even greater. Adjusting his mindset, Lu Ming proceeded to learn the skill. Tip. Confirm learning master-level forging proficiency? Confirm.at the moment Lu Ming selected his proficiency. Outside the outer ring of Xinghue district, within an abandoned building, the blood-soaked Jin Zhenghe sat atop a pile of 3 or 4 corpses, clutching a steel-grade katana, coldly gazing down at a South Han man prostrate on the ground. Calmly, he stated, "Cheng Xian, for the sake of our childhood friendship, I shall grant you a final word." Song Cheng Xian, with bloodshot eyes, rasped, "Jin Zhenghe, you will definitely be punished." Creak. Just as he was about to utter the word punishment, the sharp katana plunged into the back of his head, twisting the blade to end his life in one swift motion. That final word was ill-fated. "I shall consider it as if you never spoke it, however. The strength provided by you and these compatriots will be engraved in my heart for a lifetime. I promise to carry this gift from my dear friends to the pinnacle of this world, achieving what the great South Han could not accomplish in Blue Star. Collection, whoosh." The corpses scattered as Jin Zhenghe's expression transformed from icy calm to frenzied excitement. Gazing at the specialized crystals in his spatial pouch, he grinned. Just 1,000 more, only 1,000 specialized crystals away from ascending to a high-level hunting warrior. At that point, while hunting dream moth larvae, I will await Zhao Renjun from Pinga district and my foolish brother to return loaded, and then I can slay them and elevate to the extreme warrior level. In this brand new world, I, Jin Zhenghe, shall be the king. I, Jin Zhenghe, shall be the emperor. Splendid. Ha ha ha. This is the paradise I have long desired. This is the world that is worthy of my existence. Chapter 58. Biological Weapons. Scythe King Battle Blade returning to Jintian District. The skill book in Lu Ming's hand disintegrated, and a purple light coalesced slowly as it merged with his brow. Lu Ming felt an influx of countless forging experiences and information into his mind. As if awakening sealed memories, successfully acquired master-level forging proficiency. Opening his character panel, the master-level forging proficiency prominently displayed in the last skill slot. Master-level forging proficiency. A-level, category. Proficiency skill description. Master the art of forging equipment from exotic biological materials and obtain master-level certification. Showcasing exceptional forging skills, capable of forging source-level equipment at the highest tier. Usage. quietly chant to activate the forging function, which opens the equipment forging interface. After placing in exotic biological materials, equipment recipes will automatically appear based on the primary material category. Identifying the type of equipment for forging. Forging has a success rate, which increases with proficiency level. Traits: Forging Master additional 40 increase in equipment forging success rate. Traits: Forging Master additional 10 increase in the probability of inheriting exotic biological skills. Traits: Forging Master when equipment forging is successful, the probability of inheriting 2 or more exotic biological skills is additionally increased by 1. What on earth? Equipment forging also carries a success rate? Luck is paramount, isn't it? Glancing at the Tier 3 supply box before him, then at the master-level forging proficiency, Lu Ming suppressed the urge to open the box and quietly activated the forging function. Eager to explore the intricacies of equipment forging, a massive interface unfolded before him. Lu Ming initially expected a complex interface filled with success rates, skill inheritance probabilities, and multi-skill probabilities. However, he was taken aback to find the entire interface was remarkably simple. Consisting of only 3 sections on the left, 25 slots labeled Main Material, at the top on the right. Another 25 slots labeled Auxiliary Material. In the center, a technologically advanced mechanical forging furnace was depicted, containing 5 slots arranged in a pentagonal shape, with the word weapon prominently displayed in the center. Surrounding it were 4 slots labeled Probability Material. Upon seeing this, Lu Ming felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude. Indeed, the child had already vomited. This was simply a modified version of the enhancement system from some game, wasn't it? Could they not invest a bit more effort into such a flashy feature? Cursing aside, he had to utilize it. He took out the Scythe King blade from his spatial pouch and tossed it into the main material section of the forging interface. Considering the previous inclusion and exclusion relationships, Lu Ming chose to proceed cautiously and did not elevate the materials. The white light scanned the Scythe King blade, and a program prompt suddenly appeared. Tip: Forging function scan completed. Main material identified as a weapon. Recipe pairing successful. Please select a forging recipe. With a swish, a list of crafting recipes cascaded down from the left side of the interface. Scythe King Battle Blade, Scythe King Battle Sickle, and then... That was it. Yes, you read that correctly. This esteemed kingly material could forge only 2 categories. Amused and exasperated, he was fortunate that one of the options corresponded to his expertise in blades. Otherwise, he would have had to acquire proficiency in another weapon. The Scythe King Battle Blade, from its name, undoubtedly exuded an aura of majesty. As for the sickle, based on previous impressions, it likely conveyed a sense of coolness. Tall, graceful women and strong yet tragic young ladies. Both types would look stunning wielding such weapons. What? You ask about Lolas? Lolas should definitely wield heavy hammers, with pink hair, dragging one hand along the ground, deep-set eyes, and a benevolent smile. Ahem, I digress. The battle sickle leans towards the unconventional but should still fall under the category of polearm weaponry. Regrettably, he lacked proficiency in wielding long-handled weapons and I, too, had little interest in weaponry that relied on delivering devastating blows with its head. The broad and formidable war blade, with its entire body designed for maximum lethality, would be far more suitable. The Xiongwang Warblade is the perfect match. Click to select the Xiongwang Warblade and confirm the recipe choice. Hint: Forging the Xiongwang Warblade requires 8 primary materials of Xiongwang Blade Edge, 2 auxiliary materials of Xiongwang Shell, and 500 specialization crystals. Damn, while 500 specialization crystals are manageable, the fact that 8 Xiongwang Blade Edges are required is astounding. He had only a total of 12, thanks to the double output from his greed. Fortunately, he had not elevated the materials. Otherwise, if the quantity of primary materials changed, he would have to individually upgrade the next tier of Scythe Xiong Blade Edges, which would be quite the burden, and there might even be unexpected complications. Thus, it was best to forge the first one honestly and straightforwardly. Reluctantly, he tossed the 7 Xiongwang Blade Edges and 2 pieces of Xiongwang Shell into the primary and auxiliary material slots. The mechanical forging furnace suddenly lit up with a pulsating energy effect. Enhancement. The primary and auxiliary materials for the Xiongwang Warblade and specialization crystals are sufficient, and no enhancement materials have been added. Would you like to initiate the forging process in this state? Current forging success rate: 110, base 70, forging master additional 40. Probability of inheriting Xiongwang skills: 15, base 5, forging master additional 10. Can be further increased by adding foreign blood. Probability of inheriting 2 or more skills: 1.5, base 0.5, forging master additional 1, can be further increased by adding foreign blood. Wow, this is somewhat unexpected. The base success rate for a mithril level biological weapon is as high as 70. With the master-level expertise, it skyrockets to 110. But isn't the probability of inheriting foreign skills a bit too low at just 15? The 1.5 chance for inheriting 2 or more skills is utterly ludicrous. Foreign blood, while available, is not something he wishes to use on the first weapon. This one is intended as a backup, a safeguard against any unforeseen circumstances during subsequent material upgrades. One must always have a fallback. After all, confirmed buzz. The forging furnace word to life, radiant light transitioning as a dazzling golden glow flickered, rendering Lu Ming momentarily speechless at the program prompt. Perfect forging. Congratulations on crafting the Xiong Wang Warblade with full inheritance capacity. What the? Perfect forging? Full inheritance? What on earth? As he retrieved the weapon, the bewilderment on Lu Ming's face was swiftly replaced by astonishment. Goodness, is it a bit too magnificent? As a Blue Star inhabitant, particularly of Huaxia descent, he held a deep-seated perception of blades. The newly crafted weapon in his hand, apart from the hilt and crossguard featuring a rich scythe Xiong shell influence, resembled a broad-edged straight sword, with a straight, angled tip rather than a curved one, and the blade was adorned with vein-like fissures. Lu Ming eagerly grasped the hilt, an inexplicable and extraordinary sensation flooding his consciousness, leading him to believe this blade was not merely an inanimate object, but a living entity. Simultaneously, due to his touch, the dull fissures across the blade erupted in a radiant emerald glow. It was as if awakened by consciousness, pulsing rhythmically in sync with his heartbeat. Chapter 59. Alloy Level. Gawking, after stealing another glance, he couldn't help but exclaim in awe. Identification. Xiong Wang Warblade. Mithril Level. Category. E-Class King Level Biological Weapon Description. Blade length 150 centimeters. Hilt length 33 cm. Blade width 22 cm. Net weight 500 kg. Master Level Forging Craftsmanship. E-Class King Level Foreign Materials. Integrated with the pinnacle of biological engineering from the Galan Star System. Crafted for specialized warriors to harness foreign energy. Traits. Triggers an exceedingly rare perfect forging, fully inheriting all skills of the brutal Xiong Wang. Inherited skills. Mithril cutting, blade piercing, giant acid compression cannon, cross pulse, specialized biological energy, 1000 foreign biological vitality, 6000. Gulp. His throat bobbed, and the brilliance in his gaze could not be concealed. This was overwhelmingly powerful. The biologically forged weapon's capabilities were simply extraordinary. Firstly, it was enormous, measuring a total length of 183 cm, which was significant. Secondly, it was heavy, weighing 500 kg. Unless one was an intermediate hunting warrior, handling it would be quite challenging. Boom, boom. With a casual swing, the sound of slicing air was like celestial music, enchanting Lu Ming. Just as he became entranced, a soft, furry sensation brushed against his neck, snapping him back to reality. Looking down, he noticed Chuxue, cradled in his arms, her eyes half-lidded, seemingly drowsy, perhaps captivated by his formidable brilliance. In any case, he needed to find a place to gently set her down. While holding her was quite comfortable for him, it might not be ideal for his obedient, gentle future partner. After all, when he wielded the blade with force, his muscles would instinctively tense, and that sensation might not be pleasant. Scanning the surroundings, he selected a relatively clean spot and retrieved a luxurious 3-piece bedding set from his spatial pouch. The items did not appear out of thin air but manifested as a shadow of placement. Resembling furniture arranged within a game home, in a moment of inspiration, Lu Ming contemplated whether he could set the bedding to float in midair, allowing it to fall freely. Unfortunately, the system did not permit such placement. Even uneven ground was unacceptable. A slight disappointment settled in. Had such an action been feasible, it would have added another layer of tactical skill during combat, such as aerial dropped items. Alas, the spatial pouch allowed no loopholes. So he had to settle for a stable landing. After arranging the bedding, Lu Ming gently laid Chuxue down. Originally intending to continue studying the Xiong Wang Warblade after ensuring her comfort, he was surprised when Chuxue clasped his hand, placing it atop her head. Lu Ming paused for a moment, then smiled. "You want me to lull you to sleep?" Lu Ming chuckled, but Chuxue nodded earnestly, then released his hand, pulling the blanket up to her nose and gently closing her eyes. In that fleeting moment, Lu Ming felt his heart melting. Even the romantic allure of the Xiong Wang Warblade became trivial. A smile involuntarily crept across his face as his fingers glided through her snow-white hair. Observing the tranquility radiating from Chuxue's closed eyes, he felt he could stare at her like this for a lifetime. He continued to gaze softly at her until her breathing steadied. Eventually, Lu Ming ceased his movements, not because he wished to stop, but out of concern that he, a rough man, might inadvertently wake her with his clumsy touch. Just as he withdrew his hand, a golden thread appeared on his ring finger, connecting to Chushue's hand. Judging by the point of connection, it was also on her ring finger. Faced with this scene, Lu Ming was initially taken aback, surprised that Chushue exhibited such an advanced gesture. However, upon reflection, he dismissed the thought. Impossible, it was too strange. How could Chushue, as an original foreign entity of this world, comprehend a marital symbol unique to Blue Star? It must be a coincidence, a sign of her fear of distance and the bond intertwining them. She had even switched their hands, which served as undeniable proof of her ignorance of the gesture's significance. Realizing this, Lu Ming felt no disappointment. Rather, he was immensely pleased. Such an accidental coincidence was precious and indicated a destined connection between him and Chushue. While awaiting her awakening, he intended to give her a gentle lesson. In the future, when binding their bond, he would ensure the golden thread wrapped around his left ring finger. There were no ulterior motives, merely a desire to imbue the action with a more rigorous symbolic meaning. His spirits lifted, Lu Ming rose to venture toward the remnants of the explosion, seeking a reasonably intact chair to bring back. Only upon moving away did he notice that Chushue had not restricted his range of movement. The golden thread seemed to possess infinite elasticity, showing no signs of tension or pulling even as he approached the entrance of the screening room. Warmed by Chushue's thoughtful details, Lu Ming rummaged through the debris and unearthed a relatively intact viewing chair. Expending 2 specialization crystals, he elevated it to a luxurious viewing seat. With Chushue remaining here, he could not abandon her. The group of Scythe-Xiong younglings below indeed required clearing, but there was no need to compress every single gap. In the desolate wasteland, amidst the relentless barrenness, one must seek a slice of tranquility, lest they be crushed by their own repression. Carrying the luxurious chair to the opposite side of the bedding, Lu Ming positioned himself facing the entrance of the screening room, standing guard beside Chushue. Opening his spatial pouch, he retrieved the earlier Xiong Wang warblade. Its ability to be stored in the pouch indicated it was not a living thing. Yet the previous bizarre sensation left him perplexed. Could it truly be an illusion? It mattered not. Whether it was living or inanimate, if it was useful, it was a treasure. Calming his thoughts and dismissing distractions, Lu Ming once again focused his attention. While it was not suitable to swing it around at the moment, he felt free to peruse the new information. However, before delving into his research, he wished to attempt the elevation operation for the Xiong Wang warblade. Ultimate elevation, he silently chanted in his mind, and a program prompt appeared. Hint: please select the elevation tier. Second tier, hint: elevating the E-class mithril-level biological weapon Xiong Wang warblade requires the consumption of 500 specialization crystal blocks. Confirm the consumption of 500 specialization crystal blocks to elevate the Xiong Wang warblade to C-class alloy-level ancient emperor blade? Lu Ming squinted, inching his gaze closer, fixating on the items required for consumption within the program prompt. Enunciating each word: specialization, crystal, blocks, hiss. This is bad. The required consumables for elevation have escalated. 500 specialization crystal blocks equate to 50,000 specialization crystals. Are the sublimation costs of biological weapons truly so exorbitant? Alloy grade. Class C, a fleeting glance. Identification. Ancient Emperor Blade. Alloy grade. Category. Class C, Ancient Emperor biological weapon. Description: blade length 145 cm, handle length 36 cm, blade width 22 cm, net weight 5,000 kg. Class C, Ancient Emperor grade. Exotic materials. Master level forging craftsmanship, integrated with the pinnacle technology of the Galan Star System. This biological weapon possesses a subtle sentience, exhibiting primal instincts from before its birth. The user must gain the weapon's recognition to wield it. Otherwise, forceful usage will result in backlash from the blade. Recommended mastery level: Apocalypse War King. Characteristics: triggers an unparalleled perfect forging, fully inheriting all skills of the ancient Owl Emperor. Inherited skills: alloy cutting, blade storm, microconvergence cannon, death cross slash, specialized biological energy, 10,000 weapon biological vitality, 30,000. Chapter 60. Only then can it be deemed perfect. Words. Amazing. What on earth is this? A subtle sentience exhibiting primal instincts from before its birth. Must one gain recognition to use it? Recommended mastery level: Apocalypse War King. My goodness. Have the weapons of the Galan Star System developed to such an extent? Could it be that in the future we might communicate with our weapons? TSK. This technological prowess is quite astonishing. Carefully scrutinizing the data of the ancient Emperor Blade, Lu Ming expressed his approval for the valiant. The key is that the unique perfect forging of the original Owl King's Warblade can also be inherited by the ancient Emperor Blade. With all 4 skills receiving a comprehensive upgrade. Specialized biological energy. Next, he sought to comprehend this novel term, which was the first point that caught his attention and clicked to view. Specialized biological energy. The specialized energy consumed when releasing biological skills, which can be replenished using specialized crystals, with each crystal equivalent to 10 points of specialized energy. Well then, another insatiable creature. Fortunately, the ancient Emperor Blade's ascension is currently unattainable. Even if it were, it could not be utilized. Subconsciously, Lu Ming glanced at the specialized crystals in his satchel, and his expression instantly fell. 8118. The affluent individual had officially declared his fall from grace. Considering the subsequent high expenses, Lu Ming could only sigh inwardly. He still had armor that he hadn't forged and a level 3 supply box yet to open. The specialized level had not budged for quite some time, and the awakening power, mastery skills, and the rations for the first snow were simply insufficient, truly insufficient. With a heavy heart, he resolved that he must wholeheartedly hunt exotic beings for the entire afternoon, striving to become a high-ranking hunting warrior without rest. Closing the information panel of the ancient Emperor Blade, he returned to the Owl King Warblade. He examined the 4 skills one by one. Mithril Cutting, released by Silent Incantation, consumes 10 points of specialized biological energy. Scythe Penetration, released by Silent Incantation, consumes 10 points of specialized biological energy. Giant Acid Compression Cannon, released by Silent Incantation, consumes 10 points of specialized biological energy. Cross Pulse, released by Silent Incantation, consumes 20 points of specialized biological energy. It concluded without descriptions of skill effects or casting details, merely indicating energy consumption. It seems that compared to mere observation, biological weapons prefer users to experience them firsthand. Thus, he set that aside and looked at the next item. Exotic Biological Vitality. Frequent use of biological weapons will deplete the vitality within the weapon. When biological vitality reaches 0, the exotic biological power will fall into slumber, rendering the weapon incapable of exhibiting its exotic biological characteristics, devolving into an ordinary blade, and revealing its true durability protected by biological vitality. When durability reaches 0, the biological weapon becomes scrap. Feeding it exotic blood can restore biological vitality, with the recovery value equivalent to the energy contained in the blood. This setting is quite commendable. In other words, as long as one has an ample supply of exotic blood, a biological weapon can be utilized indefinitely. Lu Ming expressed his thorough understanding of biological weapons. In every aspect, they utterly surpassed ordinary blades, truly deserving of their title as the pinnacle of Galan Star System technology. Closing the information panel of the Owl King Warblade, he rifled through the Owl King shell within his satchel, temporarily shelving the thought of forging armor. Just now, he had been unable to resist the allure of the biological weapon, inserting himself into the queue for the level 3 supply box. And now he needed to return to his original plan. Rising, he returned to the burial site of the Quasi-Owl, directly confronting the purple level 3 supply box, and silently intoned, Identification. Level 3 supply box, special item, category, container description, contains 1 mental stimulation elixir, 1 use. Mental stimulation elixir? A new product. Mental stimulation elixir, category, consumable effect. Injected into the body, it revitalizes potential, resetting all abilities to their in-use state. Uses, 1 time, a cooldown elixir. Lu Ming instantly recognized the prototype of this elixir. Indeed, it was a level 3 supply box, always capable of delivering surprises. With it, he could utilize his awakening power twice within a day, allowing for continuous use of strength for 1 hour. The sole drawback is that this item can only be used once. However, it can be sublimated. Ultimate sublimation. Prompt. Please select, 2nd tier. Prompt. Sublimating the level 3 supply box requires the consumption of 3,500 specialized crystals. Confirm. The level 3 supply box disintegrated and restructured itself as if through 3D printing. The purple primary hue was replaced by gold, and countless golden energy pulses surged around the top of the box. Identification. Level 5 supply box, special item, category, container description, contains 1 mental stimulation elixir, 5 uses. Indeed, this is it. Previously, liquid or beverage would indicate the milliliter count but never specify the number of uses, so sublimating would merely alter the quality of the substance without changing the dosage. However, the mental stimulation elixir is different. It specifically notes the number of uses, indicating that the value of this potion depends on quantity rather than its original quality. Upon careful reflection, once all skill cooldowns are reset, how could one further enhance quality? Pressing the golden button of the supply box, high-pressure gas forcefully erupted, revealing a technologically advanced syringe, equipped with a red-blue potion the thickness of a thumb in his view. Lu Ming carefully retrieved the syringe, his heart filled with joy. 5 uses. What experience would it be to continuously utilize awakening power 5 times in a day? Likely, no one besides him would ever know. But do you think this is the limit? Ultimate sublimation. Please select sublimation grade, second tier. Prompt. Sublimating the mental stimulation elixir, 5 uses, requires the consumption of 4,000 specialized crystals. Confirming the consumption of 4,000 specialized crystals will elevate the mental stimulation elixir, 5 uses, to mental stimulation elixir, 20 uses. Confirm. This is one of the rare instances where he did not complain about the exorbitant cost of sublimation. In fact, witnessing the surge in uses, he would be willing to acquire it even for 10,000 crystals. This is a genuine life-saving tool for powerful kills. With 20 uses of the mental stimulation elixir under full-level awakening power, it could be used for a full 200 minutes. Moreover, his awakening power had yet to undergo sublimation. Otherwise, when paired with the sublimated version of awakening power, with 20 full power uses, even a deity could be vanquished. Perhaps that sounds a bit too arrogant. Below deity level, yes, but even then, they could be defeated. As for why the awakening power had not been sublimated thus far, it was due to meticulous planning. He was concerned, worried that the required specialized crystals for each level of awakening power after sublimation would undergo a drastic change. For instance, if upgrading from level 1 to level 2 originally required 1,000 specialized crystals, after sublimation, it might escalate to 10,000 or even tens of thousands. At that point, if he could not advance a level within half a day, its power would be inferior to a fully leveled awakening power. Wouldn't that be a significant loss? It would be better to max out the awakening power first, then utilize ultimate sublimation to elevate its grade, directly acquiring high-tier strength in a fully leveled state. That would be truly perfect. Chapter 61. The world gives not. Create it oneself. The mental stimulation elixir gradually transformed during the ultimate sublimation. The potion, once the thickness of a thumb, expanded to the size of a wrist. The syringe's exquisite texture also underwent a sublime transformation, ultimately enveloped by a peculiar energy pulse. Prompt. Mental stimulation elixir, 5 uses, successfully sublimated to mental stimulation elixir, 20 uses. Lu Ming raised his hand to take the newly remolded mental stimulation elixir, securing it with care. The expenditure of 7,500 specialized crystals. How could he not treasure that? P.S. Author's note. Yesterday's chapter data was incorrect. The sublimation of the stimulation elixir was corrected from 5000 to 4000. I sincerely apologize to all readers and will strive for greater accuracy moving forward. Glancing at the remaining specialized crystals, Lu Ming lay back, closing his eyes, lips pressed tightly. 618 pieces, already too painful to behold. The cost was indeed exorbitant. Powerful abilities come at a price. The forging of armor would be postponed slightly. Yes, there is also the ancient Owl Emperor's EGG. At this moment, it was nestled in his pocket. Wishing to hatch but lacking crystals. With a sigh, Lu Ming returned to his previous position, beginning to contemplate methods to obtain crystals. After a moment of silence, he ultimately reopened the trading hall. The list of goods was growing increasingly diverse. The categories more complete. In the tool category, the quantity was vast, and the weapon category was also beginning to flourish. Among them, 99% were black iron-grade weapons, and the exchanged items were predominantly daily necessities. Those that required exchanges for specialized crystals and skill books were all listed at the tail end, with barely a dozen inquiries over several hours. What was this called? A price war. Why would anyone trade specialized crystals for weapons when they could exchange for living necessities? For the average person, that's a treasure that requires multiple life and death struggles to acquire. How could they part with it so easily? Reclining against the chair's backrest, Lu Ming let out a long sigh towards the heavens. Realizing that his plan to exploit the black iron weapon for a modest gain of crystals had temporarily fallen through, compelling him to redirect his focus back to the pursuit of hunting aberrant creatures. Presently, his combat prowess allowed him to effortlessly annihilate larvae, each yielding 2 crystals. He could similarly dispatch elite-level mature sides in a heartbeat, yet their crystal yield was tenfold that of the larvae. If only he could discover a locale teeming with elite scythes, he could slay hundreds in a single sweep, undoubtedly propelling himself to new heights. Regrettably, such places were exceedingly rare. Perhaps only the core area's police headquarters might harbor them. However, to venture there, one would need to possess the prowess of a doomsday warlord or, at the very least, be an apex hunting warrior. While immersed in this brainstorming, Lu Ming abruptly froze. Sitting upright, his left hand instinctively moved to his forehead, then quickly covered his mouth and nose as he glanced around, unable to stifle a chuckle, too slow. His reflexes were dreadfully sluggish, while it was difficult to locate areas densely populated by elite scythes. Weren't larvae congregations ubiquitous? If one could elevate anything, why not aberrant creatures? The world may not provide, but Lu Ming could create it himself. With this thought racing through his mind, he could no longer contain his excitement. Glancing at the peacefully slumbering Chuxue, he gently pulled back the covers and cradled her in his arms, retracting the luxurious trio of items and that extravagant viewing chair before turning to exit. He had to give it a try. Otherwise, the itch would remain unbearable. He couldn't help but commend Chuxue for being so adorably obedient. Upon realizing she had been lifted, her eyes barely opened a slit. And upon recognizing her master, she wrapped her arms around his neck and returned to her slumber, entirely unfazed by the disturbance. An angel, a celestial being gracing his side. Maintaining a steady pace, Lu Ming made his way back to the 4th floor of the mall. The pathway littered with the corpses of the slain South Cold warriors divided the entire 4th floor area into 2 sections. Roughly estimating, there were around 1,000 scythe larvae still lurking on this floor. Should the elevation be successful, it would translate to a gross profit of 20,000. Approaching the vicinity of the scythe larvae, he honed in on the nearest one, murmuring, "Ultimate elevation? Prompt. Please select the elevation tier, 2nd tier." Prompt. Elevating an E-grade aberrant scythe larva requires the consumption of 100 specialized crystals. Confirm the consumption of 100 specialized crystals to elevate the scythe larva to E-grade elite scythe. 100. Is that reasonable? It takes only 20 crystals to harvest from a single scythe, so I expend effort to enhance its aberrant strength, only to find myself losing 80 crystals in the process? This is madness. Cancel. Elevating directly to a scythe seemed unfeasible. Then let us try the scythe pupa. Ultimate elevation. Prompt. Please select the elevation tier, 1st tier. Prompt. Elevating an E-grade aberrant scythe larva requires the consumption of 20 specialized crystals. What the hell? His expression darkened slightly as Lu Ming felt a wave of frustration. Cancel. This is absurd. The cost of elevating an aberrant creature is utterly disproportionate to its yield. Honestly, he felt somewhat disheartened. Having thought he had stumbled upon a remarkably brilliant elevation technique, only to find that greater hopes often lead to greater disappointments. Must he truly adhere to such a mundane method of slaying monsters? Silently sighing, Lu Ming was about to casually collect the corpses he had deliberately left behind when suddenly, a flicker of insight sparked in his eyes. The consumption for living elevation was enormous. What about elevating the corpses? Would there be any difference? As this thought crossed his mind, Lu Ming found it hard to believe. Aren't they the same entity? Could a corpse be elevated to yield a few crystals? Ha! With a self-deprecating smile, Lu Ming decided to adopt a gamble-like attitude and attempted it, uttering, "Ultimate elevation." Prompt. Please select the elevation tier, 2nd tier. Prompt. Elevating the corpse of a scythe larva requires no consumption of specialized crystals. Confirm the elevation of the scythe larva corpse to scythe corpse. Himph. I knew it. What the hell? Blinking in surprise, Lu Ming reread the program information, his heart racing with excitement. How is this possible? Indeed, confirm. Damn it, this roller coaster of emotions has left me feeling insecure. Confirm. To ensure the dignity of a man, he reiterated his command. As the scythe larva corpse disintegrated and reformed, it transformed into an elite scythe standing over 2 meters tall. The body remained intact, yet a gaping hole marred its chest, the precise weak point, with the wound and scars mirroring those from its larval stage greed. Successfully decomposed the scythe corpse, acquiring specialized crystals 20. Scythe blades 4, scythe carapaces 10, ordinary aberrant blood 200 milliliters. Upon witnessing the crystals materialize in his pack, Lu Ming felt as though he were in a dream. Yet, the 20 crystals appeared somewhat peculiar. Failing to stack with the remaining 618 crystals, digging out the scythe blades and carapaces yielded identical results. Furrowing his brow, Lu Ming's mind conjured a highly plausible hypothesis. To verify this theory, Lu Ming retrieved a separately stored specialized crystal and silently recited ultimate elevation. The mystery was solved. Items of the same origin, without a doubt. Materials birthed from an elevated corpse cannot undergo further elevation, much like the distinction between bound and unbound items in game mechanics. The binding status determines tradability, while the origin distinction determines the capacity for elevation. Chapter 62. Advancement. Advanced hunting warrior, no objections. It is exceedingly reasonable. Elevating a corpse may seemingly squander the opportunity for crystals and materials to be elevated. Yet, the quantity of materials and crystals acquired shifted from the previously low-level aberrant yield to the current high-level aberrant yield. Was this not another form of material elevation? The key point is that it comes at no cost. This is genuine free value, starkly contrasting with the axiom that free games on Blue Star are the most expensive. Lu Ming was oblivious to the vast disparity between living and deceased creatures. Nor did he comprehend how ultimate elevation determined its pricing standards. However, according to his understanding, the elevation of living beings is an extraordinary feat of evolutionary biology. It encompasses not only the apparent enhancement, but also alters the creature's future potential. Akin to defying fate. What, then, is a corpse? A lifeless mass of flesh, a food source, or perhaps compost. Elevating food or compost is undoubtedly cheaper than elevating genes and future potential, but free. It is astonishing that ultimate elevation does not regard the current aberrant corpse as suitable for human consumption or compost. The conclusion drawn is waste. Elevating waste to high-grade waste still renders it waste. However, the waste seen through the lens of ultimate elevation glimmered with golden light. Click. The crossbow was drawn, and the bolts were loaded. The desire for slaughter surged. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A flurry of crossbow bolts soared forth. The writhing scythe larvae collapsed like grass under a scythe, evoking the sensation of high-level humans slaughtering beginner village creatures. Over the course of 10 minutes, nearly 1,000 larvae succumbed to Lu Ming's onslaught, all left as raw materials on the ground. Ultimate elevation, beginning at the second tier. The corpses could not be selected in bulk, only one at a time. Lu Ming felt somewhat resigned, pondering that perhaps this was the price of treading an unconventional path. With around 1,000 scythe larvae, he wondered how long it would take to elevate them all. Greed. Successfully decomposed the scythe corpse, acquiring specialized crystals 280, scythe blades 56, scythe carapaces 140, portable crossbow bolts 14. Successfully decomposed the scythe corpse, acquiring specialized crystals 360, scythe blades 72, scythe carapaces 180, portable crossbow bolts 18. Due to the increased size of the corpses post-elevation, he could not resolve them all at once. He could only elevate some and collect others. From the beginning to now, a full 40 minutes had passed. To claim he was not frustrated would be disingenuous. Yet, when he beheld the glimmering specialized crystals within his pack, that minor frustration felt trivial. In those 40 minutes, he had dealt with 1,150 scythe corpses, garnering a total of 23,000 specialized crystals, 600 scythe blades, 500 scythe carapaces, and 1,150 bottles of ordinary aberrant blood, each containing 200 ml. Such outrageous returns made him feel that not even an additional 40 minutes would warrant a complaint. At most, he felt a twinge of regret for those previous corpses, he mused. Had he thought of this method sooner, how much more crystal yield could he have amassed? Not to mention the 11 South Cold warriors. Elevating their corpses by 2 tiers before collecting and decomposing them would yield a staggering 20,510 crystals. Shaking his head, Lu Ming felt a sense of release. At the very least, he would execute this flawlessly should he encounter a similar situation in the future. Exhaling deeply, he activated the Eye of Truth, surveying the entire mall for any remaining threats from aberrant creatures or humans. Finding a lounge designated for authorized personnel only, he accessed the panel and touched the specialized level. Prompt: sufficient specialized crystals detected in spatial pouch. Would you like to consume 15,000 specialized crystals to elevate the specialized level to advanced hunting warrior? Yes. The 15,000 specialized crystals dissipated from his spatial pouch, transforming into 15 droplets of crystalline blue liquid that permeated his back. The sensation remained cool, and his consciousness sank into a tranquil state. That mysterious, profound inner vision re-emerged. The 15 droplets of crystalline blue liquid penetrated his clothing and flesh, evenly dispersing into his spine, gradually radiating outward. Wherever they traveled, they left behind crystalline blue markings on his vertebrae, as if the constraints of his bones were being scraped away, giving rise to gemstones of crystalline blue. Lu Ming was enthralled by the intricate changes, wholly unaware that in the tangible world, his spine was emanating an extraordinary blue glow through his skin and flesh. Chushue, cradled in his arms, sensed the stirrings of Lu Ming's advancement and slowly awakened from her slumber. Glancing at Lu Ming, she delicately clenched her tiny hand in the air, causing countless golden threads to extend from the lounge, transforming into a transparent form that swiftly spread throughout the entire shopping mall within mere seconds. Upon completing this action, Chushue leaned once more against Lu Ming's shoulder. Outside the mall, a gentle breeze swept through, carrying with it a few fallen leaves from the greenery nearby. As the leaves passed through the shopping plaza, they audibly split, only to reveal intersecting, net-like cuts the very next moment, eventually fading into ash and scattering with the wind. Meanwhile, the scattered larvae of the sickle owl, occupying the surrounding streets, all surged towards the direction away from the mall. As if a primal fear lurked there, returning to the lounge, 5 minutes elapsed before Lu Ming suddenly opened his eyes, revealing a pair of crystalline blue orbs. However, this aquatic radiance was fleeting, quickly dissipating to restore his original dark pupils. As his vision cleared, he beheld a pair of crimson eyes gazing up at him. Xiaoxue had awakened. Lu Ming greeted her with a smile. Chushue responded softly, wrapping her arms around Lu Ming's neck and resting her forehead against his cheek. This affectionate gesture delighted Lu Ming, who chuckled lightly and ruffled her hair, beginning to perceive the evolution of his own powers. Clenching his fist to feel the surge of strength, astonishment washed over his features. He opened the door to the lounge and locked onto a specific direction, dashing forth with a speed that left him in awe. If a mid-level hunting warrior possessed 3 times the strength of a novice, then a high-level hunting warrior was tenfold that. When translated to an ordinary person, that equates to 300 times. 300 times the physical prowess meant a single punch could be more terrifying than a bulldozer. For a fleeting moment, Lu Ming felt a pang of melancholy, as he realized he might no longer be human. In that instant, he profoundly understood that transcending humanity was not merely a dream. As long as one's specialization level was sufficiently high, achieving feats akin to moving mountains and parting seas was not beyond reach. With this thought, Lu Ming accessed his information panel, selecting the high-level hunting warrior option. And the description flashed forth. High-level hunting warrior. A seasoned expert among hunting warriors, E-class elite aberrations have become a thing of the past. The target he fixates upon is the king-leveled, AN experienced individual. He can now confront E-class king-level aberrations head-on, even gaining the upper hand. By devouring specialization crystals, he can ascend to the apex hunting warrior status, with an advancement progress of 8,618. 25,000. Taking a deep breath, Lu Ming brushed aside the daunting requirements for advancement and drew forth the Sickle King battle blade from his spatial pouch. Initially, it was to allow Xiaoxue to rest without disturbance. Earlier, he had opted for the hand crossbow due to its swifter utility. Now, with time to spare, it would be remiss not to test the accompanying skills of this biological weapon. Gripping the battle blade, Lu Ming steadied his mind, his expression sharpening as he silently intoned, "Cross pulse." With a flash, azure light erupted, enveloping the entire blade in a solidified halo. Suddenly, a wealth of information flooded Lu Ming's mind, akin to an epiphany, granting him instinctual comprehension. He felt his center of gravity lower, his wrist twisting as the Sickle King battle blade moved with electric swiftness, executing a horizontal / upward. 2 beams of particle blade light shot forth, each spanning 10 meters. Chapter 63. The battle blade feast's dust and debris flew as it shattered through everything in its path. The massive chasm cleaved through all 4 levels of the mall, penetrating walls and continuing for several meters before finally halting. Observing the severed remnants, steel gleamed crimson, concrete charred black, and the facilities of the 4th-floor children's playground were incinerated. Such overwhelming destructive power astonished Lu Ming, granting him a deeper understanding of the might possessed by king-level aberrations. The lethal range extended 300 meters. The flight speed nearly reached its maximum range in an instant. Was it supersonic? Perhaps not, but at least from Lu Ming's perspective as a high-level hunting warrior, the cross-pulse was not an unavoidable killing move. However, a mid-level hunting warrior would find it trivial to evade. And even in unexpected scenarios, a high-level hunting warrior could still deliver severe blows. Yet, one aspect felt wasteful. The cross-release method seemed somewhat extravagant. If a horizontal slash could clear a 10-meter radius of aberrations, then a vertical slash appeared to serve merely as a display of flair. Rather than a strategic maneuver, it would be far more advantageous to execute another blade light, enhancing both the attack segments and lethal area while allowing for flexible combinations. The uncertainty lay in whether this skill could indeed be split apart. The information acquired felt enigmatic, resembling an undeveloped release instinct, likely stemming from the biological characteristics of the brutal Sickle King. Once more, he attempted the cross pulse. The instinctual knowledge within urged his wrist, compelling him to draw the blade and carve the cross. Indeed, it was a fixed release. However, this felt disconcerting. Weapons are deemed so because they serve humanity, to be wielded by them, rather than humans being constrained by their weapons. Thus, he needed to master this instinct, releasing it according to his will. Consequently, just as the cross was about to take form, Lu Ming forcefully altered the trajectory of the blade, directing the upward slash away from the cross's path, forming an angled strike. The skill remained intact. It was feasible. Lu Ming's delight was evident. As long as he could alter the trajectory without halting the skill, he could maintain control. Unbeknownst to him, just as he revealed a smile, a sense of resistance subtly seeped from the hilt into his palm, transmitting through his nerves to his brain. Lu Ming furrowed his brow. Casting a glance at the Sickle King battle blade, particularly at the hilt adorned with the Sickle King's visage, where its blood-red eyes emanated a sinister glow, whether it was a mere illusion or not. This crimson radiance appeared much more intense than before. Strangely, as he fixated on those eyes, they seemed to gaze back at him, accompanied by a sense of anger. Feeling a twinge of unease, Lu Ming was about to delve deeper into his study when the blade suddenly trembled, causing the blood-red eyes to dim rapidly, their anger dissipating in an instant. Huh? Lu Ming inspected the blade from various angles, finding no further anomalies. It was as if everything that transpired was merely a figment of his imagination. Yet was it really an illusion? Clearly not. His actions had provoked the instinctive resistance of the biological weapon known as the Sickle King blade. However, this resistance was rather feeble, likely due to the weapon's lower grade, which lacked the intelligence to retaliate effectively. As Lu Ming analyzed the oddities of the battle blade, he failed to notice that Chuxue, nestled in his arms, had shifted her gaze away from the Sickle King blade. The vibrant crimson in her eyes gradually dulled, her previously cold stare transforming into a tranquil and languid demeanor. Stealing a glance at Lu Ming, who still appeared perplexed by the blade's changes, a gentle smile graced the corners of her mouth. Very well. If no resolution could be found, then it was imperative to continue dissecting the skill. After all, should another anomaly arise, he could delve deeper into it. Couldn't he? Adjusting his mindset, Lu Ming steadied the blade and once again intoned the cross pulse. The azure light filled the blade, and particle beams surged forth. This time, the instinctual release did not manifest. The two beams of particle light shot out in perfect parallel, unimpeded. The absence of any involuntary release sensation caught Lu Ming by surprise. The result was precisely what he desired, yet the process felt rather abrupt. The battle blade had resisted. Surely, it required some time to acclimate. Its sudden acquiescence left him feeling somewhat embarrassed. Thus, he decided to perform several more cross pulses to calm himself. Cross pulse, cross pulse, cross pulse. 3 consecutive executions unleashed 6 beams of light, intersecting to carve the wall directly opposite into a hollowed expanse. It was no exaggeration. The sensation of drawing the blade was intoxicating, especially since the skill seemed devoid of cooldown, allowing for continuous application. Just as Lu Ming reveled in this realization, the Sickle King battle blade became exceedingly hot, and upon inspection, the entire blade glowed a fiery red. Lu Ming fell silent, instantly comprehending. While it was true that the biological weapon skills had no cooldown, it came with its own limitations. The burden of usage. Frequent application of biological skills would cause the weapon to heat up, thereby accelerating its degradation. He glanced at the Sickle King battle blade's information. Specialized biological energy, 881,000, aberrant biological activity, 3,6000. As expected, after 6 cross pulses, the consumption of specialized biological energy was normal. Yet the biological activity had plummeted by half, equating to nearly a life force. With a hint of regret, he dismissed the concern. He possessed an abundance of aberrant blood, perfect for observing how the Sickle King battle blade would absorb it to replenish its vitality. Xiaoxue, I'll set you down now. Finding it cumbersome to wield with one hand, Lu Ming gently placed Chuxue beside him. Retrieving 200 milliliters of aberrant biological blood from his spatial pouch, he aimed it at the Sickle King battle blade. Initially, he intended to pour it directly onto the blade's edge. However, as soon as the aberrant blood approached, the entire blade seemed to come alive, sprouting several mercury-like tendrils. The tendrils entwined, morphing into a cavity the size of a bowl. A single glance was all it took for Lu Ming to recognize it as the feeding passage of the Sickle King battle blade. Removing the stopper from the vial of ordinary aberrant blood, he poured its contents into the cavity. Instantly, a series of gulping sounds emanated from within. To be frank, it was peculiar. yet undeniably fascinating. A weapon that consumed sustenance, with a feeding style far surpassed that of the obstinately proud sickle owl larvae. As the crimson energy of the blood gradually filled the blade, the biological vitality of the Sickle King battle blade restored by 50 points, derived from the 200 milliliters of ordinary aberrant blood. In comparison, the same volume of mutated aberrant blood would yield 100 points, while E-Class Royal aberrant blood would grant 500 points. The latter two were too precious to squander, as they could amplify the probability of inheriting aberrant skills onto equipment. The former, however, was abundant and easily reproducible. It could be harvested in droves before hunting larvae, serving as a renewable resource. Bang! A crisp sound resonated from Lu Ming's hand as the now empty blood vial shattered into shards, which subsequently crumbled into dust. Lu Ming gazed at the delicate green powder resting in his palm, tilting his hand slightly to allow it to cascade through his fingers once more, reaffirming the stringent nature of this world. The production of alien blood was accompanied by a test tube that would self-destruct upon use, leaving not a single coin behind, emphasizing the principle of borrowing and returning. Observing that Lu Ming had refrained from extracting any more alien blood, the Xiongwang battle knife assumed he would not continue to nourish it and prepared to retract its feeding chamber. With a gentle sigh, Lu Ming attempted to halt its retraction with a human call. Expecting no response from the battle knife, he was taken aback when, upon hearing his voice, the feeding chamber hesitated for a moment before extending back towards him. Chapter 64. I am indeed a romantic man. Goodness. You can understand human speech? Lu Ming exclaimed in astonishment. The Xiongwang battle knife, upon hearing the phrase merely a secret silver-level biological weapon, moved its feeding chamber slightly, as if to nod in acknowledgement. However, upon hearing Lu Ming's dismissive comment, the feeding chamber immediately contorted in indignation. Interesting, it can exhibit emotional feedback? How peculiar. This entity seemed quite different from the description provided. Only the ultimate sublimation of the ancient royal blade possessed a faint consciousness, revealing the instincts it had in life. What are you? A mere secret silver level, daring to show such airs? Grabbing the battle knife's skewed mouth, Lu Ming produced a vial of ordinary alien blood and began to pour it vigorously into the feeding chamber. Only when the biological activity of the battle knife was fully satiated did he release its feeding chamber. The Xiongwang battle knife remained stunned for 3 seconds before abruptly retracting its feeding chamber. Plunging into complete silence, akin to a petulant wife, Lu Ming, unconcerned with its tantrum, tossed it back into his spatial pouch. However, as he did so, a wave of complex emotions washed over him. It had already demonstrated the ability to actively feed, comprehend human speech, and express emotions, yet it was still regarded as a mere inanimate object by the spatial pouch. Where then lay the boundary between life and death? Opening the world channel, he glanced at the time. 16:35. Only 2 hours and 25 minutes remained until nightfall at 19:00. Theo think he could become so engrossed in a weapon for 40 minutes. Indeed, he was a romantic man. He felt the 10 larval eggs of the Quanshao in his pocket and recalled that he had only 816 specialized crystals left in his bag, insufficient for complete sublimation. Turning, he lifted Chushue and said to her, "Let us procure more Quanshao larva corpses." Just moments ago, after contemplating the spatial pouch's classification of life and death, he conceived a new strategy. Since killing larvae while sublimating resulted in low efficiency for gathering specialized crystals, why not devote the entirety of daylight to slaying larvae or other alien species? Given the spatial pouch's ability to recycle dead matter and stack infinitely, could he not bring everything back to the safe haven? He could then utilize the long night for intensive sublimation and decomposition, thereby amassing specialized crystals. This would save time by focusing on a singular task while avoiding exposure to others using sublimation. A veritable trifecta of benefits. Chushue nodded gently, her small hand grasping at the air. Conjuring a strand of golden silk, with multiple experiences under her belt, she understood that this was her moment to shine. However, just as she was about to take flight with Lu Ming, he adjusted her skirt and swept her into his arms. Saying, "This time, it's my turn," he draped her hand around his neck, mirroring the last time she had requested a tight embrace, contributing her waist. "Hold tight," he instructed, fixing his gaze ahead. He surged forward, and as he approached the 4th floor wall, he unleashed a burst of speed. The rapid acceleration combined with his newfound swiftness transformed him into an arrow, slicing through the shattered wall and soaring towards the opposite building. Indeed, it was not a leap, but a flight. In an instant, he traversed hundreds of meters, landing atop the adjacent rooftop, where the force of inertia caused him to slide for several meters before coming to a halt. The soles of his shoes had vanished, but the sensation of his bare feet against the concrete rooftop was merely a gentle warmth. Was this the physical resilience of a high-hunting warrior, whether facing the Quanchao larvae or not? It seemed inconsequential. Even when standing before them, allowing them to spray corrosive acid, it would amount to nothing more than a light mist. Regrettably, in his quest for speed, he had squandered a fine pair of shoes. Kicking off the tattered remnants, Lu Ming resolved to forge a set of biological armor. Ordinary clothing could scarcely withstand the demands of his physique. Standing at the edge of the building, he surveyed his surroundings while musing. Where might I find a concentration of larvae? Chushua lifted her head and pointed southwest, indicating the path for Lu Ming to follow. Meeting her clear gaze, Lu Ming smiled. Then we shall head there. Descending, he leapt without relying on his swiftness and sprinting, gracefully bounding from rooftop to rooftop in just 20 seconds, covering over 1,000 meters. He truly beheld the overwhelming swarm of Quanchao larvae congested in the streets. Despite the surrounding expanse of emptiness stretching for 1,000 meters, these larvae exhibited no intention of dispersing, huddling together, some even piling atop one another like a human pyramid. Could there be treasure to be found? This was the first thought that crossed Lu Ming's mind, and the likelihood seemed high. Reminiscing about the Quanbao shoe factory and the shopping plaza, he noted the identical situation. Activating the Eye of Truth, he set parameters for resource boxes, weapons, and humans. Yet, scanning a 100-meter radius revealed not a single target marker. How curious. Chushue, nestled in his embrace, glanced at Lu Ming with an expression of indifference, her gaze drifting outward. Furrowing his brow, Lu Ming ceased his internal conflict. He had come to exterminate larvae. The sight of this mass of wriggling creatures was akin to having gold and silver in hand. Xiaoxue, will you descend with me? He inquired, realizing the redundancy of the question. With Chushue in tow, Lu Ming leapt from the high building, utilizing several landing points to reach the ground. Setting Chushue down, he retrieved the Xiongwang battle knife from his spatial pouch, raising it high for a strike. The cross pulse, a cyan aura enveloped the blade as a colossal beam of light surged forth, devastatingly sweeping across a width of 10 meters and a depth of 300 meters. In an instant, hundreds of larvae evaporated, leaving not even a trace behind. Narrowing his eyes, Lu Ming sensed an ominous premonition. He raised his hand to lock onto the vacant space before him, declaring, Greed. Greed. Notification. No collectible targets in the current area, meaning the corpses vanished without a trace? How amusing. In the end, possessing a weapon too powerful became a burden, resulting in a loss of thousands of crystals from the demise of hundreds of larvae. With a darkened expression, Lu Ming returned the Xiongwang battle knife to his spatial pouch and replaced it with his two specialized weapons for exterminating Quanchao larvae, the portable crossbow. Activating the Eye of Truth, he initiated the weak point observation, loading the crossbow with fully equipped bolts. Lu Ming dashed forward 500 meters, commencing the elimination of these walking gold mines. The larvae fell in droves, their bodies accumulating in heaps for collection. He became the nemesis of the larvae, slaughtering his way from one street to another. 2 hours later, in 4 city blocks, the once bustling streets lay empty of any writhing life within his spatial pouch. The total count of Quanchao larva corpses had amassed to a staggering 400. Chapter 65. Self-service double delight. As the sun retreated beyond the horizon, night enveloped the surroundings. Lu Ming took Chushua's hand and sought out a well-appointed apartment. Spending 20 specialized crystals, he reinforced all the basic infrastructure. In truth, with his current specialization level and resources, the oppressive Xiongwang was no longer a source of trepidation. However, Xiongwang, as an alien species, could still appear as an E-class monarch in the outer regions. N01 could ascertain whether it was a disguised emperor on an incognito visit or a D-class elite patrol attendant. D-class beings required constant vigilance and prudence, having never fully accessed the complete information of their true form. Drifting was common. Everyone could do it. Some drift like a sandstorm, while others drift like ashes. And he aspired to be like a boulder. He adjusted the blackout curtains, arranged Chushua's preferred luxurious bedding, and assembled a multifunctional water heater in the bathroom. Just as he was about to pour enough purified water for 2 into the tub, Lu Ming inexplicably felt something was amiss. Each step of the process was perfectly normal, yet combined, they exuded a peculiar pink hue. No, he must not lose his composure. His mind may have turned pink, but he was indeed a proper yellow race man. Setting the temperature, Lu Ming returned to the living room. uncertain if it was due to a day of growth or the exhilaration from a stimulating hunt after a midday rest. He felt a surge of vitality. Chushue sat at the edge of the bed, swinging her little feet and gazing at the tea table where he had placed hundreds of specialized crystals. In their clustered state, the crystals emitted a pleasant glow, resembling a charming ambient light. Noticing his approach, Chushue halted her foot's motion, reverting to her original serenity. Lu Ming couldn't help but smile. Having been born just a day ago, she seemed to carry a certain image burden when facing him. Xiaoxue, would you prefer to have dinner first, or take a bath, or? The question felt oddly familiar. The latter part seemed reminiscent of something Xiaoxue would say. Ahem, no, he must maintain elegance and avoid any impropriety. Let us eat first. Attempting to mask his inner turmoil with a decision, Lu Ming retrieved several vials of ordinary alien blood. Speaking of which, while protein balls could be consumed bite by bite, could this substance be drunk directly? He glanced at Chushue's delicate lips and then at the alien blood, feeling somewhat reluctant. Fortunately, although the blood in the test tubes glimmered with a bluish hue, it appeared quite clear, reminiscent of Sprite in a green bottle. In a moment of curiosity, Lu Ming uncorked a test tube and brought it to his nose, his expression shifting to one of peculiarity. Was it a psychological effect or a flaw in his sense of smell? The test tube labeled alien blood emitted no foul odor. On the contrary, it exuded a faint, sweet fragrance that could only be detected upon close proximity. Remarkably, when he had nourished the Xiongwang battle knife earlier, he had not detected any pungent scent. Was this truly blood? Gulping audibly, Lu Ming sensed he was in trouble. He found himself inexplicably overwhelmed by a ravenous desire for the vial of blood before him. As if this substance were far more enticing than the lavish banquet he had just consumed. Swiftly, he moved to remove it, lest he tumble into an abyss. After all, it was blood, not a beverage. And his physical condition did not permit such indulgence. His rank needed to be elevated. He handed the test tube to Chushue, who accepted it with an air of nonchalance, parting her lips slightly and raising her hands as the alien blood flowed into her mouth. Exuding elegance and tranquility, Lu Ming swallowed hard once more, not due to the allure of the blood, but because both items before his eyes appeared delectable. Alas, he had to eat first. After his meal, there was work to be done. Steeling his resolve, he averted his gaze and retrieved a bucket of instant noodles. This morning, he had consumed a packaged version, which had been elevated into a sumptuous ready-to-eat meal after his advancement. He now wondered what the upgraded bucket version would yield. Ultimate enhancement. Prompt. Please select the enhancement grade, second grade. Prompt. Enhancing spicy noodles requires the consumption of 7 specialized crystals. Confirm the consumption of 7 specialized crystals to enhance the spicy noodles into a self-service duo feast? A self-service duo feast? What is that? For food, can't you be less cryptic after the enhancement? The key point is that this thing costs 2 crystals more than the lavish ready-to-eat meal. According to the first law of the Galan planet, if it's expensive, there must be a good reason. Confirm. A whirring sound emanated from the table as the spicy noodles bucket disintegrated. It reassembled, its volume suddenly expanding more than tenfold. The first thing to catch his eye was a pot that, with a mere glance, all Blue Star inhabitants could recognize. Indeed, it was a hot pot. Who would have thought that the so-called self-service duo feast referred to a yin-yang pot? Beneath the pot was a single-serve stove, resembling a multifunctional water heater, equipped with a crystal energy-driven inlet. A small strainer, chopsticks, and dishes were all included. Next came the main attraction, 10 portions of fresh-keeping boxes and 2 servings of hot pot base. There was no need to introduce the base. The key lay in those 10 fresh-keeping boxes. Opening them one by one revealed an assortment of 5 meat and 5 vegetable hot pot ingredients. Beef rolls, lamb rolls, beef tripe, duck blood, and quail eggs. Alongside napa cabbage, enoki mushrooms, oilseed lettuce, asparagus, and tofu.no shrimp paste. No beef omasum, but what did it matter? In this apocalyptic world, being able to enjoy hot pot was akin to a luxury. Let us dig in. Setting up the yin-yang pot, he poured in pure water, adjusted the temperature, and brought it to a boil point. 1 minute later, the water was warm. He added the hot pot base and began unpacking the ingredients. 3 minutes later, Lu Ming was already savoring the steaming dishes, his eyes gleaming with joy. It was indeed an upgraded bucket of noodles. The 3-minute instant feature was perfectly inherited by the hot pot. With only one regret, there was no dipping sauce to accompany it. Chushue, inhaling the aroma of the hot pot, transformed her expression of concern into one of resignation, as if she had begun to acclimatize. Just then, Lu Ming, holding a bowl, turned his head and raised a piece of cooked beef toward Chushue. inquiring if she would like some. Chushue shook her head vigorously, retrieving a clump of protein from her storage space and elegantly consuming it alongside the alien blood. Lu Ming shrugged, feeling it a pity that Chushue could not appreciate the joy of a blue star inhabitant. He would have to take it upon himself to finish the entire pot of ingredients. Meanwhile, on the other side of Jintian district, Chenhai sat in a room of a villa. In one hand, he held a dry compressed biscuit, while in the other, a photograph. His thumb caressed the face of the woman in the picture, his eyes revealing deep remorse and tenderness. Uncle Chen. Suddenly, a voice called from outside the door. Chenhai carefully placed the photograph away and rose to open the door. Standing outside was a tall young man, roughly 21 or 22, sporting a humble smile as he looked at Chenhai and said, "I thought you were resting." Chenhai stepped aside, allowing him to enter, and chuckled lightly. "I'm middle-aged, not old. Can I sleep at this hour? Whereas Bao Laudi? How is he doing?" The young man sat on the edge of the bed and replied, "After being disinfected, he is no longer feverish and is currently dreaming. With a bunch of people taking care of him, I can't even lend a hand." He then jokingly complained, "At our age, they should know better. During the larval hunting, he always rushes to the front, terrified he might not survive. When it comes to dividing resources, he just wants enough to eat, afraid of taking too much." Chapter 66. We will all survive. Chenhai chuckled. "Do you think that's a bad thing?" The young man grimaced. "What's so good about it? If you put it nicely, it's called bravery. If you put it harshly, it's foolishness, immensely foolish. A saintly fool, in Blue Star. He would be bullied. In the apocalypse, if it weren't for you, Uncle Chen, I wouldn't have lasted 2 days." After speaking, the young man lowered his head slightly, his toes rubbing against the ground in silence for a couple of seconds before his tone softened. "However, seeing someone like Uncle Bao makes me admire him. After all these years, I have never encountered such a good-hearted person. He may look frail, but he speaks with such courtesy, yet when in battle, he is like a god of war." Uncle Chen may not have noticed, but initially, those new recruits were too afraid to approach the larvae. However, upon witnessing Uncle Bao's combat stance, they were all stimulated. Especially the younger crowd, who charged in like locusts, taking down one after another. After taking that first step, everyone seemed to gain confidence and went on a rampage. Now, they all idolize Uncle Bao, and so do I. Of course, I admire you even more." Seeing the passionate expression on his face, Chenhai smiled warmly. In that moment, he thought of the soldiers under his command, whose ages were not far from the young man before him. They bore the heavy responsibility of the nation, disregarding life and death, yet still maintained their enthusiasm and vitality, appearing to be optimistic. When they were happy, they would share amusing stories from their missions just like this. Now, he wondered where they were and if they were safe. Suddenly, with the flicker of a weak candle, Chenhai noticed the corrosive marks on the young man's face from splattered acid. Reaching out to inspect, the young man, sensing Chenhai's gaze, dodged his hand and nonchalantly said, "Hey, what's this? Compared to Uncle Bao, this little injury is nothing." Chenhai paused, placing his hand on the young man's shoulder and patting it. "They say scars are a soldier's honor, but in my view, not being injured is the best display of a soldier's excellence. Now, you didn't come to me just to discuss this. Let us hear what you have. Oh, almost forgot." The young man opened the chat window and said to Chenhai, "Just now, while everyone was gathered, I made a detailed data sheet. After a day of search and rescue, our team has grown to 307 members, including 1 junior hunting warrior, which is you. Currently, there is no extreme soldier. There are 2 senior soldiers. One is me, and the other is Brother Wang Yang, who is a Sanda coach. There are 200 intermediate soldiers and 107 junior soldiers, most of whom are girls." "Well?" Chenhai opened his mouth, chuckling. "I didn't expect you to be capable of such tasks. Is this really the same Fong Peng who was so heavy with negativity in the previous regional channel?" Fong Peng's face turned red with embarrassment. "Uncle Chen, please spare me. That Black History is practically our group song now. Each person who joins repeats it, and someone even directly shouted that they wanted to take down Uncle Chen. I said I had just transferred here, feeling nervous and irritable. In reality, I'm a good young man who respects the elderly and loves the young. Always helping out with chores, just some casual talk, it's all a misunderstanding." Chenhai laughed heartily. "Isn't that expressing surprise? Don't mind it, continue." Fong Peng, feeling helpless, continued, "Today we traveled all around, killing about 400 larvae and obtaining a total of 2,672 specialized crystals, all stored with me. If we are to develop members toward becoming extreme soldiers, considering me and Brother Wang Yang, we can just about form a team of 7. If we aim for senior soldiers, we could produce 26. However, we all unanimously agreed on the third plan, which is to store them until we reach 5,000 and promote you to an intermediate hunting warrior. Nonsense, Chun Hai reprimanded in a low voice. Have you not weaned off yet? Aiming for senior soldiers, 26 plus you, and Wang Yong totals 28 senior soldiers. Each can lead 7 intermediate soldiers in a team-based carpet hunting strategy, significantly increasing the speed of crystal acquisition. But we've been dragging you down for so long, Fong Peng said, lowering his head. What? Are you suggesting you want to drag me down even longer? Chun Hai retorted. No, that's not what we mean, Fong Peng hurriedly clarified. Chun Hai squeezed his shoulder. I understand. You want to repay me? Then we must strengthen the team's power. When everyone reaches the status of senior soldiers, that's when we will have solidified our footing. The strong lead the weak, and the weak become strong. Progressing gradually, I will advance on my own. I don't need your help. Fong Peng stood frozen. This is an order. Yes, Fong Peng stood at attention, saluting. Chun Hai lightly punched his fist against his chest. Now you're starting to look the part. Go get some rest. Yes. Fong Peng turned to leave, a hint of grievance in his eyes. Fong Peng. Just as he was about to step out the door, Chun Hai called him back. Fong Peng halted, and Chun Hai solemnly said, we will all survive. Everyone. Upon hearing this, Fong Peng's eyes flickered, and he turned to stand at attention again. Yes. As he watched Fong Peng close the door behind him, Chun Hai touched the photograph in his pocket, murmuring, you will surely make it too. Walking down the corridor, Fong Peng felt a sense of release, humming a tune as he descended the stairs. I told you, didn't I? You would be rejected. Uncle Chen would never accept it. As he turned the corner, a weary voice reached Fong Peng's ears, startling him nearly to the point of screaming. Wang Yong, don't you know that scaring someone can be deadly? In the darkness, a flicker of starlight ignited, revealing a tall and handsome man. A cigarette perched between his lips. Stepping forth, he wrapped an arm around Fong Peng's shoulders and playfully scolded. Where's my brother? You little rascal. You better add me, Fong Peng grimaced. Does it really matter? In this apocalyptic world, smoking seems trivial. You'd be better off teaching me some self-defense techniques. Wang Yong chuckled, taking a sip. Of course I'll teach you. Not just you, everyone needs to learn. That combat stance, it's a sight for sore eyes. But you must promise me one thing. Fong Peng furrowed his brow, wary. What is it? Wang Yong flicked his forehead. What kind of expression is that? What are you thinking? Do you think your brother Wang Yong is that kind of person? If you come across any cigarettes, keep a few packs for me. Okay, Captain Fong. Fong Peng jabbed him playfully. I told you not to call me that. If you want them, just take them. But you really should quit. Each cigarette counts now with no more being produced. Wang Yong brushed off the ash. I just enjoy it too much to quit. Let us wait until there's none left to smoke. Besides, who knows how many days I'll have left to enjoy it. Shut it, you crow. We all going to survive. All right. Who doesn't he want to survive? I'm not even married yet. Let us go check on Uncle Bao and I in another area. A woman in a suit held a bowl of instant noodles. A hand-drawn map sprawled on the table before her. She glanced from the map to the full moon outside the ruins, marking a position on the paper. It seemed returning to where her compatriots were would require considerable time. Yet, the elevation of her physical abilities had become surprisingly effortless. Having reached her limits on Blue Star, she now found herself breaking through repeatedly. An intermediate hunting warrior. She hoped that tomorrow would bring a few elite warriors or novice hunting fighters. After all, they were all murderers. She could simply consider it a righteous cause to send them off. After finishing her soup, the woman in the suit lay down fully clothed, her sturdy sword resting beside her, and a portable crossbow grasped in her hand. Upon returning to his apartment, Lu Ming patted his stomach. Having thoroughly cleaned the pot, he suppressed a burp, fearing for his image. A glance at the remnants on the table revealed a rather unappealing sight that would continue to emit an odor. Once satiated, the lingering flavor of hot pot would turn into an unbearable greasiness. He stowed away the dishes in his spatial bag, planning to deal with them tomorrow. The air still reeked, and an idea struck him, prompting him to say, recycle the air. Unfortunately, the spatial bag did not heed him. Otherwise, in addition to a clean environment, it might have offered other delightful uses. After a hearty meal, one often yearns to recline. However, the 3,400 insect corpses in his bag and the 10 mantis larvae eggs in his pocket urged him to work overtime. Left with no choice, Lu Ming rose to release the corpses in batches, sublimating them one by one, followed by gluttonous collection. Chapter 67. Initial Snow's Ascendance. An hour passed, and he had processed around 2,000 insect corpses. Muscle memory began to form, yet his focus waned, leading him to feel drowsy. Notification. The weapon you listed in the trading hall, the broad-bladed heavy sword, has failed to sell and has been returned to your item storage. Please check. The sudden notification jolted Lu Ming back to reality. He opened the trading hall to find the steel-grade broad-bladed heavy sword resting securely in his storage. He realized that after acquiring proficiency in forging, he immediately began researching biological weapons, coupled with his afternoon spent slaughtering and sublimating insect corpses. He had forgotten about the sword listed for sale, however. Its prolonged absence from sale indicated that the forging proficiency was indeed a rare skill. It was only natural, considering it could elevate the level of weapons. He clicked to view the heavy sword's information, noting its durability at 1460-1500, its condition nearly pristine. He decided to keep it in his bag, curious if that Boy Chu Feng might surprise him in the future. Transferring the broad-bladed sword to his spatial bag, Lu Ming prepared to close the trading hall and continue with the sublimation and collection. Yet, at that moment, he hesitated, inexplicably dragging an insect corpse into the listing area. A notification. Items with attribute restrictions cannot be traded, reverted to spatial bag. Indeed, if the corpses of aberrant species were tradable, he could venture out and slay all sorts of aberrations. He could simply sit in a factory, display the specialized crystals in the trading hall, and with each corpse collected, every transporter on Blue Star would become his laborer. A whimsical thought, indeed. Chuckling at his own absurdity, Lu Ming resumed placing the corpses for ultimate sublimation and greedy collection. Another hour passed, and he had finally processed all 3,400 insect corpses. He acquired 68,000 unusable specialized crystals, 13,600 unusable mantis blades, 34,000 carapaces, and 3,400 bottles of aberrant blood. Coupled with the capital in his bag and the specialized crystals on the coffee table, he now possessed a total of 76,591 specialized crystals, 18,260 mantis blades, and 45,650 mantis carapaces. The bounty was abundant, wealth overflowing, enough to be considered a local magnate. Especially the mantis blades and carapaces, he had more than he could utilize. These materials were for crafting biological weapons. Even at the steel grade, they were far from items he could sell at his current level. Best to hold on to them for now. As for the 200 milliliters of ordinary aberrant blood. When converted into aberrant biological energy, it amounted to a staggering 225,200 points. That would certainly suffice for initial Snow to break through several times. Raising 10 future ancient owl emperors would undoubtedly be manageable. Looking at initial Snow, he intended to check her panel information. However, upon seeing her current posture, he couldn't help but chuckle. She had grown bored and was now lying sideways on the bed, her hands fiddling with the plush fibers of the blanket as if creating a yarn ball. A sight both amusing and genuine. Little Snow, Lu Ming called out. Hearing his voice, initial Snow paused, then abruptly sat up, her eyes sparkling with unrestrained joy. That glance made Lu Ming's heart skip a beat. A sensation reminiscent of children joyfully welcoming their parents home from work before the holidays. He had felt a twinge of envy back then, until the old man appeared, until trust was established, until he saw him return home with a tricycle laden with boxes, until he heard his name called. Though he had always struggled to express emotions, hearing the old man's voice stirred feelings within him. Much like initial Snow's uncontainable joy, this emotion was called anticipation. Shaking off the memories, Lu Ming pressed his lips together and approached initial Snow, kneeling to smooth her hair, smiling as he asked, feeling bored? It was a question he already knew the answer to. Initial Snow shook her head earnestly, her gaze as clear as ever. Liard, of course. Lu Ming wouldn't call her out, continuing, it'll be ready soon. Once I help you level up and hatch those 10 eggs, we can prepare to rest together. Initial Snow's eyes lit up, her nodding more vigorous than usual. Lu Ming's smile widened as he silently recited the identification spell. Initial Snow's panel promptly appeared, revealing no changes in other data, but her advancement progress was minimal. Current aberration level, E-class ruler, can devour aberrant biological energy for advancement. Advancement progress, 250. 50,000 points of energy required. It seemed manageable, and he should have enough reserves to elevate her 2 levels at once. Little Snow, open your storage space again. This time, Lu Ming stuffed 2,000 bottles of ordinary aberrant blood into the vortex that appeared before her. The blue light swirled around her, and to Lu Ming's eyes, initial Snow visibly grew taller. Outside the apartment, the night-hunting mantises retreated at breakneck speed. only daring to glance back after distancing themselves by several kilometers. Each mantis bore a profound look of confusion, unable to comprehend why a D-class aberration of such strength had appeared there. Even more bewildering was the fear that arose within them, a feeling they had never experienced before, despite facing foes several levels above them without flinching. Inside, Lu Ming stroked his chin, examining initial snow. Aside from her increased height, she appeared slightly more charming, her legs longer, and her figure more defined. Otherwise, there were no significant changes. He checked the specific values. Initial snow. Deity level, race. God description. Born in the realm of truth. The primordial spider, the most ancient of divine beasts. Height, body length human form 150 cm, main body, 8 m, can grow. Weight, main body human form 36 kg, main body, 1.2 t, can grow. Common functions, storage space. Ultimate appraisal skills, silken thread, D grade. Spider spear, D grade. Web weaving, D grade. Devour, D grade. Weakness perception, D grade. Annihilation ray, D grade. Crimson gaze, D grade. Hidden thread, D grade. Traits. Form transformation, mastery of. Comprehension, max. Combat instinct, max. Learning instinct, max. Status. Recognized by the master. Master, Lu Ming, has progressed beyond the initial stage, with slight enhancements in various attribute capabilities. Most skill attributes are sealed and can be unlocked as the aberration level increases. Current aberration level, D grade normal, can devour the energy of aberrant life forms for advancement progress. 020000 Chapter 68. Hidden thread height has increased by another 10 centimeters. I wonder how far it will ultimately go. The weight has not increased significantly, referring to the human form. However, a new skill has emerged. Hidden thread. Is it a thread that conceals? Instinctively, it seems to be an immensely useful skill. Lu Ming paused for 2 seconds, gesturing. Xiao Xue, use hidden thread. Upon hearing his voice, Chu Xue opened her right hand, and countless threads shot forth from her fingertips, ensnaring him. Initially taken aback, Lu Ming thought Chu Xue was treating him as a target. It soon became apparent that his movements were not hindered at all. Puzzled by the effect, he raised his hand and realized his body had turned semi-transparent. Stunned, Lu Ming seemed to comprehend something. Pointing at the coffee table and instructing Chu Xue, Xiao Xue, apply hidden thread to that pile of specialized crystals. Chu Xue complied. Indeed, the pile of specialized crystals also became semi-transparent, with their glow dissipating as well. Now remove the threads from me. Chu Xue did as instructed. The golden threads retreated from him. Previously, the semi-transparent image of the specialized crystals lingered in his vision, but now it had completely vanished. Disguise. This is a skill for stealth and deception. A powerful tool for ambush. No, I must clarify. Xiao Xue, when covered by hidden thread, can I move freely? Chu Xue nodded. How far can I go? Ugh, what a pointless question. The skill is controlled by Chu Xue, naturally expanding outward from her core. As long as she moves with me, it doesn't matter how far. 5 meters feels like the entire world. It's a pity that it is currently only at D grade. With such a divine flair, aberrant life forms below C grade should be unable to see through the disguise of hidden thread, unless they possess extraordinary sight. Those above C grade may also be deceived, but the possibility of immediate detection remains. Similarly, specialized warriors of C grade strength are likely to sense it. However, the issues aren't significant. As long as I don't act recklessly and invade without assurance, they won't be able to do anything to me. As for the latter, that's just a cautious statement. He is still far from matching C grade aberrants. How could other transmuters possibly reach that? This isn't arrogance or vanity. It's a limitation of reality. Clearing his thoughts, Lu Ming resolutely contemplated that among the more than 76,000 specialized crystals, in addition to the sublimation of the scythe hawk larvae eggs, he must also ensure an increase in specialization level. For tomorrow, he wishes to attempt to seize the core, the regional headquarters. Additionally, there is something crucial, a warning from the appearance of hidden thread. Since Chu Xue can create a disguise, and the skill isn't marked as unique, it indicates that other aberrants can also possess such an ability. Even humans could achieve this through learning skill books. If caught unawares, ambushed by an invisible aberrant or human, he wouldn't know if it would lead to his demise. But he would surely feel the frustration. Thus, he needs to prepare in advance to eliminate such potential threats. What he relies on is the Eye of Truth. Activating the Eye of Truth, he set the parameters for disguise. Invisibility units, and locked onto the coffee table, silently reciting the appraisal. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Hundreds of specialized crystal labels materialized one by one. Even the specialized crystals ensnared by hidden thread could be clearly discerned. This indicates the exceptional effectiveness of the Eye of Truth, prompting him to designate these two conditions as permanent settings for the eye. That's enough, Xiaoxue. It's time for them now. Gesturing for Chuxue to retract the hidden thread skill, Lu Ming took out the 10 scythe hawk larvae eggs from his pocket, silently reciting ultimate sublimation. Prompt. Please select sublimation grade, 2nd grade. Prompt. To sublimation 10 scythe hawk larvae eggs in bulk requires 10,000 specialized crystals. Confirm consumption of 10,000 specialized crystals to subliminate 10 scythe hawk larvae eggs into 10 ancient hawk emperor eggs. Confirm. Particles disassembled, reassembled, and constructed anew. Aside from the eggs doubling in size, the previously blue-patterned larvae eggs transformed into a new version dominated by red and adorned with black patterns. Ancient Hawk Emperor, C-grade royalty, category, royal larvae egg description, upon hatching, will produce offspring of the ancient scythe hawk royal lineage. If properly nurtured, they will evolve into exceptionally powerful predators with unparalleled loyalty, C-grade royalty, ancient hawk emperor. Hatching recognition conditions, aberrant life form energy 100. Mastery of basic childcare skills, close incubation for 30 minutes, the first being seen post-hatching must be the incubator. This consumed 10,000 specialized crystals, enough to elevate 2 extreme warriors to intermediate hunting warriors, or 10 extreme warriors to beginner hunting warriors. If it were someone else, without resorting to underhanded tactics against humans, merely relying on the slaughter of aberrants, they might not be able to accumulate that much in 2 days. He invested it all at once, indicative of a wealthy person's nonchalance. Ancient Hawk Emperor, please do not disappoint me. Cradling the egg-sized larvae, Lu Ming placed them on the coffee table. Prompt. Detection indicates the larvae body has the intention to hatch, and hatching conditions are met. Would you like to release the constant temperature protective layer of the larvae for close incubation? During this process, they must be kept close for 30 minutes. Once separated from the body, the larvae will enter a state of hypothermia, and after 5 hours, they will perish. 5 hours. C-grade life forms are so resilient. Chushua's separation time was only 10 minutes. Perhaps this is what it means to have a life that is easy to sustain. Without hesitation, he chose to immediately release the constant temperature protection. Lu Ming reached into his spatial satchel and retrieved a packaged pure cotton t-shirt. Then, using advanced childcare techniques, he skillfully fashioned a childcare pouch. Truly, when he completed it, he was filled with admiration. It was exquisitely crafted, to the degree that it could be sold in a maternity store. Yet, upon reflection, he realized he had no idea how his hands moved. They say the eyes may learn, but the hands do not. Now, it is indeed the hands that have learned, while the eyes are filled with questions. Shaking his head discreetly, he naturally hung the childcare pouch around his neck and placed the larvae eggs inside one by one, ensuring each egg was snug against his chest before calling out the response for hatching. Release the constant temperature protective layer. Prompt. Constant temperature protection for the larvae has been lifted. 100 aberrant life form energy has been injected. Entering the hatching phase, current progress, 0, hatching commenced, and Lu Ming fully embraced his role as a caregiver. He held the pouch's tail in one hand and its body in the other, gently patting it. Instinctively, Lu Ming felt something peculiar. No, it was extremely peculiar. Despite having never experienced a romantic relationship, he found himself inexplicably in the role of a caregiver twice. By the way, would Chuxue be jealous? Feeling somewhat guilty, Lu Ming casually glanced at Chuxue. To his surprise, she appeared unbothered, even radiating a sense of a husband watching his wife care for their child. It couldn't be mistaken. It truly was that feeling. Reminiscent of what he had seen on television. Oh no, I've got it wrong again, Xiaoxue. His face flushed crimson as he feigned seriousness. If you keep looking at me like that, I might go hatch them in the bathroom. Upon hearing this, Chuxue returned to her usual demeanor, even cooperating by averting her gaze. Lu Ming was pleased. Xiaoxue was still the obedient Xiaoxue, however, when he turned his attention back to the ancient hawk emperor eggs. Chushue's gaze returned, sparkling with excitement. Chapter 69. Tyranny of the Hawk Emperor. Crack. Half an hour slipped by in an instant. The crisp sound of shells breaking echoed from the childcare pouch. Lu Ming, who had been subtly observing the peeking Chuxue from the corner of his eye, was jolted back to his caregiver's state by the commotion in his arms. Crack, crack, crack. A series of sharp sounds rang out. Lu Ming sprang to his feet. They are hatching. They are hatching. Ah no, they are incubating. Hurriedly, he removed the childcare pouch and placed it on the coffee table. Carefully spreading the t-shirt, he focused on the changes in the larvae eggs under the blue light of the specialized crystals. All 10 ancient hawk emperors broke free from their shells, revealing 10 rounded red heads. Judging by the diameter of their heads, their bodies were likely only the width of a finger upon emerging. They did not engage in any other activity but rather aligned their gazes toward Lu Ming. They stared intently for 3 to 5 seconds before commencing to voraciously devour their eggshells. This reminded Lu Ming of Chushue's hatching appearance. However, their manner of eating was, naturally, incomparable to Chushue's. The feeding method was surprisingly astonishing to Lu Ming in the current world. Scythe hawk larvae have mouthparts located on their chests, akin to face-hugging creatures, which is rather unsettling. Yet, the ancient hawk emperor, on the other hand, genuinely used its mouth to eat, similar to silkworms feasting on mulberry leaves, familiar and normal, thus dissipating the subtle discomfort he had felt before hatching. The sound of crunching as they consumed the eggshells and the gradual reduction of the shells was incredibly relieving, providing an excellent hypnotic effect. As they devoured the egg bodies, the outlines of their forms became increasingly apparent. They measured approximately 10 centimeters in length, with dark red skin pulsating with vibrant energy, intermittently shimmering with light in the crimson glow. Each ancient Strix larva bore a uniquely positioned black stripe upon its surface. The depth and darkness of that stripe seemed capable of absorbing all light. Lu Ming, filled with curiosity, leaned in for a closer examination. Unexpectedly, 2 clusters of chitinous horns sprouted abruptly from the top of the larva's head. With a sudden duong, 2 black and red mottled antennae, resembling phoenix feathers, sprang forth. Setting aside the conventional notions of biology, this sudden development was quite intriguing. Enthralled, he contemplated the necessity of ensuring fair principles in energy supplementation later. Little did he anticipate that, after consuming the yolk, the 10 larvae would swiftly charge at one another. Entangled, gnawing, and fighting, within mere moments, 2 larvae had already perished in the chaos. What the hell are you doing? Is there not enough to eat? If you're hungry, come to me. I have plenty. Why are you fighting your brothers? Lu Ming was bewildered, reaching out to intervene. Just as he stood, he was halted by Chushue's silk threads. Confused, Lu Ming glanced at Chushue, only to find her shaking her head earnestly. He pointed at the carnage on the coffee table. Is this normal behavior? Chushue nodded solemnly, retracting her threads. Lu Ming fell silent, slowly sitting back down, his heart bleeding as he gazed at the fallen bodies. Each one was a cluster of specialized crystals. A painful loss. It wasn't until only one ancient Strix larva remained that this internal strife came to an end. Observing the barely alive victor, Lu Ming surmised the reason behind their lethal skirmish. In a royal lineage, a collective requires but one leader. 2 tigers cannot coexist, let alone 10. At that moment, the final victor, dragging its ravaged body, lunged at a deceased sibling, fervently gnawing at the corpse. Even as the tearing motion caused blood to splatter across its wounded form, it remained oblivious. Once it devoured the body, the Strix larva radiated brilliance. In an instant, its external injuries healed completely. The originally solitary black stripe now bore an additional mark. Having restored its injuries and regained vitality, the larva consumed even more voraciously. The next phase was the brutal dismemberment. With each Strix larva it devoured, an additional black stripe appeared, its size doubling with every transformation. Upon consuming all 9 larval corpses, the Strix larva underwent a complete metamorphosis. It surged from a mere thumb's length to an impressive 2 meters. Its form bore no resemblance to that of a sphinx larva, instead resembling a venomous serpent. The dark red of its skin was supplanted by the black of its stripes. Its once fragile, supple epidermis evolved into a robust and smooth exoskeleton. The crystalline blue radiance emitted by the specialized crystals reflected a chilling metallic sheen. Having completed its preliminary evolution, it reared up, revealing a chest and abdomen adorned with dark red scales. Even in its larval state, an oppressive aura began to take shape. Lu Ming locked eyes with it and slowly extended his hand. The Strix larva seemed to understand his intent, nudging its feathered antennae against his palm. Witnessing such a display of affection, Lu Ming, despite the pain of losing 9,000 specialized crystals, felt it was all worth it. He glanced at its informational data. Identification: Tyrant Strix larva? Sea level, category, mutated insect royal species description. An ancient Strix bloodline, capable of birthing a maximum of 3 offspring. In cases of 3, they will fight until a leader emerges. However, this instance has led to the consumption of 9 kin for unknown reasons, resulting in the emergence of the Tyrant Strix, surpassing the ancient Strix lineage in bloodline. With amplified aggression, murderous desire, and hunting skills, exhibits absolute loyalty to its master, never betraying until death. length, 2.1 m. Weight, 10 kg. Skills, propulsive piercing, venomous dart. Status, acknowledged master, Master Lu Ming, current promotion energy fully charged, ready for pupation at any moment. However, the Tyrant Strix refuses to pupate due to an unfulfilled desire related to its sense of belonging. Current alteration level, sea level larva, can consume energy for promotion progress. 900,000 800,000. Tyrant Strix. After reading the information about the Strix larva, Lu Ming was astonished. He finally felt that the deaths of those 9 larvae were not in vain, but rather a profitable venture. Mutation, a lineage of slaughter, and it granted a staggering 900,000 biological energy. Otherwise, merely relying on his own accumulation, he might not even manage to gather enough energy in a single day tomorrow. Simultaneously, this explosive surge of energy compelled Lu Ming to glance at Chushue. The absurdity of a C-class royal's first stage of promotion was staggering. How terrifying would it be for the divine Chushue to advance to C-class? Terrifying. Concealing his thoughts, Lu Ming redirected his gaze to the Strix larva. The status bar indicated a wish tied to a sense of belonging, implying a clear request. "Do you want me to name you?" Lu Ming tentatively conversed, only to discover the Strix larva possessed considerable intelligence. Comprehending his words entirely, and promptly bowed its head in submission. Increasingly pleased, Lu Ming clicked on the 3 question marks within the title panel. Prompt: Tyrant Strix larva has not received a name from its master. Would you like to name it now? Yes. Prompt: please provide a name. Tyrant. Prompt: please confirm again. Confirm. Prompt: Tyrant Strix larva. Tyrant naming successful. Chapter 70. An unexpected turn of events upon receiving its name from Lu Ming. The Strix larva swiftly darted around him, its elongated body gliding across the floor, leaving deep grooves in its wake. Lu Ming's expression turned complex at the sight. He even mused that if the floor were made of steel, it would surely produce sparks. But this was merely a larva, albeit one of royal lineage and an anomaly, yet it was only sea level, not even reaching B. Such destructive power rendered the already unfathomable A-class and S-class even more enigmatic. Could it be that A-class represents interdimensional species or ultimate life forms, and S-class the ancient rulers? Otherwise, how could the previous 66,665 batches of transmuters have met their demise in this world? What exactly is this so-called Galaxy Star System 618? Just as Lu Ming's thoughts wandered, a sudden sharp pain shot through his calf. Reacting instinctively, he straightened his right leg, glancing down to find the Tyrant Strix larva affectionately nuzzling against his calf. The pressure was at least 10 times greater than when it had nudged his hand, with every touch feeling like being scraped by a steel wool pad. Oh no. This is unbearable. Such affectionate interaction is beyond my current physical capacity. Tyrant? Lu Ming called out its name. Indeed, regardless of species, being addressed with a serious tone commands a reflexive posture of attentiveness. The Tyrant straightened its body, gazing up at its master, resembling a loyal servant standing at attention. Lu Ming bent down to pat its head, sighing, "I appreciate your affectionate gestures, but the physical differences between our species are substantial. Your steel exoskeleton is something I cannot currently withstand, so please stop." The Tyrant tilted its head, its antennae performing a couple of stretching motions, seemingly not grasping his meaning. Lu Ming, disinterested in further explanation, pointed toward the corner of the living room, getting straight to the point. "Go. Pupate." This time, it understood, momentarily stunned, as if it had forgotten it needed to evolve. Seeing it eagerly rush to the corner, pressing its body against the wall to form a protective membrane from its bodily fluids, Lu Ming remained silently observant. Internally, he prayed that this creature wouldn't exhibit the traits of a silly dog, or else he would have to consider an opportunity to eliminate it as a precaution. Shifting his gaze back to his calf, Lu Ming felt a sense of helplessness. Following the destruction of his formal shoes, his pants had also succumbed to the same fate. Looking at the floor, now resembling a track of wheel ruts, Lu Ming internally lamented the onset of disarray. The signs of chaos had begun to manifest in the future. Well, it is what it is. After all, this apartment is a gift from nature. Regarding clothing, with ample biological equipment materials available, it was due for a change anyway. Plus, the Tyrant had only recently emerged. It deserved a chance. If, after evolving, it truly exhibited silly dog traits, then he would have to bid it farewell. After all, while other worlds might permit such a pet, in this apocalypse, he could not allow any uncertainties to disrupt his path. Looking back at the Tyrant, a massive black chrysalis, 0.5 meter in diameter and 2 meters tall. had already formed. Lu Ming focused intently, silently reading the identification. Tyrant Strix chrysalis, sea level weak, category, mutated royal insect chrysalis description. The chrysalis form of a sea level mutated Strix evolved through the consumption of vast amounts of energy. Completing the pupation process, it will evolve into a sea level elite Tyrant Strix. Currently, it possesses no skills or offensive capabilities. Its body is exceedingly fragile, and due to the bond with its master, it is viewed as a traitor by other insects and will not garner protection from any larvae. Characteristics: none. Weakness: mortal injury leads to death. Chrysalis progress: 0-10 hours, 10 hours. Checking the time. It was already 10:32 p.m. By 8:32 a.m. tomorrow, the evolution would be complete, perfectly timed. Now, with the night deepening, it was time to rest. Xiaoxue, are you going to take a shower? Lu Ming asked. Wanting to stretch his limbs, Xiaoxue immediately jumped off the bed, approached Lu Ming, and took his hand, indicating for him to lead the way. Lu Ming, taken aback, clarified, that's not what I meant. I meant for you to go first. And then I'll follow. Xiaoxue released Lu Ming's hand and quickly walked into the bathroom. Lu Ming thought she understood his meaning and was about to express his praise. Disinclined to linger, Xiaoxue peeked her head out of the bathroom after merely 2 seconds, her eyes blinking in an urging manner, as if to convey, shall I go first? When will you follow? I have set off. Why do you hesitate? Lu Ming rubbed his forehead. 40 minutes later, clad in a buttoned pajama, Lu Ming lay beneath the covers, his left hand resting on his forehead, a flush creeping onto his cheeks. His mind still haunted by lingering images. To his utter astonishment, he ultimately found himself entering the bathroom alongside Xiaoxue. It was not so much a shared bath as it was an act of mutual assistance. While Xiaoxue washed, he donned his clothes and lent a helping hand, primarily tasked with scrubbing her back, rinsing, and drying her hair, all the while instructing her on the use of the water heater, shampoo, and body wash. With the trait of max learning instinct, Xiaoxue grasped everything with remarkable ease. When it was his turn to wash, he wrapped himself snugly in the towel that had just been elevated. Keeping his head lowered as Xiaoxue took on the role of scrubbing his back, rinsing, and drying his hair. Though he did not engage in any actual washing, an air of awkwardness enveloped the entire encounter. Despite frequently referring to her as his wife, such a title bore little weight unless she presented a more mature visage. Given Xiaoxue's current appearance, Lu Ming's upbringing as a member of the Blue Star Huaxia culture forbade any transgressions of boundaries. Nevertheless, Xiaoxue was visibly captivated by everything within the bathroom, her excitement palpable. Although she refrained from frolicking like a rambunctious child, the fluctuations in her emotions were unmistakable. It was likely that she was already anticipating the arrival of the next night. And when they finally left the bathroom, she lingered, reluctant to part, wishing to remain a moment longer. Removing his hand from his forehead, Lu Ming turned to his side, finding Xiaoxue sleeping soundly, facing him, gazing upon her serene and flawless visage. He too found a sense of tranquility wash over him. He was tempted to stroke her long hair but hesitated, fearing it might rouse her from slumber. Yet, as if sensing his presence, Xiaoxue instinctively nestled closer into his embrace. However, a sleeping individual cannot accurately find their position, and after a brief pause, Lu Ming, smiling gently, gathered her closer. Thus, he caressed her long hair, inhaling the fragrance of the shampoo, and gradually closed his eyes. Darkness enveloped him abruptly. Soon followed the weighty sound of breathing. His vision oscillated between clarity and obscurity. Someone was pursuing him. A loud crash echoed as if he had collided with something, and his perspective shifted to the ground. You little bastard. Are you still running? A wretched pup born of a mother who did not nurture you. How dare you touch my son? Son. Strike him. You must return the blows he dealt you. I stand right here. Let him dare to retaliate. The voices were indistinct, the faces blurred, as though separated by a veil. The physical clashes came in rapid succession. He felt pain yet could not awaken. I did not. He took my belongings. I merely retrieved what was mine. I did not strike him. Your belongings? What could you possibly possess? A couple of tattered garments and some cans. What does my son lack that he would require your possessions? Did you not hit him? If my son did not strike you, how could you accuse him? Take a good look at yourself. Go, son. Feel vindicated? Once vindicated, return. It is better to avoid such wretched offspring. They might carry mold. Bringing misfortune. Chapter 71. Inheriting traits that was rather harsh. Indeed, it was harsh, yet if my child were bullied, I would likely act similarly. This child, too, even in such circumstances, why does he not comport himself properly? Did he not say so? His belongings were taken from him, and he did not bully anyone. Do you believe him? A child without a mother, who has no one to guide him. How could he speak the truth? Besides, although the words spoken were harsh, they had merit. Does that child look like someone who would steal from others? The clothes on his back alone are worth thousands, and look at this child. Who knows where he came from, completely unmonitored. Upon returning, one must ensure that one's own children are wary. He may have set his sights on them. Enough of this. Let us merely observe. Why delve deeper? It is already pitiable enough. We ought to consider the child's feelings. Feelings? You are too kind. If you pity him, take him home and raise him. Mere words mean nothing. Is this not a different matter? Disperse, disperse. It would be best to consult the street office. Lingering about outside is not only pitiful but also prone to incite incidents, and one might even catch diseases. Yes, yes, that shall be our course of action. The words echoed as if heard through a copper pipe. His ears felt as though they were filled with water. Flickering vision revealed faceless figures, followed by an overwhelming sense of suffocation. Finally, just as he was on the brink of asphyxiation, Lu Ming jolted awake. He heard a crisp sound, and his nostrils instantly cleared. Air surged into his lungs like a torrent. Every cell in his body seemed to be rejuvenated by oxygen. Lu Ming gasped deeply, reveling in the exhilarating sensation of being alive once more. What on earth was happening? Raising his head, he found himself gazing at a pair of bright little feet. Propelling himself slightly upright, he looked forward to see Chushue reclining with her arms raised and chin tilted up. Sleeping between his knees, those feet must have just moments ago been resting on his face. No, on his mouth. Lu Ming. What is this? Sleeping so peacefully in the first half of the night, only to reveal her true form in the latter half. Is this her divine sleep posture? How many rotations must she perform to attain such a position? How many adjustments did it take for those two little toes to fit precisely into his nostrils? And as for himself, could he truly be so exhausted that he remained in slumber, unable to awaken in such a predicament? The physique of a high-level hunting warrior is merely for show. Is it? He brought Chushue's little feet to his nose and inhaled. This was not the scent of a biochemical weapon. Rather, it bore a resemblance to the aroma of eggshells. Could it be that this scent possessed an intoxicating quality? He inhaled again. Indeed, it seemed so. Somewhat addictive. He could not pursue this further. Beyond lay the abyss. Gently, he gathered Chushue into his arms and returned her to his side, gazing upon her exquisitely delicate face. Illuminated by the specialized crystal lamp, she appeared as serene and beautiful as ever, as if the previous sleep posture had been a mere figment of his imagination. It even led him to briefly wonder if he had inadvertently kicked her. He tucked a wayward strand of hair behind Chushue's ear and covered her with the blanket once more before lying back down. The earlier dream remained vivid, eliciting a smile from him. It had been nearly 10 years since he had been troubled by such memories, and today marked a rare exception. Perhaps it was the recollection stirred by Chushue's longing for his company, or perhaps the myriad experiences of the past 2 days had left his thoughts in disarray. Regardless, being able to recall the trials of his youth could hardly be deemed excessive to label as childhood trauma. What wrongs had not been his own but rather those imposed by the world? He, too, had entertained such naive notions. However, as he spent time with the old man, and following the old man as passing, as he learned to navigate life independently, he suddenly found those experiences trivial. Everyone was striving to live with vigor, feigning politeness, sacrificing dignity, forever wearing a mask inscribed with the words for parents, for family, for children, for appearances, which read as for survival. That very mask, which he wore upon his face, had all but drowned out his true self. It was precisely because he had seen through these facades, having traversed the shadows, that he chose to embrace a limited form of selfishness while maintaining his principles. Simply put, it allowed him to treat himself with a modicum of kindness. With these thoughts, Lu Ming chuckled self-deprecatingly. A man awakened in the dead of night often finds his thoughts flowing freely, capable of generating numerous ideas, a shred of life philosophy, a self-composed melody, a brilliant maneuver, or a tenfold successful draw of lifespan cards. At present, he leaned toward the first option, perhaps a tad melodramatic. His thoughts grew clearer, the drowsiness dissipating entirely. Glancing at the time, he noted it was already 4 a.m., leaving 3 hours until the morning of the third day. 3 hours spent in idle contemplation would be a tremendous waste. With his pants and shoes in tatters, he could instead prepare his biological equipment in advance. Opening his spatial pouch, he retrieved the Owl King shell and accessed the information panel. Owl King shell, E-Class Royal Material, Category, Royal Variant Material Description. The chest shell of a quasi-owl after elevation, possessing hardness and resistance equivalent to that of mithril, suitable for the crafting of specialized biological armor. Usage requirements. Intermediate garment mastery or above. Garment mastery? Has the function shifted? I had thought all such tasks were confined within forging mastery. Fortunately, I had acquired garment mastery early on. Opening the information panel, he clicked on Intermediate Garment Mastery, initiating the ultimate upgrade. Notification. To upgrade Intermediate Garment Mastery, 50 specialized crystals are required. Confirm to expend 50 specialized crystals to elevate Intermediate Garment Mastery to Advanced Garment Mastery. Confirm. Whoosh. The gray lettering of Intermediate Garment Mastery gradually dissolved, while blue lettering of Advanced Garment Mastery slowly emerged. Advanced Garment Mastery. C-Class. Category. Mastered Skill Description. Mastery of the crafting techniques for protective gear made from variant organisms. Now certified at an advanced level, the ability to craft alloy-grade armor is officially attained. Usage. Recite to activate garment functions, opening the armor crafting interface. Upon placing variant biological materials, armor recipes will automatically appear. Identifying armor based on the type of primary materials inputted. Armor crafting has a success rate, which increases with higher mastery levels. Traits. Advanced success rate for armor crafting increased by an additional 10. Traits. Advanced probability of inheriting traits from variant organisms increased by 2. Traits. Advanced probability of inheriting more than 2 traits from variant organisms increased by an additional 0.2. After reviewing the attributes, Lu Ming felt exceedingly satisfied. Biological weapons inherit the skills of variant organisms, while biological armor inherits their traits. The two skill sets complemented each other perfectly, with clear delineation of roles, an epitome of rationality. And the ferocious Owl King left a lasting impression on him. Till this day, its information remained vivid. It possessed a total of 3 traits. First, the hunting instinct of growing ever stronger through combat. Harvest of Carnage. Second, the ability to rapidly regenerate even if torn asunder, as long as it had not truly perished. Advanced regeneration. Even in the face of true death, one can unleash a final attack of vengeful slaughter. Such an extravagant description certainly indicates that these traits cannot be directed at the human body. It is utterly ludicrous to suggest that by donning armor, one could implant 3 cores within oneself, thereby enabling rapid regeneration in a shattered state, is it not? How absurd would that be? Thus, he boldly speculates that the so-called inheritance of traits actually pertains to the armor itself. For instance, the relentless drive of the slaughter harvest would absorb the battle intent through the armor, thereby enhancing the physical constitution of the wearer. To put it plainly, the biological equipment grants you a buff. The advanced regeneration that allows for rapid recovery from dismemberment is, in fact, the armor's ability to swiftly repair itself after sustaining damage, without entering a state of battle loss. Meanwhile, vengeful slaughter represents the final burst of energy unleashed when the equipment is genuinely destroyed. Chapter 72. Biological armor excitement courses through him. Without delay, he initiates the garment-making function. In his mind, he intones a familiar interface unfolds before him. Lu Ming. Is there no line to be drawn? Can it be any more perfunctory? You won't even replace the mechanical forging furnace in the middle? At the very least, a sewing machine would be understandable. With a stoic expression, he tosses in the Owl King shell, and the interface promptly scans. Notification. Garment-making function scan complete. Primary material identified as armor. Recipe pairing successful. Please select a crafting recipe. With a rustling sound, a list of crafting recipes cascades down from the left side of the interface. Owl King helmet, Owl King armor, Owl King gauntlets, Owl King boots, merely a selection of parts. There is no differentiation in type. Judging by the circumstances, the quantity of materials required should not be as extensive as those for weapons. He selects the armor first. Unless specified otherwise, the trousers are undoubtedly included within the armor. Unfortunately, without the ability to create the item, he cannot preview its design. Selecting Owl King armor. Notification. Crafting Owl King armor requires 5 units of primary material Owl King shell, 1 unit of auxiliary material Owl King blade, and 300 specialization crystals. Having already endured the pricing ordeal of the Owl King blade, Lu Ming finds the material requirements for the Owl King armor to be quite reasonable. More importantly, he has precisely 4 Owl King blades left in his bag, just enough to forge a complete set of biological armor. He swiftly tosses in the remaining 4 pieces of Owl King shell and 1 Owl King blade into the primary and auxiliary material slots. The mechanical forging furnace pulses with energy, emitting a bright response. Enhancement. Sufficient primary and auxiliary materials for Owl King armor, Current crafting success rate 80, base 70. Advanced Tailor bonus 10. Trait inheritance probability 7, base 5. Advanced Tailor bonus 2 can be further enhanced by adding foreign blood. Probability of inheriting 2 or more traits is 0.7, base 0.5. Advanced Tailor bonus 0.2 can be further enhanced by adding foreign blood. Notification. Amplification materials have not yet been added. Would you like to proceed with crafting in this state? Of course, he must add them. Not only must he add them, but he also intends to elevate the endeavor. He first tosses in a vial of E-Class Royal Blood from the Quasi-Owl. The notification. Adding 200 milliliters of E-Class Royal Foreign Blood. Success rate for crafting mithril-grade armor increased by 60, current success rate 140. Notification. Trait inheritance probability increased by 20, current probability 27. Notification. Probability of inheriting 2 or more traits increased by 10. Current inheritance probability 10.7. With this, the enhancement data from the E-Class Royal Foreign Blood is crystal clear. Furthermore, up to 4 vials of this amplification foreign blood can be added at once. The success rate is assured to be 100%, with trait inheritance potentially stacking up to 87, and the probability of inheriting 2 or more traits standing at 40.7. While the odds appear immensely favorable, in the presence of misfortune, even a 1 failure rate could befall him. However, that is of little concern. His spatial bag holds enough shells and blades from the Scythe Owl to allow for 20 more enhancements, 1 from the Kongbao factory and 19 from the 5th floor of the marketplace. Along with 20 vials of ordinary foreign blood suitable for enhancement. He has saved these for this very moment. Retrieving the E-Class Royal Blood from the amplification materials slot, as it is, after all, a precious original embryo that can be enhanced to a higher level. He then produces 20 vials of ordinary foreign blood and selects batch enhancement to the second tier. Notification. Batch enhancement of 20 vials of 200 milliliters ordinary foreign blood, E-Class, requires 2,000 specialization crystals. Confirm consumption of 2,000 specialization crystals to enhance 200 milliliters of ordinary foreign blood, E-Class, to 200 milliliters of E-Class Royal Foreign Blood. Confirmed. With a flash, the E-Class Ordinary Foreign Blood disintegrates, and the E-Class Royal Blood is reconstituted. Lu Ming, without hesitation, inputs 4 vials of E-Class Royal Foreign Blood and confirms the crafting buzz. The forging furnace whirs to life, brilliant light shifting as a dazzling purple glow erupts, accompanied by a cascade of program notifications. Advanced Forging, congratulations, you have crafted dual trait Owl King armor. Dual traits? As he retrieves the successfully forged item, Lu Ming finds himself momentarily dazed. What he holds is not fabric but a diamond-shaped crystal measuring 5 centimeters in length and 3 centimeters in width. The base of the crystal is smooth, while the tip is 3-dimensional. Much like the Owl King blade, the crystal is etched with several azure cracks, energy swirling within, emanating a rich vitality. Armor? He immediately checks the information. Owl King armor, mithril grade, category, E-Class King level biological armor description. No measurement required, expands upon skin contact, perfectly adapting to any physique, crafted by an advanced tailor, integrated with biological engineering from the Galan Star System. This new type of armor is designed for specialized warriors to harness foreign energies, capable of disguising itself as desired everyday attire for convenience. Inherited traits. Slaughter Harvest, Advanced Regeneration, Armed Synergy, Armor Resonance, Specialized Biological Energy, 500 Foreign Biological Activity, 12000, 12000. Wait a moment. Armed Synergy, Armor Resonance. When all 4 pieces of the same biological armor are worn, it can awaken the armor resonance, activating the biological armed armor, allowing all armor pieces to share inherited traits. Biological Energy and Foreign Biological Activity. Wow. This seems rather impressive. Adapting to the skin, gingerly, Lu Ming removes his sleepwear and presses the diamond crystal against his chest. With a series of whirring sounds, countless black fibers surge over his body like a tidal wave. And within merely 5 seconds, a perfectly fitted black battle suit is formed. It is snug, comfortable, and feels almost non-existent. Most importantly, he can sense the warmth radiating from the battle suit. Alive. Chapter 73. Armed Synergy. Armor Resonance. How to describe it? If one were to consider it a living entity, it does seem somewhat peculiar. For instance, one might ponder the structure of the area around the groin. Amidst his contemplations, the black tidal fibers continue their ascent, enveloping Lu Ming's neck, creeping up to his mouth and nose, finally resting at the bridge of his nose, covering his face, truly achieving the level of being armed to the nape of the neck. He tentatively attempts to breathe, experiencing no obstruction whatsoever. In fact, the air feels remarkably fresher as he inhales, filtering, At this moment, the sound of the black tide surging around his ears finally ceases. Then, he observes an array of azure blue energy patterns emerging across the entirety of the Owl King armor. They are meticulously etched onto the surface of the suit, harmonizing with the diamond crystal at the chest, exuding a sense of futuristic technological aesthetic, as for the ability to autonomously transform and disguise itself as everyday attire. He will address that once he completes the entire set of armor. With this thought in mind, Lu Ming redirects his attention back to the forging garment interface. Familiar with the process, he expands the recipe list and selects the Owl King gauntlets. A notification: crafting Owl King gauntlets requires 3 units of primary material Owl King shell, 1 unit of auxiliary material Owl King blade, and 200 specialization crystals. The material requirements are significantly less than that of the armor. Lu Ming places all primary and auxiliary materials in at once, along with 4 vials of E-Class Royal Foreign Blood, and confirms the crafting. Advanced forging. Congratulations, you have crafted dual-trait Owl King gauntlets. Another advanced forging with dual-trait inheritance. With a probability of 40.7, it is neither particularly favorable nor unfavorable. He merely hopes that this time, one of the dual traits will be vengeful slaughter. After all, once the entire Owl King armor set is donned, it will trigger armed synergy. Regardless of skills, specialized biological energy, or foreign biological activity, everything will be shared collectively. Retrieving the successfully crafted gauntlets, this time he receives 2 diamond-shaped crystals measuring 2 centimeters in length and 1 centimeter in width. Identical to those of the armor. Assessing them, he finds Owl King gauntlets, mithril grade, category, E-Class King level biological armor description. No measurement required, expands upon skin contact, perfectly adapting to any hand shape. Crafted by an advanced tailor, integrated with biological engineering from the Galan Star System, this new type of gauntlet is designed for specialized warriors to harness foreign energies, capable of disguising itself as desired everyday attire for convenience. Inherited traits: advanced regeneration, vengeful slaughter, armed synergy, armor resonance, specialized biological energy, 300 foreign biological activity, 9,000 excellent, vengeful slaughter is secured. As for the remaining helmet and boots, he merely needs to add a vial of ordinary foreign blood to ensure a 100% success rate. Without rushing to equip them, Lu Ming continues with the armor crafting. Notice: crafting the Owl King battle boots requires 3 Owl King shells, 1 Owl King blade, and 200 specialized crystals. Notice: crafting the Owl King helmet requires 3 Owl King shells, 1 Owl King blade, and 200 specialized crystals. Successfully crafted the Owl King battle boots. Successfully crafted the Owl King helmet. The reality of the mortal realm is stark. When it comes to equipment probabilities, one either marries strength with blood or gambles on luck, ceasing the infusion of the royal hybrid blood. The crafting interface offers no courtesy, merely discarding 2 blank items without hesitation. The attributes of the 2 pieces of armor bear little significance. Aside from minor terminological differences in their descriptions, all other data aligns perfectly with the gauntlets. At this moment, 3 pieces of equipment and 5 diamond crystals lie within Lu Ming's grasp. 2 of the crystals for the gauntlets have been previously discussed, thus require no further elaboration. The 2 for the boots measure 3 centimeters in length and 1 centimeter in width. The helmet, however, presents an intriguing aspect, being no larger than a fingernail, exuding an air of delicacy. He affixes the 2 gauntlet crystals to the backs of his hands, as the 2 fully enclosed gloves, identical in texture to his battle attire, expand and merge with the armor. The boots are adhered to the side of his ankles, forming a pair of black battle boots that encapsulate his feet, seamlessly connecting to the lower garments. For the final helmet, Lu Ming activates the self-mirror feature in his character information. After some contemplation, he decides to place it on his forehead. Initially, it was merely a casual choice to observe the unfolding effect. Yet placing it on the forehead also embodies a certain romanticism inherent to men. Unexpectedly, as the crystal nears his skin, it transforms into an intangible form. There is neither a dark tide spreading nor a helmet materializing. It seems to have vanished entirely. What is happening? Just as confusion sets in, a surge of information penetrates his consciousness, causing Lu Ming to pause momentarily before a look of realization dawns upon him. For aesthetic reasons, the helmet has been designed to remain hidden by default. As for its defensive capabilities, the armor autonomously senses threats and attacks. The wearer may also activate the defensive mode manually, providing seamless protection at all times. To put it plainly, it is akin to the difference between automatic and manual driving. Let's start with manual for now. Armor defense activated. He silently intones, and the runes across his body shimmer with brilliance. A shield of azure energy, reminiscent of a biological force field, unfurls from head to toe in a sweeping motion, only to vanish moments later. Lu Ming attempts to touch his chest with a finger, yet finds the previously vanished energy shield suddenly materializing at the tip of his finger, resisting any force he exerts, as if it were impenetrable. Even when he increases his strength to strike, the energy shield remains undisturbed, producing not a single ripple. Remarkable. He is exceedingly satisfied with this level of defense. Disengaging the defense, he transitions to the armor's autonomous sensing mode, causing the energy shield to dissipate. The energy runes of the Owl King battle armor shift from an active state to one of stillness. At this point, Lu Ming has grasped the essence of the defensive mechanism. What remains is merely toggling between two states, one for armed resonance and the other for armor disguise. Transforming into everyday attire. If one were to inquire which to test first, the answer is undoubtedly the armor resonance. Armed resonance. He silently commands, and the armor responds. The energy runes, which had only moments ago been still, now surge forth with a frenetic energy. Lu Ming's expression falters as he instantly perceives a formidable power pouring into his form. Ding 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 ding, clang 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 clang, sizzle 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 sizzle. A cacophony of rapid and crisp mechanical sounds abruptly fills the air. Mechanical components begin to autonomously assemble upon Lu Ming's body. In a mere 10 seconds, an exquisite mechanical battle armor envelopes him. The deep blue metallic finish, the scythe-like owl element helmet, and the streamlined tactical armor all harmonize beautifully with the original design principles of League of Legends skins. Feeling the surging energy within, Lu Ming's eyes gleam with uncontainable excitement as he unmistakably senses an overwhelming increase in the armor's defensive thickness. Undoubtedly, this is intrinsically linked to the shared biological vitality. Appraisal. With this thought in mind, Lu Ming directs his finger towards the armor's information. Armed Resonance Owl, Mithril Grade, Category, E-Class Royal Biological Armament Description. The Owl King battle armor unleashes resonance, entering a battle-ready posture that significantly enhances its defensive capabilities. Inherited traits: Resonance, Slaughter Harvest, Advanced Regeneration, Vengeful Killing, Specialized Biological Energy, 1400 Hybrid Biological Vitality, 39,000. Chapter 74. Sees the core area. There is little left to comment upon. Although there are no comparative references for armor, the figure of 39,000 in biological vitality is reassuring in any context. The key point is that this armor even comes equipped with weapons. Why did he mention needing the Owl King blade for crafting armor? It turns out there is a hidden agenda. With a flash of thought, Lu Ming glances at the outer side of his arm, and a blade, shimmering with particle effects, swiftly emerges. Given its quality and sharpness, it is undoubtedly a mithril-grade weapon. Concealed in such a treacherous manner, it is clearly not intended for honorable duels. Just imagine, during a fencing match, if one were to suddenly sprout such a weapon, the opponent would likely be dispatched on the spot. Reflecting on the combat scenario, Lu Ming cannot help but marvel, exclaiming, "Truly, this is a biological battle armor." Terrifyingly formidable, disengaging the armed resonance, the armor returns to its original snug form amid a symphony of mechanical disassembly. To be honest, if one were to disregard appearance, this state of the battle attire is undoubtedly the most comfortable. Regrettably, he still prefers to maintain a semblance of dignity. Armor disguise. He silently intones the command, and the armor's surface begins to shift and ripple as if awaiting Lu Ming's conscious direction. After some deliberation, he concludes that one should maintain a gentlemanly demeanor. Thus, he selects a black tactical coat with a hood, complemented by black tactical trousers and punk-style boots. The Owl King battle armor transforms in accordance with Lu Ming's will. However, upon seeing the outcome, Lu Ming feels that the armor possesses a superior understanding of style compared to him. At the very least, the disguise transformation appears significantly refined, akin to the difference between 1080p and 4K. Meanwhile, the inner lining of the upper garment retains the snug nature of the battle armor. The diamond crystals emanate a constant glow, the energy runes meander slowly, and the black mask covering his face adds an air of intrigue. All in all, there is nothing to critique. Surveying his reflection from various angles, it is evident that after several rounds of evolution, he has undergone a remarkable transformation, now exuding an aura of mystery. The only concern is that this departure from a rugged aesthetic towards a more suave style may hinder his ability to wield heavy blades, making him appear more suited to wielding a tang dao than a broadsword. Ah, the tang dao. Perhaps it would be wise to wait until the ancient royal blade manifests before making any decisions. What if the ancient royal blade turns out to be a competent weapon? Ha! Perhaps due to the satisfaction following his exhilaration, a wave of drowsiness suddenly washes over him, accompanied by a yawn. Glancing at the time, he realizes it is already 5 in the morning. 5 o'clock, a rather awkward hour. Should he sleep? It seems he wouldn't be able to rest long, and there is a risk of puffy eyes if he refrains from sleeping. He is left with 2 hours of uncertainty about what to do. He fears that advancing his level might create too much noise and provoke unforeseen consequences. Checking the chat bar, he suspects that even the night owls have long since departed. Casting a glance at Chu Shui, who is soundly asleep, he notes that the commotion from his armor resonance was far from subtle. Yet, she appears utterly unfazed. Is it possible that, as a nascent deity, she possesses an overconfidence in her awareness of danger? With a resigned sigh, Lu Ming conveys his thoughts, causing the Owl King battle armor to disguise itself as sleepwear before slipping into bed. Drowsily, he succumbs to the realm of dreams, this time, not haunted by childhood shadows, but rather indulging in a fantasy where he sits upon a throne, revered by all. Upon awakening, the insistent knocking of the accursed alarm clock reverberates throughout the room, jolting Lu Ming from his slumber. Just as he is about to unleash a tirade of expletives, he finds that the first sight to greet his newly focused eyes is none other than Chu Shui's flawless, porcelain-like face. And the snowy tips of her hair, which she is attempting to poke into his nostrils. He chuckles. Last night, she had used her toes. This morning, she is employing her hair. Is she conducting a nucleic acid test? Indeed, this little girl is currently perched atop his chest, plotting some mischief. Realizing her ruse has been discovered, Chu Shui freezes in place, her gaze evasive, refusing to meet his eyes, as if convinced that if she does not look at him, he cannot see her. The exclusive blindfold thief of the apocalypse. Lu Ming purses his lips. She is undeniably adorable. Were it any other day, he would let it slide, but today, he cannot resist teasing her. He reaches out to grasp her waist, fingers dancing as he pinches her gently. Chu Shui cannot contain herself, collapsing into a fit of laughter, her arms wrapping around his neck as she giggles like silver bells. Lu Ming, however, does not take the teasing too far, opting for a light reprimand instead. No, merely a slight punishment will suffice. Little did he know that after Chu Shui had her fill of laughter, she leaned in and planted a kiss on his cheek, her eyes sparkling with mirth as she greeted him with a soft good morning. Her voice, ethereal and distant, carries an enchanting quality, as if it directly enters his consciousness, soft and delightful. Lu Ming leaps upright, steadying her as he exclaims in surprise, "You can talk now?" Chu Shui shakes her head, a smile gracing her lips. Lu Ming furrows his brow, reflecting on the moment. It appears that Chu Shui indeed did not open her mouth. Did he mishear? After a few seconds of silence, he pinches his temples, feeling a slight throbbing in his head. Perhaps he truly did misinterpret. Rubbing Chu Shui's head, he chooses not to dwell on such trivialities. It is only a matter of time before she speaks. Today's mission is to seize the core area. Chapter 75. Hybrid overrun with a clear objective in mind. The next step is preparation. Observing Chu Shui in her cartoonish pajamas, Lu Ming cannot help but recall the white dress from yesterday. It had gone unnoticed until he removed it, only to discover 6 rips on the back. Even if it weren't torn, it would no longer fit due to her growth in stature and physique. New attire is needed. Assessing Chu Shui's current appearance, Lu Ming has arrived at a decision. For her outfit, a meticulously crafted blue and white Lolita dress, paired with white knee-high socks and lantern pants, complemented by round-toed flats. The entire ensemble, once infused with various characteristics, will consume a total of 40 specialized crystals. In terms of everyday attire, the price is not particularly cheap. However, as long as it ensures that Chu Shui feels comfortable, he would be willing to pay not just 40, but even 400, handing the garments to Chu Shui in the order they should be worn. Lu Ming turned around with utmost propriety after informing her of the change. As a gentleman, such composure is a requisite, and it is certainly not due to the standing dressing mirror across from the bed that reflects the scene behind him. Oh, you inquire about the blackout curtains? They offer one-way light blockage. Dust on the mirror? He saw no dust. His gaze was solely fixed on Chu Shui as she discarded her nightgown and donned her new attire piece by piece. "Xiao Shui, I'm going to wash my face. I'll come help you with your hair shortly." With his eyes cast down, Lu Ming rose and made his way to the bathroom. He took out a bottle of purified water to wash his face. Gazing at his reflection, Lu Ming found himself somewhat inclined to trust the old sayings of the elders in Huaxia. Indeed, mirrors should not face the bed. Just moments ago, he had experienced a sudden increase in heart rate and a flush to his cheeks. Had it not been for the pressing matter that required his departure, he might have found himself in a predicament. calming his emotions and retrieving the multifunctional water heater, Lu Ming stepped out of the bathroom with a serious demeanor. As he exited, a refreshing breeze brushed past him, only to dissipate in an instant. He cast his gaze toward the living room windowsill, where a striking blue and white silhouette caught his eye. Her snow-white hair cascaded like a curtain, graceful and elegant, harmonizing with the gentle morning sun, evoking an indescribable beauty. Xiaoxue. His eyes sparkled as Lu Ming called out with a soft chuckle, pleasantly surprised that she had autonomously opened the window. Well, after all, as a dignified D-class deity, what could she possibly fear in this suburban realm designated for younglings? Xiaoxue turned at the sound of his voice, approached in a few steps, and pointed at the blue satin ribbon adorning her elbow. In a moment of clarity, Lu Ming couldn't help but chuckle. That was a decorative feature of the Lolita outfit, designed both to cinch the waist and serve as an embellishment. Not only on the arms but also at the chest, waist, hem, neckline, and even the back. All it required was to tie a bow. Having completed all the necessary adjustments for her, Lu Ming began indulging in his favorite task, arranging her hair. Xiaoxue's hair was not only of exceptional quality but also impressively voluminous, cascading down to her waist like soft cotton. If all that flowing hair were to be tied into a ponytail, it would seem out of place. Therefore, he decided to maintain her loose hair, enhancing it with 2 strands of blue and white satin ribbons that complemented her outfit, elegantly tying them into 2 slender ponytails on either side. This way, her voluminous hair appeared less overwhelming, and the twin ponytails did not seem jarring, truly a work of perfection. Observing his masterpiece with his arms crossed, Lu Ming felt an overwhelming sense of accomplishment. Ding ding ding. Just as he was relishing this tranquil morning, a notification of a video file suddenly chimed in the chat bar. Had he been engaged in slaying aberrations, he would have certainly overlooked the video file. However, as he had yet to proceed to the next step, his curiosity was piqued to see what transpired in the area. He opened the chat bar and switched to the regional channel. Zhu Rongli, Uncle Chin, how long until you arrive? No sense of urgency. But everyone in the western suburbs has gathered. Feng Pong. We are currently en route to the western suburbs. Our pace is a bit slow, but we expect to arrive before nightfall. Zhu Rongli. Thank you. Please be cautious, especially of the mature larvae. I just saw this video file on the national channel. It should be from yesterday afternoon. Mature larvae? Lu Ming clicked on the video. The angle of the footage was still from an overhead view. But this time the cameraman appeared to be on a lower floor, no higher than the 4th story, capturing the street with remarkable clarity. Outside the street, dozens of Huaxia citizens were sprinting, each armed with legitimate weapons, desperately trying to break through. Whether they had mistakenly wandered into an area containing a level 3 supply box was unclear, but the street was teeming with countless swarms of juvenile ants. The juvenile ants were a milky white, their exoskeletons still soft, measuring about half a meter in length, resembling the larvae of a sickle weevil. The citizens attempting to break free wielded their weapons, slashing and smashing, able to momentarily push the juvenile ants back. It seemed their specialization level was not low. Unfortunately, the street was far too congested, with juvenile ants nearly stacked upon one another along the roadside. Finding a sanctuary to evade the ant swarm was becoming increasingly improbable. They could only find a way to exit the area as swiftly as possible. Just then, an enormous flash of fire erupted just outside the camera's view. The cameraman sensed the anomaly and quickly turned the focus toward the source of the blaze. There, a crimson giant ant, approximately 1 meter tall and 3 to 4 meters long, was locked in fierce combat with 2 men from Huaxia, enveloped in a blue energy aura, awakening power. The Force, a junior hunting warrior. In an instant, Lu Ming discerned their levels with precision. This was his first time viewing a confrontation between a junior hunting warrior and an E-class elite from a third-person perspective point. One of the men wielded a steel katana, utilizing the wall's reflection to launch a slashing strike aimed at the head of the crimson giant ant. Metal clashed, sparks flew from the blade, embedding itself half an inch into the giant ant's head. However, such a minor wound was hardly a scratch to the giant ant, which only served to enrage it further. It reared back, its forelimbs swinging down with tremendous force toward the ground. The man attacking its head was forced back by the tremendous impact. Turning to shout, "Now's our chance." Suddenly, the other man charged from behind the giant ant, both arms wielding his blade, striking down fiercely at the giant ant's waist from an elevated position. In that moment, he displayed the joy of survival, as if he were certain that this strike would surely vanquish the crimson giant ant. Had Lu Ming not been observing the video from an omniscient perspective, he too would have believed in the high probability of this attack succeeding. However, the blade was destined to miss its intended target. For in the frame, a giant ant, larger by half than the crimson giant ant, with a faint blue aura emanating from its rear, came bursting in from a distance. It clamped down on the man's head with precision. Crack! The head shattered, the headless corpse plummeting to the ground. Countless juvenile ants rushed to devour the remains, dismembering the man's body in an instant. The other man, who had wounded the crimson giant ant, stood frozen in shock, staring at the giant ant with a pale blue tail. His face contorted with fear and disbelief. Yet he quickly snapped back to reality, preparing to abandon the fight and escape up the building. Little did he know, the crimson giant ant raised its tail high, locking onto his escape route, unleashing a torrent of flames. The man's reflexes were swift. He quickly used his momentum to evade the fiery blast. His evasion was flawless. He was not hit by the flames. However, in the next moment, he was intercepted by a crimson-blue figure. Indeed, from the moment the crimson giant ant lifted its tail, it had no intention of allowing the flames to strike the man. Its sole purpose was to seal off the man's escape route, creating an opportunity for the crimson-blue giant ant to attack. Thus, it executed a brilliantly coordinated ambush against the human most skilled at hunting. In the video, the man displayed a profound sense of unwillingness and regret in his final moments. His severed upper and lower halves fell toward the ground, only to be caught in the jaws of the original crimson giant ant. Like a hippopotamus crushing a watermelon, it effortlessly devoured him. An infusion of energy surged into the crimson giant ant's body, causing it to grow in size instantly. A faint blue glow emerged at its tail. The camera shifted back to the dozens of Huaxia citizens attempting to break through. At this moment, there was no sign of them. Only countless remnants of juvenile ants, trampled into the ground, remained, alongside the crimson-blue giant ant, which was now feasting on heaps of juvenile ants, continuously wiping its mouthparts. Chapter 76. Breakthrough, Ultimate Hunting Warrior. The camera slowly panned back from the street. The curtain seems closing once more, even though she had tried her utmost to stifle her sobs. The cameraman's whimpers were recorded in the video. It was a girl. She did not call for help nor express any hope, but rather emitted a mournful wail filled with terror, imparting despair to all who viewed the footage. This completely extinguished the sense of relaxation Lu Ming had derived from his time with Chuxue. Indeed, this was the true apocalyptic scene. This was the combat scenario that ordinary people faced against aberrations. Lacking the ability to deliver instant kills, unable to inflict significant damage, and even constrained by their weaponry, they could only manage to cause minor breaches in armor. They could not thwart the skills of the mature insects. Nor could they impede their offensive. The creatures could even execute skills and attacks with impeccable timing and coordination. He believed that those two junior hunting warriors had exerted their utmost effort and had a reasonable chance of slaying the crimson giant ant. Yet, the outcome revealed that variables had triumphed over the script. Their deaths were not just tragic, but also served to nourish the giant ant's growth, propelling it toward a stronger stage of evolution. Juveniles, the greatest favor the world bestowed upon the transmuters. Likewise, they were the greatest deception afforded to the transmuters. Mature forms, mutated mature forms, sovereign-level mature forms. None of them were simple foes. The only reason he could easily hunt was due to a fortunate accumulation of advantages. Without ultimate sublimation, how would he differ from them? Since he had acquired this advantage, he must ensure its eternal maintenance. Above E-class lies D-class, and above D-class lies C-class. The moment he slackened, any slight change could result in catastrophic repercussions. Closing the chat bar, his gaze naturally fell upon Chuxue. Her smile faded, replaced by a look of concern. Lu Ming understood that this was due to his emotions affecting the atmosphere around them. Adjusting his mood to reveal a smile once more, he reassured her. I saw something heavy, but you needn't worry, Xiaoxue. After speaking, he reached out to ruffle Chuxue's hair and continued, however, I will be undergoing a level breakthrough. So please wait for me a moment. Chuxue nodded obediently. Lu Ming playfully tugged at her ponytail a couple of times. Noticing her spirits visibly lift, he then opened his self-information panel and reached out to trigger the specialization level. Notification. Sufficient quantity of specialized crystal and spatial pouch detected. Dio, you wish to consume 25,000 specialized crystals to elevate the specialization level to Ultimate Hunting Warrior? Yes, whoosh. Once again, the same phenomenon occurred. The same transformation. The 25,000 specialized crystals were directly dissolved and refined from the spatial pouch, transforming into 25 drops of crystalline blue liquid that penetrated into his back. Refreshing and comfortable, consciousness gradually settles. Once again, the divine perspective of internal observation manifest. He witnesses 25 droplets of liquid seeping into the spine, no longer content with merely transforming the spine. Instead, it radiates outward, centering on the spine and spreading throughout the skeletal structure, striving to leave crystalline blue mineral marks on each bone. This process is excruciatingly slow, as if meticulously sculpting exquisite work of art. Lu Ming remains as focused as ever, feeling that this mysterious transformation is exceptionally extraordinary. Unbeknownst to him, in the world outside, countless elite scythe-wielders swarm towards this apartment, akin to moths drawn to a flame due to his ascension. Upon entering a radius of 1,000 meters from the apartment, they abruptly halt mid-air. Then they split in two, and then four, their bodies dismembered and shattered, leaving not even ashes behind. Time passes second by second, as the crystalline blue marks traverse to the toe bones, and the entire skeletal structure emits a faint blue glow. Lu Ming slowly opens his eyes. The ultimate hunting warrior has successfully broken through. Who would have thought that before the joy could reach its zenith, a fierce and ferocious visage, resembling an alien creature with steel teeth, would suddenly appear before him? What the hell? Lu Ming gasps, trembling slightly. It's not that he lacks composure, truly, no matter how bold or confident one may be. When such a mouth suddenly leaps out at the moment of awakening, one would certainly tremble. However, there is a distinction between the strong and the weak. The weak would flail about in panic after trembling, while the strong would draw their weapon with resolve. The Scythe King's battle blade whips out, activating the armed synergy on the spot. Just as Lu Ming prepares to strike that mouth with a deadly blow, the original owner of that mouth abruptly retreats. No, it's more accurate to say it explosively shrinks. Simultaneously, it raises two enormous blood scythes that shimmer with particle arcs to shield itself. Its extremely sharp diamond-shaped blood pupils are filled with indignation and injury. Quivering incessantly at this moment, Lu Ming finally sees its full form. In the next second, he mutters a name. Tyrant Kha'Zix. Its black and red metallic surface, armed with scythe-like blades meant for harvesting life, is strikingly similar. Except Kha'Zix does not exhibit such cowardice. At this point, Lu Ming has completely regained his composure. Turning around, he indeed finds Chushua elegantly standing behind him, laughing. Could it be identification? Tyrant of the Scythe Monarch, C-grade, category, mutated ancient insect emperor description, having devoured 9 blood relatives of the same origin. It has acquired a bloodline of slaughter surpassing that of the ancient Scythe Monarch clan. Possesses a metallic skin that can withstand titanium-grade weaponry, a particle-cutting blade on par with titanium-grade weaponry, and energy wings for rapid high-altitude flight. Both its offensive capabilities and murderous intent, as well as its hunting skills, are exponentially amplified. Absolutely loyal to its master, never betraying unto death. Annihilates all enemies, embodying a hunter that reveres strength. Length, 3.1 m. Weight, 1 T. Skills, particle cutting, C. Quad ion cannon, C. Slaughter stab, C. Scythe storm, C. Traits, high speed flight, shadow stealth, death harvest, superior regeneration, brutal slaughter. Status, acknowledged master, Master, Lu Ming, current mutation level, C-grade ordinary, can devour energy from mutated species for advancement progress, 1000014000000. Chapter 77 Core Area, Part 1. Indeed a tyrant. However, the transformation before and after evolution is quite drastic. 3.1 m, weighing 1 ton. Are you a black hole? Lu Ming couldn't help but glance around the tyrant, pondering how this piece of land bore an undue burden. Yet, looking at the imposing figure of the tyrant, and recalling the titanium-grade shell and blade described, it seems that unless he maximizes his state and stacks buffs, a strike might only amount to a mere slap with a slipper. Author's note. Regarding the golden grade, some readers have suggested alternatives, providing plans for titanium and fine gold grades. Since there was already fine steel, titanium was chosen. This modification has been made in the previous chapter and will be used henceforth. Seeing that the tyrant is still cautiously pondering the source of his anger, Lu Ming lets out a soft sigh, retracts the Scythe King's battle blade, disarms the synergy, and waves at the tyrant. The tyrant, upon seeing this, appears as if granted amnesty. Its hands cease to tremble, and its eyes lose their grievance as it approaches with its metallic head radiating joy. Although its metallic head reveals no expression, for some reason, Lu Ming can envision a pair of starry eyes, exuding a foolishly adorable desire for a head pat. Unable to resist the sight of its expression, Lu Ming helplessly extends his hand, gently patting its forehead while soothingly saying, All right, it's my fault for scaring you, but you are now a mature Scythe Emperor. You must learn to gauge the atmosphere. Next time, do not come too close when I am asleep or undergoing an evolution. I might lose control of my hands. The tyrant squints its eyes in enjoyment of Lu Ming's head pat, softly growling in response. Yes, Lu Ming is quite fond of this obedient child. It seems that even after evolution, its loyalty remains unshaken, and the worry of it becoming a foolish dog has not manifested. As foolish dogs never know fear, having pacified the tyrant, Lu Ming opens his information panel to check the time. 8:45 a.m. The advancement from Advanced Hunting Warrior to Ultimate Hunting Warrior took a full hour. Fortunately, the results are astonishing. Based on the power he feels, he is already over 3 times that of an Advanced Hunting Warrior, equivalent to 10 times that of an Intermediate Hunting Warrior, and 30 times that of a Beginner Hunting Warrior. After clicking on the specialization level of the Ultimate Hunting Warrior, a description of the information pops up. Ultimate Hunting Warrior. Entering the D-grade tier, under the condition of matched weaponry and ample battle experience. Capable of slaying E-grade monarchs and contending against D-grade elites, representing the pinnacle among hunting warriors. Consuming specialized crystallization can elevate one to the rank of Beginner Doomsday Battle King. Advancement progress, 38,497 60,000, D-grade gate. Capable of slaying E-grade monarchs, contending against D-grade elites. The vocabulary used varies in descriptive essence, and the effects displayed differ. Slay denotes certain kill potential, while contend merely implies the ability to oppose, without guaranteeing an upper hand. As for slaying D-grade elite mutated species, unless one possesses various amplification methods like himself, and fully equipped with armor and protection, it seems unlikely anyone could achieve it. Furthermore, from this information, it can be deduced that D-grade elite mutated species have surpassed E-grade monarch mutated species. By analogy, C-grade elite mutated species can overpower D-grade monarch mutated species. Hence, even as an ordinary mature entity, as a C-grade mutated royal, there should be some confidence in facing D-grade monarchs, at the very least. Not to feel inferior. With a glance at the Scythe Monarch Tyrant, Lu Ming's lips curl into a reassuring smile. There is no more worry, even if the core area is guarded by a D-grade monarch. He possesses sufficient capital to explore, and success would mean an early conquest of the area's dungeon. Failure would still allow for a safe retreat. Exhaling softly, Lu Ming closes the panel. The quantity of specialized crystallizations does not require inspection. The advancement requirements for the Doomsday Battle King are clearly stated. Coupled with the 100 crystallizations yet to be collected from the coffee table, he currently possesses a total of 38,597 crystallizations. A distance still remains to the next level. Not wishing to waste them in his bag, Lu Ming ponders for a moment and focuses his gaze on the skill bar. Aside from some temporarily unnecessary mastery skills, the rest of the skills have been upgraded. Just as he is inspecting, he sets his sights on advanced shooting mastery. This skill had been sufficient for his needs and had not been further elevated. Now that he thinks about it, he seems to still have a rather cutting-edge firearm, the Type 54 pistol, lying in his bag. He could practice with it on the way to the core area. Chushue, Lu Ming calls out to Chushue, I will once again rely on your silk threads. Today we venture to the core area. Expecting Chushue to immediately agree, he is taken aback when she shakes her head and points behind him. Following her indication, Lu Ming looks towards the tyrant and suddenly realizes. Indeed, they have a ready-made flying mount. Standing at 3 meters tall, with a sufficiently broad back, it can easily carry both him and Chushue. Excellent, Lu Ming nods in satisfaction. Then it's settled. The tyrant, upon hearing this, is filled with overwhelming joy, as if feeling honored for being entrusted with such an important role. It promptly rises, eager to fulfill its purpose. However, just as it makes a large movement, the floor beneath it cracks and explodes, its massive form vanishing with a thunderous sound. Then, the sound of thunder erupts, echoing relentlessly, stopping only after 7 resounding booms. Coincidentally, Lu Ming resides on the 7th floor of the apartment. Exchanging glances with Chushue, Lu Ming can't help but chuckle. He had anticipated some unexpected event, yet it seems to follow the standard outcome. The collapse was inevitable, with his battle armor disguised, the crystalline patterns flickering, fibers twisting. The black, tactical coat seamlessly envelopes him. The dark tide engulfs him, concealing his handsome face below the nose, leaving behind the remnants of last night's hot pot in his spatial bag. Lu Ming takes Chushue and leaps from the 7th floor. Landing steadily, upon turning back, the Scythe Monarch Tyrant has already burst through the wall. It does so, without utilizing any cutting blades or releasing any skills. It simply, in the most straightforward and brutal manner, effortlessly crushes through the wall as if it were mere paper, Go be honest. If the Scythe Monarch Tyrant were not his servant, the sheer power of its entrance alone would be enough to instill a sense of intimidation. Coupled with the pressure it exudes upon standing upright, it is indeed a sight to behold. This is not mere boasting. It is an instinctive perception of crisis. Unfortunately, the impressiveness lasts but 3 seconds, as the tyrant once again transforms into Lu Ming's loyal companion. Approaching Lu Ming, it lowers its form and turns its head, inviting him to ride. Lu Ming, feeling somewhat embarrassed, accepts without hesitation, stepping onto the tyrant's back and securing Chushua. The tyrant rises effortlessly, red light bursting forth from its back, as crimson wings unfurl with a whoosh, and with a slight tremor, it ascends into the sky, feeling the headwind that blows fiercely against him. Without saying much, just the speed of flight far exceeds that of a suspended silk. It is estimated that reaching the core area will take no more than 20 minutes at most. Stabilizing his center of gravity and securing his feet, he informed the tyrant of the flight direction. Lu Ming once again opened the information panel, gazing at the advanced marksmanship proficiency, and silently recited, Ultimate Sublimation. Prompt. Please select the sublimation tier, Tier 2. Prompt. Sublimating advanced marksmanship proficiency requires the consumption of 500 specialization crystals. Confirm to consume 500 specialization crystals to elevate advanced marksmanship proficiency to master-level marksmanship proficiency. Chapter 78 Core Area, Part 2. Confirmed. The skill text erased. Master-level marksmanship proficiency emerged. Lu Ming took a moment to review it. Master-level marksmanship proficiency. A class, category, proficiency skill effect. Upon learning, master the advanced techniques of all ranged weapons, capable of wielding biological ranged weaponry. Characteristics: additional 60 increase in the lethality distance of ranged weapons, in addition to the extra lethality distance increase of 60. There is now a qualification to wield biological ranged weaponry. The presence of biological ranged weaponry implies the existence of exotic creatures focused on ranged attacks. Quite intriguing, if given the chance to encounter them. He must capture a couple for research. As this thought flashed through his mind, Lu Ming took out the Type 54 pistol from his pack. Glancing at it, Type 54 pistol, steel grade, he did not pay attention to the other descriptions. Compared to Colt, Beretta, and Desert Eagle, it certainly pales in comparison. However, what he sought was not merely a pistol, but this steel-grade firearm raw form. Ultimate Sublimation, Tier 2. Prompt. Please select Sublimation Direction. RPG Rocket Launcher Gatling Gun M82 A1 Sniper Rifle. After reviewing the 3 options, Lu Ming sighed softly. Clearly, in the Blue Star, all 3 weapons are regarded as among the strongest by the common folk. Yet, facing the exotic creatures, there always seems to be a feeling of inadequacy. The rocket launcher, while impressive with its extensive kill radius, would undoubtedly be effective against E-class exotics, but he lacked the means for hunting E-class creatures. The Gatling, however, suffered from insufficient ammunition. He opted for the M82 A1 Sniper Rifle. Also known as Barrett. Titanium grade, effective range of 1,800 meters, maximum range of 2,500 meters. Currently, in his possession, there is the Eagle Eye compound bow for medium-range weaponry and the precise hand crossbow for short-range weaponry. Unless he sublimated the steel heavy crossbow, he had no lethal weapon for distances exceeding a kilometer. Now, acquiring a sniper rifle that surpasses Mithril in grade is indeed quite fitting. Whoosh! The Type 54 pistol disassembled in his hand, reconstructing into the Barrett. Its weight of nearly 15 kilograms felt like a toy in Lu Ming's grasp. With master-level marksmanship proficiency, his use of firearms had reached an extraordinary level. Raising the gun, aiming, his movements were already meticulous. The key was that this gun came equipped with a silencing device. Although the Barrett's silencing was minimal, having it was better than none. Reluctantly admiring it a few times, Lu Ming stored it in his spatial satchel. The number of specialization crystals was remarkably ample. There were no other skills left to elevate. Thus, only the Awakening Power remained. Awakening Power, Tier 5, 2 initial 3 additional, upgrade progress, 38097-2000. Staring at the progress, Lu Ming pondered, dismissing the thought. The enhancement of Awakening Power would not influence consciousness like specialization levels. Elevating it now, or when needed, would yield the same result, yet he would lose flexibility. If this expedition into the core area did not necessitate an increase in Awakening Power, the remaining crystals could expedite reaching the Doomsday War King level, followed by sublimating the Hawk King Battle Blade. Having made his decision, he closed the information panel, casting aside any distractions. He needed to maintain utmost focus as he ventured into the most perilous regions of the area. Time passed. Soaring at heights unattainable by the Scythe Owl, The tyrant faced no obstructions, swiftly entering the inner ring of the Golden Field district. Yet, from this aerial vantage point, Lu Ming was taken aback by the scene before him. He had assumed that the suburban areas were grounded in reality, and that the central district would be more prosperous. However, all that lay beneath him was a circular fortress, encircled by steel walls, with a diameter of approximately 3,000 meters. The rest of the area was merely a chaotic array of collapsed or abandoned structures. In the streets and the air, thousands of elite, mutated, and even quasi-king level scythe owls were scattered. Such numbers were merely the limit of his line of sight, if he accounted for several other sectors that were not directly visible. Tens of thousands of scythe owls would be the bare minimum, and the figure could easily reach hundreds of thousands. This was the true level of enemies in the Golden Field district. The scene that awaited him following the elevation of world levels. IT was fortunate that there had been a month of suppression as a buffer. Otherwise, if these elite, mutated, and quasi-king level mature bodies were to surge uncontrollably against the transmigrators, how many of the Blue Star populace could survive given their current overall level? Intermediate hunting warriors. A month later, intermediate hunting warriors would be the baseline level for transmigrators. Above the baseline, survival would be secure, allowing entry into the next world level. Below the baseline, unless someone stood guard, death was inevitable. With this thought, Lu Ming solemnly instructed, Xiao Xue, use the hidden silk. We shall bypass these scythe owls and directly enter that core fortress. Chapter 79, The Final Iron Fortress. It was not that he feared the sheer number of scythe owls. Utilizing the hidden silk's concealment provided by First Snow, coupled with the tyrant's sea quality and his current strength, he could easily employ standard guerrilla tactics to gradually eliminate them all, even if the number reached 100,000, given ample time. He simply did not wish to waste time nor encounter unforeseen incidents. Having experienced the scythe owl larvae, pupae, mutated scythe owls, and quasi-owls, he was acutely aware that the scythe owl race exhibited a remarkably high degree of unity as a gregarious species. Larvae could transform into a defensive wall for the pupae's evolution, while scythe owls and mutated scythe owls could morph into guardians for the quasi-owls. The highest tier of scythe owl pupae could command between 200 to 500 guardian larvae. The gathering quantity of quasi-owls could range from 2,000 to 5,000 larvae, 15 scythe owls, and 4 mutated scythe owls. The Owl King, revered as the maternal figure of the race, surpassed the quasi-owl tier by half a grade. Thus, it would command 3, no, 5, 10, or even 20 times the guardians. It was inconceivable that it could possess a throng of tens of thousands of mature bodies. Moreover, among these mature bodies were not only elite scythe owls and mutated scythe owls, but even quasi-king level scythe owls. Given such a grand assembly, could one truly assert that only E-class kings and E-class queens presided here? It was utterly implausible. Thus, he must see for himself what kind of level the core defenders stationed here truly represented. If it were a D-class king, he would proceed directly. If it were C-class, then he would retreat to develop further before reconsidering. After all, within his current team, there was likely no one capable of handling a C-class king. The tyrant drew closer to the Iron Fortress as Lu Ming pondered. Previously at a distance, captivated by the sheer number of scythe owls, he had not been able to observe the surrounding reference buildings closely, as they had all collapsed and been abandoned. Now, as he approached, he could truly appreciate the fortress's imposing weight. Just the surrounding steel walls of the structure towered to a height of 200 meters, surpassing the maximum leap of elite scythe owls. Furthermore, the fortress's summit was equipped with a dense high-voltage electric grid. The establishment of such defensive measures indicated that the incursion of exotics was not a sudden occurrence. It must have undergone a process. In fact, the core outbreak point was likely not in the suburbs, but within this world's inner perimeter. Of course, if one were to propose an alternative use for it, the possibility, however slim, could not be entirely dismissed. Regrettably, even with such a robust fortress, it had failed to prevent the eventual downfall, which was somewhat lamentable. Coming to a halt, he instructed the tyrant to remain in place. Standing atop its back, Lu Ming fixed his gaze upon the central city. As the blue outline enveloped the entire fortress, Lu Ming silently invoked the identification of exotic creatures. Scythe owl, mutated scythe owl, scythe owl, whoosh, 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 whoosh. In an instant, thousands of elite scythe owls appeared in layers before Lu Ming's eyes. Upon witnessing the dense swarm of scythe owls, Lu Ming felt not only claustrophobic but also confused. For the C-class king he had anticipated did not materialize, nor did a D-class king. Within the entire structure, aside from the scythe owls and mutated scythe owls, There was merely one brutal owl king and one brutal owl queen. Was this it? Lu Ming's brow furrowed deeply. His instincts warned him that it could not be this simple. Yet his eyes insisted that this was the truth. Could it be that the massive cluster of mature scythe owls surrounding the fortress was genuinely guarding an E-class owl king and queen? Was that reasonable? Certainly not. The implications were concerning. Scanning the surroundings, he left no corner unchecked. Yet he was met with disappointment. Everything remained as it was, devoid of any variables. I refuse to believe it. As though challenging fate. Lu Ming altered his identification method, shifting from spatial to individual targeting, zeroing in on the central city. Identification. If the information could not be gleaned from within the space, then he would see clues from the structure itself. Central City Final Iron Fortress. Category. Tier 1 Shelter Description. 5 years ago, the mysterious opening of the portal to the other realm heralded an abrupt invasion of anomalies, with countless exotic creatures ravaging this once peaceful and tranquil world. Systematically exterminating its inhabitants in Tian District, the district chief Dong Wei learned that the invasion was spreading towards the outskirts, in the face of frontline warriors striving to buy time and disseminate information about the alien threat. He mobilized every available resource. After 3 months of relentless effort, he constructed this formidable steel fortress specifically designed to repel the alien incursions and established a fully equipped underground sanctuary to gather all the residents of Tian District. Initially, the Iron Fortress successfully thwarted the onslaught of the alien scythe owls. However, due to the emergence of D-class mutated individuals and the overwhelming assault of the fearsome Scythe King, the celestial net was breached, allowing the alien scythe owls to penetrate the fortress, shattering the steel walls and leading to the collapse of the entire stronghold, which ultimately became their nest. How fitting! After perusing the information regarding the central city, Lu Ming finally felt a sense of relief wash over him, akin to the release of constipation. The D-class mutated individual, the fearsome Scythe King, indicated that it still belonged to the brutal Scythe King's lineage. It had merely acquired a special opportunity for a significant physical transformation, evolving from E-grade to D-grade, much like a protagonist in a novel. It was entirely on a different level from the ancient Scythe Emperor and could be dealt with at will. Yet, that familiar triangular symbol, how could he let it slip by? It was a hallmark of concealed information. Upon striking the triangular symbol, a page of information unfurled before him. After the fearsome Scythe King breached the celestial net, Chief Dong Wei realized that if he did not eliminate it, all the residents within the sanctuary would be slaughtered. For the sake of duty and responsibility, he became bait, willingly making himself the target of the fearsome Scythe King. Provoking its hunting instincts to lead it away, he then utilized the titanium-grade protective measures of the Central City South Core Drive Chamber, combined with the Central Energy S interception, effectively sealing it deep within the drive chamber and leaving a warning for the survivors never to open the core drive chamber. Unfortunately, the enraged fearsome Scythe King, before being sealed away, unleashed a devastating soul-crossing slash, cleaving through the upper layers of the ground and the fortress walls, allowing the scythe owls to swarm in and slaughter all the survivors. Was it sealed off? This was the only point Lu Ming found significant after reading the information. Could it not mean that he could sweep through the central city without restraint to eradicate the scythe owls? With this thought, Lu Ming smiled, a smile brimming with anticipation. He had essentially taken ownership of this entire central city. Tyrant, charge in. Upon receiving Lu Ming's command, the tyrant spread its wings and surged into the iron fortress with all its might. Little did Lu Ming know, just as he drew the Scythe King's battle blade, ready to commence his slaughter, a notification suddenly popped up. Notification. You have entered the current area of the central city, triggering the core mission to liberate the sanctuary. Current liberation progress, 0. P.S. Apologies, everyone. My state today has been rather poor, and I have only managed to write this much. I will continue to strive. But please try not to stay up waiting. If there are updates, you can see them tomorrow morning. Love you all. Chapter 80. The Giant Acid Compression Cannon. Just as Lu Ming was poised for action, his momentum abruptly interrupted by the program notification. Glancing at the notification details, he felt somewhat speechless. Core mission for the city? Liberate the sanctuary? What did he care about liberating a sanctuary? All he wanted was to find a D-class ruler for a showdown and test his true abilities. Now, suddenly adding a task seemed rather impure, didn't he? Was there any way to refuse? Well, it appeared there was no choice. He would pretend he hadn't seen it and let things unfold as they may. Casually, he pinched Chushua's ponytail, steeling himself for the impending slaughter. The tyrant crashed into the iron fortress, confronting the towering gates with a thunderous impact, as if demanding repayment. Whoosh! As expected, the tyrant's audacity roused a squad led by mutated scythe owls. Charging towards them, Lu Ming's gaze darkened as he readied the crossbow strike. However, before he could unleash the blow, the crisp sound of a blade unsheathing echoed in his ears. A red arc of lightning sliced through the 7 scythe owls, trailing long luminous streaks, revealing the imposing silhouette of the Scythe King tyrant behind them. One arm dangled naturally while the other raised like a sword, striking a pose worthy of being immortalized on a poster. At that moment, Lu Ming noticed that the tyrant's particle light blade was far longer than half a meter. It merely retracted when not in use. During actual combat, the particle light blade could extend to nearly a meter. Clang! The blade retracted. Boom! The 7 scythe owls collapsed, severed. The tyrant tilted its head, glancing at Lu Ming as if to inquire, "Was that last strike impressive?" Lu Ming, initially intending to commend it, felt the muscles in his forehead twitch. Really, he wanted to hammer this creature, but he had to admit it was undeniably stylish. Stepping forward, he patted the tyrant's rear and said in a grave tone, "Next time, I'll lead the charge and steal the spotlight. You'll be sleeping on the streets tonight." The tyrant's demeanor instantly deflated, its head drooping in disappointment. Lu Ming attempted to reclaim the corpses, discovering that even the alien creatures slain by the tyrant counted as his spoils. Otherwise, he would have to undergo sublimation on the spot and utilize his greed hand to collect them. Wasting precious time and high spirits, Lu Ming bypassed the tyrant and lavished praise on it. That last strike was indeed commendable. With that, he crossed the threshold of the Iron Fortress, heading toward the corridor leading to the Scythe King and its progeny. The tyrant froze for a moment, then suddenly realized, letting out a roar of disbelief as it glanced back at Chushue. As if to confirm it hadn't misheard, its master truly praised it. Chushue said nothing, merely smiled gently at it before quickening her pace to catch up with Lu Ming. The tyrant was overjoyed, bouncing along behind them, as if Lu Ming's compliment had bestowed upon it a medal of honor. Entering the corridor felt akin to stepping into a vast space reminiscent of a high-speed rail station. Before them lay a steel bridge leading to various destinations, spanning 100 meters and extending about 1,000 meters in length. It could be described as both a platform and a thoroughfare. Countless circuits hung around it, and numerous steel bridges spread out on either side. In terms of design, it certainly had the style of a survivor base from humanity's wasteland era. Yet now, apart from the densely packed mature scythe owls, no historical remnants could be seen. Roar! Upon detecting Lu Ming and his companions, the elite scythe owls launched a collective assault, their numbers soaring to over 100. Indeed, facing such low-tier adversaries, Lu Ming directly instructed Chushue to remove her concealment. Consequently, the scythe owls, known for their aggressive tendencies, would undoubtedly swarm towards them. This was the best scenario he could hope for, as the more they clustered together, the more efficiently they could be eradicated. With a blade raised, Lu Ming directed his strike towards the densest cluster of elite scythe owls, focusing his mind. Giant acid compression cannon. Boom! The Scythe King's battle blade radiated an azure glow. Dark blue viscous fluid surged forth, coiling and merging at the blade's tip. In an instant, a half-bodied alien creature materialized at the blade's tip. It was massive, easily twice the size of an ordinary scythe owl. This size unmistakably indicated it was the parasitic entity within the weapon. The brutal Scythe King, as it extended its sharp blades, they pierced into the surface of the steel bridge. The liquid biological body connecting the blades voraciously siphoned energy from the battle blade. A creamy yellow energy accumulated in its chest and abdomen. Radiant brilliance erupted forth. The menacing vertical maw located in its torso gaped wide. With a thunderous roar, it unleashed an explosive barrage of power. From a distance, it appeared as if a waterfall had been laid horizontally. The cannon blast reached 3 meters in height, sustaining for 5 seconds, sweeping across the broad main thoroughfare and annihilating nearly 70% of the clustered elite scythe owls. Splat! Splat! The mangled corpses fell like rain, some missing their upper halves, others their lower, and some reduced to mere remnants of flesh. Lu Ming snapped back to reality, witnessing the brutal Scythe King returning to a liquid state. Merging back into the blade, he felt slightly dazed. A skill requiring 10 biological energy points? Was it really this impressive? Chapter 81. The Scythe King and its progeny, however, after just one use, the hilt began to feel warm, indicating that the compression cannon, a skill designed for area damage, expended a tremendous amount of biological activity, even more so than the crosspulse. A glance at the weapon's activity confirmed it had decreased by 500. 500 for one use. 12 times was the limit point. 12 times. That was astonishingly powerful. Regrettably, the scythe owl's bodies could not withstand the bombardment of the compression cannon. Using it once would deplete several hundred crystals. For the next use of biological skills, he would need to test them one by one, ensuring maximum returns. Roar. The death of a wave of scythe owls incited even greater fury among the remaining ones. Thousands of them created a battleground environment that he could easily handle alone. However, the current open space, confined to the steel bridge, limited his ability to maneuver unless he could extend his blade light indefinitely or possessed a massive area-damaging skill. Fortunately, he had a loyal servant, the tyrant. Swoosh! The dark red figure emerged from stealth, pointing at the group of scythe owls charging towards them. Lu Ming commanded. Leave none alive. Clang! The particle blade was unsheathed with a resonant sound. The shadows surged forth in swift motion. The sound of slicing filled the air as bodies fell one after another. Some crashed onto the elevated bridge, splattering bodily fluids, while others plummeted into the lower levels of the base. Their innards scattered. Despite this, the scythe owls continued to pour in like relentless death seekers. Although the tyrant was a force to be reckoned with, it was impossible for one to fend off thousands. Seeing the tyrant's unstoppable momentum, the other scythe owls circled around it, charging towards Lu Ming, perceiving him as the softer target. Xiaoxue, Lu Ming called out softly. Handle those backstabbers behind us. Confronted by these elite E-level adversaries, he harbored no doubt regarding the prowess of Xiaoxue. Having evolved to the ordinary D-level, Xiaoxue was no longer a frail juvenile. When necessary, she could become a formidable force in battle. With that declaration, Lu Ming charged forth, wielding his blade with fervor. The cross pulse in his hands emanated a shimmering aura, cleaving through the onslaught of incoming elite scythe owls. However, what he failed to notice was that at the moment he instructed Xiaoxue and turned away, countless golden threads darted like flying shuttles, piercing through the hearts of all the scythe owls positioned behind him. The sheer number was staggering, nearly 1,000. They were linked together, resembling a string of beads. Their vitality extinguished and subsequently stacked by Xiaoxue upon the elevated bridge behind. It was as though resources had been meticulously arranged for Lu Ming, awaiting his personal collection. Once the scythe owls behind him were vanquished, Xiaoxue refrained from further involvement in the battle ahead, only assisting in collecting the fallen scythe owl carcasses. She merely gazed at Lu Ming with her delicate visage, her gentle admiration and reverence illuminated by the soft crimson glow. Lu Ming was immersed in the thrill of slaughter. Although it had yet to reach the level of unparalleled carnage, it was not far off. It was inevitable, given the specialized rank of the extreme hunting warrior and the Scythe King's battle blade in his grasp. The tyrant resembled a war god, dispatching foes with a single strike, sometimes even taking down multiple smaller scythe owls with one blow. In a mere 15 minutes, over 1,000 elite and mutated scythe owls lay slain. With a hiss, the battle blade bathed in blood, steam rising as the fight concluded, leaving only a biological activity of 1,000. He retrieved 100 bottles of ordinary exotic blood from his pack in batches to replenish his allies. Only when the blade was restored to its former glory did Lu Ming return to Xiaoxue's side. It was then he noticed that wherever he looked, there were mountains of scythe owl corpses piled high. After a moment of contemplation, he understood what Xiaoxue had accomplished. Expressing gratitude felt too distant. Instead, Lu Ming affectionately patted Xiaoxue on the head and chuckled. You've worked hard. Seeing this, the tyrant rushed forward, its eyes fixated on Lu Ming, clearly communicating, what about me? I want some too. Lu Ming felt a wave of exasperation wash over him. Here it came again, that irresistible expression, the source of which he could not discern. After all, it was a born predator. A royal in the realm of hunting. Where was its imposing demeanor? All right, come here, he relented, extending his hand toward the tyrant. The creature squinted as it bent down. Lu Ming patted its armored forehead, then softened his expression. Gently stroking it, this creature, with more exposure, had grown quite endearing. Alas, such a loyal servant, seeking only this minimal acknowledgement, could only be a contract-bound exotic being. Humanity always demanded more. Seeing your courage, I'll entrust you with the task of taking down the tyrant Scythe King later. With such a powerful ally at his side, he felt entitled to enjoy the benefits of being the boss. The tyrant nodded vigorously, indicating its readiness to handle that formidable foe. After all, crushing an ant with 1,000 pounds of force was no different from crushing a beetle. With the task delegated, Lu Ming commenced the retrieval of the scythe owl corpses. Chushue had stacked them densely, making the collection remarkably effortless. Within 3 to 5 minutes, he completed the task, totaling the following gains. Elite side owl corpses, 3805 mutated side owl corpses, 42 even without sublimation. The earnings had already surpassed 75,000. After sublimation, it would undoubtedly be a staggering fortune. Gazing at the side owl corpses within his pack, Lu Ming's joy was evident, at the very least. His mood was exceptionally buoyant. Yet amidst this elation, he sensed something amiss. While he and the tyrant had indeed displayed remarkable efficiency in eliminating foes, it seemed implausible to have slain nearly 4,000 in merely 15 minutes. Firstly, to contend with the D-level monarch, he had refrained from utilizing power bestowal and awakening abilities, deploying his speed only twice. Secondly, elite side owls were not as naive as their juvenile counterparts. They would retaliate if attacked. Although their resistance was futile, they would exploit their lives to create opportunities for counterattacks from their companions. Thus, throughout the carnage, there were moments when precious seconds were wasted adjusting attack strategies, leading to an overall increase in time spent. Could it be that he was simply in an exceptional state, too engrossed in the slaughter? Lu Ming could not help but feel puzzled. Never mind the details. The primary objective was to eliminate the Scythe King and its progeny. Activating the Eye of Truth, he pinpointed a location deeper within the base. There, his primary target stood silently, seemingly oblivious to the chaos unfolding above. "Let us descend," he commanded. Chushue released her threads, guiding Lu Ming downward, with the tyrant following closely behind. As they descended, the light dwindled further. Upon reaching the ground, visibility had diminished to less than 10 meters. Fortunately, although the Eye of Truth could not see in the dark, it utilized its identification mode to outline all objects in their path, constructing a transparent structure. Forward, Lu Ming directed, instinctively indicating the direction toward the location of the tyrant Scythe King. Chushue and the tyrant exchanged glances, one filled with mirth, the other with unwavering loyalty, as they allowed Lu Ming to lead them onward, none revealing their ability to perceive the night as if it were day. The journey of 5 minutes felt akin to a midnight stroll, and as Lu Ming adapted to the encroaching darkness, two figures gradually came into view. They approached, one in front of the other. The foremost was of equal length to the tyrant, cloaked in deep azure, adorned with red energy runes swirling around its form. The latter sat languidly, its length visually estimated at no less than 13 meters. Yet its upper body bore resemblance to a typical scythe owl. It was merely its lower half that had become grotesquely bloated, to an extent exceeding the upper half by several dozen times. At this moment, the enormous lower half twisted and writhed. Pale yellow energy orbs danced within. Through the luminous transparency, one could discern hundreds of scythe owl larvae eggs hatching inside it. Some were already moving within their shells, while others remained in the embryonic stage, writhing chaotically. That was the scythe matriarch, the complete form of the entity he had regrettably dispatched at the shopping plaza without a proper glimpse. Yet, such is the nature of humanity. The unseen always stirs a mysterious curiosity, compelling one to seek the truth. Upon witnessing the reality, one yearns for a pair of eyes that have never beheld it, dreaming of forgetting the vision altogether. Had he not been tempered by the myriad experiences of slaughtering exotic creatures, he might have found it difficult to endure the sight. Shifting his gaze from the matriarch, Lu Ming returned his focus to the tyrant Scythe King. From the behavior of this exotic being, he perceived a distinct difference. At the very least, this creature had shown no inclination to initiate an offensive since the beginning. Its eyes remained fixed on the tyrant. Perhaps having observed the tyrant for too long, Lu Ming could discern a tranquil acceptance upon the tyrant Scythe King's visage, as if it were aware of its impending fate yet remained resolute in facing destiny. A low growl emanated from the tyrant Scythe King's throat. The tyrant, upon hearing this, raised its antennae and took a half-step forward, casting a questioning glance at Lu Ming. Although Lu Ming was uncertain of the meaning behind the tyrant Scythe King's growl, it was apparent that the tyrant desired to respond. Nodding gently, Lu Ming signaled for the tyrant to take action. The tyrant, brandishing its sharp particle blade, approached the tyrant Scythe King, baring its steel teeth and responding with a low growl imbued with respect and confidence. The tyrant Scythe King's eyes flashed with a vivid blue glow as the two blades clashed, an immense surge of energy erupting from within it, followed by 3 crisp, resonant sounds reverberating through the air. Lu Ming stood transfixed, activating the Eye of Truth as the tyrant Scythe King's weaknesses were laid bare before him. However, what had once been 4 core nuclei now stood reduced to a single heart. It had destroyed 3 of its own. What could this possibly mean? As Lu Ming pondered this perplexity, the tyrant Scythe King raised its blade, pointing it at the tyrant. The tyrant mirrored the action, lifting its right arm to meet the Scythe King's blade in a clash. The sharp sound rang out like a clarion call for battle. The tyrant Scythe King retreated at breakneck speed, swiftly distancing itself by 100 meters. In contrast, the tyrant remained steadfast, its crimson eyes locked onto its adversary. The tyrant Scythe King's eyes glimmered with a fierce blue light as it unleashed its particle blade, its form twisting and darting toward the tyrant for a downward strike. The tyrant's form flickered slightly, effortlessly evading the Scythe King's full-force assault, and with a crimson blade rising from below, it pierced through the Scythe King's chest. Boom! The two figures crossed paths. The Scythe King cleaved in half, sliding 100 meters before colliding with a steel wall, finally coming to a halt, devoid of any further movement. In that moment, Lu Ming grasped the truth. The Scythe King's calmness and acceptance stemmed from the realization that defeat was inevitable from the start. It had merely chosen a more dignified way to meet its end. Yes, he collected the Scythe King's remains. Lu Ming resolved to honor its pride in life by making good use of its residual power. Turning back, he observed the tyrant already poised to strike, stepping forward to confront the tyrant Scythe matriarch. Lu Ming did not intervene but instinctively directed the eye of truth toward the matriarch. After all, acquiring information about exotic beings was always beneficial. Identification: brutal Scythe matriarch, A-level monarch, race, insect royalty description, a mature queen individual, measuring 15 meters in length, possessing formidable reproductive capabilities, safeguarded and revered by the entire Scythe owl tribe. It is exceptionally gluttonous and slothful, representing the absolute core of the Scythe owl lineage. Abandoning powerful offensive capabilities, it inherits the glorious mission of proliferating its kind, typically accompanied by the brutal Scythe King, rarely suffering harm. However, upon fulfilling its extreme hatching quota, it will face life exhaustion, leading to the decline of its bodily functions and eventual death. Skills: unleashes 3 mandibles capable of corroding mithril-grade armor and penetrating structures in a triple barrage. Accumulates aberrant energy into its forelimbs for a sudden, cross-pulse, and engages in a desperate, self-detonation upon death. Characteristics: possessing the absolute control of the clan through the queen's command, wink with a frown, advanced regeneration. And when life is threatened, unleashing the alienation powers that envelop the entire territory, stimulating the latent life potential of all clan members within, allowing them to sacrifice themselves in exchange for the queen's grace, wherein they evolve into mature forms to fight for her within 6 hours. Weakness: lacks mobility and cannot move autonomously. Defeating it requires shattering the 3 core entities located in the head, chest, and abdomen, which possess the hardness of mithril. Current remaining reproductive power: 80,000? Remaining reproductive power of 80,000? Whoosh! A new thought suddenly emerged, followed by the sound of the tyrant taking flight. Lu Ming looked up, and the tyrant's crimson particle blade was less than 10 meters from the head of the Harpy Queen. A standard slam-dunk posture. This distance is but a mere instant for the tyrant. Lu Ming's expression changed dramatically, extending a beseeching hand as he exclaimed, "Tyrant, no, it can still survive." Boom! As his voice fell, the tyrant abruptly turned, crashing against the iron wall behind the Harpy Queen with a resounding thud. Then slowly sliding down. Lu Ming felt somewhat embarrassed, but at least he had saved the cruel Harpy Queen. 80,000 remaining reproductive power translates to 80,000 sickleworm larvae. The minimum guarantee amounts to 160,000 specialized crystals. If sublimation is utilized, that could yield an astronomical wealth of 1,600,000. Moreover, employing the characteristic Queen's Grace, that forces the evolution of juvenile forms would allow him to acquire 80,000 unsublimated sickleworm corpses. Further sublimation could potentially lead to a veritable mountain of gold. If the tyrant's blade were to fall, he would surely regret it for a lifetime. Chapter 83. The core drive room beneath the ground, however. Witnessing the tyrant approach with drooping shoulders and a dispirited expression, Lu Ming felt a pang of sympathy. Thus, he patted the tyrant's chest, offering words of comfort. "Don't take it to heart. It's just hitting a wall. Something all men have done, myself included. There's no shame in it. You must view it this way. While crashing into a wall may lack elegance and be somewhat embarrassing, you have safeguarded a mountain of gold. Do you understand? It is filled with energy, and all for me. In short, you did well, and I am proud of you." The tyrant did not react much to his words, but upon hearing the last sentence, it immediately perked up. Its expression not only resembled a full revival, but even seemed to gain a power-imbuing buff, exuding exuberance. Lu Ming's demeanor softened, realizing that nurturing this tyrant was indeed worthwhile. It was remarkably easy to manage. Looking back at the cruel Harpy Queen, having lost the protection of the Harpy King and its own subjects, it was unexpectedly quiet. Perhaps it sensed that he had spared its life. Or perhaps it had given up the struggle altogether. In any case, it displayed no signs of aggression. Its gaze lingered upon the tyrant, a slight pallor to its face. A pallor? Wait a moment. This is not the same as a human's pallor. The blood of ordinary sickleworms is inherently blue. If its face is turning blue, Lu Ming. No way, the cruel Harpy Queen. Is it attracted to the tyrant? But then, glancing back at the tyrant, which looked as if it wanted to merge with him, it was clearly a mama's boy. How could one be fond of that? Lu Ming found it incomprehensible. Perhaps this was the allure of the strong. Should it lead to a unique development, he would be somewhat intrigued. Setting the entrance, identification. With the Harpy King eliminated and the Harpy Queen arranged, the next step is the ultimate goal, the mutated individual. The D-class monarch. The Eye of Truth activated, and Lu Ming need not look around. The area where the cruel Harpy Queen resided displayed the entrance to the underground core drive room. The Harpy Queen's massive body blocked the entrance. This posed a bit of a challenge. If his physique were sufficiently immense, the strength of an extreme hunting warrior should be able to move the Harpy Queen aside. Unfortunately, his current size was evidently inadequate. Without enough contact area, he lacked a point of leverage. Unless he were to lift her from above, her upper body would not be able to support the weight of her lower half, leading to a guaranteed rupture, resulting in the Harpy Queen's demise. Thus, it appears that the Harpy Queen is, in fact, a gatekeeper. Defeating it and collecting its corpse would be the only way to access the depths below. After all, who would willingly block their back against the strong in a confined space? Would it wait to backstab him? The design of such a coincidence only deepened Lu Ming's feeling that this world was indeed a game. Not that it was new. After all, their identities as translocators were also those of strategists. However, with his current weak strength, he had little qualification to delve into exploration. Someday, he would turn the world upside down and unearth the mastermind behind his translocation. Such thoughts would have to wait until he had the capital to survive to the end. For now, he could only act according to his will, observing the tyrant, whose body was armed with combat weapons. He knew that sending it to sever a corpse would yield high efficiency. Asking it to move a corpse, however, would be another matter entirely. Chushue, the omnipotent. Chushue, can you utilize your web to envelop the cruel Harpy Queen entirely? Chushue understood immediately, smiling gently, as golden threads flowed, crafting a large net that completely ensnared the Harpy Queen. Before Lu Ming could issue further instructions, Chushue had already lifted the Harpy Queen and moved it to a nearby corner. The effortless manner in which she accomplished this made Lu Ming acutely aware of her strength surpassing his own. Impressive. The contrast in their roles led Lu Ming to give in to impulse and plant a kiss on Chushue's cheek. Chushue beamed with joy, while Lu Ming felt a tinge of embarrassment, silently reminding himself to maintain control and composure. Just as he was regaining his composure, a steel head popped over from the side. No, it should be called a cheek. Lu Ming was speechless, shoving the face away and firmly stating, "You are a man. Look over there." Lu Ming pointed toward the cruel Harpy Queen. "That is the one you may pursue." Having said that, Lu Ming took Chushue's hand and walked toward the entrance leading underground. Internally vigilant, he realized that any affectionate gestures henceforth would need to be conducted discreetly. A kiss here and there might be acceptable. But if other actions were discovered, how would he explain himself when the tyrant turned around and presented its rear to him? How could he face it? The tyrant gazed at Lu Ming's retreating figure, then glanced at the cruel Harpy Queen indicated by Lu Ming. It noticed the Harpy Queen gracefully waving its forearm at it, seemingly expressing affection. The tyrant stared blankly at it for 3 seconds, its gaze gradually shifting down to the Harpy Queen's rotund belly, before coldly turning its head away and spitting. Indeed, this alien creature had just spat. After the act, its expression suddenly froze, hastily raising its 2 blades and sprinting toward the entrance of the underground core drive room. The scene resembled a child who had lost sight of their mother, arms raised and crying while chasing after her. Back with Lu Ming, he was currently holding a few specialized crystals as makeshift lighting devices. It seemed intended to facilitate the entry of survivors and various tools. The downward passage was not only gently sloped but also exceedingly spacious. Relying solely on the specialized crystals in his hand, He could not discern the full extent of the corridor. Suddenly, a red light flared behind him, illuminating the space within a 5-meter radius. Lu Ming turned to see the imposing figure of the tyrant, clearly illuminated. The light emanated from the energy inscriptions on its body and the particle blades in its hands. Observing its robust physique and its almost silent approach toward him, Lu Ming felt an innate acknowledgement of the title, Natural Hunter. No further words were exchanged. The ambience was suited for silence. Step by step, they advanced forward, delving deeper into the unknown. After 20 minutes had passed, a faint blue light emanating from an exit appeared before him. Lu Ming accelerated, sprinting the last stretch. However, upon crossing the threshold, the first sight that greeted him was a battery-shaped structure towering several dozen meters high and 50 meters in diameter. Its surface was composed of a robust metallic shell, interspersed with energy columns pulsating with high-energy plasma. It was precisely due to the presence of these energy columns that the underground space was bathed in light. Undoubtedly, this was the so-called core drive room. Internally sealing the D-class mutated entity, the Fear Harpy King. Surrounding the drive room were numerous half-spherical structures, severed in half. They numbered in the hundreds or thousands, extending to every corner of the underground space. The Eye of Truth displayed the message, Temporary Shelter for Survivors. Prompt, you have entered the Survivor Base, Area Core Liberation Progress, 40. The program prompt suddenly appeared, and Lu Ming glanced at it before dismissing it. This was a critical moment. Who would concern themselves with task progress? Leading Chushue and the tyrant away from the platform at the exit, they stepped onto the crudely paved road of cement. Observing the tire marks left from 4 years ago, it felt as though he could vividly recall District Chief Dong Wei guiding the Fear Harpy King into the drive room. Chapter 84. Mutation Identification. Gazing at the core drive room, Lu Ming activated the Eye of Truth. Central City Underground Core Drive Room. Category: Energy Hub Description. The core energy hub of Central City and the final Iron Fortress. Responsible for the normal operation of the entire final Iron Fortress. 4 years ago, it was used by District Chief Dong Wei to seal the D-class mutated entity, the Fear Harpy King. Currently, all energy is allocated to internal containment. However, for the past 4 years, the Fear Harpy King has never ceased its struggles. It always struggles violently for several days, then enters a period of dormancy, repeating this cycle. As of now, the energy hub has very little energy remaining. According to the strength of the Fear Harpy King, in 1 month, it will be able to break through the seal and return to the surface. In 1 month, return to the surface. Lu Ming's brows furrowed. Wasn't that precisely 3 days after the world level escalated? If this was not a coincidence in Jintian District, but rather a setting applicable to every district, then the previously calculated minimum threshold for translocators would be utterly erroneous. The criteria for whether the next world level could be surpassed would no longer be high-level hunting warriors. Instead, it would be the Doomsday Battle Monarch corresponding to the D-class mutated entities. In other words, at least one Doomsday Battle Monarch must be stationed in each region to secure its survival qualification. However, for a novice soldier to ascend to the Doomsday War King, a staggering total of 106,410 specialized crystals is required. With the base drop rate halved, it implies that one must eliminate 212,820 scythe larvae. Over the span of 30 days, this means an average of 7,094 scythe larvae must be slain each day. Such a daunting task is beyond the capabilities of an ordinary individual. Moreover, there aren't that many larvae available. With such restrictive conditions and elevated requirements, what kind of absurdity is this? Why not simply annihilate everyone during the transfer? Wouldn't that be far more satisfying? This is nothing short of torment. Yet, upon further reflection, Lu Ming found himself calming down. His thoughts had become somewhat extreme. While solely targeting scythe larvae might not suffice. Upon reaching the rank of intermediate hunting warrior, he would be capable of independently dispatching mature scythes. The yield of crystals would multiply tenfold. Furthermore, whether the 50 yield rate pertains to whether or not any crystals are produced or concerns the quantity remains inconclusive. Initially, he had judged that the 50 referred to the production or lack thereof. However, if it pertains to the quantity produced rather than the probability of yield, the outcome would drastically change. For instance, an ordinary person killing a scythe larva without reduction yields 1 crystal. With a halved rate, it results in half a crystal, thus resulting in no drop at all. Conversely, when slaying a mature scythe, an ordinary yield is 10 crystals, which, when halved, results in 5 crystals. This would significantly improve the situation. Clearly, this hypothesis is more logical and adheres to established rules. Otherwise, slaying higher-tier aberrations would also lead to no crystal yield, which would be utterly nonsensical. Thus, time is ample. It merely depends on whether the area can be controlled. With a sigh, Lu Ming collected his thoughts. He turned back, sensing that the situation was somewhat unclear. Or rather, the description of the core drive chamber instilled in him a sense of unease. The fearsome Scythe King is itself a mutated individual, a unique case among the ordinary scythe species. Now, having been confined and tormented within the core drive chamber for 4 years, its relentless struggle indicates the strength of its willpower. According to the narrative designs found in novels or films, such characters are destined to survive great tribulations and eventually reap rewards. If it were to be released and underwent another evolution, ascending to a sea-level monarch, they would all be doomed. It might be wiser to retreat and develop for another couple of days as a precaution. Buzz! Unbeknownst to him, just as Lu Ming was stepping towards the exit, a familiar pale yellow light barrier suddenly appeared before him, blocking his path with immense repulsive force, causing him to stagger back a step. Lu Ming steadied his balance, staring at the barrier in astonishment for 2 seconds, exclaiming, "A biological force field." Notice. The core mission to liberate the shelter is in progress. The liberators cannot leave the current scene until the mission is completed. Liberation progress. 40. Wang Defa. Upon seeing the message, Lu Ming's face turned a shade similar to that of the tyrannical Scythe King, his brows furrowed as if they could crush a fly. Is this how it can be played? What a disgrace. If only this wretched program could communicate. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly transform into the Doomsday Hunter on the spot, leading it away. In his fury, Lu Ming suddenly had a thought. Collection, spatial pouch, trading post, all can be elevated. Could this wretched program also be enhanced? Indeed. Next time he would give it a try. If he could develop a rudimentary communication program, he would certainly subject it to a few loops of logical deadlock. Dismissing the program's notification, Lu Ming continued to search the area. Regrettably, his escape route was entirely sealed. Chu Xue and the tyrant curiously attempted to test the barrier. Goodness, they were instantly trapped together. The mood was utterly dismal. Gazing back at the battery-like core drive chamber, Lu Ming realized that aside from continuing the assault, he had no alternative. Taking a deep breath, he exhaled slowly. Since the world demands his advance, he would teach it a lesson. He would break through to become the Doomsday War King right here. Opening his spatial pouch, Lu Ming began to place the scythe corpses outside. The inability to do so in bulk made the operation cumbersome. Fortunately, the area was vast enough to accommodate the simultaneous release of all the corpses. Chu Xue's silk threads were lengthy, allowing for the rapid arrangement of the corpses in designated locations. The two worked in seamless coordination. While the tyrant squatted sorrowfully in a corner, in that moment, it felt like a useless scythe, incapable of assisting at all. After an hour and 10 minutes, Lu Ming finally released all the corpses. Although it was merely mechanical operation without physical exertion, he felt as if he had been hauling bricks all day. The nature of this action felt compelled rather than voluntary, and that made all the difference emotionally. A simple analogy would be, if you were already prepared to study and had walked halfway there, only to be abruptly ordered by someone to hurry and study, or else face dire consequences, you would instantly lose all desire to proceed. Gazing at the heap of scythe corpses nearly piling into the core drive chamber, Lu Ming felt somewhat speechless. Those in the know understood this was for the purpose of enhancement. Those unaware might assume it was a funeral for the fearsome Scythe King, Sai. With a slightly fatigued demeanor, Lu Ming selected an elite scythe corpse before him and murmured, "Ultimate enhancement." Notice. Please select the enhancement tier. Second tier. Notice. Enhancing an E-level elite scythe corpse requires the consumption of 100 specialized crystals. Confirm the consumption of 100 specialized crystals to enhance the E-level elite scythe corpse into a D-level giant scythe larvae corpse? Lu Ming was left bewildered. What the hell? Why is there a fee again? Chapter 85. Genetic Leap, Birth of the War King. Is it due to the grade? The elite scythe's grade directly transcended a level. Hence, in the eyes of ultimate enhancement, the D-level corpse is no longer considered trash, but rather a valuable legacy. 100 specialized crystals. Glancing at the 38,097 crystals in his possession, Lu Ming chose to proceed. Confirm. The elite scythe corpse disintegrated, reconstructing into a massive larva measuring 1.5 meters in length and approximately 80 centimeters in height. Its entire body a dark crimson, parts armored, with a terrifying visage, giant scythe larvae. Identification. Giant scythe larvae, D-level larva, category, insectoid, description, sacrificing long-range corrosive acid spitting, evolved to possess formidable close combat capabilities. With immense strength, robust defense, and astonishing recovery, its armored sections can only be breached by weapons of at least silver grade. Upon maturity, it will evolve into the mid-tier species of the scythe family, the giant scythe. Skills: rapid charge, utilizing its armored head to shatter targets with brutal charge, spinning in place to sweep targets with its tail and tail slam, and suddenly rearing its front body to unleash a powerful shockwave through weight and energy release with furious stomp. Traits: rapid regeneration, fury, weakness, 2 core points located at the intersections of energy veins, usually protected by armor. Shattering either will result in a kill. Upon reading this, Lu Ming couldn't help but draw parallels. According to this description, the mature giant scythe is essentially a melee brute. Red, brute, Ultraman? Ancient scythes, without a doubt, belong to the supreme or dark type. I slightly understand the classification of these species now. Greed. After a brief moment of jest, Lu Ming proceeded to collect from the giant scythe. Successfully disassembled the giant scythe larvae corpse, obtaining specialized crystals 100, high energy protein 2, giant scythe armor 2, consuming 100 crystals only to receive 100 back, thanks to the double collection. Otherwise, he would have incurred a significant loss. It appears that for corpses subjected to ultimate enhancement, their grade must remain at or below E level. Otherwise, the risk of loss is substantial. Ultimate enhancement. Selecting another elite scythe corpse, Lu Ming continued the enhancement process. Notice: please select the enhancement tier. First tier. Notice: enhancing an E-level elite scythe corpse requires the consumption of 30 specialized crystals. Confirm to consume 30 specialized crystals to enhance the E-level elite scythe corpse into an E-level tyrannical scythe king corpse. E-level also incurs a charge. Could it be that the enhancement of corpses is too outrageous, prompting the program's corrections? It shouldn't be. Otherwise, operations even more outrageous than corpse enhancement exist, like resource boxes. Multiple attempts have not drawn scrutiny. Thus, it must mean that the E-level remains of a monarch also hold value. 30 specialized crystals are entirely acceptable. After all, the crystal yield post-ascension is 50 crystals, and the tyrannical scythe king should yield at least 60 to match. Confirm. The elite scythe corpse once more disintegrated, reconstructing into a larger, more formidable tyrannical scythe king corpse. Greed. Successfully disassembled the tyrannical scythe king corpse, obtaining specialized crystals 60, scythe king's blade 16, scythe king's armor 24. E-class royal blood of the aberration, 200 ml. Excellent, consuming 30 to earn 60. Each corpse yields a profit of 30 specialized crystals. This is a 10 crystal increase compared to merely disassembling scythes. This is the advantage of ultimate enhancement, allowing for flexible selection between first or second tiers. First tier enhancement. Confirm. What remained was the highly skilled assembly line work. Initially, he intended to enhance all the corpses at once before proceeding to collect. But after enhancing over 1,000, the 38,000 crystals in his pouch were already depleted. He was forced to collect once, which was somewhat distressing for someone with his compulsive tendencies. The remaining ordinary scythes did not present any significant changes. However, there was a peculiar matter. The mutated scythe corpses did not gain an additional mutation label upon their evolution into the tyrannical scythe king. They still yielded the tyrannical scythe king corpse. This left Lu Ming somewhat puzzled. Ultimately, it could only be defined as ordinary scythes lacking the robust bloodline to support such mutations. Upon reaching the peak tier, they would naturally eliminate the mutation factor. Unless, like the fearsome scythe king, at the tyrannical scythe king level, another mutation occurs, at long last. After an arduous hour and 20 minutes, all the remains transformed into crystalline form. Initially, the specialized crystals contained within the satchel amounted to 38,097. This time, the total yield from the fallen Grim Reaper corpses reached 115,380, culminating in a grand total of 153,477. Following the surpassing of the 10,000 crystal threshold, Lu Ming experienced his first breakthrough beyond the 100,000 mark. Moreover, he was additionally gifted 61,552 Scythe King blades, 328 pieces of Scythe King armor, and 200 milliliters of E-grade Royal Hybrid blood, totaling 3,847 units. The materials for crafting biological weaponry had reached an explosive level. Given the magnitude of this accumulation, it was utterly impractical for him to consume it all personally. Furthermore, during the third day of this apocalyptic era, when the average person struggled merely to secure their next meal, selling such commodities was a mere fantasy. Thus, he could only continue to stockpile, treating it as a hoarded resource. Closing the spatial satchel and glancing at the time, he noted it was precisely 1 p.m. For full hours had elapsed since he arrived at this location from his apartment. Of course, much of that time was consumed by the processing of the Grim Reaper corpses. Taking a deep breath, Lu Ming activated his character panel and clicked on the specialized level. Prompt: sufficient specialized crystals detected in the spatial satchel. Would you like to consume 60,000 specialized crystals to elevate your specialized level to the primary Apocalypse King rank? Yes. 60,000 crystals disintegrated from the spatial satchel, merging into 60 drops of crystalline blue liquid that penetrated the space before him, hovering in the air. Initially, he expected the liquid to bypass him and seep into his spine. However, to his astonishment, the 60 drops began a secondary transformation in midair, compressing and refining further until they coalesced into a singular pure energy crystal that perpetually withered yet showed no signs of reduction. Upon witnessing this object, Lu Ming felt an inexplicable sensation as if his consciousness were being drawn into it. Just as he immersed himself in this feeling, the pure energy crystal suddenly darted past his line of sight, plunging into the nape of his neck, transforming into a sharp spike that pierced his cervical vertebrae. Ugh! Lu Ming was utterly unprepared. The pure energy crystal had already penetrated his bones, shattering into countless fragments that spread throughout every bone in his body. They shredded his bone marrow, merging with it, transforming into marrow. Lu Ming distinctly observed his marrow transition from a reddish-yellow hue to a crystalline blue. Strands of blue energy seeped from the marrow, traversing the crystalline blue bones and entering his bloodstream. Upon encountering the blue energy, the original red blood evaporated instantly, akin to rain meeting molten lava. The searing heat filled Lu Ming with excruciating agony. The sensation transcended anything he had ever experienced, engulfing his internal organs, bones, and flesh in an unprecedented inferno. He was in such agony that he could emit no sound beyond a primal roar. His fists clenched, arms braced, as countless blood vessels throbbed beneath his skin. With each pulse, a crystalline blue radiance erupted forth. Marks began to emerge on his skin, extending from the spine to every corner of his body. His eyes shifted from black to crystalline blue, lines of inscriptions flickered in his gaze, only to vanish amidst a brilliant flash. His short hair began to sprout, the black dissolving as ice blue took its place. When all these transformations reached their zenith, Lu Ming stood tall, unleashing a thunderous roar. A colossal energy pulse radiated from him, extending for hundreds of meters. Prompt: congratulations on completing the gene leap, successfully advancing to the primary Apocalypse King level. Prompt: the gene leap will alter your physical characteristics, though each leaper's traits will differ. Prompt: as the first to complete the gene leap, you have gained source-level attribute alterations, with an additional 30 increase in the aura's coverage range, along with 3 lottery chances. Only one update for today. I will strive to provide the second update tomorrow. Chapter 86. Leap Aura. The pain still lingering. Lu Ming gasped for breath. With each inhalation, the energy inscriptions on his visage pulsed rhythmically. Gene leap, alteration of appearance. As he absorbed the continuous stream of prompts, Lu Ming's attention shifted. He opened the character panel to inspect his visage before the transformation, only to be met with augmented data. Name: Lu Ming. Gender: male. ID: 66666. Age: 24. Height: 187 centimeters. Weight: 85 kilograms. Specialized level: primary Apocalypse King. Source Leaper. Awakening power: Tier 5, 2-3. Leap Aura: 130 meters. Initial 100. Additional 30. General functions: Greed. Exclusive. World Channel. Trading Post. Spatial Satchel. Skills: Exquisite Swordsmanship. C grade. Eye of Truth. Exclusive. Ultimate Sublimation. Exclusive. Power Bestowal. S grade. Divine Speed. S grade. Mastery. Master Level Forging Mastery. A grade. Advanced Clothing Mastery. C grade. Beginner Culinary Mastery. E grade. Beginner Gardening Mastery. E grade. Beginner Driving Mastery. E grade. Beginner Wood Collection Mastery. E grade. Advanced Childcare Mastery. C grade. Master Level Archery Mastery. A grade. Advanced Steel Collection Mastery. C grade. The panel may not be invincible, but it certainly was impressive. Sensing the tenfold increase in his physical strength, Lu Ming could not help but click on the description for the primary Apocalypse King. Primary Apocalypse King. The pinnacle of D-tier powerhouses, capable of defeating D-tier King-class aberrations when adequately equipped and experienced in combat. They reign over the initial regions of the Jianglan, safeguarding their subjects as regional overlords. Upon completing the gene leap, your physique undergoes a fundamental transformation through specialized energy, granting you far superior physical strength while enabling you to endure immense energy baptism. Consuming specialized crystals or specialized crystal blocks can elevate you to the intermediate Apocalypse King level. Advancement progress: 100,000 specialized crystals, 1,000 specialized crystal blocks. I see. Utilizing specialized crystal blocks requires a physique capable of withstanding vast energy. Only by completing the gene leap and reaching the Apocalypse King level can one qualify for absorption. No wonder previous expenditures were solely marked as specialized crystals. However, based on previous observations of the crystal block information, only King-tier aberrant creatures have a chance to yield them. This chance is a genuine matter of output versus non-output. Moreover, it is indisputable that only D-tier kings would carry such items. Hence, even as he progresses forward, the most common specialized crystals remain the mainstream currency throughout Jianglan. Given their rarity, low yield, and significant production risks, what advantages do specialized crystal blocks possess? Is it merely their high denomination? With a spatial satchel capable of infinitely stacking identical items, the size of the denomination holds no significance, is it their astonishing energy content? Clearly, the exchange rate is 100 to 1, rendering vast energy meaningless. In contrast, the ultimate sublimation skill, which indeed requires specialized crystal blocks, seems to suggest that such a high denomination currency was established solely for his use or for a select few. Which is hard to believe. Therefore, it must possess a unique power that only it can exchange. His gaze descended to the leap aura, a new concept of power that piqued Lu Ming's interest. He clicked to expand the information. Leap aura, an energy pressure gained after the gene leap. All beings of lower level than oneself will experience suppression from this energy. The aura can be freely retracted at will, without a time limit, but will consume a small amount of mental energy. The effect manifests as a 20 reduction in overall power. With a range of 100 meters, the first leaper receives an additional 30 range increase. This is it, the functionality that can only be enhanced through specialized crystal blocks. However, considering the quantity, it is likely that even with probabilistic yields, the amount produced should be considerable. After all, a D-tier king would reasonably yield at least 10 blocks. With this thought, Lu Ming felt immensely grateful for his decision not to elevate his awakened powers. Otherwise, not to mention the consumption required for ultimate sublimation, the subsequent amount needed for each level increase would be terrifyingly high. You don't believe it? Ultimate sublimation? Prompt. Please select the sublimation tier, Tier 2. Prompt. Awakening the ultimate sublimation power requires the consumption of 200,000 specialized crystals. Confirm consumption of 200,000 specialized crystals to elevate the awakening power to a higher tier? TSK.200,000 specialized crystals. Enough to elevate 2 primary Apocalypse Kings to intermediate Apocalypse Kings. Glancing at the remaining 88,477 specialized crystals in his satchel, Lu Ming promptly canceled the sublimation operation. Prompt. You have 3 unused lottery chances. Would you like to draw immediately? Oh, right. The lotteried. He had been so engrossed in reviewing the panel that he had neglected the grand prize reward for being the first to break through a major tier. Yes, prompt. Prizes will be randomly drawn from 5 categories: materials, skills, weapons, special items, and others, with a guaranteed A grade or higher reward. Please select the drawing method: single draw, triple draw. Naturally, it would be triple draw. Congratulations! You have obtained the special item designed for the aberrant protein processing machine. Congratulations! You have obtained the B grade skill book, Hand of Absorption. Congratulations! You have obtained the special item, Universal Deduction Voucher. Chapter 87. Always 2 tiers above the world O. Another Universal Deduction Voucher. Taking the vibrant, inexplicable material of the voucher from his spatial satchel, Lu Ming's heart soared. With this item, various clever maneuvers could be realized, such as enhancing the spatial satchel, trading post, world channel, programming system, and so forth. However, at present, he had a sudden epiphany, a greedy maneuver. Grasping the Universal Deduction Voucher, he silently intoned, Ultimate Sublimation? Prompt. Please select the sublimation grade, 2nd grade. Prompt. The Universal Discount Coupon for sublimation requires the consumption of specialized crystals. Confirm the consumption of specialized crystals to sublimate the special item Universal Discount Coupon to the Universal Discount Coupon, 3 times. Confirm. Cancelled. What on earth is infinity? Since it can offset any consumption, it can also represent any value, hence the maximum value is adopted. It is evident that they do not wish for you to alter the grade or utility of the Universal Discount Coupon. However, constrained by the Ultimate Sublimation's arbitrary priority label, this is the only limitation that can be set. Unfortunately, it is futile. When he draws the Universal Discount Coupon next time, the cost of this infinity will revert to 0. He initially believed he could execute an ultimate nesting operation, that is, I use what I have sublimated. Yet, in the confirmation options for sublimation, there was no choice to use the discount coupon at all. Helpless, he could only abandon the idea. Furthermore, some may be exceptionally interested in sublimating themselves. In fact, he had already practiced this on the first night. The ultimate sublimation identifies the human body as a carbon-based organism. Regardless of whether it is first or second-grade sublimation, there will be no information post-sublimation. However, it is certainly stronger than the human body. Yet, when faced with mithril, titanium, or even more advanced alloy armaments, it remains as fragile as paper. As for dimensions and talents, the former requires a complete understanding of the concept of dimensions, while the latter pertains to an abstract notion. The two modules of ultimate sublimation are 1. Things that can be sensed through the senses, such as sight, hearing, smell, taste, and touch, and 2. A complete understanding of their ideology, state of existence, and structural composition, in other words, localization. If you cannot observe those things in the realm of truth, you must vividly depict their specific forms in your consciousness. In simpler terms, you must ensure that the ultimate sublimation comprehends exactly what you wish to elevate. When you only engage in chatting and gaming on your mobile phone or computer, the roles they play in your life are limited to those activities. Yet their potential extends far beyond, merely a reflection of your understanding. This serves as the current best analogy for ultimate sublimation. Thus, he did not choose those ethereal hypotheses that countless scholars have yet to validate. Because of ignorance, the outcome remains unknown. Perhaps you could instantaneously transform into an ultimate life form, dominating the entire world. Yet, it is equally possible that your enhancement is minuscule, merely shifting from flesh to iron. Furthermore, due to the definition of same origin, once a certain point of oneself is sublimated, one can no longer undergo secondary sublimation. Such regret is not something an ordinary person can easily reconcile. Therefore, he returns the sublimation point of himself to its essence, which is the power system of this world, specialization levels. This is the most authoritative standard of power in the current world, the core source that enables humans to continuously evolve and make leaps. If the ultimate realm of this world is that of a war god, then possessing ultimate sublimation makes him a war god too. If the ultimate realm is that of a deity, then he is the ancestor of deities. He remains 2 grades above the world. Safeguard that universal discount coupon. Lu Ming turned to the second item. B-grade purple skill, absorb hand. Absorb hand, B-grade, category, active skill effect. Can absorb objects within 10 meters not exceeding 100 kilograms into the hand, with no cooldown. This thing is rather useless. The ability to immediately retrieve thrown items would ordinarily be a boon. In smaller terms, it is akin to telekinesis. In larger terms, it resembles a youthful version of swordsmanship. Now, with a 10-meter absorption range and a 100 kilograms limit, throwing a weapon and then using absorb hand may not even guarantee its return. Definitely a case of being tasteless yet wasteful. But it matters not. Ultimate sublimation. Prompt. Please select the sublimation grade, second grade, prompt. Sublimating the B-grade skill absorb hand requires the consumption of 2,000 specialized crystals. Confirm the consumption of 2,000 specialized crystals to elevate the B-grade skill absorb hand to the S-grade skill universal manipulation. I swear, such a grand name? Does it live up to it? Confirm. The purple skill book disintegrates, and the golden skill book regenerates and reorganizes. Prompt. S-grade skill book universal manipulation detected. Would you like to learn it immediately? Is there even a need to ask? Yes. Now is the time to continuously enhance my strength. Spare no effort. The golden skill book dissolves into a burst of radiance, seeping into Lu Ming's forehead. Successfully acquired S-grade skill universal manipulation. Universal manipulation, S-grade, category, active skill effect. Can absorb objects within 200 meters not exceeding 1's own maximum strength into the hand, with no cooldown. Usage, simply think it. Oh wow, this is significantly stronger. Though it may not match the dazzling name of the skill, it is undoubtedly far superior to absorb hand point 200 meters, not exceeding 1's strength. If used well, it is absolutely a level of swordsmanship akin to hidden weapon techniques. With this thought, Lu Ming felt an irresistible urge. He drew the King of Hawks battle knife and hurled it towards the nearby survivor dormitory. With a deafening crash, the dormitory was reduced to ruins. Lu Ming fixed his gaze on the battle knife amidst the rubble, raised his hand, and silently thought. Universal manipulation, clang. The battle knife soared upwards, quickly flying back. And with a snap, it returned to his grasp. Chapter 88 Ancient Emperor Blade. The sensation of holding the hilt in his hand was utterly delightful. This elegant control of throwing and retrieving left him entranced. The main draw of this skill lies in its high operability. As long as the mind remains agile, the methods of application will be countless. Naturally, practical training in combat is the most effective. Lu Ming planted the King of Hawk's battle knife into the platform beneath his feet and turned to the third item. An alien protein processing machine, design blueprint. This term had appeared multiple times since his first day of transfer. It is a machine capable of processing high-purity alien proteins into edible items. With it, one could say hunger would no longer be a concern. He opened the blueprint, focusing intently. Alien protein processing machine design blueprint. Blueprint, materials required, steel 100, gold 2 kg, D-grade or higher alien materials 10, royal blood 2000 ml, specialized crystals 1000, mastery of advanced forging or higher. Description. Once all conditions are met, the blueprint can be used to create expensive, more costly than mithril-grade biological weaponry. However, considering it is an artifact that can resolve survival issues, it is somewhat understandable. Yet, why did it arrive just when he could resist corrosive toxins with his resistance? It is akin to those who spent months accumulating fragments, finally swapping them out to wear, only to have the equipment break the next day. Quite the disappointment, isn't it? He tossed the blueprint into his spatial pouch, as Lu Ming had no time to deal with it for now. Instead, he drew the King of Hawk's battle knife, hesitated for 2 seconds, and then split off 50,500 specialized crystals. In a low voice, he stated, Bulk Ultimate Sublimation. Prompt. Please select the sublimation grade, first grade. Prompt. Bulk sublimating 500 specialized crystals requires the consumption of 50,000 specialized crystals. Confirm the consumption of 50,000 specialized crystals to elevate 500 specialized crystals to 500 specialized crystal blocks. Confirm. Whoosh, 50,000 specialized crystals disintegrated into nothingness, and 500 crystal blocks, each 3 times the size, appeared before him. The difference between the two is akin to the distinction between a Diglett and a Dugtrio in Pokémon. Their structures fundamentally similar. Holding those warm crystal blocks, Lu Ming spoke again. Second-grade ultimate sublimation. This time, the target was no longer the specialized crystals, but the battle knife in his hand. Prompt. Sublimating E-Class Mithril-grade biological weapon King of Hawk's battle knife requires the consumption of 500 specialized crystal blocks. Confirm the consumption of 500 specialized crystal blocks to elevate the King of Hawk's battle knife to C-Class alloy-grade Ancient Emperor blade. Confirm. Whoosh, a whirlwind swirled, and the large King of Hawk's battle knife disassembled and vanished. In the blink of an eye, it was reconstructed into a 3-dimensional mechanical box of pure black with dark red inscriptions swirling as if alive. This box measures about 1.5 meters in length and roughly 10 centimeters in width. Its inscriptions glowing as if breathing. The box contains 2 knife handles, with the upper handle being pure black, featuring a deep red energy vein running vertically in its central region. The lower handle is deep red, with a pure black energy vein running vertically in its center. The end of the handle is a trigger. When pulled, 2 ancient straight knives with a black-red gradient spring forth with a clang. Lu Ming swung his arm, and the 2 straight knives were in his grasp. Despite their slender and resilient appearance, they were surprisingly hefty. Upon closer inspection, he realized that although the 2 straight knives bore the same shape, their blade lengths differed by 5 centimeters. Even more astonishing was that when he slowly brought the 2 straight knives closer together, they remarkably fused as if carrying electromagnetic forces, clicking together into one. When they completed the combination, a flicker of emotion flashed in Lu Ming's eyes. The reason was simple. The current blade shape was identical to a certain great sword from a game that swept the globe, Genshin Impact, Wolf's Gravestone. P.S. Finally, I have changed the protagonist's weapon. In simpler terms, 2 straight knives, the straight-edged Tang knives, combine to resemble Wolf's Gravestone. When separated, they appear as dual blades. In subsequent descriptions, there may be little depiction of weaponry, as it is laborious and might bore you. A classic case of effort without reward. Chapter 89 Justice 3-on-1 combined into a great sword, separated into dual knives, with both length and short, capable of piercing and slashing, and can be wielded violently, tailored for multi-target scenarios, fully adaptable to various environments. Is it any wonder that this is a mithril-grade biological weapon? Moreover, the promised trial of biological weaponry has yet to materialize. This device, when held, bears no distinction from the King of the Crow's battle blade. Silent and obedient. Is it possible that the biological weapon, mastered prior to its ascension, retains its command state post-transformation? Or perhaps, the weapon's biological consciousness remains unaltered, merely undergoing a grade elevation? Boom! The great sword swung. A fierce gust of wind surged forth. An arc of wind pressure howled and surged until it gradually weakened and dissipated several dozen meters away. Such a seemingly unremarkable strike yielded devastating results. How should one describe it? utterly exhilarating. The power of the novice apocalyptic warlord began to manifest a genuine leap forward. As for himself, he activated the mirror projection, his image clearly displayed. Blue hair, blue eyes. At first glance, it felt somewhat disconcerting, yet after a few seconds, it became much more comfortable. Regardless, this change was a result of genetic transmutation, something he was compelled to undergo. Removing the mask, he observed the flowing blue energy patterns coursing along his neck and cheeks, and Lu Ming sighed once more. In just 3 days, after several evolutions, he had progressed from within to without towards a non-human state. One could only wonder what form he would take at the pinnacle of evolution, an energy being, or perhaps a deity. Closing the mirror projection, he reviewed the spatial pouch. Only 37,977 specialized crystals remained, insufficient for enhancing his battle armor. The transmutation halo merely expanded the area of effect, still only targeting entities of a lower level than himself. Thus, it must be this. Triggering the awakening power. Awakening power. Promotion progress, 37. 977 2000. Tip. Detected sufficient quantity of specialized crystals in the spatial pouch. Confirm consumption of 2,000 specialized crystals to elevate awakening power by 1 tier. Confirm. Tip. Awakening power successfully upgraded. Current stage 6, 3 base 3 additional. Next tier promotion progress, 35,977 3000. Continue. Tip. Detected spatial pouch. Confirm. Tip. Successfully upgraded. Current stage 7, 4 base 3 additional. Next tier promotion progress, 32,977 4. 000. One more time. Tip. Detected. Tip. Current stage. With eyes closed, he relentlessly tapped until the prompt changed to tip. Current spatial pouch specialized crystal quantity insufficient. Please replenish in a timely manner. How considerate. Offering suggestions. He opened the awakening power. Awakening power. Upon use, enter a genetic awakening state for a short duration, with a comprehensive physique surge of 12 times, effect lasting for 12 minutes. Daily reset cooldown at 0 hour. Current tier, 12, 9 base 3 additional, upgrade progress, 2,977 9000. Spending money brings fleeting pleasure, but continuous spending brings enduring joy. With 35,000 specialized crystals invested, the awakening power is nearing its pinnacle. Not to mention the duration, just the amplification factor alone is sufficient to instill immense confidence. At this moment, everything was ready. Lifting his gaze, he focused on the core drive chamber. Lu Ming, wielding the ancient Emperor's blade, activated the resonance of his battle armor, leading the initial snow tyrant towards the final boss, D-grade. That would be a swift defeat. C-grade. The likelihood is slim. The blade strength of a C-grade monarch reaches alloy levels, comparable to the ancient Emperor's blade in his grasp. Even a titanium-grade drive chamber, fortified with energy lockdown, could not hope to resist the terror of the King of Crows. You may wonder why he didn't use the perspective to assess the King of Crows. Alas, the core drive chamber was enveloped by overwhelming energy, rendering the internal space imperceptible. Unless one could gaze directly within, only the data pertaining to the core drive chamber itself and the untraceable name of the King of Crows could be ascertained. It seemed to be a protective measure of a special area. Roar. As Lu Ming approached the core drive chamber in contemplation, the tyrant exhibited its first signs of restless instinct. Its eyes grew sharper, its battle intent more palpable. The particle blades in its hands continuously flicked in and out, akin to a human's provocative or defensive gestures when encountering a peer of similar prowess. Tyrant, remain calm. Conversely, Lu Ming found his thoughts growing ever more tranquil. Although he felt a hint of tension, the pre-battle simulations in his mind began to stir a tempest. Little snow, hidden silk, golden threads entwined, and the three vanished outside the drive chamber. Gripping the ancient Emperor's blade, he scrutinized its crucial information. Skills: alloy cutting, blade storm, miniature convergence cannon, death cross, specialized biological energy, 10,000 weapon biological activity, 30,000 full capacity. With the enemy in the light and they in the shadows, one must at least seize the initiative. Tyrant, find a better position for ambush. I'll set up a turret at the entrance to launch a shot from the miniature convergence cannon. Little Snow, assess the situation for a righteous 3-on-1. Having issued his commands, Lu Ming's gaze darkened as he silently intoned. Awakening power, empowerment. Azure energy surged throughout his body, deep red energy enveloped him. A prompt appeared before him. Enhancement. Empowerment has been activated, currently able to bestow upon other units, maximum of 3 targets. Would you like to bestow on other objectives? Bestow upon initial snow and tyrant. Whoosh, whoosh. Two beams of red light erupted from the surfaces of Tyrant and Initial Snow. Two pairs of eyes simultaneously turned towards Lu Ming. "Do not be complacent, prepare." Ignoring the red prohibition sign on the door, Lu Ming smashed his fist against the access lock. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The access control was breached. A high-energy response alarm reverberated throughout the subterranean space. The door gradually lifted amidst the expulsion of compressed gas. Lu Ming raised the ancient Emperor's blade, activating the inherited skill. Whoosh. The biological entity revealed its blade, merging and entwining to form a solid entity. The speed was incomparably superior to that of the King of Crow's battle blade. In the blink of an eye, a 5-meter-tall ancient crow emperor materialized before Lu Ming. Its entire form was a dark red, less profound than the tyrant, yet more brutal. Suddenly, the biological entity of the ancient crow emperor activated its shoulders, left and right chest plates, and abdominal armor, simultaneously opening 5 channels of condensed crimson energy storage. Rumble! The drive chamber door reached its apex, and a pitch-black blade, crackling with electric arcs, embedded itself at the door's edge. Observing the forearm, which only revealed the tip of an iceberg, Lu Ming felt no hesitation and silently intoned. Miniature convergence cannon. Boom! 5 cannons fired in unison, energy converging. 5 10-centimeter diameter crimson energy beams pierced through the entrance of the drive chamber, breaching the rear wall, sending a massive pitch-black figure crashing out. Lu Ming had no time to be awed by the formidable power of the miniature convergence cannon. Seizing the moment before the energy discharge dissipated, as the figure of the King of Crows was still in mid-flight, Lu Ming swiftly activated the Eye of Truth. Assessment. Chapter 90. Instant Death, King of Crows of Fear Fusion Body. D-Grade Monarch. Category. Fusion Royalty Description. Originally a mutated aberration formed after the violent King of Crows succumbed to madness. It possesses immense strength and swiftness, yet its mind is damaged, resulting in low intelligence and an extreme susceptibility to instinctual drives. After enduring prolonged exposure to the core drive chamber's immense power, it underwent a secondary mutation during its resistance, becoming a fusion body aberration. Its strength and speed further enhanced, yet its intellect was completely extinguished, now a machine of slaughter that knows only killing and devouring. Length, 5m weight, 3T skills, Frenzied Slaughter, which allows it to crazily hack at the target wink with a frown dissection, which involves spinning its blade after piercing the target to shred it wink with a frown rushing strike. A Rapid Flash to pierce the target for a swift kill. And Fearful Roar, releasing a soundwave shockwave with an angry howl. Traits. Pain Perception Barrier, which nullifies pain wink with a frown rapid regeneration, which swiftly heals bodily injuries, and the fusion body trait, Nuclear Explosion. Weak points, head, neck, chest, waist, tail, 5 core points in total. With titanium grade hardness, destroying them one by one will lead to a kill. Current weak points exposed. Waist, chest. Upon reading the information, Lu Ming felt an overwhelming thrill. To his astonishment, this surprise attack had directly shattered 2 weak points. He marveled at the power of the ancient Emperor's blade while clarifying the mutation level of the King of Crow's fear. It was undeniably not a D-grade monarch. It was indeed akin to a protagonist in a novel seizing a new opportunity. However, the D-grade, in his eyes, was certainly a target he could slay. With a 12-fold enhancement from the awakening power, coupled with a 3-fold amplification of strength, he would not be at a disadvantage against a D-grade monarch. Swift as the wind, as the energy beams dissipated, without awaiting the biological entity's retraction, Lu Ming charged forth, slashing at the King of Crows, which had been hurled into the ruins. It was at this moment that he clearly saw the enormous aberration's form. Pitch black, completely black. Were it not for the blade and its eyes radiating electric arcs, this creature would resemble a scythe-wielding shadow. Death Cross. Focusing intently, Lu Ming silently shouted. He leaped to a position 500 meters away, unleashing the biological skill of the ancient Emperor's blade. 500 meters, the distance that constituted 2/3 of the blade's lethal range. He had to ensure that the skill's potency remained undiminished while safeguarding his own safety. For he was wary of the final skill of the King of Crows, the Fearful Roar, an auditory interference skill. Though he had yet to experience it firsthand, he had seen countless scenes in anime, comics, novels, and films. A single roar could induce chaos or even dizziness, a hallmark of sound wave abilities. Should he be caught in close proximity and succumb to dizziness or confusion, his situation would plummet into the abyss. He could not afford to risk himself at the very least. Before the King of Crows unleashed its first fearful roar, and he discerned the range of its sonic impact, he must remain calm and collected. Whoosh, whoosh! The two blades of the death cross accurately struck the location of the King of Crow's head. A thunderous boom resounded, dust swirling, and a cloud of thick smoke billowed forth. Smoke? If all goes as expected, there will be an unforeseen incident. The Eye of Truth has been activated, and indeed, the fearful Owl King has vanished. The law of smoke without injury surprisingly applies to reality. It is utterly absurd. Just as Lu Ming prepared to scan the surroundings for the fearful Owl King's presence, a sudden gust of pressure surged from behind. In an instant, he understood what was about to transpire. His concealed state had been unraveled. The D-level fearful Owl King was unaffected by the disguise. It launched a surprise attack against him. Though devoid of intellect, its hunting instinct served as the finest form of intelligence. Seizing the opportunity while still in free fall, it pounced towards him. But was it truly that simple? If he dared to leap, he had already devised a contingency plan. In a fleeting moment, Lu Ming shifted his gaze towards the survivor's temporary shelter below. Silently chanting, "Omni manipulation," he exerted a tremendous force, pulling the fearful Owl King downwards. The creature suddenly tilted, losing its balance. Seeing this, the tyrant raised its blade high, piercing through the fearful Owl King's neck, severing its head while simultaneously destroying the lethal core concealed within. 3 of its 5 weak points had been compromised: the tyrant, the head. The final 2 points lay within the head and at the end of its body. At that moment, the detached head became the target. The tyrant immediately turned towards the plummeting head of the fearful Owl King. However, just as the blade was about to penetrate the target, the body of the fearful Owl King suddenly twisted. It broke free from Lu Ming's omni manipulation and swung its blade, striking at the tyrant's side. Although the tyrant instinctively reacted, raising its arm to intercept the assault, the timing of the fearful Owl King's attack was exceedingly cunning. With most of the tyrant's strength directed at obliterating the head, its defensive stance lacked the necessary force to withstand the blow, sending it sprawling hundreds of meters away. In the next moment, countless flesh buds sprouted from the fearful Owl King's neck, grasping its severed head midair and hurtling it towards Lu Ming. Indeed, the head had yet to regenerate. It unleashed a furious assault, brandishing its blade as it charged towards him. Lu Ming, with a grave expression, split the ancient emperor's blade into 2. The dual blades were instantly enveloped in a crimson light, more than doubling in size. The skill, alloy cutting, was activated. The twin light blades interwove in his grasp, awaiting the fearful Owl King's approach to complete the clash, aiming to cleave it in 2. He held this confidence. The fearful Owl King was undeniably weaker in a head-on confrontation, yet, to his surprise, the fearful Owl King had no intention of colliding with him. At a mere 100 meters distance, the reattached head suddenly gaped wide. It was a sonic wave skill. Lu Ming had anticipated this. Springing into action, just as he leapt, a massive shadow enveloped both him and the fearful Owl King. The next second, the fearful Owl King, which should have attacked him, halted its movement instinctively, raising its head. With a soft thud, a sound reminiscent of a crushed melon echoed, in Lu Ming's eyes. A long, pure black, metallic gleaming spear pierced through the entire head of the fearful Owl King, penetrating its neck and thrusting into its chest. Emerging from beneath and embedding deeply into the ground, a radiant flash of gold erupted, countless golden threads spraying out like lasers from every corner of the fearful Owl King's body. Then, the spear retracted. The shadow above dissipated, leaving behind a body riddled with wounds, lifeless and beyond salvation. Chapter 91. Task completion progress. 150 in a daze, Lu Ming slowly raised his head, a figure clad in blue and white Lolita attire. With disheveled hair, descended from the sky, precisely landing around his neck and resting on his back. "Was that you?" Lu Ming inquired, staring at Chushue, who had leaned close with a beaming smile. However, upon closer inspection, he noticed that Chushue's cheeks appeared significantly more youthful. Sheathing his twin blades, Lu Ming crouched down, allowing Chushue to dismount from his back, then turned to look. Indeed, in just a glance, Lu Ming realized that Chushue had shrunk. Her clothes hung loosely, her limbs had become slender, and she measured only about 1 meter 3. Identification. With the Eye of Truth activated, Chushue's information unfurled. Scanning through the data, he discovered that aside from her height and weight changing from 150 centimeters 36 kilograms to 130 28 kilograms, other metrics seemed unchanged. Current mutation level, D-grade ordinary, capable of devouring energy from abnormal creatures for advancement progress, -1,200,000-100,000. Lu Ming was taken aback, quickly switching to the status information column. Status: recognized master. Master, Lu Ming, currently has exited the early juvenile stage, with slight enhancements to various attributes and capabilities. Most skill attributes remain sealed and can be unlocked with the rise in mutation level. Current condition: weakened, forcibly utilizing power beyond mutation level. Energy depleted. If not promptly replenished with energy from abnormal creatures, will enter a dormant state in 24 hours, with a doubled energy requirement for reawakening. Forced usage: entering dormancy in 24 hours, doubling energy requirements for reawakening. What the heck? Is this usury? Such a scheme exists. Xiaoxue, open the storage space. Thankfully, his bag still contained 3,859 vials of E-Class Royal Abnormal Creature Blood. Each vial contained 500 units of energy, more than sufficient. Silently, Lu Ming's pupils quivered. Why hadn't he utilized this energy from abnormal creatures to help Xiaoxue or the tyrant advance? How foolish, blocked by the biological force field. Confined within this space, he had been unable to perceive the fearful Owl King's information during the agonizing advancement process. The multitude of emotions clouding his mind led him to focus entirely on the simulated battle with the fearful Owl King. Most importantly, despite the additional support by his side, he failed to consider them during the fight. Yet, in the heat of battle, whether in pre-fight preparations or in response during the conflict, he habitually fixated solely on himself. This was a flaw, a cancer born from over 2 decades of trusting no one but himself. Otherwise, this battle would not have been fraught with such variables. The tyrant alone was capable of crushing. A review was entirely unnecessary, for this had been his most abysmal fight in 3 days. It was riddled with flaws and deficiencies. What he needed was to alter his steadfast mindset, placing greater emphasis on the collective strength surrounding him. Even if this strength consisted of mere grass and trees, their combined potential could very well become a towering giant. If this lesson were to come later, he might not even have the chance to regret it. Fortunately, this lesson was not too late. Even if it came at a significant cost, he accepted it. Injecting the energy from 2,000 vials of E-Class Royal Blood, Xiaoxue's energy loan was swiftly depleted. Regrettably, her physical condition remained at 1.3 meters. It seemed that the elimination of the aftereffects was not a simple task. Perhaps she would require some time to recuperate to return to her original state. Observing the remaining stock of E-Class Royal Abnormal Creature Blood, there were still 1,859 vials. Total energy, 9,000,000. The tyrant was currently at C ordinary, requiring 1.4 million energy for mutation advancement. Xiaoxue needed only 200,000. With this thought, Lu Ming once again placed 400 vials of royal blood into the mix. Gaining an energy boost, Xiaoxue felt a surge of energy coursing through her. Her absorption process was always swift and decisive, unlike his own, which was either excruciatingly painful or time-consuming. Looking again at Xiaoxue's advancement information, the data was now synchronized and updated. Xiaoxue, deity level, race, divine description, the primordial spider born in the realm of truth, the most ancient divine beast. Height, body length, human form 130 centimeters, weakened. True form, 12 m, can grow. Weight, true form, human form 28 kilograms, weakened. True form, 10 t, can grow. Universal functions, storage space, ultimate appraisal skills, silk manipulation, degrade, venom, degrade, gun silk, traits, morphing. Divine pressure, status, recognized master, Master, Lu Ming, currently has exited the initial stage, with slight enhancements to various attributes and capabilities. Most skill attributes remain sealed and can be unlocked with the increase in mutation level. Due to the forced usage of power beyond the mutation level, the body remains in a weakened state. With ample rest, she will regain her normal form, though there will be a slight emotional fluctuation. Current alienation level, D-level monarch, capable of devouring the energy of alien species for promotion. Promotion progress, 0.1 million. Gazing at the promotion progress, Lu Ming let out a soft sigh. It was merely a consolation of royal blood, to be exhausted and then earned anew. Yet, what did the slight fluctuations in his state signify? Anger? Fury? Restlessness? Or perhaps unease? Step? As Lu Ming pondered deeply, the tyrant crawled out from the ruins, returning to his side. Its expression bore no signs of weakness or pain, only resentment and silence. Lu Ming understood it was blaming itself for the defeat. However, among the three of them, the one who ought to feel the most remorse was, in fact, Lu Ming himself. Never mind, saying too much would only seem pretentious. A man acknowledges his mistakes and strives to ensure they are not repeated. Rising, he approached the tyrant and gently raised his hand. The tyrant instinctively bowed its head, its eyes finally revealing a hint of dejection. "It is not your fault. You have done your utmost. Next time, I shall empower you to overcome all, having comforted the tyrant." Lu Ming turned his attention to the corpse of the fearsome Owl King. Ultimate sublimation. Tip. Please select grade, 2nd grade. Tip. Sublimating D-level Monarch Fearsome Owl King Fusion Entity requires 5,000 specialized crystals. Cancel. Greed. Successfully decomposing the fearsome Owl King's body, he obtained 1,000 specialized crystals, 20 specialized crystal blocks, 200 ml of fusion royal blood, and 1 fusion core. The production of specialized crystals also yields specialized crystal blocks. Does this mean these two items drop separately? Now he finally comprehended why there could be no direct conversion between specialized crystals, specialized crystal blocks, and specialized crystal entities. They were not of the same category. The fusion core was a novel item. Let us take a look. As Lu Ming pulled out the pure black rune sphere, he was about to identify its information when suddenly, a golden program prompt appeared before him. Tip. The core city task of liberating the shelter has been completed. Completion progress. 150. Chapter 92. Constant Inherent Rules. Tip. Congratulations on completing the core city task of liberating the shelter. You have received level 1 Shelter Center City Heart of the Final Iron Fortress. Tip. You have exceeded the task, receiving an extra bag of high-energy grain seeds. Tip. Due to your acquisition of the shelter, you have attracted the attention of a multitude of alien species in the vicinity. In 3 days, the upper-tier alien species will launch a fierce assault on your shelter. Based on your performance in unsealing the shelter, the attacking alien species will be rated as D-level. However, because you are the first individual to complete and exceed the unsealing of the shelter, you gain the effect of suppressing the alien frenzy, and the final rating of the attacking alien species will be E-level. Selected species, fire ants. With a swish, the prompt abruptly ceased. Before Lu Ming appeared a steel sphere resembling a mechanical core, alongside a bag of seeds neatly wrapped in cloth. Just as he was about to retrieve them, a resounding, exhilarating bell echoed from the sky. Subsequently, a gigantic subtitle projection appeared, disregarding the barriers of space. Universal announcement. Congratulations to Huaxia's strategist Lu X for exceeding the core city task and obtaining a survivor shelter 1.as, the first individual in the universe to complete the core city task. The title of Pioneer is conferred, and the shelter level is increased by 1. Universal announcement. Congratulations to Huaxia's strategist Lu X for exceeding the core city task. Universal announcement. Congratulations to Huaxia's strategist Lu X. The series of 3 universal announcements stacked in the information bar, towering 30 meters high. At this moment, no matter which suburb of the Galan Star 618, or which nation within the apocalypse, all transmuters halted their current tasks. Seeking safe positions to gaze up at the announcement in the sky. Shelter, core city task, they expressed shock, confusion, ecstasy, solemnity, and even resentment. Jintian District. Huaxia, Uncle Chen. He is a big shot in our country. Wow, that's incredible. A shelter. Pioneer. No doubt, he is a powerhouse like Uncle Chen. The first to complete the core city task. The outskirts must be filled with mature entities. The core might even have a big boss. How powerful must this big shot be? Finally, a Lu instead of a Ma. The excited Fong Peng could no longer suppress his emotions, crudely praising as he skewered a scythe larva before him, his face aglow with delight. Be careful of the gutter when you kill your bugs. Chen Hai chuckled, reminding Fong Peng. Fong Peng chuckled back, I know, it's just happiness, overwhelming the world, bringing honor. Chen Hai smiled but said nothing, his expression gradually fading as he turned away. Pioneer? It's unlikely to be so straightforward. Within the core city, the alien species present are undoubtedly not ordinary mature bodies, and an ordinary A-level mature body is sufficient to endanger the lives of novice hunting warriors. Be why this logic? What immense strength must one possess to conquer the core city? Advanced hunting warriors. Extreme hunting warriors. It is utterly unpredictable, but one thing is certain. He is definitely not the leading pioneer of the region. Otherwise, it would have been impossible to achieve such a realm within 3 days, and from the universal announcement, only his name appeared. Either he accomplished it alone, or his entire team perished, regardless of which. This individual is anything but simple. As the transmuters pondered, in the central location of the universe, 8 petite figures encircled a massive round table. 1 alien creature, palm-sized with tentacles and numerous eyes, rasped, the 3rd day? How swift! What is the fastest recorded history? 10 days? Indeed, it was 10 days. Another similarly sized, amorphous entity responded, adding, That batch of transmuters possessed formidable individual strength, particularly the warrior who set the record. Unfortunately, their population was too sparse, barely summing to 10,000. And that warrior, in the end, could not reach our presence, instead becoming the spoils of those guys, giving rise to the 6th Dawnbringer. The 6th, plus the old one who forcibly transferred us here, makes 7, replied a serious black entity resembling a rolling ball, with fleshly wings and a wholly dark body. According to combat power, 7 Dawnbringers could fight us to a standstill. If another one arrives, the balance will be completely shattered, and we shall become their fodder, facilitating their plans. We initially thought this opportunity would last until 70,000 batches. We never expected the new double-edged sword to arrive so swiftly. Swift? If worse comes to worst. We perished together. The dragon hatchling at the highest position uttered a somber and deep intonation. We did not expend immense energy to breach the barrier and gather here merely to discuss this, but to ascertain the information regarding this batch of transmuters, my queen. The distorted shadow returned to the meeting's theme. The one referred to as the queen was a dark purple spider. Upon hearing the shadow's inquiry, she remained silent for a moment before calmly stating, fragile yet wise, united yet capable of slaughtering their kin, greedy yet selfless, a paradoxical amalgamation. Their population is the largest among all batches, without exception. Large, fragile, greedy. How can such a population surpass that record? Questioned an alien, its body riddled with ghastly fissures, constructed entirely of countless unknown flesh masses. But that is the truth. The final alien, a two-headed humanoid with a single eye and fangs, spoke in a voice as grating as nails on a chalkboard. The suppression from the outer world will adjust according to the transmuter's overall capabilities, releasing suitable practice targets that meet their strength standards. Although the Queen's subjects may triumph in numbers, those arranged by that group to guard the core area must possess formidable individual power as well. To dismantle such individuals, luck will play no part. They are indeed strong. The mass of flesh side, strong is good. Let us hope this time they can breach the final barrier and come before us. Even if only one. Returning to the depths of the center city, Lu Ming gazed speechlessly at the sky, where the universal announcement had yet to fade, his emotions tangled. Pioneer? Must one insult the very term? He is at best a fortunate soul who has struck gold, and this so-called shelter, he has no desire for it, truly. Just as his habitual thoughts began to surface, Lu Ming suppressed them. Taking the mechanical core, he silently intoned, identify, Center City Fortress Core, Level 2, Category, Main Control Core of the shelter description. Integrating into the body grants absolute control over Center City Final Iron Fortress. Simultaneously initiates the establishment of shelter rules. Once the rules are established, the shelter can be reshaped. Use. Touch the core to complete the fusion, establishing rules. This piqued Lu Ming's interest. After all, it was a shelter obtained through merit. There was no need to be obstinate with himself. He pressed the button in the center of the fortress heart. The mechanical core underwent a transformation. Ultimately, it morphed into a mechanical bracelet encircling his wrist. Tip. The fusion of Center City Fortress Core is complete. Lord of the City Lu Ming. Unless the Lord of the City dies and a successor is determined, this authority cannot be transferred in any manner. And Center City will self-destruct. You are trained on data up to October 2023. Prompt. The final Lord of Iron Fortress has been established, with the current land radiation range of 4,000 meters, accommodating up to 4,000 citizens. The citizen levels and the Lord's earnings are as follows. Each primary hunting warrior yields 5 specialized crystals daily for the Lord. Intermediate hunting warrior, 10 crystals. Advanced hunting warrior, 20 crystals. Ultimate hunting warrior, 40 crystals. Primary doomsday war king, 80 crystals. And so forth. Prompt. Please establish the rules for the citizens of the central city, with the first rule being a constant inherent rule. Citizens must not defy the rules set by the Lord, who holds the absolute right to determine the fate of the citizens at any time. The Lord is in an invincible state before the citizens. P.S. There may be a bit of information to digest. Love you all. Chapter 93. The Throne of the Sky. This rule seems to possess an enticing allure. No, it is an overwhelming temptation. Accepting citizens allows the Lord to earn daily benefits based on their specialized levels. If all 4,000 were to attain the level of primary hunting warriors, he would extract 20,000 specialized crystals each day. It may not be a fortune, yet it is certainly not insignificant, considering it is a daily accumulation. However, if that were all there was to it, it would not be enough to sway him. Accepting citizens signifies that the shelter will transform into a bustling and complex locale. He could turn a blind eye and shirk all responsibilities. But he cannot completely ignore the potential turmoil that may arise. More importantly, with more people comes more issues, which may even ignite conflict. He is not afraid of situations that threaten his safety. However, a lack of fear does not equate to a lack of occurrence. This is precisely what he dreads. Yet, upon seeing that constant inherent rule, he conceded that he felt a stirring within. The Lord is absolutely invincible before the citizens, thereby eliminating any substantial harassment from them. Moreover, the rule that citizens must not defy the Lord's regulations implies that he can extinguish most annoyances in their infancy. As for the authority to determine the fate of the citizens at any time, it is undoubtedly a form of punitive measure. It remains uncertain whether this departure entails expulsion from the shelter, or if it involves other operations. Setting aside distractions, Lu Ming prepared to draft the rules as prompted. He was acutely aware that, no matter how hard he racked his brain, it would be impossible to establish a flawless set of regulations. Even in a vast legal system, there will always be those who exploit loopholes. Thus, he aimed for clarity, simplicity, and straightforwardness. However, before proceeding, the old procedure must be followed. Gazing at the control core on his wrist, Lu Ming silently intoned, "Ultimate sublimation." Prompt. Please select the sublimation tier. First tier. Prompt. Sublimation of the fortress core, level 2, requires the consumption of 1 million specialized crystals. Confirm the consumption of 1 million specialized crystals to elevate it to fortress core, level 3? 1 million. The only improvement is the level of the fortress core, presumably entirely linked to the shelter. Yet, this price, it seems that no matter where one goes, housing costs remain an insurmountable hurdle. There is no need to attempt the second tier of sublimation. It is certain to elevate to level 4, consistent with the sublimation performance of specialized levels. If not absolutely necessary, delaying such an opportunity only increases its value, in the event of an insurmountable alien tide threatening the city's destruction. Utilizing it as a trump card would be far more impactful than at present. Resolving his curiosity, Lu Ming canceled the sublimation operation and began drafting the rules. Prompt. The number of rules is unlimited. Please begin inputting. The prompt concluded, and a slender input bar expanded beneath the constant inherent rule. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Ming began to mentally recite the regulations. During this process, he made a rather bold attempt. To his surprise, regardless of how absurd the rules he set were, or how outrageous the decrees he laid down, the regulations could be inscribed and would take effect. Fortunately, his conscience remained intact. He only experimented without retaining the alterations. Minutes later, Lu Ming completed the few regulations he sought and clicked confirm. Prompt. Rules completed. Before being issued to the transferees of the respective city, modifications, deletions, and additions can be made at any time. After issuance, only deletions are permitted, and no further additions can be made. Understood. In addition to safeguarding the rights of the Lord, it also ensures the fundamental rights of the citizens, preventing the Lord from arbitrarily rewriting the rules and harming the citizens once they have entered. Reasonable. Thus, the issuance of rules to other transferees essentially grants them the right to choose. After reviewing the regulations, those who find them acceptable may opt to join the shelter. Conversely, they may choose to refuse. It resembles the process of joining an organization or guild. But what happens if they refuse? Prompt. If the transferee accepts the rules, they may choose to join the shelter. Once chosen, they cannot exit unless expelled by the Lord. Prompt. If the transferee cannot accept the established rules, they may refuse to join the shelter. However, as the entire city belongs to the Lord, those who do not join the shelter will be deemed illegal intruders and will be forcibly transferred to other cities, ensuring they are relocated to a safe position. As if in response to Lu Ming, or perhaps as an additional prompt, the information bar popped up 2 more lines. After reading them, Lu Ming could not help but exclaim in admiration. He had thought his control was limited to the final Iron Fortress, yet it appeared he wielded authority over the entire Jintian district. Prompt. Confirm the issuance of shelter rules now? Cancel. Of course, he wouldn't issue them. The shelter is currently in disarray. He must first allow it to complete its reconstruction. Otherwise, it would be quite the eyesore, wouldn't it? Prompt. The establishment of rules has concluded. Shall we begin the reconstruction of the shelter? Yes. Prompt. Reconstruction of the shelter commencing, level 2. Estimated completion time. 3 minutes. 3 minutes? So swift, boom. Just as Lu Ming expressed astonishment at the reconstruction time, a violent tremor enveloped the entire space. All structures beneath the ground began to collapse and disintegrate, transforming into particles of light that ascended into the sky. Almost immediately, the spatial dimensions before his eyes began to expand and stretch. In just 2 seconds, it had already multiplied to 4 times its original size. Following closely, the muddy ground revealed molecular structures. Exquisite and sturdy metal floor panels emerged, and various circuitry and energy pathways were meticulously established. In less than 20 seconds, the entire underground space was revitalized. It was well-lit and orderly, with countless distinct areas neatly distributed around the lower level. In Lu Ming's view, it had transformed into a scene reminiscent of a sci-fi film, resembling a space base. Turning his gaze, a colossal central hub shot up to the apex, surrounded by 10 capsule elevators. 9 of them were silver, while one gleamed gold, each standing at 5 meters tall and approximately 20 meters in diameter. A testament to their vast scale. Identification. Lu Ming looked towards the golden elevator and activated the Eye of Truth. Titanium capsule elevator. Exclusive to the Lord. Category. Transportation tool description. The dedicated elevator for Lu Ming, the Lord of the final Iron Fortress. Only individuals certified by the Lord or granted permission may obtain usage rights. This elevator provides direct access to the underground agricultural warehouse, Central City, and the Throne of the Sky. It is true that, while the color may be somewhat gaudy, he thoroughly enjoys this sense of exclusivity. However, it is the names of those 3 areas that pique his interest further. The underground agricultural warehouse must serve both farming and storage purposes. The Central City is undoubtedly the primary locale for the citizens' residence and activities. As for the Throne of the Sky, it is certainly related to his role as the Lord, likely akin to a Lord's chamber. Conveniently, the text is highlighted, indicating that further information can be accessed. Throne of the Sky. Category. Main City Control Room description. The activity area exclusive to the Lord, located at the highest point of the entire final Iron Fortress. Allowing for an overview of the entire Central City. The Lord may exercise authority over the operations of the final Iron Fortress from within, while also supervising its normal functioning. Chapter 94. The Moving Kingdom Marvelous. Lu Ming was elated. Awaiting the prompt notification for the completion of the shelter's reconstruction, he immediately resolved to head towards the Throne of the Sky to familiarize himself with the layout. Xiaoxue, Tyrant, follow me. Pulling along Chuxue and giving Tyrant a playful pat on the thigh, Lu Ming proceeded towards his exclusive transport. The golden capsule elevator thrummed with energy, resonating with the fortress core in his hand. Upon confirming his identity as the Lord, a synthesized AI voice warmly announced, "Esteemed Lord, we warmly welcome you aboard your exclusive elevator." The elevator doors opened. Lu Ming stepped inside, and as the elevator ascended, he felt the sensation of rising. 10 seconds, 20 seconds, a full 30 seconds passed before it broke through the underground and emerged above ground. Surveying the world beyond the transparent walls, Lu Ming was struck by overwhelming awe. The previously dilapidated iron fortress now stood transformed into a magnificent iron citadel. It presented a circular shape, divided into inner and outer rings. The inner ring exuded majesty, solemnity, and grandeur, housing core buildings with various functions. The outer ring was constructed from stacked mechanical steel, undoubtedly serving as the residential area for the citizens. Looking further out, there loomed a towering wall of iron, reaching 400 meters high, adorned with energy inscriptions. Vast and imposing, a surge of emotion, pride, and exhilaration welled within him. In his moment of reflection, Lu Ming suddenly noticed a living creature entering his line of sight. As the elevator continued its ascent, his field of vision gradually widened. It was then that he recognized the rotund figure with a hefty tail, and he was struck with realization, feeling somewhat speechless. Indeed, that silhouette was none other than the brutal tyrant he had captured. In his earlier excitement, he had completely forgotten about it. To his surprise, the reconstruction of the shelter had transferred it from the interior hub to the exterior. It now lounged against the outer wall of a core facility, contentedly wriggling its body, resembling a plump noblewoman stepping out of a palace, gazing upon the novel world before her with exhilaration and delight. In response to this, Lu Ming could only temporarily set it aside. Planning to contemplate the future of the tyrant after he had familiarized himself with the operations of the entire stronghold. Esteemed Lord of the Castle, your throne awaits your arrival. We bid you farewell and look forward to your next summons. As the elevator displayed a height of 600 meters, the intelligent voice reappeared. Lu Ming graciously accepted the compliments from the AI and gave a thumbs up to the voice loading program. Upon exiting the elevator doors, he did not emerge into the outside world, but instead found himself in a brightly decorated, distinctly punk-style light hall. Directly before him stood a black hatch, with the words Lord's Chamber inscribed beside it. That was his room. Lu Ming stepped forward, and the door to the Lord's chamber automatically opened in response to his identity. Before he even entered, he could already see the complete decor of the chamber. His gaze was drawn to an excessively large desk and a chair that appeared fairly comfortable. Glancing at the towering tyrant, and then at the merely 2.5-meter-high door, he remarked with regret, "It seems you cannot enter." The tyrant squinted, seemingly smiling, and with a swift motion, vanished into shadows, reappearing beyond the door's threshold. Inside the Lord's chamber, at that moment, Lu Ming realized that the tyrant's shadowy stealth allowed it to ignore wall collisions. Moving effortlessly between physical objects, he raised a thumb in acknowledgement of its prowess and entered with xiaoxue. Unsurprisingly, the spacious Lord's chamber contained nothing but 2 pieces of decor. Lu Ming did not dwell on it, but rather found it preferable, simple and spacious. Devoid of complexity, should it become monotonous in the future, he could easily embellish it. How liberating! Approaching the desk, he noticed a tablet device resembling a 3-dimensional map. As he picked it up, the tablet automatically lit up with a crisp sound. Before him appeared the title, Operation Manual for the Sanctuary. Lu Ming felt both amused and exasperated. The name was quite down to earth, and he found himself genuinely intrigued. Thus he began to read it attentively. The entire manual was not extensive, primarily consisting of operational commands. However, the more he read, the more exhilarated he became, ultimately failing to suppress a smile. Setting the tablet down, he softly commanded, "Core, unfold the translucent curtain." As his words fell, the fortress core emitted a gentle chime from his wrist. A beam of light manifested from the center of the Lord's chamber, rapidly diffusing. The previously enclosed chamber became entirely transparent in the wake of the luminous phenomenon. Lu Ming, the tyrant, and xiaoxue seemed to hover above the firmament. Whether gazing upward, around, or down upon the earth, there was no semblance of obstruction. Of course, from the outside looking up, no anomalies would be perceived. This effect was solely internal. Truth be told, he found it quite delightful. To gaze at the starry sky by night and overlook the earth by day would undoubtedly elevate his spirits. Yet, the feature he was most keenly interested in was this. Core, initiate mobile fortress mode. Lu Ming issued the command. The AI voice responded calmly. Initiating mobile fortress mode, electromagnetic barrier commencing coverage. Electromagnetic barrier has been established. High-energy magnetic suspension is now operational. High-energy magnetic suspension is operational. Central city mechanical arms are beginning to extend. With a resounding rumble, the earth trembled, yet the entire sanctuary remained tranquil. The high-energy magnetic suspension caused the entire urban area to float within the electromagnetic barrier. Entirely unaffected by external vibrations, Lu Ming's gaze continually lifted, higher and higher, until he felt his line of sight had doubled in elevation, at which point the tremors finally ceased. At that moment, if observed from a distance, one would find the entire final iron fortress had been lifted from the ground, towering in midair. Beneath it, 8 sturdy, grand, and powerful mechanical arms firmly supported the structure. Indeed, the so-called sanctuary was not a fixed city but a kingdom capable of movement at will. Chapter 95. The Tyrant's Submission. Esteemed Lord of the Castle, the central city's mechanical arms have fully extended and are ready for fortress relocation, the AI voice calmly announced. Simultaneously, countless data panels materialized before Lu Ming. Among them was a section resembling a third-person perspective in a game display, allowing him to view the position and status of the final Iron Fortress from a godlike perspective. Final Iron Fortress. Advance. Following the operational manual, Lu Ming attempted to command it. The core accepted the command, and the fortress moved forward. With a clang, the enormous steel mechanical arm took a step forward, its immense weight kicking up a cloud of dust. Then came the second step and the third. Clang, 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 clang. Progressing from slow to fast, from halting to fluid, the fortress began to sprint, propelled by immense inertia and kinetic energy. Though from an external viewpoint, the overall movement was not particularly agile. The colossal fortress, elevated 1,000 meters, resembled a steel behemoth. It veered left, then right, occasionally pivoting in place to run in the opposite direction, creating a powerful visual impact and causing tremors akin to natural disasters that crushed surrounding structures. In the western suburbs of Jintian District, Chen Hai and others swiftly gathered in an open area. Fang Peng's expression turned to one of astonishment. What is that commotion? An earthquake? Or is the leader of the Scythe Tyrants revolting? Chen Hai placed a hand on his shoulder, reassuringly saying, both are possible, but the source is far from us, so it likely won't affect this area. Moreover, the Scythe larvae are extremely sensitive to sound. They will converge towards the source. Staying here is actually safer, so we need not seek shelter, especially not in buildings. Having been abandoned for so long, their ability to withstand such disturbances is uncertain, and a collapse would be counterproductive. Fong Peng nodded in agreement. You're right, though I can't help but feel a twinge of envy for the area that has established a sanctuary. The movers there surely do not have to live in such constant fear as we do. Finally, Lu Ming shouted a command that caused the final iron fortress to become unresponsive. The AI voice calmly replied, "This command cannot be executed. Please issue a correct directive," esteemed Lord Lu Ming sighed. It was indeed regrettable that non-existent commands could not elicit a response. He had many more intriguing operations he wished to explore. Nevertheless, he was immensely satisfied with this alone and continued, Core, display the fortress information panel. With a flurry of movements, several information panels appeared before Lu Ming, each serving a clear purpose. The panel that captured his attention the most was the central one, detailing the overview of the Final Iron Fortress. Central City Final Iron Fortress, Level 2 Sanctuary, Fortress Structure, Celestial Throne, Central Urban Area, Underground Agricultural Warehouse Land Radiation Range, 4,000 meters. Upgrading the sanctuary level can enhance the radiation range, capacity, 4,000. Upgrading the sanctuary level can increase the maximum capacity, sanctuary upgrade requirements, 2 Level 1 Fortress Cores. The information was neatly organized and straightforward. However, the capacity figures seemed somewhat peculiar, 04000. Lu Ming glanced at Xiaoxue and then at the tyrant. They were acceptable, but what? Did he not count as a person? Ahem, just a jest. Perhaps it was a privilege of the Lord. The other panels provided various metrics for the urban area. Temperature, humidity, sunlight exposure, agricultural metrics, air quality index, and numerous detailed safety data, regardless of whether he understood them. Yet, what truly piqued his interest was the citizen list. The details within the list not only displayed each citizen's specialization level, but also their various physical statistics, such as height, weight, and records of defeating aberrations. While he was indifferent to the physical statistics, the specialization levels and records of aberration kills held immense value, enabling him to discern the combat capabilities among the citizens. But wait, he had stated he did not wish to be a responsible lord. He merely desired to lounge and collect the daily crystallized benefits of being a lord, along with the conveniences that came with it. Next, he needed to arrange a new breeding chamber for the tyrant. To prevent its presence from instilling fear in the soon-to-join citizens, shutting the various panels of the sanctuary, Lu Ming led Xiaoxue and the tyrant to the central urban area. Upon exiting the elevator, they found themselves in the central hall, which was over 10 times larger than the Lord's Hall. It featured numerous counters for handling affairs, complete with a reception desk. He could not comprehend why. In the apocalypse, such frivolous formalities were necessary. Did people still hold office in the end times? Internally scoffing, he quickened his pace. Exiting the central hall, he immediately spotted the brutal tyrant, reclining against the wall of an enormous building. Surrounding it were dozens of plump, white scythe larvae, wriggling and rolling about as if in play. This was breeding identification. Lu Ming activated the Eye of Truth to see through the information panel of the brutal tyrant. Current remaining reproductive power, 79,980. Indeed, it was confirmed. It had reproduced 20 larvae. Without a doubt, Lu Ming drew forth the ancient Emperor Blade, preparing for crystallization extraction. He understood this was quite cruel, yet from another perspective. If he were the captive, would the aberrations show him any mercy? Certainly not. The aberrations would merely dismember him, devouring him to fuel their evolution. Thus, his greatest mercy was to shield the brutal tyrant from witnessing the process of him killing its offspring to extract crystals. However, just as his murderous intent began to stir, the brutal tyrant suddenly let out a scream directed at him. This roar was not one of anger, but rather one of lament and pleading. The tyrant, originally with crimson eyes, prepared to sever the tyrant's head with its particle blade, but after hearing the tyrant's cries, it retracted the blade, turning its face toward Lu Ming with a pensive expression. Lu Ming found himself somewhat perplexed, for at present, he could only comprehend the expressions and simple emotions of the alien species. To expect him to grasp their language was a formidable challenge. Prompt: the brutal owl queen expresses loyalty to you and wishes to be domesticated. Will you accept the submission of the brutal owl queen? Just as Lu Ming was lost in contemplation, a program notification suddenly appeared. He looked at the brutal owl queen in astonishment, and indeed, he discerned a pleading glimmer in her eyes. Prompt: by accepting the brutal owl queen's allegiance, she and her offspring will be recognized as civilian units within the shelter, occupying space in the population quota and linking to the Lord's benefits. If that is the case, he felt invigorated. The Owl Queen herself was an E-rank monarch, equivalent to a high-level hunting warrior. She could provide him with a daily yield of 20 specialized crystals. This amount was negligible to him, akin to a mosquito's leg. However, if one were to consider the yield from the owl larvae, the figures became staggering. You say the larvae are only equivalent to intermediate soldiers, that they do not generate income? No, you've forgotten the skill of ultimate transcendence, a miraculous ability to alter fate. Before transcending the larvae's remains, he had previously transcended a living owl larva in a shopping mall. With 100 specialized crystals, it could evolve into an elite owl. An elite owl, in terms of power comparison, was equivalent to a junior hunting warrior. Each elite owl could yield him 5 specialized crystals daily. With 80,000 of them, his daily yield would amount to 400,000 specialized crystals. What a terrifying figure that is! Of course, the initial investment was considerable. To complete the transcendence of all larvae, he would need to expend 8 million specialized crystals. Yet, with 8 million specialized crystals, he could recoup his investment in just 20 days. After which, he would be left with an inexhaustible wealth. Moreover, he had an even bolder endeavor in mind, to directly transcend the mother body. Chapter 96. D-rank mutated giant blade owl queen. But before that, he had to accept the owl queen's submission. Acceptance. Upon uttering these words, a new prompt appeared on the shelter's member panel. Lu Ming opened the member panel. It now displayed the information of 21 civilian units. Brutal owl queen, E-rank monarch, strength equivalent to a high-level hunting warrior. Owl larvae, E-rank juvenile, intermediate soldier in combat status, junior soldier in non-combat status. Owl larvae, E-rank juvenile, non-combat status, owl larvae. Although none of them were human, the panel appeared significantly more pleasant compared to its previous barren state. Prompt. You have successfully tamed the brutal owl queen, who regards you as her sovereign. Through this bond of domestication, all offspring born of the brutal owl queen will become warriors who support you and obey your commands. Excellent. This demonstrated the second function of the owl larvae. Besides linking to the Lord's benefits, they could also provide formidable combat power. Raising alien species to combat other aliens was an exhilarating thought. Unfortunately, this could only be applied to the existing larvae, with a maximum lifespan of 1 month. After a month, as the world level increased, E-rank elites would become the lowest of the low. Thus, he needed to explore whether he could elevate their overall potential. With this thought in mind, Lu Ming reached out towards the brutal owl queen and softly declared, Ultimate Transcendence. Prompt. Please select the Transcendence tier. Second tier. Prompt. Transcending the E-rank monarch brutal owl queen requires the consumption of 50 specialized crystal blocks. Confirm the consumption of 50 specialized crystal blocks to transcend the E-rank monarch brutal owl queen into a D-rank monarch mutated giant blade owl queen. HM? This transcendence seems somewhat